Jesus, man. No, just rolling. Did you sleep? Okay, that's man.
You going to bed, Rabbi?
Nope. Just at my stream.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes to Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access of this show. But that is not why you're here, Daddy. They're here to watch 10 Minutes to Shop. So let's go ahead and start the timer. Play the cheat clip. Alrighty, dude. As you can tell, I'm ready to...
I'm not Mr. Whole Foods.
Oh, dear. Oh, yeah. So I was just going to say, I'm ready to fucking name the water, dude. Oh, shit, really? Yeah, look at my hat. I got my name the water. Oh, yeah, dude. That hat is perfect. Yeah, sure, dude. Here, the thick boy waters, man. I got the thick boy jelly donut on my shirt, and I'm ready to name the water. How deep are you in the waters? Oh, I can show you exactly how deep I am. By the way, this is 100% serious. I'm far too deep. 10 toes. Yeah, I'm balls deep into the water. I swear to God, I forgot about balls deep. Dude, look at this redactedness I made. Oh yeah, this is one of the greatest things. Something I posted on the chains. I posted it. Did you just post it yourself? I posted myself. I did that. Yeah, so I was like, dude, I worked way too long one night making Joe Rogan over and over again with the cut and sell thing. And it wasn't even that made me want to post it, dude. You know what made me want to post it, dude? Is this moment at the end where I have Joe Rogan singing cut and sell that. Oh, that's true. Right here, dude. That right there, dude. I was like, I'm posting that shit. I mean, James just makes like art. You know, it's like it makes you want to do art and go deeper. You know, like you get into it and you're like, how do I make Joe Rogan sing the song? And then, you know, that's what I bet a lot of chefs can relate to you. Yeah, you're a chef pretty much. And you don't matter, obviously, but I never. Said I met her, but
Bobby, he's one of the closest friends. Bobby talking about, no one's been more supportive when I supported him.
Just let it go. But I never said I met her, but I do appreciate the kind words people are saying. And guess what, dude? I never thought I would like working the fryers. Yeah, but I will say I do enjoy it. And does anybody understand? Doesn't matter. No. No. I mean, I saw the comments too. I mean, of course I never read them, but I saw them. And they were so nice. I don't know if we talked about this before, but I want to thank the Reddit. What they say about you guys is not true. You know, I mean, sure, some of you are evil, you know, like, most of you are good guys. What does he say? Well, it's because they're all sad. We're all sad. You're all sad, and like a lot of you, it's because like, look, we get it. Like Brennan Shaw, he's a fighter, and like he owns a bunch of trucks. We've heard all that. Okay, he can give trucks away, and his, you know, he's got a big house in Texas, kind of down here, huge, like Adonis. And listen, I get it. He was in the NFL and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, it's like you guys are haters, and you know, kind of like use them vibing. And so, what are you gonna do, Nate? What are you gonna do, Nate? I start saying that to people when they're pissing me off. It doesn't matter what their name is. What are you gonna do, Nate? I do want to say thank you to the moderators because they've been highlighting my shit every week, dude. Oh, I thank them every week. So now I know when I do a bad song because they're not going to highlight it. Oh, fuck. But shout out to you guys. And so the first book you got here is posted by DJ Don't Join. And it's an opinion piece. First time I've seen an opinion piece on Jennings, dude. You know, an op-ed? Right. Opinion. I can't be the only one. You want to read this here? Okay. Go for it. Mexican is ruining this, making fun of Papa is what united us all. He is a unique regard, completely delusional, with an unbelievable amount of moments failing in epically embarrassing ways. He gives the chefs in this kitchen the finest ingredients to cook delicious dishes for all of us to enjoy. Mexican, on the other hand, has absolutely nothing unique about her. She's unbelievably boring and pedestrian. I can appreciate the chef's and the menu, but you just can't create the same level of flavors using poor quality produce and ingredients. Like many, I've enjoyed this for years, but it's been hard to keep coming back regularly, only to see more and more of her movie face with me. It feels like I'm now eating a Dale grocery store deli Chinese food that's been marked down to get rid of it. Dude, couldn't have said it better myself. You think this? Yes. I mean, we've probably one of the reasons why I stopped this week because the amount of Mexican. Yeah. Let me tell you something. It's my ratings, but here's what I'm saying. Okay. I understand what this chef is doing. What he's doing is smart. He's playing for Asians. Okay? You and me, we're the same guy. We don't want to see Mexican on the sub, not because we have a problem with Mexican. There's not a Mexican problem here. It's the least problem. The issue is that we don't want to see her get destroyed on the sub because she's a family person. Like a family member. We prefer not to see his family strong out in the comments, you know? Like, we don't want to see his wife and children. So what he's doing, she didn't fight the heavyweight class. She can't take it. True, yeah, she's not the one flipping drugs or, you know, selling drugs. She didn't get a report on her. No, she didn't have anything to do with the Gringo Poppy other than probably lies. Like, crop out the ugly. Her other blog speaks no English. We're always trying to tell her. But, you know, it's funny where you like, hey, let's stop doing it all the time, right? Because one, it's not podcast, we discuss the podcast here. I don't particularly enjoy the of her ass, you know? And when I'm in the break room, I don't want to see girls' ass. I just want to work at PFJ things petty. That's a damn lie. You're going to have anything to do with me. Come on. I guess that makes me a lot of people. Actually, that's not what I want. I guess that makes me what's on me. But anyways, you get it. I get it. Okay, let's see. We got another one. This is posted by Carnival Model. It's called We're Getting Close. Right? Close to what my man. Showing my man goodbye before he goes to work. Thinking he didn't see me. And, you know, she's thick. Influencer, I mean, I guess it's just a thing to do with influencer. Is it my cup of tea? No, I like Wiggles and Joe. This next one's posted by I forgot how to say that, but shots fired at rapist. Let's see. I'm with her that I'm not necessarily in favor of all around point touches. We don't necessarily want. My issue is they should be much more willing to trigger stuff like that. The idea that like all the problem here is guys are just moving their heads into people's fingers. It does not strike me as the strongest analysis I've ever heard. So I'm kind of between Herb and then like me and Jokester.
No, I'm opposite Herb on this. It's like, that's why we made a rule that guys just can't take their piece out in front of chicks like casually or randomly unless you're Brian Callen, because like, it doesn't matter the accidental intent or no.
That's the randomness of it. That's what makes it so funny. It's like a stretch. It's such a huge stretch. It's like, this can piss off Luke this far into the bit, like away from what they're talking about. But Brian is so funny that he's like, I got one, dude. Like, it's a replacement. They've got to be working at future. Hopefully, yeah. You gotta continue the tradition. Yeah.
No, I don't. It just happened to be out. Like, no, that's inappropriate, brother. Okay, like,
oh man, that's the face they used to make.
Wiggles and Joe.
Until you had full reading. I love how happy he is, dude.
Yeah. Right, like, that is not the direction we're looking to go with the show. I will be here with Walker. Thank you. Yeah, this is the retirement tour. That's good. Okay, those are.
I mean, it's just so funny when he goes, he has the strongest analysis I've ever heard. So I agree. He's already got this he gets a bit's accent. He cuts into him. He's already smiling. You can tell, like, he changes. He likes it. I don't know if you saw this video. Hey, Tozy, I watched the whole thing also, and it's 11 minutes here too. We don't need to watch the whole thing, do we? I went onto the YouTube after I wrote like a dash hater, not dash apostrophe hater, hater. But that's a great video. Tozy Tozy breaks down Brenda's truck giveaway grift by Hickey Fresh. Go check out a Tozy, dude. Comedians or podcasters just got exposed for running car giveaways that seem less than legit. Tozy brought me on. What's the over-under on Bappa calling out a Tozy by name? I'm gonna say zero. I wish he would. Here's my argument. Tozy's big. That's true. It's a big name. He talked about Steve will do it, but who's bigger, Steve will do it or Tozy? Yeah. I mean, maybe for the younger generations of Tozy.
On social media, this isn't real.
You're right. It's also not real. Yeah. Steve will do is probably one of the most important entertainers of this generation. No, it's still a He's lower, Danny. All right, let's see what else we got here. Appropriate Dude 930 posted this one. Our boys didn't get the invite. By the way, I say, let's see. Or what is the thing they call me out for? Oh, I forget, dude. Let's see what else we got here. Our boys didn't get the invite. Yeah, right. Sean and Callan. And then I've seen other social media is not real, but I saw other social media is talking about humiliation ritual. What you mean? Is that funny? I'm going to assume it's on the right as well, right? I think so. I've never seen it. I mean, I guess you meet the president. That's the one where you're going to right? Yeah. I bet people have talked about this before, but Lincoln looked innocent, right? Roughly, right? He's like, this is a real thing. He's like, fuck, I'm the closest thing to a stolen here right now. He's gonna fuck. He's gonna fuck me. That's what Lincoln said. Joe's gonna fuck him. Joe's trying to look at him in the eyes when he's thinking about this. Joe's thinking of the bit, the perfect bit for fucking Abraham Lincoln's face. Here's what Abraham Lincoln's thinking. Oh, drive. Then I get fucked in the mouth by Joe Rogan calls. Alright, let's see. That would probably be the funniest thing to do when I walk in the old one. It's just hump the shit out of So busted. Yeah, it's like almost too funny. It actually is funny. It's too funny for him to do. If it was a stool bit. But you go into the Oval Office, you're like, hey, look at this Trump. Look at what's he doing? Just proclamation in his face. I'm going to put in your aid. Donald Trump. Next one is posted by Fill Your Guts. He's doing the thing. I don't really understand this George thing. I mean, the thing is taking off your shirt, I guess. I don't know. AWP. I just wish you would keep your shirt up, but that's been said ad nauseum. I'm in your shape, yeah. I wish there was something we could do. But unfortunately,
Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
and when you carry a hammer, everything is your screws. So he's just not me a little bit. He seems unhealthy too, right here. This is not a good look. I'm worried about him again. It does look like he's trying to sell a cologne. You know, his face. Fuck that bastard. He's got like 4 fucking robes. Oh, he's sanding it up. Pulling the dip out. A little sand. Yeah, he's gotta think about his health more. You know? Yeah, he might need my base. Yeah. Maybe. Tom's on it. Yeah. Think about it. Let's see here. Oh, Empire of the Cat, my post. Your Majesty, shout out to you guys for liking it. Here we go. Be cool, man. Posted by Terp Exclusive. Yeah, hopefully this is his politics show because he goes about Hollywood on there, dude. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm not even saying it's bad. I'm just saying. I feel like if I told you I cared much. All right, here's Michael Irvin. Oh, here's Bert Kreischer. Oh, no. Look at him. Does he have a drink in his hand? This fucking drunk. Loudmouth. You're going to start crying and taking your shirt off, you fucking overweight oaf.
requires a watchman's hut or that the country is close to the city.
Is Michael Irvin talking about the U on fucking TV again?
Inside of that carpet from like weeks ago. But if you want to give us like,
Suddenly Skulls is very glittery.
And he even says, you
Alright,
don't
I like how she's not talking to Bert
I
at
don't need a
all.
hut, I don't need to go to the city, I don't need a boss,
Hell yeah, they cucked Bert on this media shit. Look at Bert, mouth breathing. You're gonna start crying, you fucking oaf.
So as long as
Look out
you
that
are
like a drunk Shrek with no charisma. God forbid you get liquid death.
all you need to do is
It's
run,
fucking
make sure the area is closed.
How about that, Mr.
So that's all. There's nothing else that you
fucked you up.
They didn't get
one word for that fucking oaf. I like that he calls him an oaf. Oaf is funny. I like that. I really like that impersonation.
By
That
the
was
way,
good.
also in order for the carpet to work,
Hell
they
yeah.
ultimately
Great
again
job,
has to
Silly
be
Skulls.
meaning
Hell yeah. They didn't get
if
shit from
the
him.
length is
Fuck
any
yeah.
greater than the width,
Yes.
even one hammer, thereby blowing off the
Hell
square
yeah.
proportions, imitate from the sofa. You may
They're
not
like, yo, I want to hear from everyone in this group circle except for this fat motherfucker. Yes. That's it. Fuck yeah.
I thought that the new
I'm hitting you with
for Arca was
Cause nice right-hander from I want to, especially the right-hander from oh god. I'm fucking this up, y'all. I was too busy just hating on Bert. I mean, I'm gonna guess what it was. Hey, Joshua, Jake Paul fight, and then some sort of media thing. No, I'm talking more about like distaste for Bert. Oh, where does it come from? Yeah, what's the origin story? You know, that's social media distancing. Okay, it might be social media, but you basically talking to
Hawaii is that well,
I guess that means pull the fuck up.
and therefore, again, if it's not a square,
That's the narrative.
even if again, we'll say the same,
I would. That's funny. Like Luke and Bert fight.
by 78
Yeah, I mean, Bert is just one of those guys that makes everyone hate because he's so obnoxious.
We're going to see actually,
Yeah.
the measurement is
What do you think,
off by a
Bert?
little bit.
What do you think, Bert's
All
reaction to all
the
the
taxes are all the same thing.
That's a good question.
When Chazal said,
What
that
did
you
I
can
do?
go ahead and
What did I do?
to base off for non-residential purposes,
It's only a
they
matter of time
capped
for
it at a
Because
square.
we did this
Not only is
incessantly
there a
about on
square
the show.
ammo limitation,
You know?
but it has to be
Maybe that would be so fun. I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope it's just like when he was like, dude, Roman called me and he said that fucking Bear was talking shit. But then it wasn't Bear and her, it wasn't him, it was Dave Chappelle. Or, oh, yeah. God knows. Alrighty, so this one's sponsored by Texas. Is there a Sun 187 It's Dicey Dicey? It's a picture of Jeffrey Epstein with.
I'm Rabbi
Oh shit,
like,
is that?
so Rabbi says, Shamati Rabbi Elazar. I heard from Rabbi Tati. I heard from Rabbi Elazar.
So, like, this island, dude,
That
like,
even if the carpet is larger than 2 days soft, even if it's a
did they
core,
have Snapchat
the
there?
area, so you can enclose even a much
Oh, yeah,
larger
dude,
area.
I'm glad you said that. Let's go to the comments really quick. These comments are making me Scampi, though. Talking about birds of a feather traffic the underage together, dude. We got some poets in the
Number one is
kitchen
I heard
right now, dude.
carpet that's larger than 2 days
Really,
soft.
dude, life ribs, life ribs.
Next, what did I get?
Really, dude. There's like a couple good ones. There's an island with a secret sex cabal that traffics underage girls. Oh, really, dude? And then, you know, his famous doesn't exist. Hollywood's full of great guys. Like, that's where the whole culture is. Yeah, it's like, oh,
Yeah,
really?
go ahead.
That happened? Yeah, right. Here we go. This is the one I voted to. The
Thank you,
flight logs go away, right?
So, waiting on the nurse to come.
Shout out to Tragic
Okay,
Mike.
my auntie and uncle came, and they came and got him and felt him, and they said that they were gonna get him, and they said that they think he's down to cold. So we're trying to wait till the nurse comes. And when the nurse comes, hopefully she'll pronounce him dead. And I'll let you know, okay?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here for you.
For whatever the reason.
So no one called nobody yet. I don't know him yet. So he's still on oxygen and everything. So just please stay up for me.
Most certainly.
Looking out soon as she comes.
I'm here for you, Mr. Aquarius, all day, all night. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Everyone else is permitted to go ahead and bring items from their home into his chutzner, from their home into the chutzner, from the chutzner into their homes, and back and forth into this guy's home as well. Also, when you get into this studio, it's going to be the fascinating discussion of bittul rishus. That sometimes if the person forgets to participate or wasn't able to participate in the video, they could be thankful their rishus to the rest of the chutzner. Essentially, they cede their ownership rights in their rishus, giving up to the rest of the chutzner, allowing everyone else to be able to carry back and forth in the unrestricted time. Again, we'll see in the Gemara. V'chein shamati menu also heard from Eliezer, sheyotzim b'har kabolim b'pesach. I heard from the name of Eliezer that you could be yotzei with arkabolim. We'll see arkabolim, we'll say some type of motor that comes from a palm tree. You can go ahead and use this arkabolim for motor. Pesach. The chazantat moltamido, and I asked all the Tamidim of Rabbi Eliezer, because he be father, I tried to find a friend, a little unsasha. I will say this is not the relay having social issues. It's rather again, means I tried to find someone else. I heard all of these rulings in the name of Rabbi Eliezer. I tried to find someone else who could just corroborate what I knew, but I was unable to find anyone else who heard these things from Rabbi Eliezer as I heard. Okay. Beautiful, we'll say it's a really riveting macrokas. Really riveting macrokas in the Mishnah about the din of a carpet. So again, just so we're clear, so we have. Let's begin. So my kind of the Tani Ba'ol. So the first thing that you might fascinated by is the style of the Mishnah. The lashon of the Mishnah is Ba'od Amar Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava. Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava also said. Now then the Mishnah launches in Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava's chumras regarding a carpet. Remember again. Every Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava is saying 72 Bergamas, 72 Bergamas, enclosed by Mechitza, but even with that, Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava requires you to have some type of domicile identity, either just the hut inside of it or close to the sea. So the Gemara says, why does it say Ba'ol from Rabbi Yehuda? Just so remember, I want to point out, Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava was in the last Mishnah. Like he was the last statement in the last Mishnah, and where he said, "In Osim Pasim El Be'erab," even though it said you can only use Pasim Yiros for a be'er that belongs to the public. It says, "The my son, the Tani Ba'od, Ilay Mishum the Tani Rekadu L'Chumra, Rekatani Achirisi, Yishum Haki Katani Ba'od." We'll say very simple, because Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava is kind of rattling off the chumras. In the last Mishnah he was Machmir, he said that Hasibi Laos only applies to a Be'er of the Rabbi. And in this Mishnah he's saying another Chumrah that an enclosed carpet must have some type of domicile identity. So the Va'od is coming along to say another Chumrah Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Va'od Rabbi Yehuda, the Tanarei Chadu Chumrah. Yet Rabbi Yehuda both sides also had a Chumrah. Right? Rabbi Yehuda also had a Chumrah in the previous Mishnah. Right? The most remember again, Rabbi Yehuda was 2 Mishnayos ago. Rabbi Yehuda by Yoel, that's what it does. Rabbi Yehuda 2 Mishnayos ago also had a Chumrah. His Chumrah was that a carpet should be no more than 2 days soft. That's the cap. That's the cap on a carpet. And yet again, then Rabbi Yehuda had another Chumrah. So also another Chumrah. His other Chumrah was 2 Mishnayos ago, where again, which was yesterday's daf, where Rabbi Yehuda said that if the rabbin walked through the Pasedi rows, you must reroute pedestrian traffic in order to maintain the identity around the well as it is correct. So I have 2 Chumras of Rabbi Yehuda, and yet again, on the Mishnah of Chafei Samad Aleph, it didn't say Ba'od. It didn't say Ba'od. So which is a very simple question. Why does it say Ba'od Amar Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba? So again, the Gemara answer is very simple, because Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba gave us a Chumrah at the end of the last Mishnah. He's giving us another Chumrah at the beginning of this Mishnah. So Ba'od, another Chumrah. Really? So every single time you find a Tana who goes and gives 2 Chumras, you're going to use Ba'od. Well, Rabbi Yehuda gave a Chumrah 3 Mishnayos ago, and then he gave another Chumrah 2 Mishnayos ago. But yet in the second Mishnah, which was the Mishnah of Chafei Samad Aleph, it didn't say Ba'od Am Rabbi Yehuda. The Gemara says no. So the Gemara says, "Ma'od Bahar Rabbi Yehuda Tanarei Chadu Chumrah Tanarei Achlis Malach Tanarei Ba'od Hasam Achsuk Lo Rabbanan." We'll say that's because again, it was Rabbi Yehuda by Eloi, the position of the Rabbanan interrupted his position. And therefore, again, the Mishnah could say, "Oh, Chacha, no Achsuk Lo Rabbanan." They will say here, the Rabbanan did not interrupt Rabbi Yehuda Rabbanan. They will say, again, we're looking at it stylistically. Right, the first Mishnah we just discussed was at the end of days on the days. Right? Ultimately, again, Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba says, in Osin Pasan Elaber Harabin Gilva. And then again, we go right into that Mishnah of facing the days, to the Mishnah of Gimel Amadalit. And it's Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba quoted both times. So there's no interruption. There's no one else interrupting with another Shita. So because that we say Va'od, to which the Gemara says, V'chol Heichel Daf Skur Rabban Lo Katan Va'od, we're given that any time, stylistically, at any time you have a position that is uninterrupted by another position, that the Gemara will use Lashon of Ba'od, Ba'od Givin Example, that's not true. Rabbi Eliezer the Sukkah, the Akshakuzo Rabbanim B'Sachna Ba'od, but the case of Rabbi Eliezer and Sukkah, where I will say he was interrupted by the position of the Rabbanon, yet the Gemara still used the Lashon of Ba'od. We'll take a look at that. Rabbi Eliezer the Sukkah, it's not the Mistaka Sukkah Rabbi Eliezer, Omer Gid Dalin Silos Chayes Adam Racha B'Sukkah. Those are the words. Rabbi Eliezer holds that Allah provides the person has to be 14 meals over the course of Sukkah. Rabbi Eliezer holds that the din of Sukkah requires you to eat 2 meals a day in your Sukkah. If the Chum say, aim a davar tzitz. The Chum say no. There's no set amount or number of meals you have to eat over Sukkah. So all of Rabbi Eliezer, Mishalo Achal Mimi Yom Tov. Furthermore, Rabbi Eliezer said, Furthermore, the Gemara said that Rabbi Eliezer said that whoever did not eat his meal on the first night of Yom Tov, it's okay. It could be mashlim. You can make up for it by Shmini Atzar. What do you see from here? So let's say, so you follow the flow. Rabbi Eliezer says you have to eat 14 meals. They can come and say, in a double kitzvah. There is no set amount. Then it says, but old Rabbi Eliezer also said that what? If you miss a meal on the first days of Yom Tov, you can make it up over the last days of Yom Tov. So you see where we'll say a case where Rabbi Eliezer said something, the Rabbanon quote unquote interrupted, and yet when Rabbi Eliezer resumed, the Lashon of the Gemara was Va'od. So you saw that even when you're interrupted, you could use Va'od. So what's going on over here? To which the Gemara says no. Hasam, the middle thing with the Aksakula. We'll say there in Sukkah, the Rabbanon didn't interrupt. It's all the same discussion. How we must talk about the milsa at least in Aksakula. We'll see here, the positions of Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba were quote unquote interrupted with different topics. So essentially the Gemara says it as follows. Whenever you have one Tana giving multiple piskei halacha, multiple teachings, the Mishnah will often employ lashon of ba'od as long as lots of range, as long as we've stayed on topic. So let's say so therefore we still in this when we stay on topic we'll use ba'od. Or let me say differently. There are two kinds stylistically that a Mishnah will use ba'od. Either when we're quoting the same person over and over and over, as is happening here. We quoted Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba. He was the last position at the end of Days and Days. He is the first position mentioned on Gimel Amud Aleph. So therefore, even though they're two different topics, right? Days and Days is possibly Los. Gimel Amud Aleph is Harpy. Two different topics, the same person speaking will use Va'ol. Or the other possibility is when ultimately again we're on topic. When we're staying on topic and the same person is delivering multiple opinions, even if there's another opinion infused there or injected there, inserted there, we use both. So for example, in Sukkah, Rabbi Eliezer says 14 meals, the Rabbanan say no limit. Then Rabbi Eliezer says you can make up a lost meal. Because the Rabbanan didn't interrupt with an extraneous subject or the same subject, you could use both. But by Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba, even though again he's commented multiple times in the middle of his comments with other topics, and therefore he can't use both. But Rabbi Akiva Omer Akiva Imba Echa Mikalela Metal Gimisa. That's when Rabbi Akiva's of the opinion that Allah as long as the carpet is 70 and 2/3 damas by 70 and 2/3 damas, even if there's no domicile, even if it's not close to the city, even if there's no bar siach u'ma'ara, you carry inside of it. It says the Gemara Amud Beis, Rabbi Akiva and Tanakama. Rabbi Akiva and Tanakama are saying the same thing. So we'll say the difference between them is the small amount. You look at Rashi. Rashi says that Shabbos Sasayin Yesra Al Shivin Ama B'Shirayim. So we'll say you're not going to use technicalities. We're using the terms 2 base saws and 70 and 2/3 damas by 70 and 2/3 damas interchangeably. In fact, the Gemara explains that in fact 2 base saw is a bit larger, is a little bit larger. So whereas the Tanakama holds that the shear for a carpet is 2 base saw, Rabbi Akiva holds that it's 70 and 2/3 damas by 70 and 2/3 damas. So where they differ ultimately again is in a very small amount. There is a little bit of a difference between 70 and 2/3 damas by 70 and 2/3 damas and an area of 2 base saw. Although Nasnu Kachamim both here, some things need to be associated with it. The shear, Sasayin Kechotza HaMishkan. And let's say ultimately again, what is the general shear? Ultimately again of this of 70 and 2/3 damas by 70 and 2/3 damas. It's like 2 base saw. We'll say, why is 2 base saw? We've been operating with this amount this entire time. Why is that significant? 2 base saw was the size of the chutzner of the Mishkan. We'll say the courtyard of the Mishkan. Remember again, everything in Shabbos, almost everything in Shabbos, comes from the Mishkan. Even when it comes to a non-residential area, which is enclosed. So we'll say, what is the hydrodynamic example of a non-residential enclosed area? The chutzner of the Mishkan. How large is the chutzner of the Mishkan? 2 base saw, right? Or 5,000 square meters. So we're not having any. From where do we know this? Already we done Damakra. Ora chachatzu mea ba'ama. V'rochav chamishim v'chamishim. We'll say so ultimately again. The length of the chutzner is 100 amas, and its width is 50 by 50. We'll say, so what does that mean? Its width is 50 by 50. So the Gemara says, Amar Torah, Kol chamishim is sub-a chamishim. What it means to say is when it dies, when it is rochav chamishim v'chamishim. And it says for Shabbos purposes, when trying to figure out the maximum area on a non-residential area to be enclosed, what we do is we take a square of 50 amas, and then we take another square of 50 amas, and we wrap that second square of 50 amas around the first square of 50 amas. So what happens when you wrap a square of 50 amas along the perimeter of a square of 50 amas? You get a square of 70 and 2/3 amas by 70. They'll say that's where the shear of the carpet comes. So we'll say, so essentially, if you go ahead and you convert the Mishnah from instead of a rectangle into one square wrapped around another square, you get a square of 17 amas, which becomes the shear for carpet. So Kashke becomes Maxilla, so we learned that that's fine. By the way, what's the Pashup shot of the Pasuk? So this Rabbi, the Pashup shot will say as follows. The Pashup shot is Rabbi Hamid Mishkan, Asfas Hamis. So what's this number again? The length of the Mishnah was 50 yards. So what does it mean when it says, Orach Achot Zeneba Amma Verocha Hamishim Bet Hamishim? What does it mean when it says that its width was 50 by 50? What does that mean? Oh, you know, that's what it means. It means that, as I say, remember, the courtyard of the Mishnah was the courtyard. Inside of the courtyard was everything. Was the Mizbeach. There was also what we call, see, when we use the word Mishnah. So we use the word Mishnah to include the entire Mishnah complex, but the Mishnah also refers to the actual structure which stood inside of the courtyard, which held our own right local, also known as the oral mold. This is what it is. This is as follows. Handmade Mishnah Asfas Mishnah was the weightiest position structure of the Mishnah within the courtyard, 50 amas into the end of the courtyard. So essentially walking 50 amas into the courtyard, and the front of the Mishnah structure should begin right there at the 50. So therefore, today she was Kamishin Amalapana. We'll say therefore again there'll be 50 amas in front of the Mishnah structure. So there's 50 amas of the courtyard. You can walk into the courtyard so you can take the Mishnah structure. There's 50 amas of space. The extra Amalapana will introduce 20 amas of space around the Mishnah structure in all directions. Rabbi Eliezer Omer Haisa Arka. Let's remember again. And then we have the next map focus in the story as follows. The Eliezer said that if the length of the carpet is longer than the width, even by 1 amma, in the Talmud Muslim. So also, Rabbi Eliezer's shita was that halakha l'maisa, the carpet must be a perfect square in order for you to be able to carry inside. Said the Gemara, Rabbi Eliezer, Omer Haisa Arka Yesra Ataf Mishnai B'Rachak Yilu Amma Amas in the Talmud Muslim. So let's say so again. Rabbi Eliezer said that if the length is more than twice the width, even by 1 amma, you can't put and carry inside of it. Rabbi Abaye, so that sounds like this. Rabbi Eliezer does allow it to be a bit rectangular. He just holds that halakha l'maisa, the length can't be more than twice the width. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Abaye, change the gears of the Mishnah. It should say that Rabbi Eliezer holds that as long as the length is not more than twice the width, it's okay. He in Rabbi Yossi. The Jan teaching Eliezer is giving his Rabbi Yossi. Ikavinai Rubuya Rubuya. The Gemara says, Rabbanon. So we'll say, Ikavinai Rubuya Rabbanon. We'll say, Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Eliezer as follows. From Rabbi Yossi, that halakha l'maisa, if possible, to structure your carpet as a square, that is absolutely preferable. It's just that halakha l'maisa, if you did it as a rectangle, it's also okay. According to Eliezer, even with Hatchila, it is okay to structure the carpet as a rectangle. But Rabbi Yossi says, if not, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yudah, well, Rabbi Yossi, so say one opinion says that the halacha follows Rabbi Yossi, namely that halakha l'maisa, the carpet could be a rectangle as well. Rabbi Bar Ab, Amar Yehuda, Amar Yishma, halacha Rabbi Akiva. Now halacha follows Rabbi Akiva. Now we'll say, remember again, what was Rabbi Akiva shita? Rabbi Akiva shita was that halakha l'maisa, as long as the carpet is enclosed, even if there's no domicile identity associated, in other words, there's no hut, it's not close to the city, there's no bar, all that's totally okay. So we'll say, so which one is it? And we'll say, both of these statements are true. And we'll say that we hold both like Rabbi Yudah, both like Rabbi Yossi and like Rabbi Akiva. Like Rabbi Yossi, namely that a carpet could be a rectangle, and like Rabbi Akiva, that it need not have any domicile identity associated. And in both of these statements, why? Yes, we're going to Rabbi Yossi, because it would be said of Rabbi Yossi, Hadamina Adika, Shamiro based Ira. I'm at a thought that while it's true that the carpet could be rectangular, then maybe it does need some type of domicile identity. Kamash Malon, halacha Rabbi Akiva. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says, the halacha is like Rabbi Akiva, i.e., it doesn't require any type of domicile identity. Yes, we know. Halacha Rabbi Akiva. What if you just said the halacha is Rabbi Akiva? I'm going to thought was. How about me? No, the ayat is the cut and roll. I'm going to thought the most that only if it's square, but if it's rectangular, no. Kamash Malon, halacha Rabbi Yossi. Therefore, again, the Gemara tells you that Allah if I will say, where the Gemara is holding right now is that we're adopting both of these schools. Number one, that as long as the carpet is 70 and 2/3 down and 70 and 2/3, 5,000 on the square, you can enclose it. Even if it has no domicile identity, so it's just a big open space, not next to the city, nothing, it works. That's halakha Rabbi Akiva. And halakha Rabbi Yossi, that as much as the model for a carpet comes from the Mishnah. From the Mishkan perspective, ultimately we're looking at a square, not the rectangle. Nevertheless, halacha l'maisa, our rectangular carpet will work as well. Good. So carpet, she also needs a sign. No, actually, we're going to stop over here. We'll pick up in here section with this case. Here section tomorrow. God for us. Incredible. All right, just have it on Zoom.
Shot has dropped from 95 to 92% of these nearly 300,000 kids living in the United States without protection from measles. And health officials say the best way to protect yourself is to get that shot.
Studies show it's 97% effective at preventing infections, and also that is the best way to prevent future outbreaks. Lovebirds will have to adjust their Valentine's Day wedding plans because the holiday falls on Saturday. LA and Riverside Books offices will be closed, but in Orange and San Diego counties, books are making special accommodations for couples still wanting to say I do on February 14th. Let's go to Crash on the television in CLA.
Touchdown outside of the 10 center. Play French up Boulevard. It's a collision is clearing off the right-hand shoulder. West 10 heading towards Santa Monica. Stop and go. East LA Energy up to Robertson Boulevard. And the counter sweeping operation on the eastbound side of the dam. Right-hand lane. From the 605 to the Old Cabinet, this project goes before the end today. No delays on the east end. It's actually a good ride moving Lockwood Park and just before the Kellogg-Philo area. The NBA All-Star Game festivities continue with a 3-point contest. That's going to be calling you into it all in Inglewood starting in an hour from now. If you'd like details on how to use the metro to get to the event, just visit KFIAMZFlorida.com/PPE. Onto the 210 westbound past 8th Street Boulevard to David Crash Corner to the right-hand lane. Back up to the 15. Up ahead on the west 210, just past Sunflower Avenue is a solo crash. This one's ordered on the right-hand shoulder. Back up to the 57th Freeway. The Southern California State Traffic Traffic Reports. I'm Mike Morris.
So now weather for KFI, mostly cloudy on April and that's right now. Metro LA UC. Mid upper 60s at the beaches, upper 70s to 80s in the valleys and IE. Mid 50s to mid 60s in the high desert. Tonight mostly cloudy with lows in the low 50s. Tomorrow mostly cloudy with highs in 60s. Right now it is 68 in Lagoon Beach, 67 in Cypress, 64 in Santa Clarita, and 68 in Rayo. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Anthony Gonzalez.
Listen to the 6 Bureau, important context on America's #1 podcast network. Follow the 6 Bureau and start listening to the free iHeartRadio app.
Racial politics of a bygone era, set in a century, has surfaced in the past 2 decades. The podcast Armed with Guilt explores that injustice and the unlikely friendship born from its converse.
I was going to tell the truth, and you might see my picture on the front page of the New York Times. It's this horrible monster.
Listen to Armed with Guilt on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Armed with Guilt and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
A venue that defies segregation. Mysterious man who became a local legend. And a community without life. Join us. Podcast Network, iHeart. Follow Charlie's Place and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
Didn't do what I wanted them to do, they usually disappeared. This is Jesus, Jonathan, a podcast that brings you inside the world of a hero who is worshipped across the globe, and the darkness that's wrong. An investigation into faith, power, and the people brings everything to uncover the truth. Open your free iHeart Radio app and search Jesus, Jonathan, and listen now.
Here's that song again. Here's that song again. For the 100th time today. Here's that song again. It's been on snug in your head all day. Here's that song again. It will make you cray cray. You love your kids enough to watch that TV show a jillion times. Love them enough to make sure they're at the right car seat for their age and size. Show me that. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the NHTSA.
Talk about it's all the website richontech.tv. Earlier before the break, man Gray, who is blind, he said that his phone, specifically on Pixel, was dialing phone numbers that he would hear on TV. And so I was looking for a way to stop that from happening. And sure enough, clearly he's not the only one. There is a specific setting inside the Pixel to keep this from happening. So, Gray, here's where you go. Gemini app on your phone. You go to settings, and there's a setting that says Gemini on lock screen. And you can do one that says Gemini on lock screen. You can still ask a question and answer it. Everything to do. But toggle off the switch next to make calls and send messages without unlocking. So that means when you want to dial a phone number and Greg mentioned that he uses his voice to dial numbers a lot, you will have to just unlock your phone first. And that's what will keep you from dialing those numbers, those international numbers, and getting charged for them from the commercials and things that you hear that your phone is misinterpreting. So again, you go into Gemini, go into settings, Gemini on lock screen, outgoing calls and messages, turn off the toggle next to make calls and send messages without unlocking. Somehow that must have gotten turned on on your device. Good question. Always good to find out. I mean, I'm going to get it. We're going to figure it out live. It's tough to figure it out live, but we'll search. It's funny that the guys that came out this weekend, they're all into privacy-centric alternatives, right? Like, they're not into Twitter, they're not into Facebook, they're not into Meta, they're not into Instagram, they're not into TikTok, they're into, they get really good stuff. But there are some things that you can
Shout out to Papa.
help yourself from these big tech companies. Now,
Had a wonderful run. And hopefully it's not over, but if it is, press and power, baby.
I like that really quick. He looks a lot like the guy in the Elephant Graveyard video. Oh yeah, Jordan Colt dude. That's how bad it's Mike Graves is like that guy, you know, the one that does the stuff. He has a podcast. The white boy that works a lot. Let's see here. This one's called. It's called. This one's posted by Danny Kaufman too. It's called More Relatable Content, in quotes, about their sex life. First of all, I want this to be on the record. I am not interested. Yeah, no. In Brendan. Let's see here. Oh, does that make sense? Yeah. So my husband at 9:59, his bedtime at 10 p.m. Cute, funny. Here's my problem. So when the sexy window closes exactly at 10 p.m.
Nevertheless,
Yeah, not the Ice Age in you. Yes. What's sexy about getting tickled? Is this like a window into their sex life? A little bit. That's it. I didn't even think about that yet, but no, I don't really want to be tickled before.
ahead of us today. I want to begin by thanking our sponsors. To thank Ed and Faith Wolf for being our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, in memory of beloved father, grandfather, and great-grandfather Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Shifert, Zichron Lebracha. We thank our Week of Learning sponsor, Joe and Dahlia Berry, in honor of their 43rd anniversary, Hashem, and their successful Aliyah 3.5 years ago. We also thank Howard and Aileen Friedman for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Howard's father, Shalom Ben Hillel Tzvi. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah will open Hashem Sahav and Aliyah and the families in the Chama. And before we get back to let us begin. The beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Chaf Aleph 21, and we are picking up in Eretz Yisrael on the bottom of Chaf Aleph days. And we are picking up at last 3 lines, or last 2 lines on the daf. Amr of Yitzchak by Ada. The Yitzchak by Ada says as follows. What's incredible Gemara. So just to first not close out, but to find a little bit of the halachos of Hasidilos. Remember again, as we've been seeing since the beginning of the chapter, the Chazal instituted an incredible leniency regarding drawing water on Shabbos. That although the well itself is technically speaking categorized as a Rishus HaYachid, as it has the requisite dimensions of 10, 12 in deep, 4, 12 in wide, and was given with wells which are situated in Rishus HaRabbi. As such, drawing water on Shabbos would constitute a significant issue. So Chazal instituted this concept of the Pasei Diros, or the Diyumadi. These L-shaped posts positioned at 4 corners, so the contract to convert the area around the well into a Rishus HaYachid. Even under normal circumstances, such in the future, such enclosures, such walls do not really be halachically significant as well as a special kula. We'll see as we will see in today's class why such a kula was in fact necessary. We'll focus on that in just a minute. As to how much space you can have in between the diyumadim. Is it 10 amas? Is it 6.5 amas? So the Gemara goes on to clarify this a little bit more. Rabbi says by Ada was that this is incredible. So it comes on Rabbi Yitzchak, and he says, by the way, why did Chazal institute this particular kula? So Rabbi Yitzchak said they only allowed it for the Ole Regalim. So listen, the see what that means. So the pasuk, what it means is as follows: that a person has to be Ole Regal, Pesach, Shavuos, and Sukkot. And so again, as you're traveling, obviously you require water. The person's going to be traveling over the course of Shabbos. So Rabbi Yitzchak makes it sound like that in order to make life a little bit easier for the Ole Regalim, they allowed you to enclose a well with this interior enclosure. Elsewhere again, the Bible seems to indicate that the reason for the kula was not for individuals, but in fact was for animals. So which one is it? Is it for the Ole Regalim, or is it for animals? Which is not Chalafilah. My behema, behemas Ole Regalim. What does it mean when it says that Chazal Pasei Diros for behemas? It means for the animals of the Ole Regalim. Look at the last Rashi on the map. Behemas Ole Regalim. Aval Odom afilu Ole Regalim lo butcher lidlos v'lishos. We'll see that in just a moment. But again, what the Gemara is holding right now will say is as follows. When you come to the older Regel, so the Kashba is not just you, but you're coming along with your Safa, but you're coming along with your livestock. Watering livestock, especially as you're traveling, is no small order. Therefore, Chazal understood that it's using its potential incredible hardship for the older Regel to water his flocks. Therefore, to make life a little bit easier, Chazal relaxed the standards for regular mitzvahs and allowed you to enclose a well so as to be able to water your animals on Shabbos. So this was a special takana made for the behemoths of Ole Regalim. The Gemara will say, well, watch this. Aval Adam, but amazingly enough, this kula was not made for people. This kula was not made for people, because what should people do? This is wild. Aval Adam, Tafel Kafalit, Aval Adam, Mitapes, Va'ola, Mitapes here. The most they see is another eitzah for a person. What's the other eitzah for a person? Just go into the well. Just go into the well, right? You can go ahead and lower yourself from the well, and you can drink from the well to the well. Now, again, obviously, if you go into the well, then of course there's no issue. There's no issue of any kind of rishuyos. Yeah. There's no issue of There's no issue of any kind of transfer of shoes because you're going into the well itself. First, look at Rashi. This is really wild. Half of Chafalef, Mitates, Ochis, Biyad of Ragel, Pixelim, Benichnas, Biyotzi, Mitates. Listen to so what is the Gemara? What should you do if you want to drink water from the well on Shabbos? What do? You lower yourself into the well. And by the way, how do you lower yourself into the well? You go ahead and you just climb down the well. Like you put your arms and your legs by the side of the well, go down and drink, come back up. Listen, this is incredible. So the Gemara thing over here that the heter for Chasibiros, the heter for the Mondays, was the animals. It's the animals. But people, you don't need to rely on a tool like this. But rather, again, you can actually go into the well yourself and drink. So the Gemara says, Vam Rabbi Yitzchak, Am Rabbi Yud, Amar Shmuel. The Huchu Pasibiros, Elo Be'er Mayim Chaim Bilvad. So 1 second. Says the Gemara, so Rabbi Yud is saying with Shmuel that the heter of Pasibiros was only for a spring, a well that's a spring. That's a Be'er Mayim Chaim. As opposed to, let's say, just a cistern or something that just holds collected waters. Ve'ilu Behima. But if you want to tell me that the heter of Pasibiros is only for animals, but not for people, Mali Chayim, Mali Nichunosim. What does it make a difference what type of water it is, right? Again, I understand this Be'er Mayim. If you're telling me that it has to be a Be'er Mayim Chayim, the heter of Pasibiros is for people, because then that's potable water, that's drinkable water. But when I say it's for animals, what does it make a difference what type of water source it is? For which the Gemara says, you require something ultimately that is suitable for a person. It is suitable for a person. So the idea being that although the heter of Pasibiros was only for animals, nevertheless it only worked for a more chashuv water source. What's the definition of a chashuv water source? The type of water source that would be used by people as well. So the Gemara says, about other metapes, so what as we just said, that the heter of Pasibiros was only for behemoths. But for people, if you need water, go into the well. The Gemara said, but what if the well was very wide, so that a person couldn't successfully navigate in and out of the well? Then if the well is too wide, so that a person can't get in and out of it, then a person can go and use the heter for Pasibiros as well. Furthermore, so a person should not go ahead and put up water and place it before his animal on Shabbos. How about this? If you're utilizing the Pasibiros, you should not go ahead and fill up a container and put it in front of you. So you can deliver a shot, you can pour it in front of the animal, and ultimately the animal could drink on its own. If that's the case, then how did the Takana Pasibiros help? What do you mean, how did it help? It helped that you could draw water from the well. But I will say, if that's the case, then again, why? Because I'll have to eat a minimum size of enclosure enough for the head of the majority of the body of the Torah. We'll say this just yesterday. The evil we're talking about a truck that is standing in the Torah, high. So we'll say, so again, that's the continuation, that's just the restating of yesterday's discussion. So we'll say, what comes out of here is something very important. What comes out of this sugya is the Gemara telling us that the din of Pasibiros was dafka instituted for behemoths only regard. But ideally, Pasibiros is not used for people. If you want to drink from the well, go into the well. Go into the well. However, since in the case that if the water is too wide, if you can't navigate inside of the well, one could go ahead and utilize the well. One could go ahead and draw water for their own drinking purposes from Pasibiros. And I will say this is indeed how the Rambam paskins. So the Rambam says this is what Shabbos Zayin Halacha Lamed. As you know, we'll see. Fine. The truth is, we'll leave this drama. Let's just do the next few lines. So we can do a little more halacha because Rabbi keeps it all together. So listen to this. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, I'm going to be reading about Amarash. Listen, so just keep this in mind. Number one, we've seen that pasidi ra'os is primarily for animals. People, if they want to drink from the well, should go into the well, drink water from inside the well. And it seems to be that even a person could use the heter of pasidi ra'os if the well is too wide, that a person can't scale down the well. What's interesting? You see from here again, sometimes kulos are good, but sometimes a person not should try to avoid using kulos. The use of a kula is important under extreme circumstances. But sometimes the use of too many kulas too often is sometimes fundamentally undermine and erode a person's allegiance and the yalach halacha. Like if you think about it, what a crazy thing. I want a drink of water on Shabbos in the well, so I'm going to scale a well. It's like, can you imagine if I'm going to take Have you ever heard of something like this? I'm going to scale the well. But you see over here that, again, if I need to use the kula, I'll use the kula. But if there's always not to use the kula, not because the golden light is to be machmir, but the golden light is to create a sensitivity and fidelity and allegiance to halacha. And sometimes, again, the use of too many kulas too often fundamentally undermines that relationship. So I'll say a few more pieces or a few more qualifications. I'm going to hear me about Abba Amrat. Ein Borginin Bevaval. This is fascinating. So we'll say really fascinating. There's no din of Borginin. So what's Borginin? Look at Rashi. Second of the shorter lines in Rashi. Ein Borginin Bevaval. Third of the water. The Amar becase in the Arabs. Also, this will be smelled a little bit later on. In Hayu Borginin, what's the Erbisov Ein Amar Bishirayin. Miss Abel Imo Umodidin Tuma Yemisham Ulahalon. So we can listen to this. Now we know there's a lot of Tchum. Tchum says that you have 2,000 amis from the edge of the city. 2,000 amis from the edge of habitation in which you have the ability to travel. So remember again, Tchum is not a din in carrying, it's not a din in itself. This is a din in travel, mobility. So you have 2,000 amis from the edge of the city in which you are situated to travel on Shabbos. However, the din of Borginin says like this: if there is some type of basic domicile, even a hut, within 70 and 2/3 amis of the edge of the city, you should measure the tchum not from the edge of the city, but from the hut. So essentially, even a basic domicile like a hut within 70 and 2/3 amis of the edge of the city allows you to count the tchum not from the edge of the primary city, but from the hut. That's Borginin. What is a Borginin? Sukkos. Sha'osim Shomri Ha'yir. So it's a sukkah, it's a hut that the watchman would often go ahead and set up. Ve'ino Davar Kavua. Also, the Kiddush over here is that this hut, as we're going to see, is something that was not really set in place. It was easily transportable. So I even though, again, it's not really like what we call it a binyan kavua, it's not a set structure, nevertheless, halakha l'maisa, it still extends the tchum. So the Gemara says, "V'kamar Gami the Hanas Borginin in Babavel, Klomar ve'im mis'arvin shama'ir de'Babavel isabim de'Mayo, Yishakinu Helcha Kolocha Shemini." So we'll see that question in just a moment. We'll see. Here's what Rabbi is saying. Number one, the din of Borginin does not apply in Babel, which means that in Babel, if you have a city, the tchum of that city is measured from the edge of the city, and even if you have a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, the tchum is not measured by the hut, but the tchum is measured by the edge of the city. Below, pasibiraos b'chutlar. And also furthermore, there's no din of pasibiraos b'chutlar. It's really fascinating. The din of pasibiraos of the diyumadim is only in Eretz Yisrael, not in Chutlar. Borgin in Babalo. We'll say, why does the din of Borgin not apply in Babalo? Because Babel, interestingly enough, apparently is subject to flooding, flash flooding. So because of that, these Borginin were often washed away. So because it's not dependable or it's not reliable that the Borginin is going to be there, therefore it cannot work to go ahead and extend this photo. So look at Rashi for just a moment. This is really pretty incredible. So Rashi seems that Rashi says the Babel B'shatulu. Babel was subject to flash flooding, and therefore halacha l'maisa you can't rely that the Borginin is going to be there. Therefore, the din of Borgin doesn't apply in Babel. However, the Chasi Biros, let's start slow. So the Shlichim is Sifta. This is incredible. Why does the din of Chasi Biros not apply in Kutzlarts? Because literally there are no yeshivas there. Now, what does that mean? Look at Rashi. The Shlichim is Sifta. It's really quite amazing. Leos Hamidin Holkin year, Lilmod Torah. So what's the difference? In Kutzlarts, you didn't really have a situation of an Indian going city to city to learn. Chasi Biros. This is incredible. The din of Chasi Biros was a din that allowed you to draw water for your livestock and it's under extreme circumstances for you when you were doing the mitzvah, right? In a mitzvah journey. So the paradigmatic example of being engaged with the mitzvah was only regalim. But the idea was anytime you were traveling over the course of Shabbos with Sorah mitzvah, Chazal allowed you to use these Chasi Biros. So interestingly enough, in Chutzlarts, I want to point something out. Chutzlarts is outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel. Interestingly enough, for this purpose, Babel was not called Chutzlarts. You see that because Babel is reckoned separately over here, which makes sense because in Babel there were yeshivas. So in Eretz Yisrael and in Babel, where you could potentially be traveling over the course of Shabbos for divine mitzvah, you could use Chasi Biros. Outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel, where there were no yeshivas, you were not permitted to use Chasi Biros. So it's really incredible. I will say, but the opposite, of course, the opposite is true. In other words, the halacha l'maisa, there are Chasi Biros in Babel, and the din of Borginin applies in Kutzlarts. Because I will say, essentially, the din of Borginin will apply anywhere as long as there's no concern of flash flooding. And the din of Chasi Biros will apply either in Eretz Yisrael because of Aliyah l'Regel, or l'maisa anywhere where you travel to yeshivas. So the Gemara says, others explain, so others have a different version of this. That both the din of Borginin and Chasi Biros do not apply neither in Babel nor in Chutzlarts. Borginin the Babel below, as we said before, Borginin don't apply in Babel. Why? Because of flash fire. The Chutzlarts Namilo, the Shrihi Ganovi. This is fascinating. The din of Borginin doesn't apply in Chutzlarts either. Why? Because of thieves. What does that mean? Thieves? They used to steal these huts. They were still these huts. As Rashi said before, since they were not covered, they were not affixed to the ground, so they were stolen. So because it's stolen, obviously you can't rely on the Borginin to be there. So the Gemara says, Chasi Biros to Babalo, Yishrihi Maya. So again, these Chasi Biros, that answer was not allowed in Babel. Why? Because we'll say apparently water was an easy supply in Babel. So remember again, the din of Chasi Biros is a din in Eretz Yisrael, says the Gemara, because water is harder to come by. But in Babel, where water was easy to come by, there was no need to rely on these kulos. The Chutzlarts Nami the Lo Shlichim Yisif. And Chutzlarts also, there was no din of Chasi Biros because since they weren't yeshivas, therefore halacha l'maisa Chasi Biros was only instituted in the situation of divine mitzvah, and there was no real traveling for divine mitzvah in Chutzlarts. Amr Chista l'may Breid Rabbi Yom Yavar Abba Amri Asisu mi Barnash lebeknishta dudanio the hava plasa parsi b'shabs. So let's listen to this. The Gemara tells a story. So Chista said to Mari Breid Rabina Breid Rabbi Yom Yavar Abba. He said to him, I heard that you went from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. You traveled from Barnash to the shul of Daniel, and that is a distance, Rashi says over here, Amr Zakhasis in Barnash to the Daniel. Shamati, Sha'omim Aleichem, Sha'atem Boim, Barnish, Lebeknishta Daniel, B'Shabbos, Makom Hayah Babel, Shasham Hayah Mispalo Daniel. Say the Kabin Kasis and Levi Lassi. So this is so apparently there was a shul that was the shul of Daniel. So you have a Chisa telling Mari, I heard that you traveled on Shabbos from Barnish to the Shul of Daniel. And the problem is, that is a distance, the Habu plus a Parsi B'Shabsa. That's a distance of 3 parcels, more than Tchum. And my Sam Hisu, Abordian. So what did you rely on? What did you rely on to travel such a far distance more than the regular Tchum on Shabbos? Abordian, did you rely on the presence of Hot to extend your Tchum? Ha'amar Abua, Da'abua, Mishmei Rav, but your father, the father of your father, like your grandfather, said in the name of Rav, Ein Borgin in Bavana, that there's no dinner of Borgin in Bavana, right? Again, because of flash flooding. So how did you travel such a far distance on Shabbos? Nafik Samar went out, he showed the Krista, the Achile Hanum, Safta, the Niblan, the Shidin, the Shirai. So he went out and he showed him that apparently, right outside of Barnish, within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city of Barnish, there were these ruins. There were these ruins that were there, but the walls of the ruins were still intact. So because the walls were still intact, they were bona fide mechusas. Because they're bona fide mechusas, they extended the tomb of the city, allowing Mar to travel from Barnish all the way to the shul of Daniel. Take a look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, Misafta Ayaros Haribos, Nish'alu Sham Mechitzos Min Habaki, Va'amiran Hasem Parakit and Arvin, Nafashal Nifata, Gadamukas. Once you show them the ruins, despite the fact that they were ruins, the walls of those ruins were still intact and allowed the tomb of the city to be extended past that. And that's how you were able to travel to the shul of Daniel. So it looks like good. So that's the end. We're going to get into some beautiful Agarata. But before that, let me show you the Rambam. So the Rambam in Paragraph Zayin Hilchos Shabbos says as follows. He's going to say a lot of fascinating ideas over here. Number one, when we're Pasei B'Ra'os, who were Pasei B'Ra'os instituted for? Number two, where were they instituted for? Because the Gemara seems to indicate over here that this is a din Dashka in Eretz Yisrael and maybe Babel as well. So look at the Rambam writes as follows. This is in Paragraph Zayin. Chapter 17, Rambam Halacha Lamed. V'vitiru hapasim ha'elu, ela b'Eretz Yisrael, u'lebehimas oli legavim bilvad. So what says the Rambam actually explains that the din of Pasei B'Ra'os is dafka a din in Eretz Yisrael. This was only instituted in Eretz Yisrael and only instituted for the animals of the Oli Regavim. And I will say so again, 3 qualifications. Number 1, only in Eretz Yisrael. Number 2, only for the animals of Oli Regavim, the Bar Mitzvah. And number 3, only a Be'er Mayim Chayim. A well that's a well spring, because that's a more chashuv water source. Aval, Bishar Aratos. So I will say again, let's say anywhere else outside of Eretz Yisrael, if you want to drink water on Shabbos, or you want to give to your animals on Shabbos, what's the halacha? The Gemara says, Bishar Aratos, Adam Dores Le'er, the Yishte, O Ya'asim Mechitza Makefes Le'er Gavo Asar Tzafim, the Yamod, the Socha, the Yidla, the Yishte. Any other circumstance outside of Eretz Yisrael or anything else, if you want to draw water on Shabbos, you can draw water on Shabbos. You just have to what? Make regular mechitzas. You have to make a regular partition. But if the well was very wide, she'in asur yachol le'reikol hareze yidle yishtabeh. So what the Rambam does asking that halacha l'maisa, if the well is too wide, so that the person can't go down and get it, nothing needs to rely on Pasei B'Ra'os. So what's that? If halacha l'maisa, the Rambam asking that the din number 1, din of Pasei B'Ra'os only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Number 2, only applies for behemoths, only the golem, not for a person. Unless, of course, the well is too wide that you can't scale it. Under those circumstances, you can rely on the Pasei B'Ra'os to draw water for personal consumption as well. Right? So that goes on with a couple of other fascinating ideas, but that's enough for our purposes today. Good, let's go like this. What's a beautiful, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. So the Gemara says as follows. Amr Chista, Dorish Mari Bar Amar. So it says, so Mari Bar Amar darshan the following. He said, "My B'tziv, v'chosichla re'isi kates, v'chava mitzvot hamod." So what's the meaning of the pasuk in Tehillim? Literally, again, for every goal, for every conclusion, I've seen an end. Rechava mitzvahs kamaon, but your mitzvahs are very expansive. So we'll say the Kashtos, what David HaMelech is saying is like this. Everything else in the world is finite. Everything else in the world is finite. The mitzvahs for your Torah is infinite. So David So David HaMelech said this, but he didn't explain it. Amar Eov said it and he didn't explain it. Amar Yechezkel said he didn't explain it. Ad Shabbat Zechariah ben Ido Gershon. So Zechariah ben Ido came along and he finally explained it. What does this mean? Amar David v'lo Gershon. David said, but he didn't explain it. So again, David HaMelech says, for every goal, for every goal, I've seen an end, but your mitzvahs are very expensive. I didn't explain what that meant. Amru Eov said it also. Literally again, it is longer than the earth, than the length of the earth, and wider than the width of the sea. So again, once again, speaking to the expansiveness of Torah, but doesn't help bring that concept. Amru Yechezkel Bereshit quotes the passage in Yechezkel, Vayifros Osa Lefanai, Diksuva Panim Ba'achar, V'kasav Aleh Kinim Behege V'hi. We'll see what that means in just a moment. What is it supposed to say? So literally it means, Vayifros Osa Lefanai, he spread it open in front. That means V'ksiva Panim Ba'achar. It is written on the back and on the front. V'kasav Aleh, and it says in it, Kinim is like Kinim, like tennis. Lamentations, the Hega, rejoicing, Vehi, and woe. What is that? Kinim, Zupar, Nusan, Shal Tzadikim, Bolamazah. So Kinim means the misfortune or the suffering of Tzadikim in this world. Vechinu, Omer, Kino, Hi, Bekonenu. The Hega, what does Hega mean? Zu, Matan, Scholan, Shal Tzadikim, Nasib Lavo. That refers to the rejoicing of the Tzadikim in the world to come. Omer, Alai, Higayon, Bechino. Vehi, Zoi, Paranusan, Shal Risham, Nasib Lavo. He refers to the suffering of the wicked in the world to come. Omer, Hav, so he quotes over here the passage from Yechezkel, Hava al Hava Tzavo. Ad Shabbat Zechariah ben Ido Gershon. So Zechariah ben Ido was the first one who came along and explained this notion of the expansiveness of Torah. Siv quotes over here the passage from Yechezkel. Vayomer Elai Ma'a Torah. So he said to me, what do you see? Vayomer, and I said, Ani Roa Megillah Acha. I see a floating scroll. Arka Esrim Ba'amal, Berachba Esra Ba'amal. Its length is 20 amas, its width is 10 amas. And ultimately, again, when it was unfolded, it was Esrim Be'esrim. It was 20 by 20. And it says that it was written on the front and on the back. And if you were to peel back closer, it was written on the front and the back. So what it's saying, the imagery is, it was written on the front and the back. If you were to peel apart the front and the back and place them side by side, how much would that be? 40 amas by 20 amas. Mima dad b'sha'al amayim v'shamayim b'zeres chaim nimtza kol ha'olam kulo afos nishloshes alafim u'masayim b'torah. So let's say when you do all of the math, the Gemara says it turns out that the world is 1/32 of the size of the Torah. So let's say obviously in the metaphorical point, we're trying to paint this image of this massive scroll that totally eclipses the size of the world. To highlight to us the dramatic expansiveness of Torah. When we speak about Torah, we say, okay, you can quantify Torah. Torah is Tanakh, Torah is Shabbat, Torah is Shabbat. So we'll say, Torah, remember how Chazal refers to Yam Shal Chomer, right? Refer to the sea of the Gemara. The metaphor, the imagery is an expansiveness. When you stand on the banks of the ocean, you look out into the ocean, it looks like it's Mayim Shein Lam Sof. It has no end. But the idea that the depth and profundity of Torah is so much that it even eclipses the size of the Gemara. That's the image that's highlighted over here. Rabbi Chispa, Darish, Mari, Bar Marmai, B'Tziv, B'nei Shnei Duda Eita Inen, Moadim L'Fnei Echal Hashem. So it's actually quite beautiful. Gemara quotes the passage from Yom Yo. So it says over here, that there were two literally baskets of figs prepared before the Heichal Hashem. Hadud ha'echad te'inim tovos. One of the baskets contained good figs, tovos ma'od, she'te'ini habachoros. Like the early figs. Plus, I just see something that's happening over here. If you have the Torah or your Gemara, you can see what you're actually doing over here is kind of splicing together two different pieces. There, again, they're both from Yirmiyahu, Parachav, Dalet, Pasuk, Aleph, Sugin, Aleph, 3 days, but it's just taking different parts of it. So I will say, so the image that Yirmiyahu had of the island over to be quite beautiful is two baskets of figs. One basket is figs, tovos, ma'od, she'te'ini habachoros on the days, v'adud echad, and the second basket, te'inim ro'os ma'od, on bad figs, asher lo se'achel me'ro'ah, that would not be eaten because they were so bad. So what's like, who does the two baskets of figs represent? This is really beautiful. Hatovos, elu tzadikim gimur. The good figs, those represent tzadikim gimur. Te'inim halo, bad figs, elu sha'im. This refers ultimately again to the Shem Gemurim. So if we look at this Gemara, the Shema Toma, so maybe you'll say the basket of bad figs, which represents Yishayim Gemurim, Shema Toma, Abad Sibram, Ubato Sikuyam. Maybe you'll say there's no hope. There's no possibility of redemption for the Shem Gemurim. And Omar Habizoim Nashkireya. We'll say it says that both of the baskets of figs give forth a beautiful aroma. So it's like even the figs, which you can't be consumed, right? Even the figs which were bad, right? Even if the thing rotten, still give forth a beautiful aroma. Either the ilu ashish both baskets of figs have the ability to give forth a beautiful aroma. So just understand the power of that Gemara. That's why it's very attention to the washing. See, the Gemara says over here that the basket of good figs can be Gemara. The Gemara doesn't just use washing over here of tzadikim and rishayim, but use washing of tzadikim, gemurim, rishayim, gemurim. The washing of gemurim represents that person can be a rasha, to be like a recreational rasha, right? And just a rasha on the weekends. Right? But then we get try to be good, or vice versa. The sham gemurim, mamish like Rabbi, who's not his tshuva. And usually tzadik gomer, right? I should say, excuse me, Ezu bal tshuva gemurim, Rambam says. So the lashon of gomer represents a lashon of finality and totality. And sometimes I have different aspects of my identity. Gomer means this is the totality of my identity. The Gemara is saying you might have thought that the Rishayim Gemurim Avad Sidram Ubat Sikuyam. You might have thought that a Rasha Gomer, that's it. A Rasha Gomer is down in that. There's nothing more to talk about Rasha Gomer. No, even the Rasha Gomer, I will say it's terrible. Even Rasha Gomer have these we'll say what incredible. Even if a person is a Rasha Gomer, the beautiful scent of holiness is always there. The beautiful scent of ruchnius never goes away. It doesn't mentally compromise. The scent of holiness never leaves you. Incredible. What does it mean when it says that if you got in? First thing that's interesting, the first time you see the is of course the story by Rabbi. So there it's interesting that the Goyim are translated as mandrakes. That is actually translated as violence. Okay? So the Goyim so the Goyim gave their scent. We'll say it is so beautiful. Will say so the violet that the Goyim gave their scent. This refers to the young Jewish men who never tasted the taste of sin. So what does that mean? So the Mashal comments on this. The Mashal says this is Dafgon in the realm of Arayis. It's referring, you'll see it makes sense from the context, just a little bit as well. It's just talking about young men who are careful to guard themselves from immorality. No person can say that they never tasted the taste of sin. Everybody tastes the taste of sin. We all sin. Like a nice person, especially a young person, when passions are strongest, who is careful to guard himself from immorality, that's the that ultimately, again, is the violet who emits such a beautiful flame. And at the entrance with all types of beautiful fruits. Who is that? Elu B'nos Yisrael, this refers to the Jewish women, Shemagidos Pisreihen Leba'aleihen. So it literally says they held their openings to their husbands. So Rashi points out over here, this refers, look at Rashi. Actually, now you will see, Rashi goes a little bit out of order here. Shemagidos Pisreihen Leba'aleihen means they tell their husbands and they become a nida. That the wife tells her husband she becomes a nida, that her husband shouldn't inherently transgress with her. You know about the possibility? Sha'ogdos Pisreihen Leba'aleihen. Literally, they close their openings only to their husband. This idea being the virtuosity, the virtuosity of the Jewish woman, that she maintains her allegiance, right, and only for her husband. Kadoshim Dan Yisrael don't be step on you. So what does it mean again? Literally, new and old, my beloved, I await you. Are looked out for you. From the Knesset Yisrael, let me ask you for this is so beautiful. So it's going to point out this notion, by the way, we've seen so much in the last couple of days regarding the immorality and how persons, people conquer immorality. The greatest power that a person has, and at the end of the day, this power that awaits a person who's able to overcome the most innate wants and desires. I'm going to point out this idea that the Gemara says that the Goyim Nasnu Reach. So what does it mean that the young person, right, we're all young, the young person is able to resist immorality? There's he admits the Goyim Nasnu Reach, that the violet gives off its scent. So listen, the concept of scent doesn't mean that your scent is beautiful if you overcome immorality. Scent is something that just exists by itself. In other words, you don't do anything for scent. It's just a part of your being. Someone has a beautiful, pleasing scent. It's just a part of their gestalt. It's a part of what they are. The idea being, as I was saying, is that when I'm able to overcome the desire for immorality, it's not just the fact that I become a holy. It fundamentally changes who I am. I emit a different scent. I smell different. I am different. You see, there are certain things that I do that give me greater kedusha, that give me greater holiness, and there are certain things that I do that just fundamentally change who I am. I emit like a reach mikora. I emit a pleasing aroma. So if I muster up the inner courage to be able to overcome the whole towards immorality, it's not just the fact that I'm holy, that I'm good, that I'm pleasant. My aroma is an incredible idea. I emit a different scent. So powerful. Oh, can I say so? Thank you, God. So Klal Yisrael says, "Emotional." This is how beautiful this is. How big is Gezarti Alatzmi? Yosem Imashe Gezarti Alai B'Kiyamtim. So Klal Yisrael says, "Baruch Hu." Something is, Ribono Shalom. You've made many laws. You've given me many laws, but I've legislated upon myself even more laws than you've given me, and I've kept all of them. That's Klal Yisrael says, you've made many mitzvahs. I've taken on even more mitzvahs, and I've kept everything. I'm going to pick out a little bit. I got one time said to one of the Talmidim coming to this medrash, who was arranging Agarit in his presence, have you ever heard a drasha on this pasuk Chadoshim Gan Yishan? What does it mean when it says the new things and also the old things? Amarle, Eilu Mitzvahs Kalas, Eilu Mitzvahs Kamulas. So the Talmud said, which refers to the easy mitzvahs and the difficult mitzvahs. Amarle, which is Torah Pa'anayim Nitna, Torah given multiple times. That it would say, Kadoshim Gan Yishan, which makes it sound like things that were given earlier, things that were given later. Halal Mijibay Torah, Halal Mijibay. That's what I would say, the concept of Kadoshim Gan Yishan, the word Yishan refers to ultimately Mijibay Torah. Yeshanim, the old halachas, the first of the halachas that the Ribono Shel Olam gave us. But the Kadoshim refers to the new halachas, the Dinu D'Rabbanan, which we legislate. Look at Rashi. Divrei Sofrim, Rashi says, it's the third line from the top of Rashi. Kadoshim, Shenischantzu B'Chodar Vadar, Ligdar Geder B'Shiyah. Each generation legislates new laws. For what purpose? For the purpose of creating a protective fence around. So beautiful. Darash Rama says, the Yosem Mehima B'Ni Rizal Asos Sparim Ha'Mei. What's the meaning of the pasuk in Kohalas? When it says, and even more than these things, my son, be careful. Asos Sparim Ha'Mei. Literally, what it sounds like in English, make many svarim. What does this mean? Zahar b'divrei sofrim yosem b'divrei Torah. Shlomo was saying, my son, be even more careful with divrei sofrim, with rabbinic law, than with divrei Torah. Divrei Torah, yesh panasei v'lo sasei. The Torah is comprised of positive commandments and prohibitions. Divrei sofrim means when it comes to the words of Chazal, all over al divrei sofrim chayv misa.
Why have we not done that? Right.
We're violating divrei sofrim both sides chayv misa. So now what is that? We take a look at Rashi. Asei v'lo sasei. So Rashi says, yesh bohen she'en bohen chiyuv misa. About divrei sofrim chayv misa al kulan kibutzei. The Torah together yishachenu misa. There was a quote of the pasuk from Kohalas that says, he who breaches the fence shall be bitten by this fence. So even though this kind of sounds counterintuitive, right? One would need to be more careful with daraisas because they're given by the Ribono Shel Olam and not the Rabbanan. Yet the Ribono says he who breaches the rabbinic fence will be bitten by its snake, which means that in certain respects, rabbinic law is dealt with more severe than biblical law. What's the idea? Because the idea is that rabbinic law is the glue that keeps us together. The rabbis of every generation, and I'm not that every generation, yes, every generation has to legislate new laws because of the circumstances. The knowledge is the glue to that bond that keeps the fabric of the world together. And if you don't go ahead and adhere to the glue, like if you don't adhere to the glue to that bond, then although the daraisas will still be effective stand out the country matter of contact to the fabric of the soul and matter. That's why amazingly enough that there's sometimes greater severity attached to doing the Rabbanon than there are to doing the daraisa. Shema Tomar, in Yesh Ban Mamish, it's a malo nichtav. Or maybe you'll say 1 second, if the Dinei D'Rabbanan are so important, then why didn't that be part of just Rabbi doing the Torah? It looks like this thought crosses everyone's mind at some point in time. Like if the rabbis of Chazal are really right, then why didn't that be part of what we just included? So we'll listen to this. Amar Kra'al, Asos Svarim Harbe Increase. So those at a certain point in time, you keep writing Svarim, keep writing many Svarim, and there will be no end. In other words, we're saying that Torah continues to evolve and Torah continues to go on. It would have been impossible to commit everything to writing in one sefer, and therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to be mechalik between a Torah Shebechsav and a Torah Sheba'al-Peh, between Dinei D'Oraisa and Dinei D'Rabbanan. The law of Harbe Yegias Basar, that was literally translated as means is much study causes weariness or tiredness of the flesh. Rami, Shakala Malik, Abdullah Hakamim, Nidon Bitsar of Shach. It teaches us that what? Anyone who disparages within the law will literally be judged in boiling excrement in Olam Haba. That's the idea of being, so it's easy to go ahead and say the rabbis are just adding on layers of halacha that are necessary. I'll keep the daraisa, that's all I need. We see Chazal coming along and saying there is no Yiddishkeit without the D'Rabbanan. There is no way of life without the D'Rabbanan. The whole point of the D'Rabbanan is the D'Rabbanan to teach us how to take the daraisas, make them applicable and sustainable in the real world. When you see something like this, that if you go and disparage the D'Rabbanan, you're going to burn and burn excrement in Gehenna. It's obviously a bit hyperbolic, but it's the idea of Chazal telling us There is
Brennan
no
showed
life
those
without
like
the
taste
Rabbanon.
test soda
And
things,
listen, we see this.
but
We
they
see
don't
this.
hide
That
the
any
sodas.
time you try to
It's just
peel away the
it
Rabbanon
says like that
from
ginger ale,
Jewish
Pepsi.
life, it's only a matter of time. It may take years or it may take a few generations. But at the end of the day, you absolutely lose your way. Basketball, lahag. Does it say lahag, discourage? Lahag says. It meant lahag. We'll say, now, the way the Gemara is kind of interpreting the pasuk was lahag. The word is lahag. The Gemara darshaned it as lahag, which means to disparage. The Gemara doesn't say lahag with an iron disparage. It means lahag with a, which means to learn. Ella, what it means is whoever engages in the study of Torah, specifically the studies of the Rabbanon, like the studies of Gemara, it's like you taste meat. We'll say, what's the shot with that? That if you study Gemara, you study Dinei Rabbanon. So it's like you have your taste meat, then your others is what is something beautiful. This is just like when you eat meat. How do you feel after a good steak? How do you feel after a good steak? Satisfied. Satisfied. We'll say, how do you feel after a good block Gemara? Satisfied. Satisfied. You know, it's like there are certain things in life which give you a certain level of satisfaction. So the truth is, in a Gashmi level, a good meal, a good steak, you feel good after it. You feel it's like the world is good. It's like you know, if you have a good steak, it's amazing. A good steak and a glass of wine. There are no cherries on over here, right? But it's right. A good base and a good glass of wine. I was like, so again, the universe is in equilibrium, right? Life is perfect. The only thing I'm missing in that moment is Mashiach. Maybe give me a little bit like Mashiach, right? So let's say, in all seriousness, where else do you replicate a feeling that when do you have a feeling in life that like the world is good, and everything is perfect? After a good block Gemara. That's what I'm saying. No, you have a daf like this. You're gonna walk out, and there's gonna be like a wave of satisfaction that sweeps over you when you have Torah like this. So that's the Gemara says. La garbe yigios basa. When you learn a lot and you learn a good piece of Torah, it's not just like yigios basa. It's just like having a good steak. It's just like a good satisfaction. It's just like a satisfaction of a good meal. So beautiful. Turn on, we'll say, listen to this incredible story. Nice of Rabbi Akiva. Sheikh Habushi says, we'll say, such a dramatic story. There was a Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated in jail. The Ben Yehoyada again writes, we'll say, when was Rabbi Akiva was in jail? This was the end of his life. This Rabbi Akiva dies a brutal death at the hands of the Romans. His flesh escaped from his body. This is the story. This is the story. In fact, we'll say, the Ben Yehoyada, I'll send it out on the WhatsApp, but the Ben Yehoyada has an overwhelming insight. I'll fill in parts of it as we go on. Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated. Rabbi Yeshua Hagarsi, Nisharso, Rabbi Yeshua Hagarsi was his attendant. Was like his shamus, was taking care of him. And Rabbi say, what does Garsi mean? Rabbi say, this is, look at Rashi. Rashi says, Garsi is Shem Makom. It's the name of his place. That's where he lived. Otherwise, Rashi says, Rabbi say, this is incredible. Lishnachina, Shem Tochin Grisim. He used to go ahead and grind lentils. What's that? I'm trying to point something out. I often say this. To me, one of the most incredible things you find in the Gemara is where you find these incredible tzaddikim who had jobs. They had jobs. Not only did they have jobs that will take up lots, but they were laborers. Like he ground up lentils. So sometimes in life we think that the fact that I have to work for a living hatters me from becoming a tzaddik. It exempts me from becoming a Kamtachim. You know, listen, to become a Kamtachim or a tzaddik, that's the purview of like people who get to live their lives in Kosei Beis Shmi. I have to go out to work. So if I have to go out to work, I could be a good balabas. Like that's like the ceiling for me. It's not true. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik. Everybody has the capacity to be the greatest of the great. So you see over here, who's the Misharis of Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Shua Garsi. Guy who used to go outside, a man who used to go ahead and grind lentils. That was his occupation. But despite the fact that he went to work every day grinding lentils, he still became a going on some. Watch this. Every day, he would bring in Rabbi Akiva, he would bring Rabbi Akiva water. Now, Mayim B'mita Rabosei means as follows. He would bring Rabbi Akiva, enough water for Netilas Yadayim and for drinking. If you don't have water, what happened? Yom Echad Makish Rabbi Sassoon. So we'll say one day Rabbi Shua sees coming to the jail with water, and the guard sees him coming in. Amarlo, Hayom Meimecha Merubis. So the guard became suspicious of Yeshua Garci. He says, today you look like you're bringing in a lot more water. Shema Lachtar Beisasun Atatzara. So he's suspecting that what was he trying to do? He was trying to help Rabbi Akiva dig a tunnel, right? Because how do you dig a tunnel, right? You pour water on the ground, it loosens up the earth. So the guard suspected that Yeshua Garcia was bringing in more water, so as to dig a tunnel to help Rabbi Akiva dig. So what did he do? Shafach Tatzem. The guard spilled out half of the water in the bucket. Rabbi Yeshua got comes Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva Amalo. Yoshua in Ato Yodia Shezakin only the Chaim Sulim B'Chayecha. Rabbi Akiva sees the bucket, and the bucket is half full. Rabbi Akiva always has the bucket half full. But he said that Lamaisa, Yoshua, you know that I'm totally dependent on you. This water is my water for Mashiach family. It's my water for drinking. Now there's only half a bucket. So Rabbi Yeshua got to tell Rabbi Akiva the whole story. So he said, okay, I'll use the water for hand washing. He said, Rabbi, there's barely enough water in there for you to drink. You think there's enough water in there for you to drink? That's what Rabbi was begging Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi, please don't commit to lesser dining today. Please just drink the water so you can live. First, I just want to point out that Daniel Yada points out that the way that Akiva was murdered is that every day the Romans would peel off some of his skin. It didn't all happen at once. Every day they tortured him a little bit. Every day. So it's not just Rabbi Yeshua guys who say Rabbi Akiva saying, please, don't worry about material. Please just drink the water. They torture me in such unspeakable ways every single day. Just drink the water. Amelo, Ma'asa, Shechayavin Alein Nisa. Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do? What should I do? At the end of the day, to not wash my hands is a Chiyav Nisa. Mutov, I was saying, I wasn't even a Chiyav Nisa. Obviously, it's not Mutov, it's a Chiyav Nisa. Rabbi Akiva was saying, then, 40 minutes idea, hold it together, Shkene Nachash, he reaches the fence, to be bitten by a snake. The rabbinic law has to be treated with some incredible severity. Mutov, almost Nisa Sni, although Arabor Al Das Habit. Rabbi Akiva said, better for me to kill myself. Now, what it meant is, better for me that I shouldn't have something to drink. I shouldn't have something to drink, than to ask for someone violate the halachos of my friend. It's incredible. Amar, lo tam klum, atshuvidi lo mayim, v'not lo yaza. So the Akiva refused to eat anything until he had sufficient, until we were able to bring in more water, and he was able to go ahead and do it to last the when the Chachamim heard this story, did you hear the story? They said that the Akiva is literally being tortured every single day by the Romans. Yet he won't go a day without Messiah. So the Ben the comments on this again. He says that, the moral of this story is not that you have to give your life for the Messiah. That's not the moral of the story. The moral of the story is that we are here because ultimately we always need incredible and overwhelming fidelity and allegiance to even the smallest details. Because it's not the devil that's in the details. There is almost an details. And we're only here because of the Mesiras Nefesh Halacha. Because of the Mesiras Nefesh Halacha. This is not modeling for us a halacha of nice. That's not what it's modeling for us. What it is modeling for us, I would say, is those of us who bought privilege not to live easy, that the Akiva was willing to give his life to the dire circumstances. How careful we have to be with the details when Baruch Hashem we're not in dire circumstances. So when they heard this, like Hashem from the Davar Omer, this is how Rabbi Akiva acted when he was old. Can you imagine his baby when he's young? And this is how Rabbi Akiva conducted himself when he was in jail and he was incarcerated. Can you imagine how he lived his life when he was free? So incredible. I'm going to read this Rabbi Spencer speaking Shlomo Eilov in Zeh B'Dain. The Shlomo instituted Eilvim and Yisrael. Let's say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi is Shlomo instituted Eiluvei Chatzero. Regardless of all the whole people and stuff, I have holy Meshikah Yachei Kavero. Lastly, Siyad Barakata Yisrael. So Yovel Hakim Mishrav Meshikah Yachei. So it's a Shlomo Melech was the person who instituted a concept of Eruv Chatzero. Remember, you don't Raisa. The only thing we can't do is to go from Meshikah Yachei to Meshikah Rabin or Meshikah Yabin to Meshikah Yachei, and to go from one private domain to another private domain is biblically permitted. Shlomo came along and said, no, you can't even carry from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah without some type of Eruv Chatzir. That's what it means. Shlomo should Eruv. Those who institute Mitzvah Dayan, I will say, Shlomo instituted Mitzvah Dayan for the consumption of Kodshim. Shlomo said that you cannot eat anything consecrated without washing your hands. That later on evolves to washing your hands for bread. But Shlomo was the first one to institute that you have to wash your hands before you partake of Kodshim. Yotza Sabasko, Ba'omra Sabasko, Kinash, and said, Benin. My son, if your heart is wise, my heart will rejoice Gamani, and me as well. But Omer, Chacham, B'ni, the son of B'ni, V'ashivi, Harfi, Dafa. So let's just do one more line, then we'll stop. Dara Shrava might see the Chado B'ni Sada, Nalino B'Kforim, Nashkino B'Kramim, Nira in Harcha Hagefen, Hasa Hasmadar, Inatsu Harimomin, Sham Eshim as Dodi, Sham Eta as Dodi. So what's this? What does it mean? Yechado Di Yitzia Sada. What does it mean? Come out, we'll just interpret part of the concept. Come, my beloved, let's go out into the field. So let's say, remember again, this concept is from Shia Shia. We'll say, Shia Shia is what makes Shia Shia sometimes a little bit complicated is it's not clear who is the man and who is the woman. You know, in Israelites, sometimes the product is Dukra, sometimes he's Nukra. Sometimes he's male, sometimes he's female. And Shia Shia, so the male and female personality switch back and forth. So what does it mean when it says, L'chado Di Yitzia Sada, come my beloved, let's go into the field. Omra Knesset Yisrael, Nefesh Baruch Hu. Kol Yisrael says to Hashem, Yivon Shalom, how to be named Kiyoshe Krafim. Do not judge us like those who dwell in the cities. Sheish Van Gezel, Ra'arayis, Shua Shav, Shua Shaket. So let's see, in the cities is where you have all of the vices. And all of the vices exist in the city. There's theft, there's immorality, there's false oaths, Shua Shaket, vain oath. Rather, so don't think of us like city dwellers. Neise Hasoda, come out into the fields. And what will you see in the fields? You will see ultimately who learn Torah even in the midst of difficulty. So again, so we're not like those who dwell in the cities, who engage in all type of terrible and immoral things, but rather come with us into the fields. We'll show you how we are. I'll show you. Learn Torah even when things are difficult. Nalina B'Kfarim, let us sleep in the villages. Antikli B'Kfarim, Ella B'Chofrim. Come and I'll show you awesome Shishpatam Tova. There are so many people upon whom you shower so much good, and yet they go ahead and fundamentally don't believe in you. But we believe in you. Go ahead and wake up early in the vineyards. What does that refer to? Come to the shuls, come to the Batei Medrash, see if the Geffen of the vines have sprouted in the Ba'alei Mikra. So what's that? The Geffen refers to those who master Chumash. Pasak HaSmadar, the Smadar, which represents the further stage of maturation, those are Ba'alei Mishnah. And also Harimonim have the pomegranate sprouted. Elu Ba'alei Gemara. That refers to those who master Gemara. Sham Etenes Godi, Leich Erech Godi Godi, Shava Banai Ubenosai. Ribono Shalom, do you want to see again? Leich Erech Godi, Do you want to see my greatest covered? I'll show you my sons are not ourselves. The greatest testament to our fidelity and allegiance to our Torah is not the personalities we build, but ultimately again the children we raise. All right, well, so stop over here. We're not finished. There's still more merits in the beautiful Agata that continues into tomorrow's daf.
I like that they're doing this. I like it. Yeah, I think it's good. I like the family aspect. They should do stuff together. We could get some pretty redacted stuff. I would prefer that he doesn't.
Ahead of us today, I want to begin by thanking our sponsors, to thank Ed and Faith Wolf for being our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, in memory of beloved father, grandfather, and great-grandfather Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, Zichron Lebracha. We thank our Week of Learning sponsor, Joe and Dahlia Berry, in honor of their 43rd anniversary, Hashem, and their successful Aliyah 3.5 years ago. We also thank Howard and Aileen Friedman for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Howard's father, Shalom Ben Hillel Tzvi. We hope that in the marriage of our Talmud Torah, all the Shalom Sahabar Aliyah and the families in the Torah. And also with that, let us begin. It's a beautiful day ahead of us today. Today's daf is Chaf Aleph 21, and we are picking up the merit on the bottom of Chaf on the days. And we are picking up at last 3 lines, the last 2 lines of the daf. Amr of Yitzchak Bar Ada. So Yitzchak Bar Ada says as follows. This incredible Gemara. So just to first not close out, but to find a little bit of the halachos of Pasibilos. Remember again, as we've been seeing since the beginning of the second parak, so Chazal instituted an incredible leniency regarding drawing the water on Shabbos. That although the well itself is technically speaking categorized as a shayachit, as it has the requisite dimensions of 10 12 in deep, 4 12 in wide, and we're dealing with wells which are situated in Rosh Hashanah. As such, drawing water on Shabbos would constitute a significant issue. So Chazal instituted this concept of the Pasei Rose, or the Diyu Magid. These L-shaped posts positioned at 4 corners, so as to convert the area around the well into a Shadeh. Even under normal circumstances, such an enclosure, such walls do not really be halakhically significant, as well as this special kula. We'll see as we assume today's daf why such a kula was in fact necessary. Of course, you can imagine this a little bit as to how much space you can have in between the Diyumagim. Is it 10 amas? Is it 13.5 amas? So the more that goes on to clarify this a little bit more. Rabbi says about Ada, those are the incredible. But which are possibilities? Allah only regarding Zohar. So it comes on the Yitzchak, and it says, by the way, why did Chazal institute this particular kula? Rabbi Yitzchak said they only allowed it for the only regarding. No, but so we'll see what that means. And so the pashut, what it means is as follows: that a person has to be older as a and so again, as you're traveling, obviously you require water. The person's going to be traveling over the course of Shabbos. So with these customers, it's not like that in order to make life a little bit easier for the older Goins, they allow you to enclose a well which is interior enclosure. But one second. Also, again, I'd like to indicate that the reason for the kula was not for individuals, but in fact it was for animals. Which one is it? Is it for the only rebellion, or is it for animals? Which is much more clear. My behemo, and you're not only rebellion. And that's what does it mean when it says that Chazal instituted Pasei Bilaos Adam? What it means for the animals of the only rebellion. Look at the last chapter on the daf. Behemas only rebellion. Aval Odom Afilu only rebellion. This will be most of the shows. The Yachol Ikonis will move in the shows. We'll see in just a moment. But again, what the Gemara is holding right now will say is as follows. When you come to the older Lego, so the Tashkos is not just you, but you're coming along with your Fafa, but you're coming along with your livestock. Watering livestock, especially as you're traveling, is no small order. Therefore, Chazal understood that it's going to be a potential incredible hardship for the older Lego to water his flock. Therefore, to make life a little bit easier, Chazal relaxed the standards for regular Mephisos and allowed you to enclose a well so as to be able to water your animals on Shabbos. So this was a special takana made for the behemoth of Oli Regalim. I, the Gemara will say, well, watch this. Aval Adam, but amazingly enough, this kula was not made for people. This kula was not made for people, because what should people do about this is wild. Aval Adam, tapos papalu, Aval Adam, mitapes, va'ola, mitapes, yeah, the say, see, there's another eitzah for a person. What's the other eitzah for a person? Just go into the well. Just go into the well. Right? You can go ahead and lower yourself in the well, and you can drink from the well. Now, again, obviously, if you go into the well, then of course there's no issue. There's no issue of any kind of rishuyos. Yeah. There's no issue of any kind of transfer of rishuyos because you're going into the well. So look at Rashi. This is really wild. Half of Chafalet, Nitates, Ochins, Biyod of Radlo, Pixelim, the Nichnas. Yotzi Metatis. Listen to it. What is the Gemara? What did you do if you want to drink water from all the time? What do? You lower yourself into the well. And by the way, how do you lower yourself into the well? You go ahead and you just come down the well. Right? You put your arms and legs by the side of the well. Go down and drink. Come back up. Okay, this is incredible. The Gemara saying over there that the header for Hashiviro, that's what the Monday was for the animals. The animals. But people don't need to rely on a cooler like you. Because rather, again, you could actually go into the well itself and drink. So the Gemara says, Mam Rabbi Yishak, Mam Rabbi Yudam Shmuel, so what's your Hashiviro, and my kind of deal about it? For 1 second. Says the Gemara, so Rabbi Yehuda is saying with Shmuel, that the header of Hashiviro was only for a spring. A well that's a spring. That's a be'er mayim chayim. As opposed to, let's say, just a cistern. Or something that just holds collected waters. The ilu behima, but if you want to tell me that the heter pasiviros is only for animals, but not for people, mali chayim, mali nechunasim. Then I'll say, what does it make a difference what type of water it is? Again, I understand that be'er mayim, if you're telling me that it has to be a be'er mayim chayim, the heter pasiviros is for people, because then that's portable water, it's drinkable water. But when I say if it's for animals, what does it make a difference what type of water source it is? To which the Gemara says, you require something ultimately that is suitable for a person. That is suitable for a person. So the idea being that although the heter pasiviros was only for animals, nevertheless, it only works for a more chashuv water source. What's the definition of a chashuv water source? The type of water source that would be used by people as well. So the Gemara says, about other metaphors, the older metaphors we already. So as we just said, that the heter pasiviros was only for the humans. But for people, if you need water, go into the well. The Gemara says, are you recovering? But what if the well was very wide, so that a person couldn't successfully navigate in and out of the well? Then how are you recovering? If the well is too wide so that a person can't get in and out of it, then that a person could go out and use the heter for pasiviros as well. Furthermore, below Yimale, Adam Magis a person should not go out and fill up water and place it before his animal on Shabbos. How about this? If you're utilizing the pasiviros, you should not go ahead and fill up a container and put it in front of the animal. The show says this made him judge. So you can fill up with a set. According to pour it in front of the animal, the show is sent and ultimately the animal can drink on its own. If that's the case, then how does the Hakala possibly yourself? Maho Ilu, the Malos Mihan. What do you have to help? Help us to go water from the well. And the Mahoyo Rosha Ruba Shapara. But I will say, if that's the case, then again, why? Because now it has to be a minimum size of the enclosure enough for the head of the majority of the body of the Parah. We'll say this just yesterday, but on Rabbi, Hakamayaskinon. The evils are only the Sharadim. We're talking about a truck that is standing in the Sharadim. Gavoa Asara, 10 fucking high. Zochi Barba'a, the Rosho Nichnas, that they have passing. So we'll say, so again, that's the continuation, that's just the restating of yesterday's discussion. So we'll say, what comes out of here is something very important. What comes out of this video is the Gemara telling us that the Din of Pasiviros was instituted for the Imas only with going. But ideally, Hasidiros is not used for people. If you want to drink from the well, go into the well. Go into the well. Go into the well. However, you must indicate that if the well is too wide, that you can't navigate inside of the well, one could go ahead and utilize the well. One could go ahead and draw water for their own business purposes from Hasidiros also. And I will say this is indeed how the Rambam haskins. The Rambam says this is what Shabbos has halacha lamed. As we know, you'll see. Fine. The truth is, we'll leave this channel. Let's just do the next few lines. Because it's a little bit more halacha because I'm going to put it all together. Listen to this. So the Gemara goes like this. I'm not reading about Amrat. Let's just keep this in mind. Number one, we've seen that Hasidiros is primarily for animals. People, if they want to drink from the well, should go into the well, drink water from inside the well. So it seems to be that even a person could use the head of Hasidiros if the well is too wide that a person can't scale down the well. Okay, it's interesting. You see from here again, sometimes two words are good, but sometimes the person not intended to avoid using it. The use of a kula is important under extreme circumstances. But sometimes the use of too many kulas too often is sometimes fundamentally undermine and erode a person's allegiance and fidelity to Allah. Like if you think about it, what a crazy thing. I want a drink of water on Shabbos in the well, so I'm going to scale a well. Okay, can you imagine if I heard of something? Please don't do this kind of stuff. Oh, if you ever heard of something like this, I'm going to scale the well. But the sheer idea is that, again, if I need to use the kula, I'll use the kula. But if there's always have to use the kula, that will actually put not because the golden light is not work. But the golden light is the key that the Philistines, the Dalton, at least it's not local. And sometimes you don't use the kula too often. On the argument, it comes to mind that relationship. So I'll say two more pieces or two more qualifications. I'm going to hear me about Abba Amrat. Ein Borgin in Belaval. This is fascinating. Belaval Hasidiros Bechutza. So we'll say really fascinating Gemara. There's no deal of Borgin. So what's the Borgin? Rashi. Second of the shorter lines in Rashi. Ein Borgin in Belaval. The Amar Bekis in the Irons also is a little bit later on. In how you Borgin in Amar Beshirayim. This Abin Imo Umogin Kuma Yemisham Bahas Ulahalad. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Now we know there's a lot of Chum. Chum says that you have 2,000 amas from the edge of the city. So 2,000 amas from the edge of habitation in which you have the ability to travel. So remember again, Chum is not a thing in carrying, it's not a thing in no stuff. This is a thing in traveling, mobility. So you have 2,000 amas from the edge of the city in which you are situated to travel around travel. However, the Din of Borgin says like this. If there is some type of basic domicile, even a hut, within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, you can measure the chum not from the edge of the city, but from the hut. So essentially, even a basic domicile like a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city allows you to count the chum not from the edge of the primary city, but from the hut. That's Borgin. Or the Gemara says, my Borgin. What is a Borgin? Sukkos, Sha'os, and Shomei Hayir. So it's a sukkah, a hut that the watchmen will often go ahead and set up. Ve'ino Davar Kavua. The Kiddush of the year is that this hut, as we're going to see, was something that was not really set in place. It was easily transportable. So I even though again it's not really like what we call like a binyan kabua, it's not a set structure. Nevertheless, halacha l'maisa, it still extends the term. So the Gemara says, "V'kamra Gami the Hana Borgin in the Babel, Roma ve'im is Avin Shana Yed the Babel is a bit B'Mayo." You should know Helchach or Hashim. So we'll see the explanation in just a moment. So here's what Rabbi is saying. Number one, the din of Borgin does not apply in Babel, which means that in Babel, if you have a city, the chum of that city is measured from the edge of the city, and even if you have a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, the chum is not measured by the hut, but the chum is measured by the edge of the city. Below, Hasidiros B'Chutz. And also furthermore, there's no din of Hasidiros B'Chutz. It's really fascinating. The din of Hasidiros of the Diyumadin is only in Eretz Yisrael, not in Chutz. So what's the logic? Burgening the bubble load. We'll say, why does the din of burgening not apply in bubble? The shrichi did, because bubble, interestingly enough, apparently is subject to flooding, flash flooding. So because of that, these burgenings will often washed away. So because it's not dependable or it's not reliable that the burgening is going to be there, therefore it cannot work to go ahead and extend your total. So look at Rashi just a moment. This is really incredible. So Rashi sees that Rashi says the bubble the shut you. The bubble was subject to flash flooding, and therefore halacha l'maisi, you can't rely that the burgening is going to be there. Therefore the din of burgening doesn't apply in bubble. However, the possibly rose. So those shrichim is sifta. This is incredible. Why does the din of possibly rose not apply to floods? Because literally there are no yeshivas there. Now, what does that mean? Look at Rashi. Those shrichim is sifta. This is really quite amazing. Dios tamidim holkin nefir v'yos lilmod Torah. So it says in Chutz La'aretz, we didn't really have a situation of Talmidei Chacham going city to city to learn. The possibly rose. So what's the older the golem? This is incredible. The din of possibly rose was a din that allows you to draw water for your livestock and if under extreme circumstances for you when you were engaged in the desired mitzvah. Right, in a mitzvah journey. So the paradigmatic example of being engaged in the mitzvah was only redundant. But the idea was anytime you were traveling over the course of Shabbos, with Torah and mitzvah, has now allowed you to use these possibly rows. So interestingly enough, in Chutz La'aretz, I want to point something out. Chutz La'aretz is outside of Eretz Yisrael in Babel. Interestingly enough, this time Babel was not called Chutz La'aretz. You see that because Babel is reckoned separately over here, which makes sense. Because in Babel there were yeshivas. So in Eretz Yisrael and in Babel, where you could potentially be traveling over the course of Shabbos for divine mitzvah, you could use possibly rows. Outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel, where there were no yeshivas, you were not permitted to use possibly rows. It was really incredible. Aval Ibcha Avdina. I will say, but the opposite is true. In other words, the halacha l'maisa, there are possibly rows in Babel, and the din of burgening applies in Chutz La'aretz. Because it looks like essentially the din of burgening will apply anywhere as long as there's no concern of flash flooding. And the din of possibly rows will apply either in Eretz Yisrael because of Aliyah L'Regel, or the Maisa anywhere where you can travel to yeshivas. So the Gemara says, others explain, I'm not going to be about Ein burgening possibly rows, blah 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 Chutz La'aretz. So others have a different version of this. That both the din of burgening and possibly rows do not apply neither in Babel nor in Chutz La'aretz. Burgening the Babel low. So they said before, burgening don't apply in Babel. Why? Because of flash flooding. The Chutz La'aretz nami low, the shrichi ganovi. This is fascinating. The din of burgening doesn't apply in Chutz La'aretz either. Why? Because of thieves. What does that mean? Thieves? They used to steal these huts. They would steal these huts. As Rashi said before, since they were not Kabbalah, they were not affixed to the ground, so they were stolen. So because it's stolen, obviously you can't rely on the burgening to be there. So the Gemara says, possibly rows for Babalo, Ishrihi Maya. So again, these possibly rows, that hunter was not allowed in Babel. Why? Because apparently water was in easy supply in Babel. So remember again, the din of possibly rows is a din in Eretz Yisrael, says the Gemara, because water is harder to come by. But in Babel, where water was easy to come by, there was no need to rely on Yiskulos. Also, there was no din of possibly rows, because since there weren't yeshivas, therefore halacha l'maisa possibly rows was only instituted in the situation of divine mitzvah. And there was no real traveling for divine mitzvah in Chutz La'aretz. Amar Chisda l'may Brei Rav, when a Brei Rav Yom Abba Amri Asisu mi Barnash l'dei Knishka d'Daniel the Hava Plasa Parsi b'Shabbos. The Gemara tells the story. So Chisda said to Mari Brei Rav Yom Abba. He said, I heard that you went from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. You traveled from Barnash to the shul of Daniel, and that is a distance, Rashi says over here, Amri Yakasi, Barnash, Shamati, Sha'omrim Aleichem, Sha'atem Boim, Mibanish, L'dei Knishta Daniel, B'Shabbos, Makom Haya Bababal, Shasham Haya Mispalal Daniel Ksiv, the Chabin to seasonally be lost. So this is so apparently there was a short of the Shul of Daniel. So you have a Chista telling Murray, I heard that you traveled on Shabbos from Barnish, the Shul of Daniel. And the problem is that is the distance, the Habu, Salasa Parsi Bishabsa. That's a distance of 3 parcels, more than from Anai Sam Hisu Abordanim. So what did you allow? Anai Sam Hisu, what did you rely on to travel such a far distance more than the regular Kamat Shabbos? Abordanim, did you rely on the presence of huts to extend your clothes? Ha'amar Abua, the Abua, Mishmei Rav, like your father, the father of your father, like your grandfather, said in the name of Rav, Ein Borgin in the Bada. That there's no deal of Borgin in the Bada, right? Again, because of flash flooding. So how did you travel such a far distance on Shabbos? Nothing. Tamar went out to show the Krista, the Achlile Hanua Misafta, the Midwan, the Shivin, the Shirai. So they went out and showed him that apparently, right outside of Barnish, within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city of Barnish, there were these ruins. There were these ruins that were there, but the walls of the ruins were still intact. So because the walls were still intact, they were bona fide mechitzas. Because they're bona fide mechitzas, they extended the tomb of the city, allowing Mark to travel from Barnish all the way to the Shul of Dunya. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, Yisafta Ayeros Karibos, in which Aro Sham mechitzas min habatim, va'amiran hasam parakit and Arvin, Nafesh or Nifesh, so once it's showing the ruins, despite the fact that they were ruins, the walls of those ruins were still intact and allowed the tomb of the city to be extended past them. And that's how he was able to travel to the Shul of Dunya. So we'll say sure. So that's the idea. We're going to get into some beautiful Agarata. But before that, let me share with you the Rambam. So the Rambam in Paragraph 9 of Hilchot Shabbos says as follows. We're going to say a lot of fascinating ideas over here. Number one, when we're passing the Ra'os, who were passing the Ra'os instituted for? Number two, where were they instituted for? The Gemara seems to indicate over here that this is a big dafka in Eretz Yisrael and maybe Babel as well. So look at the Rambam writes as follows. This is chapter 17, Rambam Halacha Lamed. V'hitiru hapasim ha'ilu ela b'Eretz Yisrael u'lebehimas oli ledalim b'yodai. So let's say, so the Rambam actually fascinates that the din of Hasidic laws is dafka as being in Eretz Yisrael. This was only instituted in Eretz Yisrael and only instituted for the animals of the Oli Regalim. And I will say, so again, 3 qualifications. Number 1, only in Eretz Yisrael. Number 2, only for the animals of Oli Regalim, the Bar Mitzvah. And number 3, only a Be'er Mayim Haim. A well that's a well spring, because that's a more chashuv water source. Aval, the Shai Aratzos, I will say again, let's say anywhere else outside of Eretz Yisrael, if you want to drink water on Shabbos, and you want to give the animals on Shabbos, what's the halacha? If you want to have the Shai Aratzos, Adam Yored and the air, the Yishke, O Yasim, the Yisam, and Kefet, the air, Gavo, Asar Tovim, the Yamod, the Shoka, the Yidla, the Yishke. Any other circumstance outside of Eretz Yisrael or anything else, if you want to draw water on Shabbos, so you draw water on Shabbos, you just have to what? Make regular partitions. You have to make a regular partition. In Hoya have the air lock up highway, that if the well was very wide, the in other lock up very go, Hare the Yidla, Yishka the Rabbi. So what the Rambam does pass in that halacha l'maisa, if the well is too wide, so that the person can't go down and get it, so you have to manage to rely and possibly be there. So what's the halacha l'maisa the Rambam asking? That the din of Dina Pasmas only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Number 2, it only applies for the Imas over the Galim, not for a person. Unless, of course, the well is too wide that you can't scale it. Under those circumstances, you can rely on the Hasidic road to draw water for personal consumption. And Shalom goes on with a couple of other fascinating ideas, but that's enough for our purposes today. So let's go like this. What's a beautiful, beautiful Gemara ahead of us? So the Gemara says as follows. Amr Chista, Dorish Mari Bar Amar. So this says, so Mari Bar Amar darshans the following. He said, "My dixiv, v'chol sichla re'isi kates, v'chava mitzvosech hamod." So what's the meaning of the pasuk in Tehillim? Literally, again, for every goal, v'chol sichla, for every goal, for every conclusion, I've seen an end. V'chava mitzvosech hamod, but your mitzvos are very expansive. So let's say the kashvos, what David HaMelech is saying is like this: everything else in the world is finite. Everything else in the world is finite. The mitzvahs of the Torah is infinite. So David HaMelech lo pirshu. So David HaMelech said this, but he didn't explain it. Amar Eov lo pirshu. Eov said it and he didn't explain it. Amar Yechezkel lo pirshu. Yechezkel said he didn't explain it. Ad sheba Zechariah ben Ido pirshu. So Zechariah ben Ido came along and he finally explained it. What does this mean? Amar David lo pirshu. David said it, but he didn't explain it. So again, David HaMelech says, for every goal, or for every goal, I've seen an end, but your mitzvahs are very expensive. But I didn't explain what that meant. Amru Eov lo pirshu. Eov said it also. B'chsiv arucha me'eretz midah u'rechava minayom. Literally, again, it is longer than the earth, than the length of the earth, and wider than the width of the sea. So again, we'll say once again, Eov is speaking to the expansiveness of Torah, but doesn't help explain that concept. Amr Yechezkel lo pirshu b'ksiv. What's the pasuk in Yechezkel? Vayifros osa lefanai v'ksuva panim va'achar v'kasav alei timim v'hegeh v'ki. We'll see what that means in just a moment. What is supposed to say? So literally it means Vayifros osa lefanai. He spread it open in front of him. V'ksuva panim va'achar. It is written on the back and on the front. The kasav alei, and it says in it. Kinim is like kinim, like kinus. Lamentations, vehega, rejoicing, vehi, and woe. What does that mean? Kinim, zu paranusan shal tzadikim b'olam hazeh. So kinim means the misfortunes or the suffering of tzadikim in this world. Vechinu omer kino hi v'koninu. Vehega, what does hega mean? Zu matan schalan shal tzadikim masid lava. That refers to the rejoicing of the tzadikim in the world to come. Omer alai higayon b'kinot. Vehi zoi paranusan shal reshan lo asid lava. He refers to the suffering of the wicked in the world to come. Omer obviously quotes over here the passage from Yechezkel, Hava al Hava Tava. Ad sheba Zechariah ben Ido pirshu. Zechariah ben Ido was the first person who came along and explained this notion of the expansiveness of Torah. Siv quotes over here the passage from Yechezkel. Vayomer elai ma'a Torah. So he said to me, what do you see? Vayomer, and I said, Ani roa megillah acha. I see a floating scroll. Arka esra ba'amal, v'rachba esra ba'amal. Its length is 20 amos, its width is 10 amos. V'chipashat tala hadyalan esrin be'esrin. And ultimately, again, when it was unfolded, it was esrin be'esrin. It was 20 by 20. Uksiv ki ksuva panim ba'achar. And it says that it was written on the front and on the back. And if you were to peel back, so we'll say it was written on the front and the back. So what it's saying, the imagery is, it was written on the front and the back. If you were to peel apart the front and the back and place them side by side, how much would that be? Arba'in be'esrim, 40 amas by 20 amas. Siv, mima dad b'sha'al amayim b'shamayim b'zeres kafin, nimsa, kala olam kula, achos, mishloshes alafin u'masayim b'tor. So we'll say, when you do all of the math, the Gemara says it turns out that the world is 1/3200 of the size of the Torah. So we'll say, obviously, in the metaphorical point, he was trying to paint this image of this massive scroll that totally eclipses the size of the world, to highlight to us the dramatic expansiveness of Torah. When we speak about Torah, we see you could quantify Torah. Torah's Tanakh, Torah's Muksad, Torah's Shabbat. So we'll say, Torah, remember how Chazal referred to the Yam Shel Tamar. Right? Referred to the sea of the Gemara. The metaphor, the imagery is an expansiveness. When you stand on the banks of the ocean, you look out into the ocean, it looks like it's Mayim Shein Salt. It has no end. So the idea that the depth and profundity of Torah is so much that it even eclipses the size of the universe. That's the image that's highlighted over here. From a Krista, Garish. Darish Mori Barmar might say Bine Shnei Juda Eiteinin Muadim Lefnei Heichal Hashem. So say this is actually quite beautiful. You might quote the passage from Yirmiyahu. So it says over here, Bine Shnei Juda Eiteinin Muadim Lefnei Hashem. That there were two literally baskets of figs prepared before the Heichal Hashem. Hadud ha'echad te'inim tovos. One of the baskets contained good figs, tovos ma'od. Kite'ini habacholos. Like the early figs. Plus, I just use something that's happening over here. If you have the Torah or in your Gemara, you can see what the Gemara is actually doing over here is kind of slicing together two different pieces. Again, they're both from Yirmiyahu, Parachav Dalet Pasuk Aleph, Psukim Aleph 2 days, but they're just taking different parts of it. So Rabbi says, so the image that Yirmiyahu Hanavi is kind of really quite beautiful is two baskets of figs. One basket is figs, kavos, ma'od, kite'ini abachoros, amadeis, zadud, echad, and the second basket, te'inim lo'ot ma'od, and that is asher lo she'achelna meiroah. That did not be eaten because they were so bad. So that's how put the two baskets of figs represent. This is really beautiful. Atzobos, elu tzadikim gemur. The good figs, those represent tzadikim gemur. Te'inim haros, bad figs, elu rishon gemur. This refers ultimately again to rishon gemur. So look at this tomorrow. So Shema Tomar, so maybe you'll say the basket of bad figs, which represents Rishonim Gemurim, Shema Tomar, Abad Sigram, Ubato Sikuyam. Maybe you'll say there's no hope. There's no hope. There is no possibility of redemption for the Rishonim Gemurim. Tamar Hadudoim Nostureya. It says that both of the baskets of figs give forth a beautiful aroma. So it says even the figs which can't be consumed, right? Even the figs which were bad, right? Even if it's in rotten, still give forth a beautiful aroma. Both baskets of figs have the ability to give forth a beautiful aroma. So just understand the power of that Gemara. That's one of the question to the Lashon. See, the Gemara says over here that the basket of good figs, tzadikim Gemara. The Gemara doesn't just use Lashon over here of tzadikim and Rishonim, but use Lashon of tzadikim Gemurim, Rishonim Gemurim. The Lashon of Gemurim represents that person to be a Rasha could be like a recreational Rasha, right? You're just a Rasha on the weekends, right? But then when you get tired of the day, or vice versa. Rishonim Gemurim, like the Rambam. Ezu Tzadik Gomer, right? I should say, Ezu Bal Tshuva Gemur, the Rambam says. So the Lashon of Gomer represents a Lashon of finality and totality. And sometimes I have different aspects of my identity. Gomer means this is the totality of my identity. See what the Gemara is saying? You might have thought that the Rishonim Gemurim, Avad Sivram Uvat Sikuyam. You might have thought that a Rasha Gomer, that's it. A Rasha Gomer is down and out. Does anyone want to talk about a Rasha Gomer? No. Even the Rasha Gomer, I will say it's incredible. Even Rasha Gomer, have you gotten nothing yet? What is incredible Gemara? Even if a person is a Rasha Gomer, the beautiful scent of holiness is always there. The beautiful scent of ruchnius never goes away. Even when you're nice, even when your identity is so fundamentally compromised, the scent of holiness never moves you. Incredible. You know what I think? Yara Shava, my says, Hadudaim Nasmullah, what does it mean when it says that's what you got in? First thing that's interesting, that the first time you see Hadudaim is of course the story by Rabbi. So there it's interesting that Hadudaim are translated as mandrakes. That's off of the English version. Here in this context, it's interesting that it's actually translated as violence. Okay, so Hadudaim Nasmullah. The Judaim gave their scent. What's the news is so beautiful. Elu Bachura Yisrael Shalotanu Kankut. Let's say, so the violence that the Judaim gave their scent, this refers to the young Jewish men who never tasted the taste of sin. What one of them is the Mashal comments on it. The Mashal says this is Dachbo in the realm of Arais. Referring to see, it makes sense in the context. Just a little bit as well. This is talking about young men who are careful to guard themselves from immorality. No person, I will say, no person could say that he never tasted the taste test. And everybody tastes the taste test. Maybe we all agree. But when a person, especially a young person, when passions are strongest, he is careful to guard himself from immorality. That's the begotten nothingness. That ultimately, again, is the violet who emits such a beautiful scent. And at the entrance there are all types of beautiful fruits. Who is that? Elu denotes Yisrael. This refers to the Jewish women. Shemadidos Tisreihen Reba'alei. Okay, literally, it says they tell their openings to their husbands. So that comes out over here. This refers to Rashi. We'll see. Rashi goes over that over here. Shemadidos Tisreihen Reba'alei means they tell their husbands and they become a nida. Like wife tells her husband she becomes a nida, that her husband shouldn't inadvertently transgress with her. Rosh Hashanah, you know about the possibility? She'odos Tisreihen Reba'alei. Literally, they close their openings only for their husbands. This idea being the virtuosity, the virtuousness of the Jewish woman, that she maintains her allegiance, right, and is only for her husband. Chadoshim gan yisharim dodi tzafan tilachah. So what does it mean again? Literally, new and old. My beloved, I await you. I look out for you. This is so beautiful. So I'm going to point out this notion, by the way, we've seen so much in the last couple of chapters regarding the immorality and how a person is able to conquer immorality. It's the greatest taiva that a person has. The greatest taiva that a person has. And at the end of the day, the schar that awaits a person who's able to overcome the most innate wants and desires. I want to point out this idea that the Gemara says that dudain nasnu reach. So what does it mean that the young person, because I'm doing this, we're all young. The young person is able to resist immorality. He emits that the violet gives off its scent.
Fuck yeah,
So
gushy.
the concept of scent. What does it mean that your scent is beautiful if you overcome immorality? Scent is something that just exists by itself. In other words, you don't do anything for scent. It's just a part of your being. Something has a beautiful, pleasing scent. It's just a part of their gestalt. It's a part of what they are. The idea being, I think what Chazal is saying is that when I'm able to overcome the desire for immorality, it's not just the pshat that I become a holy. It fundamentally changes who I am. I emit a different scent. I smell different. I am different. You see, there are certain things that I do that give me greater kedusha, that give me greater holiness. And there are certain things that I do that just fundamentally change who I am. I emit like a reach nichoach. I emit a pleasing aroma. So if I muster up the inner courage to be able to overcome the pull towards immorality, it's not just the pshat that I'm holy, that I'm good, that I'm pleasant. My aroma is different. It's an incredible idea. I emit a different scent. So powerful. So Klal Yisrael says in Moshe, this is how beautiful this is. Harbe gzeras gazarti al atzmi, yosem mima shegazarta alai b'kiyamti. So Klal Yisrael says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, something is, Ribono Shel Olam, you've made many laws, you've given me many laws, but I have legislated upon myself even more laws than you've given me, and I've kept all of them. That's Klal Yisrael says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you've given me many mitzvahs, I've taken on even more mitzvahs, and I've kept everything. This the one thing says one of the Talmidim who was raging Agadat in his presence. Have you ever heard a drasha on this pasuk Chadoshim Gam Yishayim? What does it mean when it says the new things and also the old things? Amarle, Ela Mitzvahs Kalas, Ve'ela Mitzvahs Chabulis. So the Talmid Chacham said to him, which refers to the cause easy mitzvahs and the difficult mitzvahs. Amarle, V'chi Torah Kahamayim Kahamayim. Though it's Torah given multiple times, that it would say Chadoshim Gam Yishayim, which makes it sound like things that were given earlier, things that were given later.
Yiddish o Ulai Hermi Shekam Otan Aniga Ko
Yishanim, the old halachas refers to the halachas that the Ribono Shel Olam gave us. But the Chadashim refers to the new halachas that use the Rabbanon, which we read. Look at Rashi. Divrei Sof, and Rashi says, it's the third line from the top of Rashi. Chadashim shenischanshu b'chol dar v'adar ligdar geder b'siyah. Each generation legislates new laws. For what purpose? For the purpose of creating a protective fence around the Torah. So beautiful. What's the meaning of the pasuk when it says, and eat more than these things, my son, be careful. Literally, what's the word? It sounds like it make many svarim. What does this mean? Shamalach was saying, my son, be more careful. With rabbinic law, Torah is the rabbis of every generation. I don't have a lot of every generation. Every generation has to legislate laws because of the times, because of the circumstances. So now it's the Dine Dirabbanon that keeps that fabric of the world. And if you don't go ahead and adhere to the duty, like if you don't adhere to the Dine Dirabbanon, then although the Doraisas may still be like for some amount of time to be a matter of Chas Shalom,
Alright, anything else? Let's just go on because we fucking
that there's sometimes greater severity attached to
let's get back into the fucking
than the art of Dine Doraisa. Shema Damar, Yesh Bain Mamish, Mepnei Malo Nechtumu. Or maybe you'll say 1 second, well, if the Dine Dirabbanan are so important, then why didn't HaKadosh Baruch Hu just write it in the Torah? Everyone's like, this thought crosses everyone's mind at some point. And if the rabbis of Chazal are really right, then why didn't HaKadosh Baruch Hu just include it? So what was this? Amar Kra'ah, Asos Sfarim Harbe Inkins. Because those at a certain point in time, you could keep writing Sfarim and keep writing many Sfarim, and there will be no end. In other words, we're saying that Torah continues to evolve and Torah continues to go on. It would have been impossible to commit everything to writing in one sefer, and therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to be mechalik between a Torah Shebetzav and a Torah Shebapeh, between Dinei Doraisa and Dinei Dirabbanan. The law of Harbe Yegias Basar, that was literally translated, what this means is much study causes weariness or tiredness of the flesh. Pretty strong. It teaches us that what? Anyone who disparages rabbinic law will literally be judged in boiling excrement in Olam Haba. Not good. I'll say the idea of being, you see it, the Gemara's quoting over here. So
that's cool.
To go ahead and say, the rabbis are just adding on layers halacha that are not necessary. I'll keep the Doraisas, that's all I need. So you see Chazal coming along and saying, there is no Yiddishkeit without the Drabanan. There is no way of life without the Drabanan. The whole point of the Drabanan is that the Drabanan teach us how to take the Doraisas, make them applicable and sustainable in the real world. So when you see something like this, that if you go and disparage the Drabanans, you're going to burn and boiling excrement in Gehenna, it's obviously a bit hyperbolic, but it's the idea of Chazal telling us there is no life without the Drabanans. And also we see this, that any time you try to peel away the Drabanans, from Jewish life. It's only a matter of time. It may take years or may take a few generations. But at the end of the day, you absolutely lose your way. Maskef Rabbi Miksif Lahag. Does it say Lahag, disparage? Lahag Ksiv. It means Lahag. We'll say, now, the way the Gemara was kind of interpreting the pasuk was Lahag. The word is Lahag. The Gemara darshaned it as La'ag, which means to disparage. The Gemara doesn't say La'ag with an I in disparage. It means La'ag with A, which means to learn. Ella, Kol HaHogeh Bohen, Toim Tam Bas Moshe, which is so beautiful. Right? What it means is, whoever engages in the study of Torah, specifically the studies of the Rabbanah, like the studies of Gemara, is like to taste meat. We'll say, what's the shot with that? That if you study Gemara, you study Dinei Rabbanan. So it's like you have your taste meat. You're saying, yo, this is what is something beautiful. He says, just like when you eat meat, how do you feel after a good steak? How do you feel after a good steak? Satisfied. We'll say, how do you feel after a good black Gemara? Satisfied.
Dog, I'm just telling you right now, this Pinto cat, you can hear me now. You sound pretty corrupt, dog. I mean,
give you a certain level of satisfaction.
So
the truth is, in a
you may be wealthy,
a good meal, a good steak,
but you sound pretty fucking corrupt.
Gives you a good shrek. You feel good after it.
He bribed this guy in 2015. He was sentenced to 1 year in prison.
It's amazing. A good steak and a glass of wine. See, I'm not cherries on over here.
Right,
but it's a good taste and a big glass of wine. So again, the universe is in equilibrium. Right? Life is hard. The only thing I'm missing in that moment is Mashiach. Maybe even the perfect love like Mashiach. Right? So also, in all seriousness, where else do you replicate experience? When do you have a feeling in life that like the world is good? The world is good and everything is perfect.
Oh, I misspoke.
That's what I'm saying. You have a daf like this. You have a daf like this. You're gonna walk out, and there's gonna be like a wave of satisfaction that sweeps over you when you have Torah like this. That's what Gemara says. Lag, are they? When you learn a lot, when you learn a good piece of Torah, it's not just like the Giyas Basar. It's just like having a good steak. Just like a good satisfaction. It's just like the satisfaction of a good meal. So beautiful. Listen to this incredible story. Nice of Rabbi Akiva. Sheikh Habashim says, we'll say, such a dramatic story. There was a Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated in jail. Again, Yadja again writes about the one of Rabbi Akiva incarcerated in jail. This was the end of his life. This was Rabbi Akiva dies a brutal death at the hands of the Romans. His flesh escapes from his body. This is the story. This is the story. In fact, it was like I'll tell you. I'll send it out on the WhatsApp. Yadja has an overwhelming insight. I'll fill in parts of that as we go on. Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated. Rabbi Yoshua Hagarsi, Misharso, Rabbi Yoshua Hagarsi was his attendant. Was like the shamus, was taking care of him. And Rabbi say, what does Garsi mean? Rabbi say, look at Rashi. Rashi says, Garsi is Shem Makom. It's the name of his place. That's where he lived. That's where he lived. Otherwise, Rashi says, Rabbi say, this is incredible.
I know. He used
to go ahead and grind lentils. Okay, I just want to point something out. I refer to this. To me, one of the most incredible things you find in the Gemara is where you find these incredible tzaddikim who had jobs. They had jobs. Not only did they have jobs, they were like what? But they were laborers. Like it was a guy who ground up lentils. Sometimes in life we think that the fact that I have to work for a living hackers me from becoming a tzaddik. It exempts you from becoming a Tam Chacham. Listen, to become a Tam Chacham or a tzaddik, that's the purview of like people who get to live their lives being close to their Me, I have to go to work. So if I have to go to work, I could be a good balabas. Like that's like the ceiling for me. It's not true. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik, and everybody has the capacity to be a doctor. Everybody has the capacity to be the greatest of the great. So you see over here, who's the Misharis of Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Shua Garsi. A guy who used to go, a man who used to go ahead and grind lentils. That was his occupation. But despite the fact that he went to work every day grinding lentils, he still became a going on some. Watch this. Every day, he would bring in Rabbi Akiva. He would bring Rabbi Akiva water. Now, Mayim Benita Rabosha means as follows. He would bring Rabbi Akiva enough water for Netilas Yadayim and for drinking. But here I have water. What happened? Yom Echad Matzah Beis Asurim. So we'll say one day Rabbi Shagash is coming into the jail with water, and the guard sees him coming in. Amarlo, Hayom Meimecha Merubin. So the guard became suspicious of Yeshua Garci. He says, today it looks like you're bringing in a lot more water. Shema Lachtar Beis Asun Atatzara. So he's suspecting now what he's trying to do. Maybe he's trying to help Rabbi Akiva dig a tunnel. Right? Because how do you dig a tunnel? Like you pour water on the ground, it loosens up the earth. So the guard suspected Rabbi Yeshua Garci of bringing in more water. So after dig a tunnel to help Rabbi Akiva sleep. So what did he do?
1 year, that's it?
The guard spilled out half of the water in the bucket. Rabbi Yeshua comes to Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva Amar Yoshua in Atta Yodea Shezaki the Chaim Tziluim B'Chayecha. So Rabbi Akiva sees the bucket, and the bucket is half full. Rabbi Akiva always has a bucket half full. But he said that Lamaisa, Yoshua, you know that I'm totally dependent on you. This water is my water for Mitzvah, it's my water for drinking. Now there's only half a bucket. So Rabbi Shagash told Rabbi Akiva the whole story. So he said, okay, I'll use the water for hand washing.
What did you tell him? I know this motherfucker.
He said, Rabbi, there's barely enough water in there for you to drink. You think there's enough water in there for you to drink? Because that's also Rabbi Shagash was begging Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi, please don't do Netilas Yadayim today. Please just drink the water. Plus, I just want to point out that Daniel Yaga points out that the way Rabbi Akiva was murdered is that every day the Romans would peel off some of his skin. It didn't all happen at once. Every day they tortured him a little bit. Every day. So, excuse me, not to study. The Shred guys is saying Rabbi Akiva is saying, Rabbi, please, don't worry about Netilas. Please just drink the water. They're torturing you in such unspeakable ways every single day. Just drink the water. Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do? What should I do? At the end of the day, to not wash my hands is the Chiyuv Nisa. Mutav, I don't want to say what does it mean Chiyuv Nisa. Obviously, it's not literal Chiyuv Nisa. As Rabbi Akiva was saying again, quoting this idea, hold it together, Hashem Nafa, Chiyuv reaches the fence to be bitten by a snake. In other words, the rabbinic law has to be treated with such incredible severity. Mutav amos nisas atzmi, v'lo e'avar al das chavei. Rabbi Akiva said, better for me to kill myself. Now, what it meant is, better for me that I shouldn't have something to drink. I shouldn't have something to drink than to chas v'shalom violate halachos of my friend. Incredible. Amar, lo tam klum, ad shehedi lo mayim, b'nato yada. Rabbi Akiva refused to eat anything until he had sufficient, until he was able to bring in more water, and he was able to go ahead and do Netilas Yadayim. When the Chachamim heard this story, people say, you heard this story? Rabbi Akiva is literally being tortured every single day by the Romans. Yet he won't go a day without Netilas Yadayim. The Daniel Yaga comments on this again. He says that, the moral of this story is not that you have to give your life for Netilas Yadayim. That's not the moral of the story. The moral of the story is that we are here because ultimately we always maintain an incredible and overwhelming fidelity and allegiance to even the smallest details of the because it's not the devil that's in the details, it's the Ribono Shel Olam that's in the details. And we're only here because of Mesiras Nefesh for Halacha, because of Mesiras Nefesh for Torah. This is not modeling for us a Halacha L'Maisa. That's not what it's modeling for us. What it is modeling for us, I will say, is those of us who Baruch Hashem are privileged not to live in these. Rabbi Akiva was willing to give his life in a chaos of dire circumstances. How careful we have to be with the details when Baruch Hashem we're not in dire circumstances. So when they heard this, like Hashem come to Davar Amar, Ma B'Ziknu Soka, the Adusa Alachas Kam V'Kamar. This is how Rabbi Akiva acted when he was old. Can you imagine his baby when he's young? And if this is how Rabbi Akiva conducted himself when he was in jail, when he was incarcerated, can you imagine how he lived his life when he was free? So incredible. I'm Rabbi Yehuda Mishal, welcome to Student of Run. I'm Rabbi Yehuda Mishal, B'shar Shekikin Shlomo Erevin and Mekiyas Yadayim. Where Shlomo instituted Erevin and Mekiyas Yadayim. I will say, if you look at Rashi says something like Shlomo instituted Erevin Chatzeros. Because of Shalom, the Hotzi, the Rishos HaYachad, the Rishos HaYachad, Chavero, Lasso Siyad Barachaka L'Isra Torah, Shelo Yovo L'Chatem L'Tzad L'Rishos HaYachad. So it's like Shlomo HaMelech was the person who instituted the concept of Erev Chatzei. Remember, Midoraisa, the only thing you can't do is to go from Rishos HaYachad to Rishos HaRabim, or Rishos HaYadim to Rishos HaYachid, and to go from one private domain to another private domain is biblically permitted. Shlomo HaMelech came along and said, no, you can't even carry from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah without some type of Erev Chatzei. That's what it's in Shlomo HaMelech instituted Erev. He also instituted Mekiyas Yadayim. I will say, Shlomo HaMelech instituted Mekiyas Yadayim for the consumption of Kodshim. Shlomo said that you cannot eat anything consecrated without washing your hands. That later on evolved to washing your hands for bread. Shlomo was the first one to institute that you have to wash your hands before you partake of Kodshim. Yotzes Basko, Ba'amros, the Basko came out and said, B'nim, my son, if your heart is wise, my heart will rejoice Gamani, me as well. But Omer, Chacham B'ni B'samachli V'ashibi Charfi Davar. So let's just do one more line, then we'll stop. Dara Shrava Mait Ksiv L'chado Din Yitzia Asada. Nalina Bikfarim Nashkima L'kramim. Nira in Paracha Hagafen Pasach Hasmadar Kinatsu Harimomim. Sham Etin Es Dodi. Sham Eta Es Dodi. So we'll say, so what does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Come, we'll just interpret each part of the pasuk. Come, my beloved, let's go out into the field. So we'll say, so remember again, this pasuk is from Shira Shira. So we'll say, Shira Shira, what makes Shira Shira sometimes a little bit complicated is it's not clear who is the man and who is the woman. You know, in Zohar, sometimes the pasuk is Duchra, sometimes he's Nukva. Sometimes he's male, sometimes he's female. And Shia Shira, so the male and female personality switch back and forth. So what does it mean when it says, come my beloved, let's go into the field. Amra Kinesi Son, Chalisa says to Hashem, do not judge us like those who dwell in the cities. Sheishman Gezel, Va'arayis, Shua Shabbat, Shua Shaker. So let's see, in the cities, is where you have all of the vices, right? All of the vices exist in the city. There's theft, there's immorality, there's false oath, shua shaka, vain oath. Rather, so don't think of us like city dwellers. Neitze hasada, come out into the fields, and what will you see in the fields? You will see ultimately who learn Torah even in the midst of difficulties. So again, so we're not like those who dwell in the cities, who engage in all type of terrible and immoral things, but rather come with us into the fields. We'll show you how we are. I'll show you. We learn Torah even when things are difficult. Now, Lina Bikfarim, let us sleep in the villages. Antikli Bikfarim, Ella Bikhofrim. When I'll show you also Shishpatam Tova, there are so many people upon whom you shower so much good, and yet they go ahead and fundamentally don't believe in you. But us, we believe in you, go ahead and wake up early in the vineyards. What does that refer to? Come to the shuls, come to the Batei Medrash, see if the vines have sprouted. So we'll say the Geffen refers to those who master Chumash. Pasach HaSmadar, the Smadar, which represents the further stage of maturation. Those are Baalei Mishnah. Enotzu Harimonim, have the pomegranate started. Elu Baalei Gemara. That refers to those who master Gemara. Sham Eten Es Dodi, Leich Erech Vodi Ugodi, Shava Banai Ubenos. Yivona Shalom, do you want to see again? Leich Erech Vodi, do you want to see my greatest face covered, I'll show you my sons and my daughters. Because we're also the greatest things we produce in life are not ourselves.
So my uncle touched him or whatever. He was told.
It's not the personalities we
Well,
build.
Mr. Chris, you had a wonderful life.
Yeah, he passed. I got
We're not finished.
You take care of you. Certainly. Absolutely.
Tomorrow's daf.
Keep an ear out for her.
Ahead of us today, I want to begin by thanking our sponsors. To thank Ed and Faith Wolf for being our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, in memory of beloved father, grandfather, and great-grandfather Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, Zichron Livracha. We thank our Week of Learning sponsor, Joe and Dahlia Berry, in honor of their 43rd anniversary, Hashem, and their successful Aliyah 3.5 years ago. We also thank Howard and Aileen Friedman for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Howard's father, Shalom Ben Hillel Tzvi. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the neshamas will have an aliyah and the families in the Chama. And also with that, let us begin. It's a beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Chaf Aleph 21, and we are picking up the Meretz Hashem at the bottom of Chaf Amud Beis. And we are picking up at last 3 lines, the last 2 lines on the daf. Amr Yitzchak Bar Ada. The Yitzchak Bar Ada says as follows. It's incredible Gemara. So just to first not close out, but to fine-tune a little bit of the halachos of possibilities. Remember again, as we've been seeing since the beginning of the second parak, so Chazal instituted an incredible leniency regarding drawing water on Shabbos. That although the well itself is technically speaking categorized as a Rishus HaYachid, as it has requisite dimensions of 10 tefachim deep, 4 tefachim wide, and we're dealing with wells which are situated in a Rishus HaRabbi. As such, drawing water on Shabbos would constitute a significant issue. So Chazal instituted this concept of the Pasei Biros, or the Diyu Magid. These L-shaped posts positioned at 4 corners, so as such, convert the area around the well into a Rishus HaYachid. Even under normal circumstances, such an enclosure, such walls would not really be halachically significant. This was a special kula. We'll see in today's daf why such a kula was in fact necessary. We'll focus on that in just a little bit. We saw as to how much space you can have in between the Diyumadim. Is it 10 amas? Is it 13.5 amas? Shigmar now goes on to clarify this a little bit more. Rabbi said about Ada, this is incredible. So it comes from Rabbi Yitzchak, and he says, by the way, why did Chazal institute this particular kula? So Rabbi Yitzchak says they only allowed it for the Ole Regalim. So we'll see what that means. So the pashtus, what it means is as follows: that a person has to be Ole Regal, Pesach, Shavuos, and Sukkos. And so again, as you're traveling, obviously you require water. Person's going to be traveling over the course of Shabbos. So Yitzchak makes it sound like that in order to make life a little bit easier for people in the Golim, they allow you to enclose a well with this interior enclosure.
It's mine. It's like
but one second. Elsewhere again, the Rabbi seems to indicate that the reason for the kula was not for individuals, but in fact was for animals. Which one is it? Is it for the Ole Regalim, or is it for animals? Which we must try to see that. My be'ema, be'emas Ole Regalim. What does it mean when it says that Chazal instituted Pasei Biros for behemoths? It means for the animals of the Ole Regalim. Look at the last Rashi on the daf. Be'emas Ole Regalim.
We did learn about this guy yesterday.
Just a moment, but again, what the Gemara is holding right now, we'll say is as follows: when you come to the Ole Regel, so the Kashkas, it's not just you, but you're coming along with your mishpacha, but you're coming along with your livestock. Watering livestock, especially as you're traveling, is no small order. Therefore, Chazal understood that it's going to be a potential incredible hardship for the older Regel to water his flock. Therefore, to make life a little bit easier, Chazal relaxed the standards for regular Mephitos and allowed you to enclose a well so as to be able to water your animals on Shabbos. So this was a special Chazal made for the behemoths of Ole Regalim. The Gemara will say, well, watch this. But amazingly enough, this kula was not made for people. This kula was not made for people. Because what should people do? This is wild. Aval adam tapuk chafalit. Aval adam mitapes va'ola mitapes here. The most they see is another eitzah for a person. What's the other eitzah for a person? Just go into the well. Just go into the well. Right? You could go ahead and lower yourself in the well, and you could drink from the well. So we'll say now again, obviously, if you go into the well, then of course there's no issue. There's no issue of any kind of rishuyos. Yeah. There's no issue of any kind of transfer of rishuyos because you're going into the well itself. So look at Rashi. This is really wild. Tap of chafalif mitapes oches biyad the raglav biksalim v'nichnas biyotzi mitapes. So listen to it. So what is the Gemara saying? What should you do if you want to drink water from the well itself? What do? You lower yourself into the well. And by the way, how do you lower yourself into the well? You go ahead and you just climb down the well. Right? You put your arms and your legs by the side of the well. Go down and drink. Come back up. Listen, this is incredible. So the Gemara is saying over here that the heter for pasivirov, heter for the Monday, was for the animals. But people, you don't need to rely on a kula like this. But rather, again, you could actually go into the well itself and drink. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yitzchak, Rabbi Yudam Shmuel, V'huchu pasivirov, Ela be'ermayim kain bilvad. For 1 second. Says the Gemara, so Rabbi Yehuda is saying that the heter of pasiviros was only for a spring, a well that's a spring. That's a be'er mayim kain. As opposed to let's say just a cistern or something that just holds collected waters. But if you want to tell me that the heter of pasiviros is only for animals, but not for people, Mali Chayim, Mali Mekunasim. But I will say, what does it make a difference? What type of water it is? I understand that the Be'er if you're telling me that I have to be a Be'er Mayim Chayim, if the heter of Pasibiros is for people, because then that's potable water, it's drinkable water. But when I say if it's for animals, what does it make a difference? What type of water source it is? For which the Gemara says, you require something ultimately that is suitable for a person. It is suitable for a person. So the idea being that although the heter pasibiros was only for animals, nevertheless it only worked for a more chashuv water source. What's the definition of a chashuv water source? The type of water source that would be used by people as well. So the Gemara says, so what as we just said, that the heter of pasiviros was only for behemoths. But for people, if you need water, go into the well. The Gemara says, but what if the well was very wide, so that a person couldn't successfully navigate in and out of the well? Then if the well is too wide so that a person can't get in and out of it, then a person could go out and use the heter for pasibiros as well. Furthermore, a person should not go out and fill up water and place it before his animal on Shabbos. If you're utilizing the pasibiros, you should not go ahead and fill up a container and put it in front of you. To show faith with Nebehem, so you can fill up a sack, put it in front of the animal, to show Semei Elahu, and ultimately the animal can drink on its own. If that's the case, then how did the Takala Basibiros help? Maho Ilu, the Malos Nehan. What do you mean, how did it help? It helped that you could draw water from the well. Elama Hoil Rosha Veruba Shalpara. But I will say, if that's the case, then again, why did Chazal have to create a minimum size of enclosure enough for the head of the majority of the body of the parah? So we'll say this just yesterday's daf from Rabbi, Hachamayaskinon, the evils ha'omed Rosh Hashanah. We're talking about a trough that is standing in Rosh Hashanah, Gavoa Asara, 10 tefachim high, Rochiv Arba'a, Verosho Nichnas Labein HaPasim. So we'll say, so again, that's just the restating of yesterday's discussion. So we'll say, what comes out of here is something very important. What comes out of this sugya is the Gemara telling us that the din of pasibiros was dafka instituted for the hemas only with go. But ideally, pasibiros is not used for people. If you want to drink from the well, go into the well. Go into the well. go into the well. However, you must indicate that if the well is too wide, that you can't navigate inside of the well, one could go ahead and utilize the well. One could go ahead and draw water for their own drinking purposes from Pasibir also. And I will say this is indeed how the Rambam passes. So the Rambam says, this is Hilchos Shabbos, Parak Zayin, Halacha Lamed. Actually, no, we'll see. Fine. The truth is, we'll leave this channel. Let's just do the next few lines. Because it's going to be a little bit more halacha because Rambam groups it all together. Listen to this. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, I'm going to be reading about Amrat. So just keep this in mind. Number one, we've seen that Pasiri Ra'os is primarily for animals. People, if they want to drink from the well, should go into the well, drink water from inside the well. And it seems to be that even a person could use the heter of Pasiri Ra'os if the well is too wide, so that a person can't scale down the well. Let's say it's interesting. You see from here again. Sometimes kulos are good, but sometimes a person should try to avoid using kulos. The use of a kula is important under extreme circumstances, but sometimes the use of too many kulas too often will sometimes fundamentally undermine and erode a person's allegiance and fidelity to halacha. Like if you think about it, what a crazy thing. I want a drink of water on Shabbos from the well, so I'm going to scale a well. We'll say, can you imagine? Who's ever heard of such a thing? Jews don't do this kind of stuff. Has you ever heard of something like this? I'm going to scale the well. But you see over here that, again, if I need to use the kula, I'll use the kula. But if there's a way not to use the kula, better not to use the kula. Not because the golden life is to be machmir, but the golden life is to create a sensitivity and fidelity and allegiance to halacha. And sometimes, again, the use of too many kulas too often fundamentally undermines that relationship. So I'll say a few more pieces or a few more qualifications. I'm going to be reading about Abba Amarat. Ein Borginin Belaval. This is fascinating. Belaval Pasedi Ra'os B'chutzlar. So we'll say really fascinating Gemara. There's no din of Borginin. So what's Borginin? Look at Rashi. Second of the shorter lines in Rashi. Ein Borginin Belaval. There's a lot of times. The Amar B'Kesim Ma'aretz. Also, we can come a little bit later on. אם היו ברגינין חוץ תהיה בסוף עין, אמה בשיריים, מסעדם אימו ומודדים תחומה יהיה משם ולהלוד. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Now we know there's a lot of tchum. Tchum says that you have 2,000 amas from the edge of the city. So 2,000 amas from the edge of habitation in which you have the ability to travel. So remember, tchum is not a din in carrying, it's not a din in so this is a din in traveling, mobility. So you have 2,000 amas from the edge of the city in which you are situated to travel on Shabbos. However, the din of Borgin says like this: if there is some type of basic domicile, even a hut, within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, you can measure the tchum not from the edge of the city, but from the hut. So essentially, even a basic domicile like a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city allows you to count the tchum not from the edge of the primary city, but from the hut. That's Borgin. What is a Borgin? Sukkos, Sha'os, and Shomri Hayir. So it's a sukkah, that's a hut that the watchman would often go ahead and set up. Ve'ino Dava Kavua. And we'll say now, the Kiddush over here is that this hut, as we're going to see, was something that was not really set in place. It was easily transportable. So even though, again, it's not really like what we call like a binyan kavua, it's not a set structure. Nevertheless, halacha l'maisa, it still extends the tchum. So the Gemara says, "V'kamar b'yamia dahanach borginin ein b'bavel, k'lomar ve'in yis'avin shama'ir de'bebavel u'ta b'ti b'nayo." The short few little hilchach v'rochashim. We'll see that in just a moment. We'll see. Here's what Rabbi is saying. Number one, the din of borginin does not apply in Bavel, which means that in Bavel, if you have a city, the tchum of that city is measured from the edge of the city, and even if you have a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, the tchum is not measured by the hut, but the tchum is measured by the edge of the city. Below, Pasibi Ra'os B'chutzlar. And I will say furthermore, there's no din of Pasibi Ra'os B'chutzlar. This is really fascinating. The din of Pasibi Ra'os of the Diyumadin is only in Eretz Yisrael, not in Chutzlar. So what's the logic? Borgin in Babalo. They'll say, why does the din of Borgin and not applying Babel? Because Babel, interestingly enough, apparently is subject to flooding, flash flooding. So because of that, these Borgin were often washed away. So because it's not dependable or it's not reliable that the Borgin is going to be there, therefore it cannot work to go ahead and extend your trouble. So we could ask you just a moment. This is really pretty incredible. So Rashi stands that Rashi. He says, Babel was subject to flash flooding, and therefore halacha l'maisa, you can't rely that the Borgin is going to be there. Therefore the din of Borgin doesn't apply in Babel. However, lo pasi biros. This is incredible. Why does the din of Pasiri Rose not apply to Florence? Because literally there are no yeshivas there. Now what does that mean? Look at Rashi. This is really quite amazing. Lios Tamidim Holkin Year Lilmot Torah. So in Chutz La'aretz, you didn't even have a situation of Tamidim going city to city to learn. Pasiri Rose, or Older Regalim, this is incredible. The din of Pasiri Rose was a din that allowed you to draw water for your livestock and it's under extreme circumstances for you when you were engaged in the desired mitzvah. Right? In a mitzvah journey. So the paradigmatic example of being engaged in the mitzvah was only regalim. But the idea was anytime you were traveling over the course of Shabbos with Sorech and mitzvah, Chazal allowed you to use these Pasiri Rose. So interestingly enough, in Chutz La'aretz, I want to point something out. Chutz La'aretz is outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel. Interestingly enough, for this purpose, Babel was not called Chutz La'aretz. You see that because Babel was reckoned separately over here, which makes sense. Because in Babel there were yeshivas. So in Eretz Yisrael and in Babel, where you could potentially be traveling over the course of Shabbos for divine mitzvah, you could use Pasiri Rose. Outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel, where there were no yeshivas, you were not permitted to use Pasiri Rose. It was really incredible. About Ipcha Avdino. I will say, but the opposite, of course, the opposite is true. In other words, that halacha l'maisa, there are Pasiri Rose in Babel, and the din of Borginin applies in Chutz La'aretz. Because I will say, essentially, the din of Borginin will apply anywhere as long as there's no concern of flash flooding. And the din of Pasiri Rose will apply either in Eretz Yisrael because of Aliyah L'Regel, or l'maisa anywhere where you could travel to yeshivas. So the Gemara says, others explain, others have a different version of this. That both the din of Borginin and Pasiri Rose do not apply neither in Babel nor in Chutz La'aretz. Borginin the Babel alone is so as we said before, Borginin don't apply in Babel. Why? Because of flash flooding. The Chutz La'aretz Namilo is Shrihi Ganovi. This is fascinating. The din of Borginin doesn't apply in Chutz La'aretz either. Why? Because of thieves. We'll say, what does that mean? Thieves? They used to steal these huts. They would steal these huts. As Rashi said before, since they were not Kavua, they were not affixed to the ground, so they were stolen. So because they're stolen, obviously you can't rely on the Borginin to be there. So the Gemara says, Pasiri Rose for Babalo, Yishrichi Maya. So again, these Pasiri Rose, that heta was not allowed in Babel. Why? Because we'll say currently, water was in easy supply in Babel. So remember again, the din of Pasiri Rose is a din in Eretz Yisrael, says the Gemara, because water is harder to come by. But in Babel, where water was easy to come by, there was no need to allow any schoolers. In Chutz La'aretz also, there was no din of Pasiri Rose, because since they weren't yeshivas, therefore halacha l'maisa, Pasiri Rose was only instituted in the situation of divine mitzvah, and there was no real traveling for divine mitzvah in Chutz La'aretz. Amr Chisda l'may Breid Rabbi Yirmiyah bar Abba Amri Asisu mi Barnash l'beit Mishka d'Daniel Zahava Plasa Parsi b'Shabbos. So let's listen to this. The Gemara tells a story. So Chisda said to Mari Breid Rabbi Yirmiyah bar Abba. He said to him, I heard that you went from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. You traveled from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. And that is a distance, Rashi says over here, on Amri Kasisum Barnash Shamati Sha'omrim Aleichem Sha'atem Boin Mibarnish Lebei Knishta de Daniel b'Shabbos Makom Haya b'Babel Shesham Haya Mispalal Daniel Chsiv Dechaven B'Season Lebi Ilasi. So apparently there was a shul that was known as the shul of Daniel. So you have Rav Chisda telling Mari, I heard that you traveled on Shabbos from Barnish to the shul of Daniel. And the problem is, that is a distance, the Havu Tlasa Parsi B'Shabsa. That's a distance of 3 parcels, more than the Tchum. Anai Samtisu Abordinim. So what did you rely on? What did you rely on to travel such a far distance more than the regular Tchum at Shabbos? Abordinim, did you rely on the presence of huts to extend your Tchum? Ha'amar Avua Da'avua Mishmei Rab, but your father, the father of your father, like your grandfather, said in the name of Rab, Ein Borginim B'Baba, that there's no dinner of Borginim in Baba, right? Again, because of flash flooding. So how did you travel such a far distance on Shabbos? Nothing. Samar went out to show the Christa, Ta'ach Vilei Hanua Misafta Diniblan Shivin B'Shirayim. First, he went out and he showed him that apparently, right outside of Barnish, within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city of Barnish, there were these ruins. There were these ruins that were there, but the walls of the ruins were still intact. So because the walls were still intact, they were bona fide mechitzas. Because they're bona fide mechitzas, they extended the tomb of the city, allowing Mark to travel from Barnish all the way to the shul of Daniel. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, Misafta Ayaros Haribos, Nishalo Sham Mechitzas Min Habatim, Vamiran Hasan, Barakit and Arving. So once it's shown the ruins, despite the fact that they were ruins, the walls of those ruins were still intact and allowed the tomb of the city to be extended past them. And that's how he was able to travel to the shul of Daniel. So let's take a look. So that's the idea. We're going to get into some beautiful Aganata. But before that, let me show you the Rambam. So the Rambam in Parakhov Zayin Hilchot Shabbos says as follows. There's also a lot of fascinating ideas over here. Number one, when were Pasei Rose, who were Pasei Rose instituted for? Number two, where were they instituted for? Because the Gemara seems to indicate over here that this is a din Dafka in Eretz Yisrael and maybe Babel as well. So what the Rambam writes as follows. This is a Parak Yud Zayin starts, chapter 17, Rambam Halacha Lamed. Lo v'kiru ha'pasim ha'ilu ela b'Eretz Yisrael u'lebehimas oli regalim bilva. So what says the Rambam actually passes that the din of Pasei Rose is Dafka a din in Eretz Yisrael. This was only instituted in Eretz Yisrael and only instituted for the animals of the Oli Regalim. And I will say so again, 3 qualifications. Number one, only in Eretz Yisrael. Number two, only for the animals of Oli Regalim, the Bar Mitzvah. And number 3, only if the air 9 times. A well, that's a well spring. So that's a more hush of water spring. Aval, the Shar Aratos. But I will say again, let's say anywhere else outside of Eretz Yisrael, if you want to drink water on Shabbos, if you want to give to animals on Shabbos, what halacha? You must have a sharatos adam yored on the be'er v'yishke o yasin v'yishke matefes be'er gavo asar talking yamod v'socha v'yit v'yishke. Any other circumstance outside of Eretz Yisrael or anything else, if you want to draw water on Shabbos, if you draw water on Shabbos, you just have to what? Make regular mechitzos. You have to make a regular partition. In Haya HaBe'er Rachab Harbei, but if the well was very wide, She'ein Adam Yochol Leirei Bo Harei Ze Yidle V'yishtav V'yachas. So what the Rambam does ask him, that halacha l'maisa, if the well is too wide, so that the person can't go down and get it, Inachinam you should rely on Pasei Rose. So what said, if halacha l'maisa, the Rambam asks that the din number 1, din of Pasei Rose only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Number 2, it only applies for behemoths, only regalim, not for a person. Unless, of course, the well is too wide that you can't scale it. Under those circumstances, you can rely on the Pasei Rose to draw water for personal consumption as well. Right? The Rambam goes on with a couple of other fascinating ideas, but that's enough for our purposes today. Good, let's go right. We're supposed to say beautiful Gemara ahead of us. So the Gemara says as follows. Amr Chisda, Dorish Mari Bar Amar. So Chisda says follows. So Mari Bar Amar darshan the following. He said, "My dichsiv l'chol sichla re'isi kates v'chava mitzosech hamod." So what's the meaning of the pasuk in Tehillim? Literally, again, for every goal, for every goal, for every conclusion, I've seen an end. But your mitzvos are very expansive. So we'll say the pashtos. What David HaMelech is saying is like this: everything else in the world is finite. Everything else in the world is finite. The mitzvos, your Torah, is infinite. So David HaMelech said this, but he didn't explain it. Eov said it and he didn't explain it. Yechezkel said he didn't explain it. Zechariah ben Ido so Zechariah ben Ido came along and he finally explained it. What does this mean? David said but he didn't explain it. So again, David HaMelech says, for every goal, for every goal, I've seen an end, but your mitzvahs are very expansive, but I didn't explain what that meant. Eov said it also. Literally, again, it is longer than the earth, than the length of the earth, and wider than the width of the sea. So again, once again, Eov is speaking to the expansiveness of Torah, but doesn't help explain that concept. Amr Yechezkel goes the pasuk in Yechezkel. Vayifros osam lefanai, diksuva panim va'achar, v'kasav aleh kinim beheger dehi. We'll see what that means in just a moment. What is Moshe? So literally it means Vayifros osam lefanai. He spread it open in front of him. V'ksuva panim va'achar. It is written on the back and on the front. V'kasav aleh, and it says in it. Kinim, which means Kinim is like Kinim, like Kinnis, lamentations, the Hega, rejoicing, Vehi, and woe. What does that mean? Kinim, Zuparadosa Shal Tzadikim Bolam. So Kinim means the misfortune, or the suffering of Tzadikim in this world. Vechinu Omer, Kino Hi, Vikoninu. The Hega, what does Hega mean? Zu Matan Scholan Shal Tzadikim Masid Lava. That refers to the rejoicing of the Tzadikim in the world to come. Omer Alai Higayon Bechinot. Vehi Zoi Paranusa Shalisham Asid Lava. He refers to the suffering of the wicked in the world to come. Omer Hav, he quotes over here the pasuk from Yechezkel, Hava al Hava Hava. Ad Sheba Zechariah ben Ido Pershi. So Zechariah ben Ido was the person who came along and explained this notion of the expansiveness of Torah. Siv quotes over here the pasuk from Yechezkel. So he said to me, what do you see? And I said, I see a floating scroll. Its length is 20 amas, its width is 10 amas. And ultimately, again, when it was unfolded, it was Esrim be'Esrim. It was 20 by 20. Uksiv, Kit, Suva, Panim, Ba'achar. And it says that it was written on the front and on the back. And if you were to peel back, so also it was written on the front and the back. So what it's saying, the imagery is, it was written on the front and the back. If you were to peel apart the front and the back and place them side by side, how much would that be? Arba'im be'Esrim, 40 amas by 20 amas. Uksiv, Mima dad b'sha'al amayim v'shamayim b'zeres tamim nimtza kol ha'olam kula achos mishloshes alafim u'masayim b'torah. So we'll say when you do all of the math, the Gemara says it turns out that the world is 1/3200 of the size of the Torah. So we'll say obviously from a metaphorical point, the Gemara is trying to paint this image of this massive scroll that totally eclipses the size of the world, to highlight to us the dramatic expansiveness of Torah. When we speak about Torah, we see that you could quantify Torah. Torah is Tanakh, Torah is Shabbat, Torah is Shabbat. Shavuot said Torah. Remember how Chazal referred to the Yam Shal Talmud, right? Referred to the sea of the Gemara. The metaphor, the imagery is an expansiveness. When you look, when you stand on the banks of the ocean, you look out to the ocean, it looks like it's Ma'av Shem Himself. It has no end. So the idea that the depth and profundity of Torah is so much that it even eclipses the size of the universe. That's the image that's highlighted over here. From Christa, Darish, Mori, Barmar, my Dixiv, Vine Shnei Duda Eiteinen, Muadim Lefehechal Hashem. Those are actually quite beautiful. You might recall the passage from Yirmiyahu. So it says over here, Vine Shnei Duda Eiteinen, Muadim Lefehechal Hashem. That there were two baskets of figs prepared before the Heichal Hashem. Hadud ha'echad te'inim tovos. One of the baskets contained good figs, tovos ma'od, ki te'ini habachoros. Like the early figs. Plus, I just use something that's happening over here. If you have the Torah or in your Gemara, you can see that the Gemara is actually doing over here is kind of splicing together two different pieces. Again, they're both from Yirmiyahu, Parakhov, Dalet, Pasuk, Aleph, Sugim, Aleph, 2 days, but it's just taking different parts of it. So I will say, so the image that Yirmiyahu Hanavi is highlighting over is really quite beautiful. Is two baskets of figs. One basket is figs, tavos, ma'od, kite'ini abachoros on the base, v'agud echad, and the second basket, te'inim ro'os ma'od, are bad figs, asher lo se'achelna me'roa, that could not be eaten because they were so bad. So what's like, what do the two baskets of figs represent? This is really beautiful. Atavos, elu tzadikim gemur. The good figs, those represent tzadikim gemur. Te'inim haro, bad figs, Elul Shun. This refers ultimately again to the Shun Gemurah. So let's say, look at this tomorrow. The Shema Toman. So maybe you'll say the basket of bad figs, which represents the Shun Gemurah. Shema Toman, Abad Sibram, Ubatal Sikuyam. Maybe you'll say there's no hope. There's no hope. There is no possibility of redemption for the Shun Gemurah. Kamilomar, Kambigoim, Nasmireya. We'll say it says that both of the baskets of figs give forth a beautiful aroma. So we'll say, even the figs which can't be consumed, right? Even the figs which were bad, right? Even the te'inim rotten still give forth a beautiful aroma. Both baskets of figs have the ability to give forth a beautiful aroma. So just understand the power of that Gemara. I just want to draw your attention to the lush. The Gemara says over here that the basket of good figs, tzadikim gemur. The Gemara doesn't just use lashon over here of tzadikim and rishayim, but use lashon of tzadikim gemurim, rishayim gemurim. The lashon of gemurim represents that person, for a person to be a rasha, could be like a recreational rasha, right? You're just a rasha on the weekends. Right? For turning the guys try to be good, or vice versa. The shon gemurim, like the Rambam, the Rambam was tshuva. Eizu tzadik gomer, right? I should say, Eizu bal tshuva gemurim, the Rambam says. So the lashon of gomer represents a lashon of finality and totality. That sometimes I have different aspects of my identity. Gomer means this is the totality of my identity. See what the Gemara is saying? You might have thought that the Rishayim Gemurim are but Sidram Ubat Sikuyam. You might have thought that a Rasha Gomer, that's it. A Rasha Gomer is down and out. Does anyone want to talk about a Rasha Gomer? No. Even the Rasha Gomer, I will say, it's incredible. Even Rasha Gomer have begotten nothing else. We'll say, what an incredible Gemara. Even if a person is a Rasha Gomer, the beautiful scent of holiness is always there. The beautiful scent of ruchnius never goes away. Even when you're nice, even when your identity is so fundamentally compromised, the scent of holiness never leaves the Jew. It's incredible. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. Dara Shava, my Dichsev, Hadudaim Nasnurech. What does it mean when it says that the Dudaim? Listen, now it's interesting. You know, the first time we see Dudaim is, of course, the story by Rachel and Leah. So there it's interesting that Dudaim are translated as mandrakes. That's off of the English or the Hebrew. Here in this context, it's interesting that it's actually translated as violets. Okay, so the Dudaim Nasnureach. So the Dudaim gave their scent. We'll say who is so beautiful. Elu Bachure Yisrael Shalotamu Tamchit. We'll say, so the violets that Dudaim gave their scent, this refers to young Jewish men who never tasted the taste of sin. So what does that mean? So the Mashal comments on this. The Mashal says this is gospel in the realm of Arias. You'll see it makes sense in the context in just a little bit as well. This is talking about young men who are careful to guard themselves from immorality. No person, I will say, no person in the kid has never tasted the taste of sin. Everybody tastes the taste of sin. You all seen. But when I say a person, especially a young person, when passions are strongest, who is careful to guard himself from immorality, that's the Dudaim Nasnureach. That ultimately, again, is the violet who emits such a beautiful scent. Re'alti safinu kol megadim, and at the entrance were all types of beautiful food. Who is that? Elu b'nos Yisrael. This refers to the Jewish women. Shemadidos tischehen leba'aleihem. So it's like literally, it says they tell their openings to their husbands. So Rashi points out over here, this refers, look at Rashi. Actually, not yet, we'll see. Rashi goes all the way out of order over here. Shemadidos tischehen leba'aleihem means they tell their husbands and they become a nidah. That the wife tells her husband she becomes a nidah, that her husband shouldn't inadvertently transgress with her. Literally, they close their openings only for their husbands. This idea being the virtuosity, the virtuousness of the Jewish woman, that she maintains her allegiance, right, and is only for her husband. So say, what does it mean again? Literally, new and old, my beloved, I await you. I looked out for you. This is so beautiful. So I just want to point out this notion, by the way, we've seen so much in the last couple of days regarding the immorality and how a person is able to conquer immorality. There is the greatest taiva that a person has, and at the end of the day, the scar that awaits a person who is able to overcome these most innate wants and desires. So I just want to point out this idea that the Gemara says that to go'in nasnu reach. So we'll say, what does it mean that the young person, right? Who, we're all young. The young person was able to resist immorality. He emits the violence gives off its scent. So listen, the concept of scent, which means that your scent is beautiful if you overcome immorality. Scent is something that just exists by itself. In other words, you don't do anything for scent. It's just a part of your being. Something has a beautiful, pleasing scent. It's just a part of their gestalt. It's a part of what they are. The idea being, as I was saying, that when I'm able to overcome the desire for immorality, it's not just the pshat that I become holy. It fundamentally changes who I am. I emit a different scent. I smell different. I am different. You see, there are certain things that I do that give me greater kedusha, that give me greater holiness, and there are certain things that I do that just fundamentally change who I am. I emit like a reach nichoach. I emit a pleasing aroma. So if I muster up the inner courage to be able to overcome the pull towards immorality, it's not just the pshat that I'm holy, that I'm good, that I'm pleasant. My aroma is different. It's an incredible idea. I emit a different scent. So powerful. Oh, can I say so? So Claudia says in Moshe, this is how beautiful this is. How do exist the dark galaxy? So Claudia says in Baruch something is Ribbon Shalom. You've made many laws. You've given me many laws. But I have legislated upon myself even more laws than you've given me. And I've kept all of them. That's Klal Yisrael says to Baruch. You've made me many mitzvahs. I've taken out even more mitzvahs and I've kept everything. The Krista one thing she said to one of the Talmidim coming to this who was arranging a garden in his presence. Have you ever heard a drasha on this concept Kadoshim Gan Yishani? What does it mean when it says the new things and also the old things? Amarle, Eilu Mitzvahs Kalus, Eilu Mitzvahs Kamulas. So the Talmud says him, which refers to the we'll call it easy mitzvahs and the difficult mitzvahs. Amarle, the Torah Ta'anai and Ta'anai, the Mishnah upon the Mishnah was Torah given multiple times that it would say Kadoshim Gan Yishanim, which makes it sound like things that were given earlier, things that were given later. Allah, Halalim Torah, Halalim I think I will say the concept of Kadoshim Gan Yishanim. The word Yishanim refers to ultimately Givei Torah. Yishanim, the old halachas refers to the halachas that the Ribbon Shalom gave us. But the Kadoshim refers to the new halachas that the Rabbanon which we legislate. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, it's the third Rashi. Kadoshim sheniskanshi b'chol dar v'adar ligdar geder b'siyad. Each generation legislates new laws For what purpose? For the purpose of creating a protective fence around the Torah. So beautiful. Zara Shrava might see the Yosem Nehim of Beni Zara Asos Sfarim Hade. We'll say, what's the meaning of the pasuk in Koheles? When it says, and even more than these things, my son, be careful, be careful. Asos Sfarim Hade. Literally, we'll say what it sounds like it means. Make many Sfarim. Make many Sfarim. What does this mean? Benihi, Yizahar b'divrei sofer, Yosem b'divrei Torah. Shamalach was saying, my son, be even more careful with divrei sofer, with rabbinic law, than with divrei Torah. Should divrei Torah, yesh panan seva lo saseh, his Torah is comprised of positive commandments and prohibitions. Divrei sofer means when it comes to the words of Chazal, follow over al divrei sofer chayv nisa.
Like a king.
Whoever violates divrei sofer on both sides is chayv nisa. So now what is that? Take a look at Rashi. The seva lo saseh. So Rashi says, yesh bohen she'in bohen chayv nisa. About divrei sofer chayv nisa al kulan kibutzit upolis yadar yishachenu na. There was a quote over the pasuk from Koheles that says, he who breaches the fence shall be bitten by the fish. Even though this kind of sounds counterintuitive, like one would need to be more careful with Doraisas because they're given by the Rebbeinu Shalom and not the Rabbanon. Yet the Shalom says, he who breaches the rabbinic fence will be bitten by a snake, which means that in certain respects, rabbinic law is dealt with more severely than biblical law. What's the idea? Okay, the idea is that rabbinic law is the glue that keeps us together. The rabbis of every generation, not every generation, they say every generation has to legislate new laws because of the time, because of the circumstances. So mamish is the dinei d'Rabbanan that keep the fabric of Klal Yisrael together. And if you don't go ahead and adhere to the dinei, like if you don't adhere to the dinei d'Rabbanan, then although the Doraisas may still be in effect for some out of only a matter of time to the fabric of Klal Yisrael and Rabbi. That's why amazingly enough that there's sometimes greater severity attached to dinei d'Rabbanan than there are to dinei d'Oraisa. Shema Tomar, in Yesh Bohen Mamish, or maybe you'll say 1 second, well, if the dinei d'Rabbanan are so important, then why didn't you have to be part of with just writing in the Torah? And it looks like this thought crosses everyone's mind at some point in time. Like if the rabbis and Chazal are really right, then why didn't you have to be part of with just include it? So let's listen to this. Amartra, Asos Sfarim, Harbe increased. Because it was at a certain point in time, you could keep writing Sfarim, and keep writing many Sfarim, and there will be no end. In other words, we're saying that Torah continues to evolve, and Torah continues to go on. It would have been impossible to commit everything to writing in one sefer, and therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu has to be mechalik between a Torah Shebitzav and a Torah Sheba'al, between dinei d'Oraisa and dinei d'Rabbanan. The law is Harbe Yedias Balsa. That was literally translated what this means. Much study causes weariness or tiredness.
Why do you think our hands are so
It teaches us that what? Anyone who disparages the rabbinic law will literally be judged in boiling excrement in Olam Haba. Not good. The idea being, you see it in the Gemara's quoting over here. So it's easy to go ahead and say the rabbis are just adding on layers to halakha that are not necessary. I'll keep the Doraisas, that's all I need. So you see Chazal coming along and saying there is no Yiddishkeit without the Rabbanon. There is no way of life without the Rabbanon. The whole point of the Rabbanon is that the Rabbanon teach us how to take the Doraisas, make them applicable and sustainable in the real world. So you see something like this, that if you go and disparage the Rabbanon, you're going to burn and boil excrement in Gehenna. It's obviously it's a bit hyperbolic, but it's the idea of Chazal telling us there is no light without the Rabbanans. And also we see this, that any time you try to peel away the Rabbanans from Jewish life, it's only a matter of time. It may take years or it may take a few generations, but at the end of the day, absolutely you lose your way. Does it say lag, disparage? Lag says. It meant lag. We'll say,
so that is for
the way the Gemara was interpreting the passage was The word is lahag. The Gemara darshaned it as la'ag, which means to disparage. The Gemara doesn't say la'ag with an I in disparage. It means it says la'ag with A, which means to learn. Ella, this is so beautiful. Rather, what it means is whoever engages in the study of Torah, specifically the studies of the Rabbanah, like the studies of Gemara, is like you taste meat. We'll say, what's the shot with that? That if you study Gemara, you study Dinei de Rabbanah. So it's like you're tasting meat. Then this is beautiful. He says, just like when you eat meat, how do you feel after a good steak? How do you feel after a good steak? Satisfied. We'll say, how do you feel after a good black Gemara? Satisfied. Satisfied. There are certain things in life. Which give you a certain level of satisfaction. So the truth is, in a Kashmir level, a good meal, a good steak gives you a shrug. You feel good after it. You feel like the world is good. It's like, we'll say, if you have a good steak, it's amazing. A good steak and a glass of wine. There are no cherries on over here. Right, but a good case and a good glass of wine, all of a sudden. So again, the universe is in equilibrium. Right? Life is perfect. The only thing I'm missing in that moment is Mashiach. It maybe gives me feels like a little bit like Mashiach. Right? So I'll say, in all seriousness, where else can you replicate a feeling that? When do you have a feeling in life that like the world is good? The world is good and everything is perfect. After a good black Gemara. That's what I'm saying. No, you have a daf like this. You have a daf like this. You're gonna walk out, and there's gonna be like a wave of satisfaction that sweeps over you when you have Torah like this. That's the Gemara says. La garbe yigios basar. When you learn a lot, when you learn a good piece of Torah, it's like yigios basar. It's just like having a good steak. We're just like a good satisfaction. It's just like a satisfaction of a good meal. So beautiful. Listen to this incredible story. Incredible story. Nice of Rabbi Akiva.
We know this because the word is listed in the string or capital and elsewhere in the Bible. We learn that a petty thief needs to pay for what he took, plus a fine, but is not put to death.
At the hands of the Romans. His flesh, his spirit,
what is the
his
law
body.
of the thief?
This is the story. This is the story. In fact, it was like,
in Torah, there are two classes of thieves. There is the
I'll
brazen strong man who takes what is not his, not caring who sees.
I'll fill in parts of it as we go on. The key was incarcerated.
Then there is the guy, the stealthy thief. If he is caught, but like that fucking person, if he is caught, but not, if he turns himself in willingly, he must play double what he took, or more in the
Rashi says Garci is Shem Makom. It's the name of his place. That's where he lived. That's where he lived. Otherwise, Rashi says, we'll say this is
why the
incredible.
difference that God's one is a pretty evil guy, being neither Hashem nor man. He
used to go ahead
chooses
and
to break the law and let the chips fall with him. But the Ghana is afraid of him, which is why he operates on this life. However, he has no compunctions about being observed by Hashem, essentially denying the existence of divine justice in the words of Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai. May Hashem grant you fear.
Ground up lentils.
May Hashem grant you that. May Hashem grant that you fear Hashem. May Hashem grant that you fear Hashem as much as you fear flesh and blood.
You know, listen. To become a Talmid Chacham or a tzaddik, that's the purview of like people who get to live their lives because they say, I had to go out to work. So if I had to go out to work, I could be a good balabas.
Even if they're not actually saying they're probably a God of the heart.
It's not true.
A classic example would be Absalom, who is a pretender to the throne of his father King David, stole the hearts of the men of Israel. Note that in the biblical Hebrew lev, which means heart, refers to consciousness as a whole. In Jewish law, there are specific guidelines about Geneva, theft of money. A typical example is inviting someone for a meal when you know they are already engaged at the time. You are scoring points by being generous and friendly, but knowing that it will cost you nothing. The same would apply if you open a bottle of wine when a guest is over and gave them the impression that you did so in their honor when you were planning to open the bottle in any case. One various application of the same principle involves sellers intentionally dressing up their wares to appear better than they are. For instance, giving an old, worn tool a new paint job, or selling real estate whose ownership is disputed. The whole and the most. The final bit
Shema
of Talmudic
Lachtar
wisdom, it
Desa
is
Soon
not
at the
the
Salah.
mouse
So
who
he
is the
suspected, what
God,
was he trying to
but
do?
the whole
He was trying to help
that
Rabbi
is the
Akiva
God.
dig a tunnel.
If you want
Right?
to make
Because how do
sure,
you dig a tunnel? Right? You pour water on the ground, it loosens up the earth. So the guard suspected Rabbi Yoshua Garcia
if you want to
bringing
make
in
sure
more
that you
water
stay away,
so as to dig a
if you
tunnel
want
to
to
help
make
Rabbi
sure that you
Akiva
stay
escape.
far away
So what
from
did he
all
do?
forms of Geneva, even the
Shafach
most subtle
Chetzim.
ones, it is a good idea
The guard spills
to
out
set up
half
your
of the
life
water
with the
in the
most
bucket.
outstanding rate
Rabbi Yoshua
possible,
Garcia comes to
leaving
Rabbi Akiva. Kishubot Rabbi
no
Akiva Amar lo,
holes that need to be
Yoshua
plugged
in
up.
ato yodea shezak
What
inani
type? Sorry,
v'chayi
yeah, what's
turuim
up, Andrew?
b'chayecha. So Rabbi Akiva sees the bucket, and the bucket is half full. Rabbi Akiva always saw the bucket half full. But he said that Lamaisa, Yoshua, you know that I'm totally
Yo,
dependent
dogs, no one
on
really
you.
knows for sure.
This water
Hello,
is my water
hello,
for Netilas
Divrei,
Dam, it's my water for
Elohim,
drinking.
Chayim.
Now there's only half a
But this
bucket.
is more.
Sofo
But this is in the
Samora.
Zohar we did.
So Rabbi Yoshua Garcia told Rabbi Akiva the whole story.
So what do we do?
So he said, okay, I'll use the water for hand washing. Amrlo lishtos in magiyim. He said, Rabbi, there's barely enough water in there for you to
Yo,
drink.
how do we as
You think
Orthodox
there's enough
Jews
water
deal
in
with
there
the
for you to
death
drink? Because
of
that's what Yoshua Garcia was
non-Jews?
begging
What
Rabbi
happens
Akiva,
to
Rabbi,
them?
please don't do Netilas Yadayim today. Please just
Like,
use the water
obviously,
to
we
leave
don't
it.
say
Let's
Kavod.
point out that Ben
Like, what
Yehuda
happens?
points out that the way Rabbi Akiva was murdered is
Good
that
question.
every
Let's
day
break down
the
Pele and
Romans
state
would peel off some of his skin. It didn't all
Hush,
happen at
Jewish
once.
worldview is.
Every day they
First, what do
tortured
we
him
believe
a
happens
little
to
bit.
non-Jews after
Every
death?
day.
Second, how do
So
Orthodox Jews
not just
respond
Rabbi
to
Yoshua Garcia saying,
right?
Rabbi Akiva saying, Rabbi, please, don't worry about Netilas.
What happens to non-Jews after death?
Please just
Mainstream Orthodox Judaism does not teach that non-Jews are
in such
automatically lost or
unspeakable
punished.
ways every single
That's
day.
somebody else's
Just
thing, not
drink
Jewish. The
the
key
water.
concept is the righteous indignation of
Amelo,
the good.
Ma'asa,
Mar in
Shechayavin
Talmud
Alein Misa.
Sahedrin
Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do?
105a
What should I do?
says,
At the end of the day, to not wash my hands is a
Yesh
Chiyav
lahem
Misa.
chelik
Mutav, I'm
la'olam.
saying, what does it mean?
How
It's a
about the
Chiyav
righteous
Misa.
of the
Obviously, it's
nation
not
of
literal,
the
it's a Chiyav
Hadashir?
Misa.
The
Rabbi
Lord
Akiva was saying, again, according to this
Kol
idea, Horetz Keder Hashem Nachash, he
Chokach
reaches the
Malachim
fence,
8:11.
should be bitten by a snake.
If
In other
a
words, the
Jew,
rabbinic
if
law
a non-Jew
has to be treated
keeps the
with such
Shabbat
incredible
mitzvot b'nei
severity.
7
Mutav
lives.
Amos
The
Misas
basic moral laws,
Asini,
like
although
not murdering,
E'avor
not
Al
stealing,
Das
not
Havin.
committing sexual
Rabbi Akiva
immorality,
said, better for me to kill
etc.
myself.
They
Now,
are
what he meant
considered
is,
really
better for
righteous
me that I
and have
shouldn't
a
have
share
something
in all
to drink.
Bible.
I shouldn't have something to drink.
Judaism does not require them to
Violate the
convert.
halachas of my
They have a
faith.
soul,
Netilas
yes,
Dam,
non-Jew has
incredible.
an average
Amar,
lifestyle. Kabbalah
Lo Tam
mysticism
Klum,
distinguishes
Achehevi Lo Mayim,
between types
Bin
of souls,
Natal
but that
Yados.
does
Rabbi
not
Akiva
mean
refused to
non-Jews
eat
lack
anything until he
spirituality
had
or
sufficient, until they
divine
were able to bring
connection.
him more water,
In
and he was
Hasidic
able to go ahead
thought,
and
including
do
teachings of
Netilas
Chabad,
Yadayim.
Lubavitch, the Bible,
Kishashamu
there
Chachamim
is an
B'davar,
emphasis that
when the
every
Chachamim
human is
heard
created
this
for
story,
its
I'm
own
supposed to hear the story.
judgment. Judgment applies to all humanity. Righteous non-Jew is
Tortured every single
judged by
day
what they
by
do.
the Romans. Yet he
Were
won't go
commanded,
a
not
day
by 6:13
without
mitzvah.
Netilas Dam. So we'll see, the Ben
You're
Yehuda
not judged
comments
for
on this
keeping
again.
Shabbat or
He
kasher
says that the
because they
moral
weren't
of
here
this
with commanded.
story is not that you have to give your
Practically,
life for
what do
Netilas Dam.
Orthodox
That's not
Jews
the
do when
moral of the
non-Jews
story.
are right? We do
The
not take
moral of the
Hajj more
story
heretic or
is
not
that we are
attached to the
here
sanctification prayer
because
right to
ultimately
Jewish communal
always
structure.
an
But
incredible
that does not
wealth
mean
of fidelity
indifference.
and
If it's a neighbor, friend, public
to
figure
even
to
the
express
smallest details of
condolences, we can
because
say
it's not the
Baruch
devil
Dayan
that's in
Ha'amin.
the details.
Blessed is the
It's the
true judge
Ribono
quietly to
Shel
our
Olam that's in the
himself if
details.
death
And we're only here
impacts
because
us.
of Mesiras
We
Nefesh
can pray
Halacha.
privately that Hashem
Because of
judge them with
Mesiras
mercy. If it's a
Nefesh
righteous
Torah.
Jew, some
This is not
authorities
modeling
allow
for
Saint
us a
Tehillim
halacha
psalms
nice. That's not
on
what
their
it's
behalf,
modeling
acts
for
of
us.
kindness in their name
What
and
it is
heart.
modeling for us, I
But
will
would
say,
you not
is
believe
those of
Orthodox
us who
Jews
Baruch Hashem are
Orthodox
privileged
Jews
not to
not
live in these.
teach that
Rabbi
non-Jews
Akiva was willing to
automatically
give his life for the Netilas
they are
Dam
spiritually
of dire
worthless that
circumstances.
conversion
How
is required
careful
for
we have to be
salvation.
with the
That's
details
not Jewish
when Baruch Hashem we're not in dire
theology. What about
circumstances. So when they
getting
heard this, like Yishem
in
Chacham
Jewish
B'davar Amar,
purification
Ma
state is not an
B'Signuso
eternal
Kach,
damnation is
the
generally
Adusa
understood
Alachas
as temporary.
This is how Rabbi
Within the
Akiva
12
acted
months,
when he
that
was old.
concept applies
Can you
broadly to
imagine
men,
his
not
behavior when
just
he's
Jews.
young?
Big picture, Judaism is communal,
And if
Jews have
this is how Rabbi Akiva
613
conducted
mitzvot,
himself when he
non-Jews
was in
have
jail
10.
and he was incarcerated,
Different
can you imagine
responsibilities,
how
same
he
creator,
lived
same
his life
justice,
when he
is the
was
same
so
moral
incredible?
accountability.
I'm Rabbi Yehuda Mishavos, which is one of the lines.
So
I'm going to read a Shema B'Shah
So
Shetikin
someone
Shlomo
who
Erev
is
in
not
Tfilas
Jewish and
Adai.
just died, they're
Shama
independent, right?
constituted Erevin
And is it for
Tfilas
11 or
Adai.
12 months?
You look at Rashi.
And then where did they
Rashi
go?
says Shlomo.
Where did they go if they were righteous? Where did they go if they weren't righteous? Okay, let's talk about this. First thing, Judaism does not teach that every non-Jew goes to heaven. for
So
his
it says,
spiritual
Shlomo
life.
Melech would be the
Judaism also
person
does
who
not teach
instituted
every
the
Jew who
concept of
skips or
Eruv
judgment as
Chasidus.
individual.
Remember,
Elijah
Mido
told him
Raisa,
possibly
the only thing
if
you
they need
can't do is to
purification.
go
Hidden
from
in Judaism
Rishus
is not
Hayochet to Rishus
baffled by
Harabim,
this.
or
Like a
Rishus
spiritual
Hayagim
cleansing
to Rishus
process after
Hayokid,
that
and to go from one private domain to
teaching
another
and
private domain
telling
is
in
biblically
Luke
forbidden.
2:10
Shlomo
that
Melech
the
came along and said,
judgment
no,
of the
you
wicked
can't
in
even
Gehenna
carry
chapter
from
10
one
was
Rishus
the
Hayokid to
idea
another
of
Rishus
unbridled
Hayokid
humanity,
without
not
some
just
type of
Jews.
Eruv
11 and
Chasidus.
12 months.
That's
For
the
Jews,
reason
we say
Shlomo
Chaj. For
instituted
11
Eruv.
months, 12,
Those
because 12
instituted Mitzvah
months
Zayin,
implies the person was fully
Shlomo
wicked,
instituted Tilas
and
Yadayim
we do,
for the
and we don't
consumption of
assume
Kaddish.
about
Shlomo
other
said that you
but
cannot eat
that
anything
11th month practice is
consecrated
not about
without washing
Jewish
your
mourning
hands.
practices.
That later on
It does not
evolves
define how
to
long a
washing your
non-Jewish
hands
judge.
for bread.
The
Shlomo
12
was
months
the
is a
first one
general
who instituted that you
maximum
have to
framework
wash your
described
hands
by Chazal.
before you partake of
Where do
kosher.
righteous
Yotze
non-Jews go?
Sabasko,
If
Ba'abrak,
a
Sabasko,
non-Jew
Kinam,
was righteous,
Tzidinim.
chapter 7, no right.
In
No
Chacham,
high
B'Bechel, Bismach,
laws. Look
my
morally
son, if
recognize
your heart is
God
wise, my heart
appropriately
will
then.
rejoice Gamani, me
They
as
have
well.
a share
Omer, Chacham,
Haba
B'ni,
and
B'Samach,
Robocom.
Livi,
This is
V'Ashivi,
stated
Charvi,
explicitly in the
B'Tova.
Talmud.
So let's
Sanhedrin
just do one more line, then
1:8.
we'll stop.
The
Darash Rabbi
righteous of
Mike
the
Siv
nations have a
L'Chadol
share in
Di
the
Mitzia
multitude.
Asada, Nalino B'Kforin Nashkimo L'Kram
Rambam
L'Kramin,
codifies this
Nira
in
in
Mishnah Torah
Paracha HaGefen,
13,
Pasach
8:11.
Hasmadar, Hinatsu
So
Harimonim,
if righteous,
Sham
they go
Etin
to
Es
Olam
Dodi,
Haba.
Sham
What
Eta Es
is
Dodi.
Olam
So
Haba?
what's the meaning of Pasuk?
There
What does
are
it
two
mean?
major models
L'Chadol
in Jewish
Di
thought.
Mitzia Asad.
Model
What
A,
does it mean?
Rambam,
Come out,
Olam Haba,
we'll just
a
interpret part of the Pasuk.
disembodied
Come, my
spiritual
beloved,
equivalent of the
let's go out into
purification.
the
Model
field.
B,
So
Rambam,
let's say, remember again,
Van
this
Kavod.
Pasuk is
Eventually
from
there will be a resurrection. The dead.
Shira Shir.
Takiat
Shira
Ha
Pasuk,
Nida,
Shira Shir,
the
what makes
perfected
Shira
world,
Shir sometimes a
souls
little bit complicated
reunited
is
with bodies
it's
in a
not
refined
clear
state. Either
who
way,
is the man and who is
righteous
the woman.
non-Jews
You know,
participate.
in
But
Zara,
if they were
it's
not
sometimes
righteous, now
with Duchra,
it gets more
sometimes
nuanced.
he's
Judaism
Duchra,
does not
sometimes he's
describe
male,
eternal
sometimes he's
damnation for
female.
those who
Shira
go to Gehenna
Shir,
is
so the
generally
male and
coercive,
female
not eternal.
personalities switch back and
However,
forth.
some
So what does it
extreme
mean when it
evil
says,
as
L'chadol
delivered
dinitzia, so
to
come my beloved,
can
let's
lead
go
to
into the
the
field.
to
Omra
the
Knesi
cause
son,
of
Nefesh Baruch.
spiritual
Kali
excision.
says to Hashem, Yivon Shalom, how
No
do
share
you
Olam
Krafim?
Haba.
Do not
That
judge us like
categories right
those who
spirit
dwell
most
in the
people
cities.
purification
Sheshvan
elevation
Gezel,
eventual spiritual state
Ra'arayis,
appropriate
Shvasha,
to their level.
Shaker.
The
So we're saying the
non-Jews need to
cities
keep
is where you have all of the
the seven
vices.
laws
And all
consciously.
of the vices
This
exist
is
in the
famous
city.
debate. The
There's theft,
Rambam
there's
says that non-Jews
immorality,
must keep
there's
the Noah's
false
laws. These are
oath,
commanded by
Shua
God
Shaka,
to
vain
Moshe
oath.
to be
Rather,
considered
so
among the
don't
righteous of the
think
nations.
of us like
Nations.
city
Other Rishonim
dwellers.
early authorities
Netze Hasada.
are
Come
more
out into the
inclusive and say
fields.
basic
And what will you see in the
monotheism
fields?
suffices.
Go
So that's
ve'erech
it. What
Talmidei
about
Chachamim
Hasidic
she'oskim
law?
b'Torah
In
mitochatcha.
teachings
You
of
will
the
see
Tanya
ultimately
and
Talmidei
teachings like
Chachamim
those in Tanya,
who learn
there's
Torah
discussion about
even in the midst of
differences in
difference.
soul structure between Jews and
So
non-Jews.
again,
That does
so
not mean non-Jews
so
lack
we're not like
afterlife. It
those
means
who
their
dwell in the
spiritual
cities,
mission
who
differs.
engage in all type of
Chabad
terrible and
teaches
immoral
strongly.
things, but rather
Chabad teaches
come with us into the
Chabad
fields.
teaching
We'll show
strongly
you how we
affirm that
are.
righteous
I'll show you.
non-Jews
Talmidei
have
Chachamim will say,
eternal
learn
life.
Torah even when
Let's
things
answer
are
either.
difficult.
Non-Jew
Nalina
guys,
b'kfarim,
if righteous,
let
possibly
us sleep in the
purification
villages.
needed.
Al tikri
Om
b'kfarim
Haba,
ella b'kofrim.
ultimate participation in the
Go
perfected
ve'erecha. Come on,
future
Rabbi
world,
and
with
I'll
more
show you
throughout
awesome
the
shishmatem tov.
for 12
In
months
Kafru b'cha.
to
Rabbi
create
Shalom,
either
there are
elevation
so many
after
people upon
purification or
whom you
extreme
shower
cases
so
spiritual
much good,
exclusion.
and yet they
What
go ahead
Judaism does
and
not match
fundamentally
this with the
don't believe
rigid
in you. But
other
us,
stuff.
we believe in you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nashkim al-Kramim, Elubati Knesios,
Size.
Elubati Midrashos.
Where did they go?
Come
What's
to
it
the
called?
come to the shuls, come to the Bate Medrash, Nira and Parcha Geffen, see if the Geffen, if he finds,
because you
have sprouted
no.
Ilu Ba'alim
Okay, if
Mikvah.
someone was
So I said the
excommunicated
Geffen
or
refers to
carrying
those who
on
master
stuff like
Chumash.
that.
Pasach HaSmadar,
The
Smadar,
person
which
could be
represents the
carrying
further
instead
stage
of
of
that.
maturation.
They're just
Those are
like
Ba'ali
no
Mishnah.
special
And also Harimonim,
If someone was
Hamagai
really
sprouted.
within
Elu
describes several
Ba'ali
possible
Gimel.
outcomes of
That
man.
refers to those who
Categories
master
of pure and
Gemara.
Talmud,
Sham
especially Rosh
Etin Es
Hashanah
Dodi,
16.
Leich Erich
16b
Vodil
and 17.
thee.
Here were a
Sheva
regular
Zvanai
category
Ubenosai.
A. Regular
Ribono
wicked
Shalom, do
person.
you want
Most
to see
people
again
even bad
Lei
must go
Elech
to
Vodi?
Gehenna.
Do you want to see my greatest covered? I'll show you my sons and my
Purgative
daughters.
spiritual
Because
realm,
we'll
no
say the
eternal
greatest
stuff.
things we produce in life are
Usually
not
between one's
ourselves.
cleansing
The greatest
process,
testament
the
to
elevation to
ourselves
some
and
level of
allegiance to
This
HaKadosh
applies
Baruch
to
Hu
Jesus and others.
is not the
Category B.
personalities we
Extremely
build,
wicked.
but ultimately again the children
There is
who
more.
raise.
There is a
Right? So
more
top over here,
severe
we're
category.
not finished. We're not finished. There's no more messages. The beautiful Agata continues into tomorrow's daf.
The Rambam lists examples of the Mishnah Torah Hilchot Shuvah chapter 3. This includes deliberate heresy, those who cause the public to sin, extreme cruelty and rebellion. For those people, causes sometimes describe one punishment. Nidunim of Ladori, judge for generations, or what is called kara, spiritual excision. What is carrot? Carrot literally means cut. In earthly terms, in the Torah, it can mean early death, childlessness. In spiritual terms, the soul is cut off from its source, no sharing among God. This is not eternal torture, it is more like spiritual extinction or severe diminishment. Different Rishonim debate what that means exactly. Is there eternal damnation in Judaism for almost everyone? Chazal say the wicked of Israel are punished in Gehenna and eventually emerge. Only the absolute worst cases are described as permanently excluded. And even then, some Kabbalistic sources soften it and speak of eventual rectification over cosmic calamity. For a non-Jew who is extremely evil, if they violate basic morality, murder, cruelty, corruption, etc., possibilities described in traditional sources of Gehenna, extended purification, loss of oil and combat, spiritual excision, but Judaism does not give graphic detailed maps or eternal torture realms. It emphasizes divine judgment, divine mercy, proportional judgment. Bottom line, if someone is really bad, most likely Gehenna, purification, extremely evil, possibly carrot, spiritual climate, only in rare cases described as permanently excluded from oil and combat.
We are picking
Okay.
up.
That's cool. Peace.
Umrah,
Careful.
which is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom, middle of block. This is continuing Umrah Hamura. My Dixiv, Vaidab, Exposure, Talab, and Nasser, Vaishiro, coming to the Allah. So, what's the meaning of the passage? What's the meaning of the passage when it says in the law? The Shlomo HaMelech went ahead and spoke 3,000 mashal, 3,000 parables, and 1,005 songs. As we mentioned, the Lamei Shalosh Shlomo Al-Chol Davar V'Davar Shal Torah, Shoshes Alofim Moshe. Moshe teaches us something amazing. Shlomo HaMelech said 3,000 parables on every Kol Davar V'Davar, really means on every single aspect, every single part of Torah. The Gemara says, Shoshes Alofim Moshe Al-Chol Davar V'Davar Shal Torah. 3,000 mashalim on every unit of the Rabbi.
So why is Brendan Schaub watching the subreddit, but Brendan Schaub watching a clip of Brendan Schaub watching the subreddit? Oh, so that's like confusing. They should watching this clip and how they react to that. I will fuck you up. Guys, you are terrible. Terrible people. It's good. Word now. Was it any funnier if I was out of shape? Shaped up. Brendan Schaub. That'd be funny if you were that out of shape. Yeah, you got kind of fat at Brendan. What does his shirt say? Like my gym. I thought when he was Cody Garrett, that's better. Yes, the truth by John Africa. John Africa. Anyway, should get friends, you know. What? And on joy. Evil Chinese nation and shit. We get it. You said I function not racist. You know, all that. Yeah, he didn't like say anything about it. Right, but he doesn't comment play at all. He just laughs. He laughs like a trained seal. You know?
What the fuck?
Isn't that great? I mean, he goes to, what's his name, Turbo or something? The show, talking about the show, yeah. It's like talking about he has a lot of good teachers. And now that he's on this venture of T-Mos, why doesn't he talk to the guys that... That's a good point, dude. I mean, he should be making parody songs about himself. And opening up, looking at the Reddit with that. That would be funny, dude. If he, okay. They should do a song. I'm surprised he hasn't. He already kind of did do some songs. Do some songs yourself. Yeah. Talk about Plug Walk. Or was it Truck Walk? Yeah. I need a fucking tater tot. What's so big? That's so aggressive. You really want that tater tot. What if that's how he found out that he's drinking out of a straw? He sees that, he's like, what the fuck? Dude, that's Photoshop. Dude, that's not real. Straws are gay. Yeah, dude, what? Photoshop. Crazy artwork. It's a lot of editing. Oh, yeah, he's out. Find the invisible man. I don't like the fight. I don't know why I paused. I thought you were talking. I swear to God, that's why I paused. Because, like, you get in the ring, bitch. Here's the thing. You fucking... Oh, my dude. Oh, my God, dude. Like, the fact that you're able to go in there with fucking heavyweights and you can take a joke of afterwards is crazy. Yeah, I mean, you can't take it too serious. It's also... Like, if that came from, like, DC or, like, somebody from the fraternity, then it's different. Yeah, it's from fans or people, you know, that play the game. That's pretty cool of Brendan Shaw to say that. I mean, hopefully he sticks to that word. Yeah, we're not part of the fraternity. We can make fun of him. Yeah, you can't hurt us. Yeah, because you said that since we didn't do UFC, that you can't fight us. I agree with that. Yes. I like the idea of Daniel Cormier or Cormier making a video like that doing T-Bones. Or yeah, like is he suggesting that he would edit a fucking 5-minute video making fun of Brendan Shaw? That's crazy. Yeah, that would be fucked up. That'd be much stranger than me and you doing it. We, like Joe Rogan said, we got nothing else to do. Yeah, Corey is like a rich, or sad people in my mom's basement. Yeah, I'm sad. This is the only thing that makes me happy. If I don't want to do this. I'd much rather be fucking. You gotta be something if you Roy, fucking Nelson, who is a world champion like unbelievable fighter. You've been fighting for exactly 20 months. With the dude with the names, like, dude, and Jin knows that. Jin knows that. And ask you a question, you know, how'd you get John Africa? I don't know. He's gonna come on there. You know what it was? I think, because we were talking about Francis fighting Africa, and I'm fighting all of Africa. We were doing the thing where it's like 100 Cameroonians versus one Francis. I was saying John in Africa. John in Africa. I think I left out the N. I was gonna say you need to fight John in Africa. I just said John in Africa. So it seemed like I was saying John Africa. Hey, dude, I've been doing this over a decade. You made a ton of mistakes. But also, when it comes to these fighters' names, what fucks me is why would I get upset? Not upset, but it bothers me that there's not more American stars. Because when you're getting Dagestan, fucking Chechnya, Afghanistan, Iran, all that shit. When you use his last name, isn't there clips of him saying, like, I don't give a fuck what they're doing? Probably. I mean, jingling is not trying. That's crazy to say that about a patient person. Jingling was your attempt? Those are keys. Jingling is keys. Jingling is Christmas. You know, like that Christmas Asian guy. You know, Merry Christmas, what's his name? Santa Claus? Yeah. Jingling is a cat's collar, dude. I feel like we've said all this before. Jingling is a classic. Sometimes you just gotta go back and relive it, dude. Fassbender. Yeah, like Michael Fassbender. And like, the explanation he's giving is like a person that fucked up one name. You know what I mean? He's like, I gotta know all. You don't know any of them. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, you're not missing just like a couple of them. You're missing up all the names that are John Smith. Every name, yeah. Messing it up. And you would mess up John Smith too, you fuck. You're redacted as hell. Your brain doesn't work. That's what you should say. The excuse was kind of good, though. The John Africa one. It's like, okay, I'm redacted because I fuck with that one. That sounds right.
That's social media. This isn't real. When it comes to games, there's nobody worse. That's also why I don't work for the UFC. Here's the other thing. Did I say LSPR or whatever it is? Honestly, don't give a fuck.
In this one, yeah, I don't give a. What do you mean you don't care what someone's name? That's crazy. I do like that though that he said that because I cannot wait for him to try to say mine. He said Geronimo, and I'm like, that's as close as he'll get to mine. I wonder what he would think who Gerardo is. Alarcon? Yeah, good luck. Yeah, no chance. He's probably gonna say Jingling. You're silly.
Trust me, I would put more effort into it than do it. I literally don't give a fuck. If you understand what I'm talking about, I'm good with it. Here's my favorite one. He sounds like a French cat. But also, dude, this has been an issue. I mean, basically my entire career, because when I auditioned, when UFC first went to Fox, they were doing auditions. There was 3 of us. They were looking at being like the co-anchor with fucking Jail. It was Dominic Cruz, Karen Bryant, and I was gonna be like that 4th chair as a big deal being on Fox, dude. And they have us come into a test read. For whatever reason, like Dom's going, Jail's going, and they have all the American names. I get up there, and it's, we have to break down. It was a random UFC fight night in Brazil.
I don't know what you say, but push. How many chicks did you just kidding? Your homie walks in to your apartment or your house wearing this, dude. And maybe he's been okay, is it worse that he just got into trucks? Or is it worse that he does nothing with trucks? It's worse that he just got into trucks, right? And he's dressed like that. Yeah, I mean, it's very bad to be dressed like this, for sure. Unless you work on trucks, there's no reason to dress like that. It would be like it would be if I really like trains and I showed up like a conductor. Like I had a conductor's outfit. I wouldn't do it. You'd be worried about. I would call your doctor for him. Yeah, I'd be like, he's got money. He showed up like he says the astronaut costume he bought from Spirit Halloween is what he wants to wear to work. That's how the kid just bought a telescope. He's a man. But no, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's bad.
All the names were facing Portuguese. I went, as soon as they brought up the comment, oh, fuck. And I didn't know it's telling me how to say the name, so I got in this recording, but it's not live. There's just like a preseason trial run.
So, this is true, right? There's no chance he's smart enough to see the names and know that they're going to be a problem before they start recording. He's realizing after he fucks the names up, and he's like, well, nobody told me. You gotta get the names right. Before he's drinking big gulps. You know what I mean? Right? He's going to piss and sing. That's what he does. Taking kratom, baddies, texting baddies. There's so many other things he's doing other than worrying about saying Pierre's name right. He does no pre-work whatsoever. We know that well. He's doing, if anything, he might be doing a vlog before where he's messing up more names right before it turns on.
Dude, I obliterated Jill starts laughing, and they go, all right, break, thanks, man, and Jill goes, oh, that was tough, man. And I go, someone say the tough, I go, somebody's fucked me back there.
Some would say the tough is that he said that on our own. It's crazy how he doesn't know that that's like a thing. Every not some would say the tough. Oh, that's great, dude. This guy's having a great time. He probably realizes that that just happened. He's the only one in the room that realizes that Fred just said that.
I said it earlier, Tom got fucking Ronda Rousey and Brock Lesnar, and I got the fucking Brazilian guard. Somebody's fucking Joe's big time. And the funniest thing, you'll love this, all my agents were sitting here watching it, and we were telling them, okay, I can pass. No shit. But yeah, I'm good too.
Yeah, I wanted to, so I got the agents real bad. Who are they? Where are they now? we should.
So literally
They gotta come on the show.
he refused
At least one of Brendan Schaub's agencies come on TV. They open invite for you. And we don't a lot of people on our show unless they make a song for us, and then we have to approve the song and do a show. A song. Alright, this one's posted by Caterpillar Hot 7539. It's been a hot weekend change, dude. I'm sorry, we're going a little long right now. I'm sorry. Let's see. Never heard of it. I mean, with titles like that. Let's see here. Yeah. No, this guy, this is a big brand. No, this brand blew up. And dude,
No, I never heard of it.
you're not cool, I guess. I don't know.
I got my ground, never heard of it.
Definitely not if you haven't heard of Hellstar, but
Ear to the ground, never heard of it.
it's sponsored a bunch of sports stuff too, which is weird. You don't know about it. I think so. But I mean, it's really, if he's wearing it after, is that really a big deal? If he's wearing it before, oh, yeah, that's the shocker. That would be fucking.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Alright, what do we got here? This is reheated original dish for the record. I called the move to Austin back in February. He posted by that ninja 11. It feels like they've been there for lives. Yeah. Brendan Schaub be like.
Do it today and get it.
I'm telling you, I see where you're going with this, but you're off on this. I'm telling you, Africa is a country. I've been there. I sell out Africa every time I go there. This other day, I take my dog outside and walk him, and he got dog walk. Oh yeah, that's a pretty good walk. My North Star has a Sandler. North Star, you're talking about Joe Montana. Yeah. My North Star, he's been to Austin now for a while. I'm actually thinking about moving fam to Austin. OU in Texas this weekend. Love Texas. Got it tatted on my arm. OU in Cleveland this weekend. Love Cleveland. Got it tatted in between my toes. OU in Montpelier this weekend. Love Montpelier. Got it tatted on my right armpit. OU in Afghanistan this weekend. Love Afghanistan. Got it tatted on my lower back. Every time I go to Afghanistan, I sell out. No, not tickets. Bottles of water. I bring bottles of water. Sell out every time. They love it. OU in Antarctica this weekend. Love Antarctica. Got it tatted on the roof of my mouth. I sell out Antarctica every time for years. Yeah, cool story. I've been fighting since I was 6 years old, dude. I've been playing football since I was 6 years old, dude. Very cool. I've been doing comedy since I was 6 years old, dude.
Wow. Is it all money? Yeah, it's great. It's all 6. A lot happened. That was a big year for Brendan. 6. 6 was formative. That's what his pre-court was. I know what you're trying to say. I don't know. Cortical syntax. Cortex. Pre-cortex. Yeah. Pre-lobotomy is what you got on the lobotomy. Prefrontal lobe cortex. That's what it is.
I've been lifting weights since I was 6 years old, dude. I've been driving trucks since I was 6 years old, dude. I've been fucking chicks since I was 6 years old. Very cool. I've been working in coal mines since I was 6 years old. Cool story. I've been making stained glass windows since I was 6 years old, dude. I saw Megan Fox at Starbucks. It was just us two. She was like, "Oh, you're that funny guy that fights too much." True story. I saw Bill Clinton at Chick-fil-A. It was just us two. He's like, "Oh, you're that badass that podcast too much." I saw Bill Clinton. It was just us two. And he was like, "Oh, you're that truck guy that walks too much." True story. Saw Kobe Bryant at the GTA 6 release party. It was just us two. He was like, "Oh, you're that white boy that dog walks too much." So you have a TV show called Hunting Hitler. Did you ever find him? So you have a TV show called Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Did you ever catch him? So you have a movie out called Finding Nemo. Did you ever find him?
I like it. I like the commitment to the bit. But the dog walking thing is really good. Because that's both clever and stupid. And that's the perfect. My favorite is when it's like so dumb, but then so fucking funny. I was walking my dog the other day. That could have been the clip itself,
Once they
and I
back
would
to
have been
80,
very
you don't
happy
know.
with that.
Okay,
I
so
will remember that for a long time. Thank you.
that's
Thank
what
you.
you said. Back to the country
Oh,
roads.
here.
So you just said that at most it goes an area
Dog.
of
That's so
food-based
fucking funny.
stuff.
Alright, let's see here. Papa's out now says prepubescent sports no man. I think this is a huge development, very important thing for the show, posted by Danny Coffin too. I mean, if you guys aren't aware, let's just catch him up really quick. He takes it. Go for it. Oh, dude, I tried. I can't the baseball practice. Oh my god. There you go. Just let you guys know, I don't know if you guys are keeping aware or anything, but he does go to baseball a lot. Yeah, this is the first time talking about it.
Here's the thing.
He's been driving his son to baseball practice since he was 6 years old.
Even if you're the baller, the dude under 40 until the end.
No, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
No, you never know.
That D's balling. But until they're like 15, 16, it's tough to tell. Like most of the guys that go pro aren't just dominating until they hit puberty.
Yeah.
So it really don't matter.
Well, but that you know, you should know though. What's
But the one thing I don't co-sign with people, it's just a game. It's just a game to you. To me, it's life. To me, it's a way of making a living. And they have the genetics where they can make a living doing whatever sport they choose. If they put in the effort, they can do that. That's the difference. What you doing, bro? So if you're something that's a game, and he's all the eyes make we're in circles around you. You're not going to be able to compete.
yeah, at least they look. Yeah, some would say that. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's go. I want to try to get. Okay, so here we go. Finally. Caterpillar Hot 7539. User yourself. I don't think you posted all of this. That is a crazy ass looking thing, dude. That kind of looks like Batman. I will say, Papa's looking good. He's got skin in his butt, dude. Can you imagine if you saw Papa, like, oh no, he's very serious right now. Yeah. This seems like Bob, this really is. Papa has been doing bow hunting. This is the one thing that's true that he's ever said. It's great form. He fits. This one fits. Trucks didn't really make sense. Fish. No, he doesn't give a shit about his family. But that bow hunting, it actually be pretty good. I'm ready to believe. And, you know, be careful. Because if somebody, if it was this outside my property, that's fucking terrifying, dude. I definitely would like to be killed by a bow and arrow by British shot. Because I know if he's going to try and kill me, I think that would be pretty goddamn funny. I'm walking my dog and then an arrow goes through my leg. Alright, let's see. Crystalline trolling Papa plus my Blue Sky 2305. I know this is poster. Keep your eyes on the hands. He does what he does.
Just got choked unconscious. I jumped on top of the octagon. I was on the front cover of Toronto News. Not a big deal.
Okay, well, yeah, that's what this editorial is about. Okay, I appreciate you tracking that. Alright, I like that.
It also happened on the night of John Jones versus Alexander Gustafsson, which is the greatest light heavyweight fight of all time.
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
stuff.
Okay, again, making it about you, which I appreciate it, but it's just.
I told the UFC, I turned down their initial offer. I was like, I'm going to win this one, then renegotiate. So all my sponsors were up at this fight. My UFC contract was up at this fight. So if I would have lost, I'd been fucked. So when I won, that's the happiest I've ever been.
Damn. So that's money after that. And that's how you became a billionaire. The first UFC billionaire. Why does he like this right now? They're both kind of funny because Shab is doing this weird thing where he doesn't make eye contact. He sort of lazy, like, and then Galea's just sort of annoyed, I guess, or I don't know, trolling. But yeah, no, I would watch a whole thing with Galea trolling Shab. Oh, same. And I like the editing too because it's showing that, like, Shab's innocent and just getting trolled, but you know, he's polite. Dazzle too. I mean, Galea's in hell. Talking about that. This poster is Mike Red Bar Tears. When you accidentally turn to the front of the camera, nothing better than an IV and chatting hunting out of reach. Ways to go. What was this poster? 3D. Damn, these 3Ds is crazy. So, yeah, very boring content, just a picture of your face. Nothing better than that. The albino deer is the same thing. Yeah. But is there any take like the other influencer is it Tank? That's Tank. Oh shit, Tank! Oh wow, oh yeah, that is
Justice
Tank.
for Tank.
Wow, Tank was a dog. Tank's like, normally it takes me about 50 years.
I am white as shit. That's me.
More power to him.
Jeffrey Epstein's private island. The most restricted places by overseas investigations to unanswered questions.
Has he posted that? That's close. She's sending out comments. Okay, this is the last one today. Oh, Patreon ones are killers. Okay, do that. These guys subscribe to their Patreon. You can't get their free content on YouTube. This is the last one. Air Pumper posted this one. How it started, how it's called. Okay, let's not watch this. It's actually quite neat. It's quite Okay, so this is the last one. So Mark Maron was one of Obama's heroes at one point. That's quite different report. 1, 2, 3. Let's see.
Came on to our shop. So Mark Maron, you said your fan has a huge fan. We have a father kid. My favorite. Was he Cilium? What? He's fully cooked. Fancy yourself with fisticuffs. Mark, he's not funny at all.
He said that? Yeah. Damn. Switch it up. Gotta keep up with Joe.
Yeah, I'd be pretty silly. Yeah, because he got so silly online. And it was so much fun. I mean, it's my own projection for thinking he wouldn't get that way, but me too. I told him, I'm like, Mark's usually pretty serious, doesn't get me. Silly now, I'm to be a fit. I was kind of love him though. I listen to his podcast all the time. I've always been a fan. Talked to him a few times at the comedy store, but I kind of avoid him because they say they're being heroes. Like, I've always avoided him, and then he came on. It was great.
Bro, he just got done calling Sylvester Stallone his hero. What else? Tony Montana or something like this. Arnold Schwarzenegger. And Mark Maron fits right in that. Yeah, I love his podcast too. Him and Dax Shepard and incidentally, oh man, I feel bad. I don't like this era of pop. It's not for me. Just ingrained everything. Don't wear yellow ever again. That's it. Well, that's it for this week. Yeah, man. Join the Patreon if you want early access to these episodes. Other than that, have a great week.
The Borginen was enclosed that you could see in there, but to watch over the outside area. So any area like that, that's called the Gura Shekashni Shalahati. You have an enclosure, but the purpose of the enclosure is to allow you to properly utilize the area outside of the enclosure. Because
listen, I know some bald
is
dudes
based
are slinging
on
out there.
Hooker,
Look at Dana White,
based
Rogan.
this area is enclosed not for the purpose of the enclosure. It also is the area outside of the enclosure. You have half an area of the whatever. That's what we never say is like 30. And you don't really say, and how you go to have the Nepal person, you start carrying it. What you do is still a possible wealth. Imagine if I was in so I have my wealth. I have the established experience. I have a wealth and I snow. I want to use it in my lifestyle, so I go ahead and close up the road with 4 L-shaped posts. Perfect, so nice there. Then you went back, and then we're going to make these roads, the ones that we talk about, that's the register security, and you flag like that's no top, and then we're going to hold issue. The reason I have to go through these pieces is because
Welcome back to Timmons Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On this week's Patreon, we did an extra episode. Ever heard of it? So if you want to see us, even more steady. I picked a random one. We gotta do soundboard. But if you want to see more of us, subscribe to the Patreon. Also, if you want early access to the T-Mo's, go to the Patreon. Oh yeah, we don't want to sleep on that. No, they're not though. They're not here for this. They're not here for the soundboard. They're not even here for the dolphin bottle, which isn't even here. There you go, it's Timmons Shop. Just start the timer. Oh, look at you, dude. You got a timer on the iPad right here, dude. Oh, shit. I changed that. It's called RIP2, Baba's hamstrings. Again, those are definitely the strides of a former UFC You should say, against my podcasting hilarious food truck truck teeny Social media, this isn't real. I have a feeling that's going to start meaning that you're done talking about the food whenever you push this on. I feel you, dude. Alright, this one's posted by Danny Kaufman too. It's called Papa Wants to Assault Mark Maron. Let's see here. It looks like a bitter bitch. No, here's the thing. What makes it more like him from is Mark Maron with all the shit talk he's talking about with all the Roganverse. And you guys aren't going to know this. He needs to get fucking punched in the face. Tell this shit about behind a mic. You talk all this shit behind a mic and you get physically assaulted. You're gonna stop. I will snap this fucking. It sounds like you're saying that right. I know. That was time really good. What is Chris saying? Like, he's gonna get fucked up. Yeah, is Chris not fucking being the voice of reason here? He's not gonna tell him not to hit Mark Maron? What's going on? Oh, I think he's right. Can you imagine? Because he's like, you might be right. He's gone completely insane. 100% puppy. Eric's like, okay, I guess you're right. We gotta fuck him up. The next time we go to the comedy store, we see Maron getting beat up by Eric and one of the door guys. Well, behind a mic, you talk all this shit behind a mic and you get physically assaulted. You're gonna stop, right? You fucking cuck. He said, why is Maron a cuck? What does Papa think cuck means? That's what I feel like I've said this before, but I truly want to know. Define it. You gotta define it. Is that him when he sees you? He's like, I was just kidding. Is he scared of you? I mean, this makes it sound like he wants to fuck me up. Oh yeah. Maybe he's scared of me. Yeah, that's why he's such a bitch that I meet him and he's like, whoa, dude, it was all talk. He says that to me. I don't say, I was just joking. He goes, oh, dude, puppy. And he tells me he was joking. That would be something. I go, dude, don't worry about it. You got a gun. I love you, dude. I like how you about your chair. Yeah, dude. What are you gonna do, man? Fall you and punch me, motherfucker? What are you gonna do, Brandon? Go complain to your cats. Only when you fucking cock. Cloud. What the fuck? You might agree in a word. Like somebody that cooks out for cloud. A cloud. Oh. Yeah, okay, you're cooking on that. You're gonna give me a little dolphin noise. That makes sense. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, dude. There we go. Don't complain to your cats. Go to your shitty comedy and go back in your dungeon. Oh, man. Hey, Papa. Throwing glass at a stone house is not a good idea. You know, definitely, yeah. Dude, that's well said. And dungeon, dude, your house maybe is like a storage facility, or at least your podcast thing is. Yeah. We don't know if it's not the same thing. Oh, let's talk about comedy shit. It's like, oh, that's even crazier. That's fucking outside. Go to your shitty comedy. Shitty comedy. Yeah, I think that's crazy for our shop to say for sure. That's hilarious. If there was a crowd in front of them, they'd be like, oh. Yeah, dude.
Why?
and go back in your dungeon. Well, see, this is look back, dude. I'm done being nice to him, and I was a fan of Mark.
I don't think so. When were you ever nice to him? Yeah. He's a big fan. Yeah. Shaw was a comedy nerd. He was listening to WTF all the time.
So what does this mean?
I get it, dude. I understand. I get. Dude, I think we gotta kill him. He's got to step up. He's gotta go. He sounds a lot more like an old. I understand. I get it. Underage people. Let's see. What else do we got here? Anything else on? This one is posted by Flash Over 962. Calabasas gal surviving in the hard streets of Austin, Texas. This is a little skits and bits she put on her Instagram. I didn't fill my car up with gas, so here I am, risking my life at 9 a.m. And I remember watching this on the live. I think we were debating. You obviously went as a kid doing it. But now that we know they're doing the couples narrative, it's kind of just, it's part of the show. It's a meme that goes along with he'll have a thing about being at the gas station. Keeping up with the rattlesnakes. You like that? They could have a great reality show. I'm surprised they don't. Who's that dude? Wiggles and Joe. Alright, this is you, bitch. So you got that button too. Click it out. I just want to say it. It's Beetlejuice. This is posted by Original Standard 42. This is not AI. Yep, that's wild. If the tongue is the thick boy thing, where it's like if it's not 3 C's, it's not real. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff without 3 C's, but if the tongue's not out, it might be AI. Yeah, he was eating a little bit, but this might be AI. Alright, let's see what else. He loves to take pictures of himself eating. Yeah, I think we'll ever get to the point where that's a bit we do. I've had exes that like take pictures of me eating and it bugs the fuck out of me. My mom likes to do it too. My mom will take a picture of me while I'm eating. And she does it to my dad whenever they're like traveling. In the group chat, she'll just put a picture of my dad with it. I'm about to devour a sandwich. It's like, you're on a Subway. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's in Madrid, but dude, it's the best to eat every day picture. It's Subway in Madrid. It's the best Subway name. This is posted by Clint Fuller Chips. This is why Baba had to leave the podcast early. Tucker Carlson's Christmas party. Buzz. Wow. You know what's funny is that I'm sure if you pull up any pictures of the Obama fans, that's the exact same face he does. Like, I'm gonna be like, Jesus, my friend Shaw. Yeah. It's like, oh, he's another fan. Probably. Yeah. He's got the cowboy hat on, just assimilating. Does Crocker, I mean, you may not know the answers, does he live in Austin? I'm pretty sure he lives in some sort of remote area. Okay, well, that makes sense. Can you do me a favor, dude? Can you be in Shops? I know, listen, I typed in a parody song for today's episode, and I say that it hurts to be in Shops every day. That's facts, you know what I mean? Can you give me like at least 5 seconds and speak for Shop really quick, please? Thank you. I want to help out my boy. Because Theo's been going through a lot. Like, I want to take a picture of him, and like post it for the fans so they can know he's okay. Because I talked with Theo, and it's not doing as good as me. He's doing pretty good. So and then we'll see that he's doing good when I have a picture of me and my hat looks nice. I have a good hat. I thought you were just going to go straight for this, dude. Where's it at?
I will fuck you.
You think he's gonna fuck me? Yeah, because they gotta stop fucking with Theo. They gotta fuck with him. Oh, that's right. You have to go through Shops. Yeah, that's true.
I'm sorry.
That's great to me. Let's see what else we got here. Another Danny Kaufman post is I guess they have a hot episode of Tiger Thing. What's that? Whatever. I guarantee it ain't going down like that when it already went down like that. Danny Kaufman getting spicy. Let's see.
The dude that's almost a billionaire doesn't need defense. I disagree. No, it's not about money. You're missing it. It's not about money. It's about being a good friend. Because I guarantee if I go on a podcast, they talk shit about Chris, Brian, you, Jeff Dye.
What's the reference to? I don't know, but he was talking for a long time about how
like the
people
steps
wouldn't
of
stand for
base
Rogan,
model?
like Bert Kreischer. Bert Kreischer wouldn't stand for Rogan on some podcast. That's your nerd. It's like
Chris, Brian, you, Jeff Dye, Mike Rogan.
Well, Jeff Dye really is that bad, and he just accepts it. Jeff Dye is like best friends with Brendan Schaub. That's how you know he's tearing down his stand-up comedy. Yeah, it's like Jeff Dye really thinks that we want Brendan Schaub to come back to stand-up. He's like, you can just give me your jokes, and that's why it's so bad. Jeff Dye doesn't want him to come back because Schaub shows down here. They're the guys that don't like to hang out together, that are both bad, they're both think they're good.
I always think recently, I found myself in a hot tub with about 8 to 10 12-year-old girls.
Found myself. That's funny. Way to put it. So standing up for Chris D'Elia, making Chris D'Elia joke, and Brian looks at you and he smiles and goes, he didn't stand up for shit. Yeah. And then, but he also already admitted that part. He's just like, yeah, this is your platform, I'm just not going to say it. Yeah, but on the show, I will fuck everyone up. I'll fuck who you want, I'll fuck you up. I'll rip your fucking neck off, especially if you're a cop. Oh yeah, not only a cop, but a club. Don't even get a start on detonating. This one here, we got Caterpillar Hot 7539 posting this one. Holly sent a Gen 3 RAM high manifold. YouTube to call mechanic install. Brendan Schaub, Holly performance. With help from my point Trey. If the mechanic has a face like this when you drop the car off, dude, I'll be like, oh, get a second quote, dude. You know, this is the last thing you want to see. This is a best out mechanic right here. I wonder if, yeah, no, definitely not. I wonder if Brendan asked Trey, hey, should I make a face? I feel like Brendan is the guy that asked that. Or maybe he does, he's just too much professional. He's like, alright, Trey, thanks for hooking up the car, fam. Now take the picture. No, take a picture. Well, I'll make my face. Why? Why the dude, you got to teach a whole geometry class on his lips, dude. Yeah, that's weird looking. That's a parallelogram, I'm pretty sure. It looks like some kind of weird cartoon from the 90s, like Rocco's Modern Life or Brainiac, or what is it called? Animaniac? Yeah, definitely. This thinking in the brain, just so unnecessary. We were already not going to click on whatever the fuck your face is on. Now you just make yourself look stupid as hell. You know what I mean? Why? Also, I think Trey probably did all the work too. How dare you, dude? Oh my god, it gets worse when you get out of the lips, dude. He's got a kind of Mr. Clean thing going on a little bit, you know? Yeah. He just cleaned up after Trey. What are you gonna do with that, dude? Yeah, the job's done. Yeah. That was like a kid's power drill. It looks like tiny as hell. Well, they gotta give him something.
So it sounds like
It's like he's working on Legos in the corner with the mechanic shop.
into a pit.
He's making an engine on the Legos. They tried to hire me. I was like, I can't do that.
But it's public domain or
of course, it's just like other just ads. Yeah, it's just other partnerships. You got Holly Performance, Lethal Performance in Texas. Do you think it's them just like on the Tweeties episode we were talking about buying a Chipotle for your house and stuff like that? Is it them just like blowing money? They're just like, oh, dude, we can work with shops. It'll be hilarious. What did they get out of it is a good question. What is it exactly? Should I ask ChatGPT? Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think probably what happens is like Shop essentially goes there and he's like threatening them to make them do ads with him. They have no choice. They're doing this against their will.
walk
Like, all he wants to do is
through
pose,
Egypt's Hayah.
tag us.
What
I
does
guess
that
that's fine.
do to the Mitzvah?
What's the alternative? He beats us up.
Absolutely.
He sounds crazy.
Once an area is
I'm
marked
asking right
off by
now. Yeah, like what they
even
get
if
out of
it's
it.
rules,
Yeah,
even
and
if
it's on
it's
thinking mode, so
like
I'm
the
giving you the answer.
Once
Let
there's
us sit
shirap,
there for a second.
always there is like
Anyways,
you
you want to
could
hit a
say
sound?
no.
Sound
The
work real
Rabbi
quick.
walked through it. They
Okay.
have the ability to
That social media,
fundamentally
this isn't
change
real.
the nature of
Alright,
the
this one's
city.
posted by
The
Moonwalker.
Rabbi walked through it,
It's
even
called
if the pieces are there.
always been
The area is
into cosplay
transformed
B.
into
Always
a
been into
research
cosplay
of that.
B.
Not only that, but according to
Some
like
man that
even if
literally
the
and
area is
figuratively
not
wears a lot of
easily
hats.
usable,
So
like
first
the
of all,
mound,
let's
right?
type on
Even
this
if it
2020
requires a
order
rope
for
to
you.
get up, at the end of the day, you
And
look
because,
at
the
traffic
Baba
patterns.
narrative continues
If
to
the public uses it,
transform,
even if it's not the
transcend,
easy
repaint
use,
it,
even if it's not
repaint
the
it. Yeah,
interest,
of
it
course.
becomes
So,
the interest.
keep
Rabbi,
up
according
here.
to Yudah,
And
that according
what
to
was he
the
doing
common
at that
is
dinner?
preserve
What was
the
he doing circa
identity of
2021?
the Muslim,
I
even
guess he
if
was
the
trying to
Rabbi
be like,
goes
LA,
through it.
I'm sure
Allah
you're making fun of them.
asking,
You're looking at a picture right now. You're not using your brain, Daddy. Oh, what was he doing in LA 2021? Stand up. Wrong. He was going to coffee shops and threatening to fight security guards. That too, dressed like that. They're describing, they don't know who he is. They don't know Brennan Schaub. They're describing it to the police. He was in a really tight shirt and he had a Gucci fanny pack and he was wearing one of those hats that women wear at Starbucks.
Ahead of us today, I want to begin by thanking our
He had tight
sponsors.
pants.
To thank Ed and Faith Wolf for being our Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, in memory of the beloved father, grandfather, and great-grandfather Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Hirsch, Zichron Lebracha. We thank our Week of Learning sponsor, Jill and Galia Berry, in honor of their 43rd anniversary of Hashem and their successful
Joe,
3.5
I have a
years
question
ago.
for you,
Thanks,
and it's a very
Howard
serious
and Lee
question.
Friedman for dedicating the
Are
shir
you ready
this
to
morning
lose?
in memory of Howard's father, Shalom Ben Hillel Tzvi. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Neshamas will have an aliyah.
How was your day, Pim?
What up, baby? Let us begin. So beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Chaf 21, and we are picking up on the bottom of Chaf Amud Beis. And we are picking up at last 3 lines, or last 2 lines in the daf. Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Ada says as follows. What's incredible Gemara. So just to first not close out.
Have you accepted my invitation?
To fine tune a little bit of the halachos of Pasibilos. Remember again, as we've been seeing since the beginning of the second parak, so Chazal instituted an incredible leniency regarding drawing water on Shabbos. That although the well itself, technically speaking, categorized as a Rishis HaYachid, as it has the requisite dimensions of 10 tefachim deep, 4 tefachim wide, and
that's going in the water. You should know that's definitely going in the water. No doubt it's going in the water. There's no doubt your ball is going in the water. Oh, just oogly.
L-shaped post position at 4 corners. So
but this is not. It is a very hard shot. It is a very, very hard shot. Those arrows really make it difficult. That's going in the water for sure. No doubt. No doubt in the water. No doubt in the water.
We'll focus on that in just a little bit. We saw as to how much space you can have in between the diyumadim. Is it 10 amas? Is it?
Are you serious?
So the Gemara goes on to clarify this a little bit more.
It's not that. It's going in the water, dog.
And he says,
no
by the way, why did Chazal institute this particular law? So
there's no way you make that shot. That's one of the most difficult shots in the history of the world. That's a miss.
We'll see what that means. So the
big time miss
is as follows: that a person has to be older and so again, as you're traveling, obviously you require water. The person's going to be traveling over the course of Shabbos. So Rabbi Yitzchak makes
that's the worst I've ever been sunburned.
A little bit easier for the older regalim. They allowed you to enclose the well with this inferior enclosure.
When I was a kid, our neighbors took us out on their boat the day before my school started, and I got so sunburned, it hurt very badly, and
for the animals of the Oli Regalim. Look at the last Rashi on the daf.
No, I mean, Australia's sun's pretty strong. The desert sun's very strong as well. And I think it makes it worse when you're on water, because water reflects everything, so you get it like even more intensely.
Water and livestock, especially as you're traveling, is very small water.
But, I mean, I'm not doubting that Australia, you can't get a bad sunburn there, but you could get a bad sunburn certainly in California, certainly in Arizona, or you could even get a bad sunburn in New York.
So as to be able to water your animals on
Yeah, and I'm going to, and I just did. Oh, are you fucking serious, dude? Dude, are you fucking serious?
But amazingly enough, this kula was not made for people. This kula was not made for people. Why? What should people
I don't know, I'm guessing. But look how good this shot is, dude. Dude, that's an absolute perfectly played shot. It could not be any better. Just don't hit my ball and everything will be great. Dude, that's one of the most dog shit shots I've ever seen. I like how you have a chlamydia email or a gonorrhea email. You never got tested for it. And then you went to a fucking glory hole. And now that lady's got fucking gonorrhea in her mouth. And her hands. That bitch has gonorrhea hands. You're a super spreader. You're spreading STDs all over Southern Australia. Pretty soon, fucking Chelsea's gonna have fucking chlamydia hands. She's not gonna know how she got fucking gonorrhea hands. Oh, no way, Zoot. Dude, fuck that. That was bullshit. You know it.
Was for the animals. It's for the animals. But people, you don't need to rely on a cooler like this. But rather, again, you guys can go into the well yourself.
Don't hit my ball. Just whatever you do. Don't hit my ball.
That the heter of Pasiviros was only for a spring. A well that's a spring. That's a be'er mayim chayim. As opposed to let's say just a system,
that was good.
Or something that just holds collected waters.
Dude, you need one of the best shots you've ever
had.
But
you want to tell me that the hector of Pasiviros
you got it. That was a great shot.
Not for people. Mali chayim, mali mechunasim. What does it make a difference? What type of water it is?
Dude, I just had one of the best shots I could have ever had, though. You need one of the best shots you've ever had. And if you screw it up, it's going to hurt you majorly.
Then that's potable water. That's drinkable water.
This might be one of the biggest mess ups ever.
What does it make a difference? What type of water source it is?
That's a mess up.
Dude,
that is devastating.
You require something ultimately
devastating
that is suitable for a person. That is suitable for a person.
That was bad.
So the idea being that although
there's no way, Zoo, you make this comeback. You need one of the best shots ever here, and then you need another excellent shot. Zoo, you're done. It's over for you, boy.
The type of water source
Son, it's over for you. Look how good that shot is. Zoo, it's impossible for you to get the ball there. You should just give up. Zoo should just give up. If I were Zoo, I'd give up.
But for people, if you need water, go into the well.
No, not this hole.
But what if the well was very wide? So that
anything can happen on this hole, Zoo.
Navigate in and out of the well. Then
I'll take that shot all day long. That's one of the greatest shots in the history of humankind.
If a person can't get in and out of it, then
you need one of the best shots ever. Well, not terrible.
A person should not go ahead and fill up water and place it before his animal on Shabbos.
That was a terrible shot.
If you're utilizing the pasiviros, you should not go ahead and fill up a container and put it in front of you.
Oh, make it. What a great shot. One of the greatest shots in the history of humankind.
And ultimately the animal could drink on its
own. In the history of humankind, there have been some good shots, but perhaps none better than that shot. Dude, do you want to be interviewed on your loss?
What do you mean, how did it help?
Okay.
You could draw water from the well.
Right. I'm going to let you choose the next game.
But I will say, if that's the case, then again,
what do you want to play?
I'll have to create a minimum size of the enclosure enough for the head and the majority of the body of the para. So both said this just yesterday's daf. Rabbi, Hachamayaskinon, the Evos Ha'omed Rishus Harabim. We're talking about a trough that is standing in Rishus Harabim.
You're the
Gavoa Asara, 10 fucking high.
Yeah, I already chose something. What do you want to play? Go fish?
So we'll
play that. We'll play that after this.
That's just the restating of yesterday's discussion. So we'll say what comes out over here is something very important. So what comes out of this sugya is the Gemara telling us that the din of Pasuk was dafka instituted for behemas only regalim.
That's not what you wanted.
Ideally, Pasuk Rose is not used for people. If you want to drink from the well, go into the well. Go into the well. However, you must indicate that if the well is too wide, that you can't navigate inside of the well, one could go ahead and utilize the well. One could go ahead and draw water for their own drinking purposes from Pasuk Rose. And I will say this is indeed how the Rambam paskins. So the Rambam says, this is Hilchos Shabbos, Paragraph Zayin, Halacha Lamed. Actually, you know, you can see.
Dog, I went.
Fine. The truth is, let's just do the next few lines because it's going to be a little bit more halacha because Rambam groups it all together. So the Gemara goes like that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be reading about Abba Amaras. So just keep this in mind. Number one, we've seen that Pasuk Ra'os is primarily for animals. People, if they want to drink from the well, should go into the well.
Hey, dude, do you know what this new social media platform is called? It's called like Upcycle or something. It's from Australia.
Can't scale down the well. Again.
Well, it's something like that.
Sometimes kulas are good, but sometimes
they're not going to work.
Okay, what's it called?
To avoid using kulas, the use of a kula is important under extreme circumstances. But sometimes
so you have no idea about it.
Too often, is sometimes fundamentally
we'll talk about it.
Erode a person's allegiance and fidelity to halacha. Like if you think about it, what a crazy thing!
Because it's Australian.
So I'm going to scale a well. Can you imagine something?
Yes, and the Australian ban on the 16th.
Something like this. I'm going to scale the
And
well.
that's like the demographic you need to do
Again, if I need to
big social media apps.
Okay,
I'll use the
that makes sense.
But if there's only not
Usually the shit that you say doesn't make any sense,
not because
but that does make sense. Dude, if you get that 333, that would be devastating. Devastating, Zoot. Devastating. Zoot just fucking won. Oh, Zoot just played at 600 points.
This is fascinating. So we'll say really fascinating Gemara. There's no din of borgin. So what's borgin? Look at Rashi.
Oh, wow.
Second of the shorter lines in Rashi. In borgin and Babaval, third of the widest lines. The Amar Bekes and Ma'aras. Also, this came out a little bit later on.
I need to get this.
So the Gemara, listen to this.
And I did.
We know there's a lot of tchum.
And I won.
Says that you have 2,000
What an amazing comeback.
From the edge of the city. So 2,000 amos from the edge of habitation.
Dude, I got 1,000 points in a round. That's a lot. All right, Zoot wants to play Go Fish.
Mobility. You have 2,000 amas.
We're going to play Go Fish with Zoot.
Of the city in which you are situated.
Then we're going to take a break.
However, the din of borgin says like this.
Australia
There
is
is some
also
type of basic domicile, even a hut, even a hut, within 70
Okay.
to 2,000 amas of the edge of the city, you can measure
Oh, you're right.
the
You are
not from
absolutely
the edge
right.
of the city, but from the
Zoot,
hut.
apologies.
So essentially,
We'll play
you're
Uno
a
first,
basic
then we'll play
domicile
Go
like
Fish.
a hut within 70 and 2/3
Oh, what the
amas
fuck
of
was,
the
what
edge
the
of
fuck
the
was
city
that, dog?
allows you to count the tchum not from the edge of the primary city, but from the hut. That's borginin. Or the Gemara Sumai borginin. What is a borginin? Sukkos, shaos, and shomrei ha'ir. So it's a sukkah, it's a hut that the watchman would often go ahead and set up. Ve'ino dara kavua. Listen, now the chiddush over here is that this hut, as we're going to see, was something that was not really set in place. It was
Australian
transported.
government not to
So I'm even though again, it's not really like what we call like a big kavua. It's not a set structure. Nevertheless, halacha l'maisa, it still extends the tchum. So the Gemara says, "V'kamar b'yami adachach borgin in ein bababel, klomar ve'ein misarvin shama here to the Bavel Ika Bitki de Mayo.
Dude, my cards are terrible.
So we'll see that mission in just a moment. We'll see, here's what Rabbi is saying. Number one, the din of Borginin does not apply in Bavel, which means that in Bavel, if you have a city, the tchum of that city is measured from the edge of the city, and even if you have a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, the tchum is not measured by the hut, but the tchum is measured by the edge of the city. Below, pasibiraos b'chutzlaretz. And I will say furthermore, there's no din of pasibiraos in chutzlaretz. It's really fascinating. The din of pasibiraos of the diyumadin is only in Eretz Yisrael, not in chutzlaretz. So what's the logic? Borgin in Babel. We'll say, why does the din of Borgin not apply in Babel? The shchichi bitki, because Babel, interestingly enough, apparently is subject to flooding, flash flooding. So because of that, these Borginin were often washed away. So because it's not dependable or it's not reliable that the Borgin is going to be there, therefore it cannot work to go ahead and extend your tchum. We'll say, look at Rashi for just a moment. This is really pretty incredible. So actually, you see into that Rashi, he says, the Babel the shut filu. Babel was subject to flash flooding, and therefore halacha l'maisa, you can't rely that the Borgin is going to be there. Therefore, the din of Borgin doesn't apply in Babel.
I have the best goldfish price in the history of the game. Are you going to go?
This is incredible.
Goldfish,
why does the din of Pasibi Rose not apply in Chutzlaretz? Because literally there are no yeshivas there. Now what does that mean? Look at Rashi. This is really quite amazing. Leos Tamidim Holchim Meir Leir Lilmod Torah. So listen to this. In Chutzlaretz, you didn't really have a situation of Talmidei Chacham going city to city to learn. Pasibi Rose, Ohocher Elul Olei Regalim.
Dude has 4s and 5s.
The din of Pasibi Rose was a din that allowed you to draw water for your livestock, and if under extreme circumstances for you, when you were engaged in the Divar mitzvah, right? In a mitzvah journey. So the paradigmatic example of being engaged in the Divar mitzvah was Oli Regalim. But the idea was anytime you were traveling over the course of Shabbos, the Tzorech mitzvah, Chazal allowed you to use these Pasibi Rose. So interestingly enough, in Chutzlaretz, I want to point something out. Chutzlaretz is outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel. Interestingly enough, for this purpose, Babel was not called Chutzlaretz. You see that because Babel is reckoned separately over here, which makes sense because in Babel there were yeshivas. So in Eretz Yisrael and in Babel, where you could potentially be traveling over the course of Shabbos for a divine mitzvah, you could use Pasibi Rose. Outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel, where there were no yeshivas, you were not permitted to use Pasibi Rose. It was really incredible. Aval ipcha avdino. I will say, but the opposite, of course, the opposite is true. In other words, that halacha l'maisa, there are Pasibi Rose in Babel, and the din of Borginin applies in Chutzlaretz. As I was saying, essentially, the din of Borginin will apply anywhere as long as there's no concern of flash flooding. And the din of Pasibi Rose will apply either in Eretz Yisrael because of Aliyah L'Regel, or L'maisa anywhere where you could travel to yeshivas. So the Gemara says, others explain,
you haven't had a single card for which I've asked, basically. You haven't had a single card for which I've asked.
A different version of this. That both the din of Borginin and
Pasibi Rose, why don't you go, baby?
do not apply neither in Babel nor in Chutzlaretz. Borginin Babel lo, the shchichi bitki. So as we said before, Borginin don't apply in Babel. Why? Because of flash flooding. The Chutzlaretz namilo, the shchichi ganovi. This is fascinating. The din of Borginin doesn't apply in Chutzlaretz either. Why? Because of thieves. So we'll say, what does that mean? Thieves? They used to steal these huts. They would steal these huts. As Rashi said before, since they were not kavua, they were not affixed to the ground, so they were stolen. So because they're stolen, obviously you can't rely on the Borginin to be there. So the Gemara says, Pasibi Rose babalo, the shchichi mayo. So again, these Pasibi Rose was not allowed in Babel. Why? Because we'll say apparently water was an easy supply in Babel. So remember again, the din of Pasibi Rose is a din in Eretz Yisrael, says the Gemara, because water is harder to come by. But in Babel, where water was easy to come by, there was no need to rely on these kulas. In Chutzlaretz also, there was no din of Pasibiros, because since they weren't yeshivas, therefore halacha l'maisa Pasibiros was only instituted in the situation of divine mitzvah, and there was no real traveling for divine mitzvah in Chutz La'aretz. Amar Rav Chisda l'may breid Rav Huna breid Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba Amri asisu mi barnash l'bei knishta d'Daniel the hava plasa parsi b'shabbos.
Oh no!
So the Gemara tells a story. So Rav Chisda said to Mari breid Rav Huna breid Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba. He said to him, I heard that you went from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. You traveled from Barnash to the shul of Daniel, and that is a distance. Rashi says over here.
You're just doing all my shit.
Shamati she'omrim aleichem she'atem bo'in mibarnish
F off, dog.
Daniel b'Shabbos makom haya b'Babel shesham haya mispalal Daniel b'chsev v'chavin b'sisan le'beilasi. So apparently there was a shul that was known as the shul of Daniel. So you have Rav Chisda telling Mari, I heard that you traveled on Shabbos from Barnish.
Yo, baby, 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm talking about. I knew you had those sixes, baby.
More than
I knew you had those sixes.
So what did you rely on? What did you rely on to travel such a far distance more than the regular Tchum on Shabbos? Did you rely on the presence of huts to extend your Tchum? Ha'amar avua da'avua mishmei Rav, like your father, the father of your father,
man.
like your grandfather, said in the name of Rav, aim
Dude, F you, man.
that there's no din of Borgin in Babel, right? Again, because of flash flooding. So how did you travel such a far distance on Shabbos? Nafik Samar went out, he showed the Chista, the Achvilei Hanul,
This is a good game.
the Nivlon, Bishivin, Bishirayim. So he went out and he showed him that apparently, right outside of Barnish.
No, you got that 10.
Of the edge of the city of Barnish, there were these ruins. There were these ruins that were there, but the walls of the ruins were still intact. So because the walls were still intact, they were bona fide mechitzas. Because they were bona fide mechitzas, they extended the tomb of the city, allowing Mar to travel from Barnish all the way to the shore.
Are you serious?
Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says,
Dude, are you serious? Yeah, baby. Big dog.
But despite the fact that there were ruins, the walls of those ruins were still intact.
I know it's my
and
turn.
allowed the tomb of the city to be
And I just got one of the greatest cards in the history of cards.
To the shul of Daniel. So we'll say,
Maybe the greatest
that's
card ever.
Yeah, now we're going to get to some beautiful Aganata. But before that, let me share with you the Rambam. So the Rambam in Parachav Zayin Hilchos
Dog, that wasn't cool.
says this house. There's almost a lot of fascinating ideas over here. Number one, when were Pasei B'Raos, who were Pasei B'Raos instituted for? Number two,
Give it to
where
me.
were they instituted for? Because the Gemara seems to indicate over here that this is a din dafka in Eretz Yisrael and maybe Babel.
Coming down to this, baby.
Rambam writes as follows. This is a Parak Yud Zayin.
Oh, baby. I take the lead. My first lead of the day. Big dog. Big dog. Oh, no. It's not my first lead. Give it to me.
This was only
Fuck
instituted
you.
Eretz Yisrael and only instituted for the animals of the Oli Regalim. And I will say so again, 3 qualifications. Number 1, only there
Oh,
is a
that sucks.
Number 2, only for the
That was the
animals of
worst.
Oli Regalim, the Bar Mitzvah.
That was the
Number
worst,
3,
dude.
only a Be'er Mayim Chaim. A well that's
Dog, nobody thought that was cool.
That's a more chashuv water source. Aval, Bishar Arafos. I will say again, if you let's say
Dude,
anywhere
that
else
was
outside of
awful.
Eretz Yisrael, if you want to drink water on Shabbos,
And you know it.
give to your animals on Shabbos. What's the halakha? The Gemara says, "Bishar Arafos Adam Yorin
Zoot.
Be'er B'Yishter O Yasim Mechitza Man Kepes LaBe'er Gavo Asar Tovim Yamod
Zoot.
Socha B'Yid LaB'Yishter." Any other circumstance outside of Eretz
Zoot.
Yisrael or anything else,
Can you hear
if
me?
you want to draw water on Shabbos, you can draw water on Shabbos.
Miss Aquarius' grandfather just died.
Make regular
So
mechitzas.
if you
have to make a
see
regular
her, just be nice. You don't have to say anything, but I'm just making you aware.
But if the well was very wide, she'in adam yakol meireit bo hareze yidle v'yishta v'rabas. So both said the Rambam does paskin that halacha l'maisa if the well is too wide.
Dude, I have a question for you.
on Pasiviga.
When are you going to see Chelsea?
That the din number one, din of Pasiviga only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Number two, it only applies for behemoths, only regalim, not for a person. Unless,
Zoot, did you know that Chelsea is going to be the biggest female comic in the history of Australia?
To draw water for personal consumption as well. Right? Rambam goes on with a couple of other fascinating ideas. But
Zoot, I'm going to ask you this again. Did you know that Chelsea is going to be the biggest female comedian in the history of Australia?
Dorish Murray Bar Amar. So Chris says, so Murray Bar Amar darshan the
Zoot.
He said,
Okay.
So what's the meaning of the pasuk in Tehillim? Literally, again, for every goal, for every conclusion, I've seen an end. But your mitzvos are very expansive. So we'll say the pashtos. What David HaMelech is saying is like this: everything else in the world is finite. Everything else in the world is finite. The mitzvos, your Torah, is infinite. So David V'lo Pirshu. So David HaMelech said this, but he didn't explain it. Amar Eov V'lo Pirshu. Eov said it, and he didn't explain it. Amar Yechezkel V'lo Pirshu. Yechezkel said he didn't explain it.
Zoot, what's on your agenda for today?
Until Zechariah ben Ido came along, and he finally explained it. What does this mean? Amar David V'lo Pirshu. David said it, but he didn't explain it. V'chol Sechler Isi Keitz V'chava Mitzvahs Chamaod. So again, David HaMelech says, for every goal, I've seen an end,
Zoot.
but your mitzvahs are very expensive. But I didn't explain what that meant. Amru Eov V'lo Pirshu. Eov said it also. T'chsev Arucha me'eretz midah u'lechava minei. Literally again,
Zoot, the
it is
shittiest,
longer than the earth, than the length
the
of
absolute shittiest
and wider than the width
communicator
of the sea. So again,
in the
once again,
history of communication.
speaking to the expansiveness
Just the
of
worst
Torah, but
communicator.
doesn't help to
You are
explain
the
that
worst
concept.
communicator.
Amru Yechezkel V'lo Pirshu T'chsev. Quote the pasuk in Yechezkel. Vayifros osa lefanai b'ksuva panim v'achar v'kasav aleh kinim beheger b'hi. We'll see what that means in just a moment. What is it supposed to say? So literally it means Vayifros osa lefanai. He spread it open in front. That means v'ksuva panim v'achar. It is written on the back and on the front. V'kasav aleh, and it says in it kinim, which means kinim means like kinim, like kino, like kinnis. Lamentations, Vehega, rejoicing, Mehi, and woe. What does that mean? Kinim, Zu Paranusan Shal Tzadikim Bolamazah. So Kinim means the misfortune, the suffering of Tzadikim in this world.
The worst communicator in the history of communication. Perhaps.
That refers to the rejoicing of the Tzadikim in the world to come. Omer Alai Higayon Bechinor. Dehi, Zoi Paranusan Shal Reshan Ma'asid Lava. He refers to the suffering of the wicked in the world to come.
Normally I'd play with you more. I'm working on a project. A sick project. Maybe one of the sickest projects ever.
So Zechariah ben Ido was the person who came along and explained this notion of the expansiveness of Torah. So because the pasuk from Yechezkel.
Dude, do you know who Brendan Schaub is?
So he said to me, what do you see? And I said,
yeah, you know how you always ask me who's the worst comedian on earth?
Its length is 20 amas, its width is 10 amas. And ultimately, again, when it was unfolded, it was esrim be'esrim. It was 20 by 20. And it says that it was written on the front and on the back. And if you were to peel back, so also it was written on the front and the back. So what it's saying, the imagery is, it was written on the front and the back. If you were to peel apart the front and the back and place them side by side, how much would that be? 40 amas by 20 amas. Nimsa kala olam kula achos mishloshes alafim umasayim b'kar. So both say when you do all of the math, the Gemara says it turns out that the world is 1/3200th of the size of the Torah. So we'll say obviously in the metaphorical point, the Gemara is trying to paint this image of this massive scroll that totally eclipses the size of the world to highlight to us the dramatic expansiveness of Torah. When we speak about Torah, we see, okay, you could quantify Torah. Torah is Tanakh, Torah is Torah Shebechsad, Torah Shebal Peh. So I will say, Torah, remember how Chazal referred to the Yam Shal Talmud, right? Referred to the sea of the Gemara. The metaphor, the imagery is an expansiveness. When you look, when you stand on the banks of the ocean, you look out into the ocean, it looks like it's Mayim Shein Lam Sof. It has no end. So the idea that the depth and profundity of Torah is so much that it even eclipses the size of the universe. That's the image that's highlighted over here. From Chisda, Darish Mori Barmar, Mai Dichsev, Vine Shnei Duda Eitainim, Muadim of Nehechal Hashem. So I say this is actually quite beautiful. You might quotes the passage from Yirmiyahu. So it says over here, V'hinei Shnei Duda Eitainim Muadim of Hashem. That there were two baskets of figs prepared before the Heichal Hashem. Hadud ha'echad te'inim tovos. One of the baskets contained good figs, tovos mode, ki te'ini habachoros, like the early figs. So just you show what's happening over here. If you have the Torah or in your Gemara, you can see what the Gemara is actually doing over here is kind of splicing together two different psukim. It's taking pieces. They're both from Yirmiyahu, Parachav Dalet, Pasuk Aleph, psukim Aleph through days, but it's just taking different parts of it. So Rabbi says, so the image that Yirmiyahu Hanavi is highlighting over is really quite beautiful. Is two baskets of figs. One basket is figs, tavos ma'od, kite'eni abachoros amadeis, va'gud echad, and the second basket, te'enim ra'os ma'od, are bad figs, asher lo se'achelna me'roah, that could not be eaten because they were so bad. Shabbos say, who did the two baskets of figs represent? This is really beautiful. Hatobos, elu tzadikim gemur. The good figs, those represent tzadikim gemur. Teinim haros, bad figs, elu rishaim gemur. This refers ultimately again to rishaim gemurim. So we'll say, look at this Gemara. Rishema Tomar. So maybe you'll say the basket of bad figs, which represents Rishaim Gemurim, Shema Tomar, Abad Sivram, Ubatal Sikuyam. Maybe you'll say there's no hope. There's no hope. There is no possibility of redemption for the Rishaim Gemurim. Tamalomar, Hadudaim, Nasni Reya. We'll say it says that both of the baskets of figs give forth a beautiful aroma. So we'll say even the figs which can't be consumed, right? Even the figs which were bad, right? Even the Te'inim Ra'im still give forth a beautiful aroma. Both baskets of figs have the ability to give forth a beautiful aroma. So just understand the power of that Gemara. I just want to draw your attention to the Lashon. See, the Gemara says over here that the basket of good figs, tzadikim gimur. The Gemara doesn't just use Lashon over here of tzadikim and rishayim, but use Lashon of tzadikim gimurim, rishayim gimurim. The Lashon of gimurim represents that person could be a rasha, could be like a recreational rasha, right? And just a rasha on the weekends. Right? But during the week I try to be good, or vice versa. Rishayim gimurim, like the Rambam, it's man of the Rambam Tshuva. Eizu Tzadik Gomer, like I should say, Eizu Bal Tshuva Gemura, the Rambam says. So the Lashon of Gomer represents a Lashon of finality and totality. That sometimes I have different aspects of my identity. Gomer means this is the totality of my identity. See what the Gemara is saying? You might have thought that the Rishayim Gemura, Avad Sidram Ubat Sikuyam. You might have thought that a Rasha Gomer, that's it. A Rasha Gomer is down and out. There's nothing more to talk about a Rasha Gomer. No, even the Rasha Gomer, I will say it's incredible. Even Rasha Gomer had Dudaim Nasmireh. We'll say, what an incredible Gemara. Even if a person is a Rasha Gomer, the beautiful scent of holiness is always there. The beautiful scent of ruchnius never goes away. Even when you're meisim, even when your identity is so fundamentally compromised, the scent of holiness never leaves the Jew. It's incredible. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. What does it mean when it says that the Dudaim? Listen, now it's interesting. The first time we see Dudaim is, of course, the story by Rachel Leah. So there is interesting that Dudaim are translated as mandrakes. That's often the English word that's given. Here in this context, it's interesting that it's actually translated as violets. Okay, so the Dudaim Nasnu Reach. So the Dudaim gave their scent. We'll say, who is this so beautiful? Elu Bachure Yisrael Shelo Tamu Tamchit. We'll say, so the violets, the Dudaim gave their scent This refers to the young Jewish men who never tasted the taste of sin. So let's say, so what does that mean? So the Maharsha comments on this. The Maharsha says this is dafka in the realm of Arias. The realm of Arias. It's referring, you'll see it makes sense from the context in just a little bit as well. This is talking about young men who are careful to guard themselves from immorality. No person, I will say, no person could say that they never tasted the taste of sin. Everybody tastes the taste of sin. We all sin. But a person, especially a young person, when passions are strongest, who is careful to guard himself from immorality, that's the Biga'in Nasnureh. That ultimately, again, is the violet who emits such a beautiful scent. And at the entranceway of all types of beautiful fruits, who is that? Elu benos Yisrael. This refers to the Jewish women. Shemagidos pischehen leba'alehem. So it's literally, it says, they tell their openings to their husbands. So Rashi points out over here, this refers, look at Rashi. Actually, now, yeah, we'll see. Rashi goes a little bit out of order over here. Shemagidos pischehen leba'alehem means they tell their husbands and they become a nida. That the wife tells her husband she becomes a nida, that her husband shouldn't inherently transgress with her. You know another possibility? Literally, they close their openings only for their husbands. This idea being the virtuosity, the virtuousness of the Jewish woman, that she maintains her allegiance, right, and is only for her husband. So say, what does it mean again? Literally, new and old. My beloved, I await you. Are the scouts for you. This is so beautiful. So I just want to point out this notion, by the way, we've seen so much in the last couple of days regarding the immorality and how a person is able to conquer immorality. It's the greatest taiva that a person has, and at the end of the day, the schar that awaits a person who's able to overcome these most innate wants and desires. So I want to point out this idea that Gemara says that Biga'in Nasnureh. So I want to say, what does it mean that the young person, right? We're all young. The young person is able to resist immorality. He emits the Biga'in Nasnureh, that the violet gives off its scent. So I want to say, the concept of scent. What does it mean that your scent is beautiful if you overcome immorality? Scent is something that just exists by itself. In other words, you don't do anything for scent. It's just a part of your being. Something has a beautiful, pleasing scent. It's just a part of their gestalt. It's a part of what they are. The idea being, I think what Chazal is saying is that when I'm able to overcome the desire for immorality, it's not just the pshat that I become holy. It fundamentally changes who I am. I emit a different scent. I smell different. I am different. You see, there are certain things that I do that give me greater kedusha, that give me greater holiness, and there are certain things that I do that just fundamentally change who I am. I emit like a reach nichoach. I emit a pleasing aroma. So if I muster up the inner courage to be able to overcome the pull towards immorality, it's not just the pshat that I'm holy, that I'm good, that I'm pleasant. My aroma is different. It's an incredible idea. I emit a different scent. So powerful. This is how beautiful this is.
There she is. How you doing, kid?
Okay.
Something is
Alrighty, man.
I'm sorry. I had everybody calling, everybody coming over.
It's Aquarius.
even
I didn't
more
feel
laws
good.
have
I
been
didn't want to
given,
go out.
and I've kept all of them.
Don't you
That's
apologize for
Kali
anything.
Says,
I'm so glad to hear that you are in strong spirits. That's amazing. You're a strong woman.
Yeah, I done did my little
One
crying.
said one of the Talmudim who was raging at God in his presence. Have you ever heard a drasha on this passage?
That's right, Mr. Aquarius. 100%, but you'll be strong. And you got it. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You got that right. Just one moment. I'll send you an invitation.
times that it would say Chadashim Gam Yeshanim, which makes it sound like things that were given earlier, things that were given later. Halalim Divrei Torah, Halalim Divrei Sof. And I will say the concept is Chadashim Gam Yeshanim. Yeshanim refers to the Divrei Torah. Yeshanim, the old halachos, refers to the halachos that the Ribono Shel Olam gave us. But the Chadashim refers to the new halachos, the Dinei Dirabanan, which we legislate. Look at Rashi, Divrei Sof, and Rashi says, it's the third line from the top of Rashi. Chadashim shenischanshu b'chol dar v'adar ligdar geder v'siyad. Each generation legislates new laws for what purpose? For the purpose of creating a protective.
Oh, they got a daily quiz that you go in when come on. That shit right there.
I'm here. What'd you say?
What's the meaning of the pasuk in Koheles?
They got a daily quiz when that game.
Be careful.
Yes, ma'am. There you go.
What it sounds like in English.
All right, just 1 moment.
What does this mean? Shamalach was saying, my son, be even more careful with Divrei Sofer, with rabbinic law, than with Divrei Torah. Divrei Torah, Yesh Panasei Velosasei, his Torah is comprised of positive commandments and prohibitions. Divrei Sofer, when it comes to the words of Chazal, Chala over al Divrei Sofer Chayiv Nisa. Whoever violates Divrei Sofer Velosai is Chayiv Nisa. I will say, now what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Asei Velosasei. So Rashi says, Yesh bohen she'in bohen chiyav nisa.
That's right.
That says, he who reaches the fence shall be bitten by this thing. So even though this kind of sounds counterintuitive, right? One would be careful with the oraisos because they're given by the Ribono Shel Olam and not the Rabbanan. Yet again, Shlomo says, he who breaches the rabbinic fence will be bitten by a snake, which means that in certain respects, rabbinic law is dealt with more severely than biblical law. What's the idea? So the idea is that rabbinic law
How's your auntie doing?
is the glue that keeps us together. The rabbis are every generation. They're not like that every generation, but every generation have to legislate laws because of the time, because of the circumstances. So now it's the beginning that keep the fabric of cloud.
You're good. Yeah, you're already strong. Oh, I know that.
I done cried. I just got to cry.
There's sometimes greater severity attached to Dini Dirabanan than there are to Dini.
Yes, ma'am.
It'll be all right.
Or maybe you'll say 1 second. Dini Dirabanan are so important.
Yes.
This thought crosses everyone's mind at some point.
Okay. I'm about to send you an invitation.
Asos Svarim Harbe in case. Because it was at a certain point in time, you could keep writing Svarim.
You should get it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It would have been impossible to commit everything to writing in one sefer, and therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to be mechalik between the Torah Shebitzav and the Torah Shebapeh, between Dinei D'Oraisa and Dinei D'Rabanan. V'log harbe yegias basar. The basar literally translated what this means is much study causes weariness or tiredness of the flesh. It teaches us that what? Anyone who disparages rabbinic law will literally be judged in boiling excrement.
What a tough spare.
The idea being, you see it in the Muslim so it's easy to go ahead and say the rabbis are just adding on layers to halacha that are not necessary. I'll keep the Doraisas, that's all I need. So you see Chazal coming along and saying there is no Yiddishkeit without the Drabanan. There is no way of life without the Drabanan. The whole point
There we go.
Is is that the Rabbanan teach us how to take the Doraisos, make them applicable and sustainable in the real world. So when you see something like this, that if you go and disparage the Rabbanans, you're going to burn it with an excrement in Gehenna. It's obviously a bit hyperbolic, but it's the idea of Hazal telling us there is no life without the Rabbanans.
Split it.
We see this.
There we go. Whoa, what a tough
spare.
spare.
Kill away the Rabbanans from Jewish life. It's only a matter of time. It may take years or it may take a few generations. But at the end of the day, you absolutely lose your way. Maskepa Rabba Miksid Lag. Does it say Lag, disparage? Lag Sid. It means Lag. We'll say, now, the way the Gemara was kind of interpreting the pasuk was, the word is Lahag. The Gemara darshan it as Lahag, which means to disparage. Of course, it doesn't say Lahag with an I in disparage. It says Lag with A, which means to learn. Ella. This is so beautiful. Right? What it means is whoever engages in the study of Torah, specifically the studies of Rabbanah, like the studies of Gemara, is like he tastes meat. We'll say, what's the pshat with that? That if you study Gemara, you study Dinei Rabbanan. So it's like you're tasting meat. Then this is what they something beautiful. He says, just like when you eat meat, how do you feel after a good steak? How do you feel after a good steak? Satisfied. We'll say, how do you feel after a good block of Gemara? Satisfied. And I will say, there are certain things in life, which give you a certain level of satisfaction.
This.
So the truth is, in a Gashmi level, a good meal, a good steak gives you a gishrak. You feel good after it. You feel a certain sense like the world is good. There's like, we'll say, if you have a good steak, it's amazing. A good steak and a glass of wine. I see enough cherries on over here, right? But a good case and a good glass of wine. So again, the universe is in equilibrium, right? Life is perfect. The only thing I'm missing in that moment is Mashiach. And maybe even feels like a little like Mashiach, right? So in all seriousness, where else do you replicate a feeling like that? When do you have a feeling in life that like the world is good? The world is good and everything is perfect. It's after a good black Gemara. That's what I'm saying. You have a daf like this. You're going to walk out, and there's going to be like a wave of satisfaction that sweeps over you when you have Torah like this. So that's the Gemara says, La Garbe Yigios Basar. When you learn a lot and you learn a good piece of Torah, it's not just like Yigios Basar. It's just like having a good steak. Just like a good satisfaction. It's just like a satisfaction of a good meal. So beautiful. We'll say, listen to this incredible story. Nice of Rabbi Akiva. We'll say, such a dramatic story. There was a Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated in jail. The Ben Yehoyada again writes, we'll say, when was Rabbi Akiva incarcerated in jail? This was the end of his life. This Rabbi Akiva dies a brutal death at the hands of the Romans. His flesh is skipped from his body. This is the story. In fact, we'll say, the Ben Yehoyada, I'll send it out on the WhatsApp chat. The Ben Yehoyada has an overwhelming insight. I'll fill in parts of that as we go on. The Akiva is incarcerated. Rabbi
this one.
Rabbi Yeshua Hagarsi was his attendant. Was like his shamus, was taking care of him. And Rabbi say, what does Garsi mean? Rabbi say, look at Rashi. Rashi says Garsi is Shem Makom. It's the name of his place. That's where he lived. Otherwise, Rashi says, Rabbi say, this is incredible. Lishnachina Shen Tochin Grisim. He used to go ahead and grind lentils. I just want to point something out. I often say this. To me, one of the most incredible things you find in the Gemara is where you find these incredible tzaddikim who had jobs. They had jobs. Not only did they have jobs, I won't say, but what? But they were laborers.
There we go.
Like he was a guy who ground up lentils. So I'll say sometimes in life we think that the fact that I have to work for a living patters me from becoming a tzaddik. It exempts me from becoming a tam tacham. Listen, to become a tam tacham or a tzaddik, that's the purview of like people who get to live their lives being kosei besan shmi. I had to go out to work. So if I had to go out to work, I could be a good balabas. Right? That's like the ceiling for me. It's not true. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik, and everybody has the capacity to be a governor. Everybody has the capacity to be the greatest of the great. So you over here, who's the Mishayis of Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Shlomo Garsi.
Can't go yet. Now I can.
Who used to go ahead and grind lentils. That was his occupation. But despite the fact that he went to work every day, flying to lentils, he still became
Give
a
me
Rosh
it. Give me it. Oh, man.
Watch this. Every day,
Mr. Quirce had a nice spare.
he would bring Rabbi Akiva water. Now, Mayim b'mida Rabosai means as follows. He would bring Rabbi Akiva enough water for Netilas Yadayim and for drinking.
Look at you.
What happened?
Big time strike.
So we'll say one day Rabbi Shulgais is coming to the jail with water.
Ooh, that's a tough split.
The guard sees him coming in. Amarlo, Hayom Meimecha Merubin. So the guard became suspicious of Yeshua Garci. He says, today
we wanted.
You're bringing in a lot more water. Shema Lachtar Beisasun Atatzara. So he suspected what was he trying to do? Maybe he was trying to help Rabbi Akiva dig a tunnel. Right? Because how do you dig a tunnel? Right? You pour water on the ground, it loosens up the earth. So the guard suspected that Yeshua Garcia bringing in more water.
Yeah, thankfully. Appreciate you asking.
So what did he do?
Do my best not to re-injure it. Wow, you got a big score, Mr. Quirce. Nobody's touching your score. Mr. Quirce, you got to play one more game for Papa and see if you get your 200th win.
He said that Yoshua, you know that I'm totally dependent.
199. Here we go, folks. We got one more for Papa. That's right. All right, Mr. Quirce. You have an invitation.
So he said, okay, I'll use the water for hand washing. He said, Rabbi, there's barely enough water in there for you to drink. You think
Get
there's
it.
water in there for you to drink?
That's a good start.
Rabbi, please don't do Netilas Yadayim today. Please just drink the water so you can live. Let's say I just want to point out that Ben Yehoyada points out
Get it.
that the way Rabbi
Great spare.
Is that every day the Romans would peel off some of his skin. It didn't all happen at once. Every day they tortured him a little bit. Every day. So, Yeshua guys is saying, Rabbi Akiva is saying, Rabbi, please, don't worry about Netilas Yadayim.
Yes, ma'am.
They're torturing you in such unspeakable ways every single day.
Get it.
Drink the water.
Oh, that's a big score.
Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do? What should I do?
Get it.
At the end of the day,
All right.
Is the Chiyuv Misa Mutov? I was saying, what
Give me
this.
this.
Obviously, it's not literal Chiyuv Misa. Rabbi Akiva was saying, according to this idea,
give me this.
Bitten by a snake.
Right.
The rabbinic law has to be treated with such incredible severity. Mutov Amos Misas Atzmi.
Get it.
Better for
That
me
was
to
pretty
kill
good.
myself. What it meant is better for me that I shouldn't have something to drink.
You're
I shouldn't have something
welcome.
to drink.
Oh, get it. What a spare. You've gotten 3 spares in a row.
So the Akiva refused to eat anything
I'm trying.
until he had sufficient, until he was able to bring
3
in more water,
spares in a
and he was
row.
able to go ahead and do Netilas Yadayim.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Heard this story. Was it? You heard the stories? Yes, sir. The Akiva is literally being tortured every single day by the Romans.
Get it.
Yet he won't go a day without.
Right. This is time for your 4th spare.
He says, the moral of this story is not that you have to give your life for the Netilas Yadayim. That's not the moral of the story. The moral of the story is that we are here because ultimately we've always maintained incredible and overwhelming fidelity and allegiance to even the smallest details of Yiddishkeit. Because it's not the devil that's in the details, it's the Ribono Shel Olam that's in the details. And we're only here because of Mesiras Nefesh for Halacha, because of Mesiras Nefesh for Torah. This is not modeling for us a Halacha L'maisa. That's not what it's modeling for us. What it is
okay, you got a bunch.
Say is, those of us who Baruch Hashem are privileged not to live in these. See, Rabbi Akiva was willing to give his life for Netilas Yadayim under dire circumstances.
Oh, yeah.
How careful we have to be with the details. When
She's
Baruch
going to
Hashem
cruise into number 200.
So they heard this like Hashem from the Davar Omer, Ma b'ziknuso kach, v'yadusa alachas kam v'kama. This is how Rabbi Akiva acted when he was old. Can you imagine his
Gimme.
behavior when he's young?
All right.
And if this is how Rabbi Akiva conducted himself,
This
he was in jail,
Aquarius,
incarcerated.
200 wins,
Imagine
girl.
how he lived his life when he was free. So incredible.
Good job. This Aquarius with her 200th win. 200th win. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. All right, Miss Aquarius. It is time for you to get some sleep. I know you've had a long day. Okay, yeah, it probably is.
The only thing
That's
you
right,
can't
okay.
do is to go from
We'll just keep you company.
and to go from one private domain to another private domain is biblically permitted.
Yes,
He said,
ma'am.
no, you can't even carry from one Rosh Hashanah to Rosh
Yes, ma'am.
Hashanah without some type of Eruv Chatzim. That's what it means, Shalach Sub Eruv. Also instituted Tilas
Yes, I
Dayan.
did.
Shlomo instituted Tilas Dayan for the consumption of kudshim. Shlomo said that you cannot eat anything
Is that why it was what?
without washing your hands. That later on
Yeah, it
evolved
was.
to washing your hands for bread. But Shlomo was the first one to institute that you have to wash your hands before you partake of kudshim. Yotze Sabaskal v'Amras, the Baskal came out and said, B'nim, Im chacham libecha yismach libi. My son, if your heart is wise, my heart will rejoice gamari, me as well. V'omer, chacham b'ni v'samach libi, v'ashivi charfi davar. So we'll say something. Let's just do one more line, then we'll stop. Dara shrava maiz b'chsiv l'chado di nitzeh asada, nalino b'kfarim nashkimo l'kramim, nira il parcha hagefen, pasach hasmadar, hinatsu harimonim, sham etin as dodi, sham eta as dodi. So we'll say, so what does it mean in the pasuk? What does it mean? L'chado di nitzeh asada. What does it mean? Come, we'll just interpret each part of the pasuk. Come, my beloved, let's go out into the field. So we'll say, so remember again, this pasuk is from Shira Shirim. So we'll say Shira Shirim. What makes Shira Shirim sometimes a little bit complicated is it's not clear who is the man and who is the woman. You know, in the Zohar writes that sometimes Rosh Baruch Hu is Duchra, sometimes he's Nukva, sometimes he's male, sometimes he's female. And Shira Shirim, so the male and female personalities switch back and forth. So what does it mean when it says L'chadol din yitziyasad, come my beloved, let's go into the field? Amra kinesi son HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Chal Yisrael says to Hashem, Yivon Shalom, Al tidineni ki yoshei kraken. Do not judge us like those who dwell in the cities. Sheishvan Gezel v'arayis v'shvua v'shvua shaker. So let's see, in the cities is where you have all of the vices, right? All of the vices exist in the city. There's theft, there's immorality, there's false oaths, shvua shaker, vain oaths. Rather, so don't think of us like city dwellers. Neitze hasoda. Come out into the fields. And what will you see in the fields? Bol ve'erech, hamidei sha'oskim b'torah b'toch ha'torah. You will see all the Hamidei who learn Torah even in the midst.
No, you're good. We'll do it. Just one more.
So again, Kadosh Baruch Hu says to Chal Yisrael, we're not like those who dwell in the cities, who engage in all type of terrible and immoral things, but rather come with us into the fields. We'll show you how we are. I'll show you. Learn Torah even when things are difficult. Let us sleep in the villages. I'll take you to Kfarim Ella B'Chofrim.
We'll see.
Bo ve'erecha. Come back to Baruch Hu, and I'll show you Osam Shishpatam Tova in Kafru B'cha. And Rabbi Shalom, there are so many people upon whom you shower so much good, and yet they go ahead and fundamentally don't believe in you. But we believe in you, Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Nashkima lekramim, go ahead and wake up early in the vineyards. What does that refer to? Elubate knesios, elubate midrashos. Come to the shuls, come to the bate medrash. Nira parcha gefen.
And then you get a Lithuania or something? All right, Mr. Curtis, I'm sending you
an invite. Take care. Pasach HaSmadar, the Smadar, which represents the further stage of maturation. Those are Baalei Mishno. Enotzu Harimonim, have the pomegranate sprouted. Elu Baalei Gemara. That refers to those who master Gemara. Sham Eten Es Dodi, Lech Erech Kivodi Ugodi, Shavach Banai Ubnosai. Ribono Shalom, do you want to see again? Lech Erech Kivodi, Do you want to see my greatest covered? I'll show you my sons and my
It's
daughters.
me.
Because it looks like
Yes,
the greatest things we produce in life are not ourselves. The greatest
want to get the
testament
black
to our
ones, right?
fidelity and allegiance to our
Yeah, I got to get the black.
is not the personalities we build, but ultimately, again, the children we raise. All right,
Okay, there you go.
we're not finished. We're not finished. There's still more minutes
Yes,
in the video.
ma'am.
We got to continue into tomorrow's daf. Yes, you got it.
There you go.
All right, so we'll say on Zoom. Everyone have a wonderful day. Ahead of us today, I want to begin by thanking our sponsors. To thank Ed and Faith Wolf for being our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, in memory of his father, grandfather, Cyrus, Ben Hirsch, Zichron Levrava. We thank our Week of Learning sponsor, Joe and Galia Berry, in honor of their 43rd anniversary of Hashem and their successful Aliyah 3.5 years ago. We also thank Howard and Aileen Friedman for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Howard's father, Shalom Ben Hillel Tzvi. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Neshamos have an and the families in the home. So with that, let us begin. It's a beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Chaf Aleph 21. And we
All right, now's your chance to get a bunch of them in.
Up at last 3 lines, the last 2 lines of the daf. Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Ada. Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Ada says as follows. It's an incredible Gemara. So just to first not close out, but to fine tune a little bit of the halachos of Pasibiros. Remember again.
Oh, but I put one of yours down.
So Chazal leniency regarding drawing water on Shabbos. That although the well itself is technically speaking categorized as a Rishus HaYachid, as it has the requisite dimensions of 10 tefachim deep, 4 tefachim wide, and we're dealing with wells which are situated in
how did you get mine
as
in?
such, drawing water on Shabbos of the Pasei Biros or the Diyumadim, these L-shaped post positioned around the well into a Rishus HaYachid.
Yeah, but I gotta get this.
Walls, we're not really significant.
And I just put a bunch of yours in.
We'll see.
And watch, the red one came back.
Why such a so it may be Huda as to how much space you can have in between the two mudding. Is it 10 amas? Is it 13.5 amas? So the one that goes on to clarify this a little bit more. Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Ada was incredible.
No, I didn't. I have to get the queen in
And
first.
she's, by the way, why did Chazal institute this particular kula?
Yeah,
So Rabbi
that's
Yitzchak
what
says
the
they
red ones.
own you. So we'll see what that means. So the pashtus, what it means is as follows: that a person has to be older, like a Pesach, Shavuos, and Sukkot. And so again, as you're traveling, obviously you require water. So it makes it sound like that in order to make life a little bit easier for the older regalim, they allowed you to close a well with this inferior enclosure. The Gemara says, but one second. Elsewhere again, the Bible seems to indicate
I just
that
took
the
one of
reason
yours
for the
in.
kula was not for individuals, but in fact was for animals. So which one is it? Is it for the older regalim, or is it
Oh,
no. That's not a stila. My behemas older regalim. In Achinami, what does it mean when it says that Chazal instituted Pasei Biraos for behemas? It means for the animals of the older regalim. Look at the last Rashi on the daf. Behemas older regalim. Only regalim no butcher livos for the shtos. Sheyachol kanes technim for the shtos. We'll see what it means in just a moment. But again, what the Gemara is holding right now, both say, is as follows: coming along with the mishpacha, but just coming along with your life.
All right, now I have to put this white one in.
Especially
No, but the thing
for the older
I
water is fine. Therefore, to make life a little bit
I
easier,
scratched,
Chazal
so it's all back.
and allowed you to enclose a well so as to be able to water your animals on Shabbos. So this was a special takana made for the behemoths of Oli. Amazing enough, this kula was not made for people. This kula was not made for people, because what should people do? This is wild. Aval adam top of chafalif, aval adam mitapes va'ola mitapes. See, there's another. Just go into the well, right? You could go ahead and lower yourself in the well, and then of course there's no issue of any kind of rishuyos. Yeah, sorry. There's no issue of any kind of transfer of rishuyos because you're going into the well itself. But look at Rashi. This is really wild. Top of chafalif mitapes oches biyad of raglo biksalim benichnas. Biyotzi mitapes. So from all the Shabbos, what do? You lower yourself into the well. And by the way, how do you lower yourself into the well? You go ahead and you just climb on the well, right? You put your arms and your legs by the side of the well, go down and drink, come back up. So listen, this is incredible. So the Gemara is saying over here that the heter for Pasi Biros, the heter for the Yumandin was for the animals. It's for the animals. But people, you don't need to rely on a cooler like this. But again, you can actually go into the well itself. So the
Yes, ma'am. I did 75 points.
Says the Gemara, so Rabbi Yehuda said in Shmuel that the heter of Pasi Biros was only for a spring, a well that's a spring, that's a be'er mayim chayim. So the Gemara says, as opposed to, let's say, just a cistern or something that just holds collected waters. But if you want to tell me that the heter of Pasi Biros is only for animals, but not for people, Mali Chayim and Mali Mechunasim. What type of water it is. Again,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
understand that be'er mayim, if you're telling me that it has to be a be'er mayim chayim, if the heter of Pasi Biros is for people, because then that's potable water, that's drinkable water. But when I say if it's for animals, what does it make a difference what type of water source it is? To which the Gemara says, "Ba'inon midi tichazi la'adam." You require something ultimately that is suitable for a person. That is suitable for a person. So the idea being that although the heter of Pasi Biros was only for animals, nevertheless it only worked for a more chashuv water source. What's the definition of a chashuv water source? The type of water source that would be used by people as well. So the Gemara says, "Gufalo v'tru Pasi Biros el behema bilbad." So what says we just said that the heter of Pasi Biros was only for behemoths, but for people, if you need water, go into the well. The Gemara says, but what if the well was very wide, so that a person couldn't successfully navigate in and out of the well? Then if the well is too wide, so that a person can't get in and out of it, then a person could go out and use the heter for Pasi Biros as well. Furthermore, below Yimale Adam Mayim, a person should not go ahead and fill up water and place it before his animal on Shabbos. About this, if you're utilizing the Pasi Biros, you should not go ahead and fill up a container and put it in front of you. But you can fill up a receptacle and you can pour it in front of the animal. And ultimately the animal could drink on its own. If that's the case, then how did the takana Pasi Biros help? What do you mean, how did it help? It helped that you could draw water from the well. But I will say, if that's the case, then again, why did Chazal have to create a minimum size of the enclosure enough for the head of the majority of the body of the para? So we'll say this is just yesterday's daf. Rabbi, we're talking about a trough that is standing in Rosh Hashanah, Gavoa Asara, 10 tefachim high, Rochiv Arba'a, V'rosho Nichnas Labein HaPasim. So we'll say, so again, that's the continuation, that's just the restating of yesterday's discussion. So we'll say, what comes out over here is something very important. So what comes out of this sugya is the Gemara telling us that the din of Pasi Biros was dafka instituted for behemas olei regalim. But ideally, Hasibi Rose is not used for people. If you want to drink from the well, go into the well. Go into the well. Go into the well. However, the Gemara seems to indicate that if the well is too wide, that you can't navigate inside of the well, one could go ahead and utilize the well. One could go ahead and draw water for their own drinking purposes from Pasibi Rosas. And I will say this is indeed how the Rambam paskins. So the Rambam says this in Hilchos Shabbos, Paragraph Zayin, Halacha Lamed. Actually, we'll see. Fine. The truth is, we'll leave this Rambam. Let's just do the next few lines because it's going to be a little bit more halacha because Rambam groups it all together. Let's listen to this. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, "I'm going to be reading about Amaras." So just keep this in mind. Number one, we've seen that Pasibi Ra'os is primarily for animals. People, if they want to drink from the well, should go into the well, drink water from inside the well. But yet it seems to be that even a person could use the heter of Pasibi Ra'os if the well is too wide, so that a person can't scale down the well. Let's say it's interesting. You see from here again, sometimes kulas are good, but sometimes a person should try to avoid using kulas. The use of a kula is important under extreme circumstances, but sometimes the use of too many kulas too often is sometimes fundamentally undermine and erode a person's allegiance and fidelity to halacha. Like if you think about it, what a crazy thing. I want a drink of water on Shabbos from the well, so I'm going to scale a well. We'll say, can you imagine? Has you ever heard of such a thing? Please don't do this kind of stuff. Has you ever heard of something like this? I'm going to scale the well. But you see over here that, again, if I need to use the kula, I'll use the kula. But if there's a way not to use the kula, better not to use the kula. Not because the golden light is to be machmir, but the golden light is to create a sensitivity and fidelity and allegiance to halacha. And sometimes, again, the use of too many kulas too often fundamentally undermines that relationship. So I'll say a few more pieces or a few more qualifications. I'm going to be hearing about Abba Amarav. Ein borginin bevaval. This is fascinating. Bevav pasebi ra'os b'chutzar. So we'll say really fascinating Gemara. There's no din of borginin. So what's borginin? Look at Rashi. Second of the shorter lines in Rashi. Ein borginin bevaval. Third of the widest line. The Amar b'keis and Ma'aris. Also, this comes a little bit later on. In Hayu borginin, it's the episode Ein Amar b'shirayim. Mis'abim imo umovidin chuma ir misham ulahalad. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Now we know there's a lot of Tchum. Tchum says that you have 2,000 amas from the edge of the city. The 2,000 amas from the edge of habitation in which you have the ability to travel. So remember, Tchum is not a din in carrying, it's not a din in itself. This is a din in travel, mobility. So you have 2,000 amas from the edge of the city in which you are situated to travel on Shabbos. However, the din of borginin says like this: if there is some type of basic domicile, even a hut, within 70 or 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, you can measure the Tchum not from the edge of the city, but from the south. So essentially, even a basic domicile like a hut, within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, allows you to count the Tchum not from the edge of the primary city, but from the hut. That's borginin. What is a borginin?
I need to have one specifically because it logged me out of one of my others, and I don't want to use one of the 200 that I have. I want to create a new one. So
it was something that was not really easily transportable. So I even though again it's not really like what we call like a billion kabua, it's not a set structure. Nevertheless, halacha l'maisa, it still extends the Tchum. So the Gemara says, "V'kamar b'yamiyah da'anach borginin ein babado, t'lomar ve'in mis'arvin shama'ir t'bebado t'bebit t'demayo, b'shatilu telcha k'locha shemini." So we'll see the explanations in a moment. And we'll see, here's what Rabbi is saying. Number one, the din of borginin does not apply in Bava. Which means that in Bava, if you have a city, the Tchum of that city is measured from the edge of the city. And even if you have a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, the Tchum is not measured by the hut, but the Tchum is measured by the edge of the city. Below, Hasibi Rose, furthermore, there's no din of Hasibi Rose and Chotzah.
one thing that always helps to know is time heals all wounds, Mr. Aquarius.
Burgening the Baba law. We'll say, why does the din of burgening not apply in Baba? The shlichi bitki. Because Baba, interestingly enough, apparently is subject to flooding.
There he is.
So because of that, these burgening were often washed away. Because it's not dependable, or it's not reliable that the burgening
Ooh, what are you making?
therefore it cannot work to go ahead and extend your chumos. So the guys is just a moment. This is really incredible. So actually, seeing
Man after my own heart.
to shut you. Baba was subject to flash flooding, and therefore halacha you can't rely that the burgening is going to be. Therefore, the din of burgening doesn't apply in Baba. However, the possibly knows. Let's just start slow. So shlichim is sifta. This is incredible. Why does the din of possibly knows not apply? Because literally there are no yeshivas there. What does that mean? Look at Rashi. Shlichim is sifta. This is really quite amazing. Rios kamidin olshin here, lilmod Torah. So what's the city to learn? Possibly knows, or which the older regalim, this is incredible. The din of Possibly Rose was a din that allowed you to draw water for your livestock and under extreme circumstances for you when you were engaged in a divine mitzvah, right? In a mitzvah journey. So the paradigmatic example of being engaged in a divine mitzvah was only regalim. But the idea was anytime you were traveling over the course of Shabbos with Soda and Mitzvah, Chazal allowed you to use these Possibly Rows. So interestingly enough, in Chutzah, I want to point something out. Chutzah is outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel. Interestingly enough, for this purpose, Babel was not called Chutzah. You see that because Babel is like separately over here, which makes sense. Because in Babel there were yeshivas. So in Eretz Yisrael and in Babel, where you could potentially be traveling over the course of Shabbos for a divine mitzvah, you could use Possibly Rows. Outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel, where there were no yeshivas, you were not permitted to use Possibly Rows. It's really incredible. Aval Ibcha Avdina. I will say, but the opposite, of course, the opposite is, in other words, that halacha l'maisa, there are Possibly Rows in Babel, and the din of burgening applies to Chutzah. Because I will say, essentially, the din of burgening will apply anywhere as long as there's no concern of flash flooding. And the din of Possibly Rows will apply either in Eretz Yisrael because of Aliyah L'Regel, or L'maisa anywhere where you could travel to yeshivas. So the Gemara says, others explain, Rabbi Ein burgening Possibly Rows, blah, 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 Chutzah. So others have a different version of this. That both the din of burgening and Possibly Rows do not apply neither in Babel nor in Chutzah. Burgening the Babel law, as we said before, burgening don't apply in Babel. Why? Because it's last part. The Chutzah nami law, the shlichi ganavi. This is fascinating. The din of burgening doesn't apply in Chutzah either. Why? Because of thieves. You want to say, what does that mean? Thieves? They used to steal these huts. They would steal these huts. As Rashi said before, since they were not Kabbalah, they were not affixed to the ground, so they were stolen. So because they're stolen, obviously you can't rely on the burgening to be there. So the Gemara says, Possibly Rows kabbalah, yishlichi mayo. So again, these Possibly Rows, that heter was not allowed in Babel. Why? Because also apparently water was in easy supply in Babel. So remember again, the din of Possibly Rows is a din in Eretz Yisrael, says the Gemara, because water is harder to come by. But in Babel, where water was easy to come by, there was no need to rely on these kulos. For Chutzah, nami the lo shlichim misifta. And Chutzah also, there was no din of Possibly Rows, because since they weren't yeshivas, therefore halacha l'maisa, Possibly Rows was only instituted in the situation of divine mitzvah, and there was no real traveling for divine mitzvah in Chutzah. Amar Chista l'may breid Rabbi, when a breid Rabbi Yirmiyah bar Abba, Amri, Asisu mi barnash the Beknishta de Daniel, the Havaprasa Parsi Bishabs. Let's listen to this. The Gemara tells the story. So Chista said to Mari, Breid Rabuna, Breid Rabbi Yirmiyah bar Abba. He said to him, I heard that you went from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. You travel from Barnash to the Shul of Daniel, and that is a distance, Rashi says over here, on Amri Shakas, Isini Barnash, Barikisha Daniel, Shanati, Sha'omim Aleichem, Sha'atem Goim, Barnish, with a Knishta Daniel, the Shabbos, Makom Hayabababa, Shasham Hayam Spano Daniel, the cabin is seasonally being lost. So this is so apparently there was a shul that was only the Shul of Daniel. So you have a business telling Mari, I heard that you traveled on Shabbos from Barnish to the Shul of Daniel. And the problem is that is the distance, the Habu, less a parsi b'Shabsa. That's a distance of 3 parcels, more than Tchum, a Mari Sam Krisu, a Bordni. So what did you allow? What did you allow on?
Am I on a stage?
More than the regular Tchum Shabbos. Did you rely on the presence of
Yeah, I'm in a space.
to extend your Tchum? Ha'amar Avua, Ha'amar Avua, the Avua, but your father, the father of your father, like your grandfather, said in the name of Rav, ain't Borgin in Babana. That there's no deal of Borgin in Babana. Right? Again, because of flash flooding. So how did you travel such a far distance on Shabbos? Nothing. Samar went out to Shadar Krista, the Achli Hanur, the Sapta, the Midland, the Shidden, the Shilan. Because they went down and showed him that apparently, right outside of Barnish, within 70 to 2/3 amas of the edge of the city of Barnish, there were these ruins. There were these ruins that were there, but the walls of the ruins were still intact. So because the walls were still intact, they were bona fide mafitzas. Because they're bona fide mafitzas, they extended the tomb of the city, allowing Mar to travel from Barnish all the way to the Shul of Daniel. Take a look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, Misata Ayeros Haribos, Finish Aro Sham Mechitzos Min Habatis, Ramiran Hasem, Barakut and Arvin, Nafesh or Nifesh, Dahanus, you show them the ruins, but despite the fact that there were ruins, the walls of those ruins were still intact and allowed the tomb of the city to be extended past them. And that's how he was able to travel to the Shul of Daniel. So we'll say clear. So that's the idea we're going to get into. So beautiful. I got to tell. But before that, let me show you the Rambam. So the Rambam in Paragraph Zayin of Hilchos Shabbos says as follows. There's also a lot of fascinating ideas over here. Number one, when were Pasei Rose, who were Pasei Rose instituted for? Number two, where were they instituted for? Because the Gemara seems to indicate over here that this is a din dafka in Eretz Yisrael and maybe Babel as well. So look at the Rambam writes as follows. This is a Parak Yud Zayin, chapter 17 in Rambam Halacha Lamed. V'hitilu hapasim ha'ilu ela ki Eretz Yisrael u'lebehimas oli ledolim yom. So the Rambam actually passes that the din of Pasei Rose is dafka a din in Eretz Yisrael. This was only instituted in Eretz Yisrael and only instituted for the animals of the Oli Regalim. And I will say so again, 3 qualifications. Number 1, only Eretz Yisrael. Number 2, only for the animals of Oli Regalim, the Bar Mitzvah. And number 3, only a be'er mayim chayim. A well that's a well skill, because that's a more costly water source. Aval, b'shar aratos. I will say again, if you let's say anywhere else outside of Eretz Yisrael, if you want to drink water on Shabbos, so you want to give to animals on Shabbos. What? Halacha? The Gemara says, "B'shar aratos adam yored under the air. Yishker o yasem nefisa matchatas le'er gavo ashar kavod." Any other circumstance outside of Eretz Yisrael or anything else, if you want to draw water on Shabbos, if you draw water on Shabbos, you just have to what? Make regular partitions. You have to make a regular partition. But if the well was very wide, the Rambam does that halacha l'maisa, if the well is too wide, so that the person can't go down and get it, you need to rely on Pasei Rose. So what's the halacha l'maisa the Rambam passes? But the din number 1, din of Pasei Rose only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Number 2, it only applies for behemoths, only regalim, not for a person. Unless, of course, the well is too wide that you can't scale it. Under those circumstances, you can rely on the Pasei Rose to draw water for personal consumption. Right? Rambam goes on. That's enough. Let's go like this. Gemara ahead of us. So the Gemara says this follows. I'm going to says Darish Mari Bar Mar. So Mari Bar Mar Darshan the follows. It's in my B'sif, the Chosifla Isi Kilos. Literally again, for every goal, Chosifla, for every goal, for every conclusion, I've seen an end. The Chava mitzvahs kamoi, but the mitzvahs are very expensive. So we'll say the question, the David HaMelech is saying like this: everything else in the world is finite, is infinite. So David's got on the David HaMelech. So David HaMelech says this, but he didn't explain it. So go up and say, first of all, he didn't explain it.
Yeah, I do. It's like poker.
So Zechariah ben Ido came along, and he finally explained it. What does this mean? Amar David HaMelech, David said, but he didn't explain it. So again, David HaMelech says, for every goal, for every goal, I've seen an end, but your mitzvahs are very expensive. But I didn't explain what that meant. Amar Eov said it also. Literally again, it is longer than the earth, than the length of the earth, and wider than the width of the sea. So again, once again, Eov is speaking to the expansiveness of Torah, but doesn't explain that concept. Ami Yecheskel Operation B'Siv, what's the pasuk in Yecheskel? Vayifos Osam Lefanai, B'Ksuva Panim Ba'achar, B'Kasav Aleh Kinim. The Heger Behi. We'll see what that means in just a moment. What is it supposed to say? So literally it means he spread it open in front. It is written on the back and on the front. Because of Elah, and it says in it, Kinim is like Kinim, like Kinis, Lamentations, the Heger, rejoicing, Behi, and woe. What does that mean? Kinim, Zuparanusan Shaltadikim Bolamazah. So Kina means the misfortunes or the suffering of tzaddikim in this world. V'chinu omer kino hi v'koninu. V'hega, what does hega mean? Zu matan schalan shal tzaddikim lasid lava. That refers to the rejoicing of the tzaddikim in the world to come. Omer alai higayon v'chino. V'hi zoi paranusan shal resham lasid lava. He refers to the suffering of the wicked in the world to come. Omer Hav, so we quote over here the pasuk from Yecheskel, Hava al Hava Tavo. Ad Sheba Zechariah ben Ido Koshe. So Zechariah ben Ido was the person who came along and explained this notion of the expansiveness of Torah. Siv quotes over here the pasuk from Yecheskel. Vayomer Elai Ma'atolo. So he said to me, what do you see? Vayomer, and I said, Ani roa Megillah Afa. I see a floating scroll. Arka Esrim Ba'amal, Berachba Esther Ba'amal. Its length is 20 amas, its width is 10 amas. V'chipashat Tala, Habyalan Esrin Be'esrin. And ultimately, again, when it was unfolded, it was Esrin Be'esrin. It was 20 by 20. Siv, Uksiv, Keep, Juba, Pamin Ba'achar. And it says that it was written on the front and on the back. V'chikalaf Tala, Kamahabya. And if you were to peel back, so also it was written on the front and the back. So what it's saying, the imagery is, it was written on the front and the back. If you were to peel apart the front and the back and place them side by side, how much would that be? Arba'in Be'es, 40 amas by 20 amas. Siv, Mima Dad B'Sha'alomayim B'Shamayim B'Zeres Kachim. Nimsa, Kala Olam Kula Achos, Mishloshes Alafim Umasayim B'Kol. So we'll say, when you do all of the math, the Gemara says it turns out that the world is 1/3200 of the size of the Torah. So we'll say, obviously, in the metaphorical point, you are trying to think of this massive world that totally eclipses the size of the world. To highlight to us the dramatic expansiveness of Torah. When we speak about Torah, we say you could quantify Torah. Torah is Tanakh, Torah is Shebetzav, Torah is Shebalpeh. So we'll say Torah, remember how to Chazal refer to the metaphor, the imagery is when you stand on the banks of the ocean, you look out at the ocean, it looks like the time chain themselves. It has no end. But the idea that the depth and the profundity of Torah is so much that it even eclipses the size of the universe. That's the image that's highlighted here. From Chisda, Darish, Mari, Bar Marmai, B'Siv, B'nei Shnei Duga Eita Inen, Mu'adzim L'Pnei Echal Hashem. Those are actually quite beautiful. You might recall the passage from Yirmiyahu. So it says over here, that there were two literally baskets of figs prepared before the Heichal Hashem. Hadud ha'echad te'inim tovos. One of the baskets contained good figs, tovos mode, kite'in yacholos. Like the early figs. Plus, I just see what's happening over here. If you have the Torah or the Gemara, you can see what the Gemara is actually doing over here is kind of splicing together two different pieces. Again, they're both from Yirmiyahu, Parashah, Dalet, Pasuk, Aleph, Psukim, Aleph, 3 days, but it's just taking different parts of it. So I will say, so the image that Yirmiyahu had is two baskets of figs. One basket is figs, kavos, ma'od, kite'ina b'choros on the base, radud echad, and the second basket, te'inin ro'os ma'od, that figs, asher lo se'achel me'roah. That could not be eaten because they were so bad. So what's like, what are the two baskets of figs represent? I thought most Elu Tzadikim Gemur. The figs, those represent Tzadikim Gemur. Teimin Halo, bad figs. Elu the Shun Gemur. This refers ultimately again to the Shun Gemur. A little bit of attention goes a long way. The Shema Tomer. So maybe you'll say the basket of bad figs, which represents Yisharim Gemur. The Shema Tomer. Abad Sidram. Ubato Sidram. Maybe you'll say there's no hope. There's no hope. There is no possibility of redemption for the Rishon Gemur. And Lomar, Hadudoim, Yunasureya. We'll say it says that both of the baskets of figs give forth a beautiful aroma. We'll say even the figs which can't be consumed, right? Even the figs which were bad, even if it's in rotten, both baskets of figs have the ability to give forth a beautiful aroma. The power of that Gemara. I just want to draw your attention to the Lashon. See, the Gemara says over here that the basket of good figs, Tzadikim Gemur. The Gemara doesn't just use Lashon over here. It's like you shut in Gemurim. The Lashon of Gemurim represents that person who was a person to be a Rasha, you'd be like a recreational Rasha. The shut in Gemurim, like the Rabbi, it's not the Rabbi in Tshuva. Ezu Tzadik Gomer, like I should say, Ezu Bal Tshuva Gemur, the Rambam says. So the Lashon of Gomer represents a Lashon of finality and totality. Sometimes I have different aspects of my identity. Gomer means this is the totality of my identity. You know what the Gemara is saying? You might have thought that the Rishonim Gemurim Avad Sidram Ubato Sikuyam. You might have thought that a Rasha Gomer, that's it. A Rasha Gomer is down and out. There's only more to talk about a Rasha Gomer. No, even the Rasha Gomer, both say it's incredible. Even Rasha Gomer, have you gotten enough to me? What an incredible thing now. Even if a person is a Rasha Gomer, the beautiful scent of holiness is always there. The beautiful scent of ruchnius never goes away. Even when you're nice, even when your identity is so fundamentally compromised, the scent of holiness never leaves. Incredible. You know the right thing. Lara Shava. My say, Hadudaim Nasnu Lef. What does it mean when it says that's a Hadudaim? First thing I was interested, the first time we see Dudaim is, of course, inspired by Rabbi. So there it's interesting that Dudaim are translated as mandates. That's often the English word that's given. Here in this context, it's interesting that it's actually translated as violence. Okay, so the Dudaim Nasnu Lef. So the Dudaim gave their scent. What's the word is so beautiful. Elu Bachurei Yisrael Shalom Tamu Tamchit. Okay, so the violence, the Dudaim gave their scent. This refers to the young Jewish men who never tasted the taste of sin. Okay, so what is that? So the Maharsha says this is Dafko in the realm of Arais. So you'll see it makes sense from this context. It's just a little bit as well. This is talking about young men who are careful to guard themselves from immorality. No person, I would say no person can say that never tasted the taste of sin. Everybody needs to taste of sin. We all sin. But when I saw a person, especially a young person, when passions are strongest, who is careful to guard himself from immorality, that's what he does in nothing away. That ultimately, again, is the violence he emits such a beautiful scent. And the garden, and at the entrance there all types of beautiful fruits, food, and that. Elu benot Yisrael, this refers to the Jewish women, Shenagidos Pisehen Leba'alei. So they literally, it says, they tell their openings to their husbands. So Rashi points out over here, this refers, look at Rashi. Actually, now, yeah, we'll see. Rashi goes over that over here. Shenagidos Pisehen Leba'alei means they tell their husbands and they become a Nida. That the wife tells the husband if he becomes a Nida, that a husband shouldn't reverse and transgress this. What's the shot? You know what I'm saying? She'ogdos Pisehen Leba'alei. Literally, they close their opening only for their husband. This idea means the virtuosity, the virtuousness of the Jewish woman, and she maintains her allegiance and only for her husband. Kadoshim gan Yisham Dodi Tzaham. So what does it mean again? Literally, new and old. My beloved, I await you. I look out for you. I'm looking at this itself. This is so beautiful. So what I just want to point out is this notion, by the way, that we've seen so much in the last couple of topics regarding immorality and how persons, people conquer immorality. There's the greatest habit that a person has, and at the end of the day, it's hard that a weak person who's able to overcome these most innate wants and desires. So I point out this idea of the Gemara says that we've gotten enough to lay. What does it mean that the young person, right? We're all young. The young person is able to resist immorality. There's the violence gives up its scent. So listen, the concept of scent doesn't mean that your scent is beautiful if you overcome immorality. Scent is something that just exists by itself. In other words, you don't do anything for scent. It's just a part of your being. Something that's a beautiful pleasing scent is just a part of their gestalt. It's a part of what they are. The idea being, when I'm able to overcome the desire for immorality, it's not just the shot that I become a holy. It fundamentally changes who I am. I emit a different scent. I smell different. I am different. There are certain things that I do that give me greater kedusha, that give me greater holiness, and there are certain things that I do that just fundamentally change who I am. I emit like a reach nikorah. I emit a pleasing aroma. So if I muster up the inner courage to be able to overcome the pull towards immorality, it's not just the shot that I'm holy, that I'm good, that I'm pleasant. My aroma is different. It's an incredible idea. I emit a different scent. So powerful. Oh, can I say so? So Claudia says, how big is Gazarka Alatzmi? Yosem Masha Gazarka Alai Bikiyam. So Claudia says, something is you've made many laws, you've given me many laws, but I have legislated upon myself even more laws than you've given me, and I've kept all of them. That's Klal Yisrael says you made many mitzvahs, I've taken on more mitzvahs, and I've kept everything. I'm going to fix the limit. I want on job become a Sadra, I got it to Kaneh. The Krista once said to one of the Talmidim coming in this marriage, who was raising a garden in his presence, have you ever heard a drasha on this passage, Hadoshim Gan Mishanim? What does it mean when it says the new things and also the old things? Amarle, Eilu Mitzvahs Kalis, Eilu Mitzvahs Kamulis. So the Talmud Chacham said to him, which refers to the easy mitzvahs and the difficult mitzvahs. Amarle, you Torah Ka'anayim Ka'anayim Yitna, Ka'anayim Yitna was Torah given multiple times that it would say, Hadoshim Gan Mishanim, which makes it sound like things that were given earlier, things that were given later. And Mertala, Halal and Torah, for Halal and I think I would say the concept of Hadoshim Gan Mishanim, because Mishanim refers to ultimately Divrei Torah. Mishanim, the old halachos, refers to the halachos that the Ribono Shel Olam gave us. But the Hadoshim refers to the new halachos should be Rabbanon Yeshiva. Look at Rashi. Divrei Sofer Rashi says, it's the third Rashi in the top of Rashi. Kadoshim Shenishanshu B'chol Dar Vadar Migdar Yeder B'Siyad. Each generation legislates new laws for what purpose? For the purpose of creating a protective fence around it. So beautiful. Darash Rava might say, the Yosef name of the name is Asos Spalamade. What's the meaning of the passage in Kohalas? When it says, and even more than these things, my son, be careful. Asos Sparim Harbe. Literally, what it sounds like it means is make many Sparim. What does this mean? Meaning, desire to give yourself and Yosef to give yourself. Shalom is saying, my son, be even more careful with Divrei Sofer, with rabbinic law, than with Divrei Torah. Divrei Torah, the Torah is comprised of positive commandments and prohibitions. Divrei Sofer, yet when it comes to the words of Chazal, follow over, I'll give a Sofer we're violating the Sofer both sides. What is that? Take a look at Rashi. And take a little Saturday. So Rashi says, Yesh Bohen She'in Bohen Chiyav Nisa. About the Sofer Chayav Nisa Al Kuman Kibutsiv. U'Torei Yeder Yishachem L'Mechash. There was a quote of the passage from Kohalas that says, he who keeps offense shall be bitten by the snake. There was even though this kind of sounds counterintuitive. Right? One would need to be more careful with Doraisas because they're given by the Rebbe Shalom and not the Rabbanon. Yet the Shalom says he who reaches the rabbinic fence will be bitten by a snake, which means that in certain respects, rabbinic law is dealt with more severely than biblical law. What's the idea? Because the idea is that rabbinic law is the glue that keeps us together. The rabbis of every generation, or not that every generation, we're going to say every generation, don't legislate new laws because of the circumstances. So now it's the Dinei Dirabbanan that keep the fabric of clouds together. And if you don't go ahead and adhere to the Dinei, if you don't adhere to the Dinei Dirabbanan, then although the Doraisas may still be in fact for some amount of time, it's only a matter of time to the fabric of clouds flowing out. That's why amazingly enough that there's sometimes greater severity attached to doing Dirabbanan than there are to doing Doraisa. Hashem Adonai, in Yesh Bar Manish, or maybe you'll say 1 second, if the Dinei Dirabbanan are so important, then why couldn't that be part of just right during the Torah? And we'll say this thought crosses everyone's mind at some point. And if the rabbis of Chazal are really right, then why couldn't that be part of the just do it? So what do? There's Amakra, Asos Svarim, Harbe. Because those at a certain point in time, you can keep writing Svarim and keep writing many Svarim, and there will be no. That Torah continues to evolve and Torah continues to go on. It would have been impossible to commit everything to writing in one sefer, and therefore the Baruch had to be mechalik between a Torah with Tzav and a Torah Shabbat, between Dinei Doraisa and Dinei Dirabbanan. The law of Harbe Yehias Basar, that was literally translated what this means is much study causes weariness or tiredness of the flesh. It teaches us that what? Anyone who disparages rabbinic law will literally be judged in boiling excrement in Olam Haba. That's what. The idea of being, you see it in the putting over here, so it's easy to go ahead and say, the rabbis are just adding on a layer of halacha that are not necessary. I'll keep the Doraisas. That's all I need. So you see Chazal coming along and saying, there is no Yiddishkeit without the Dirabbanan. There is no way of life without the Dirabbanan. The whole point of the Dirabbanan is the Dirabbanan teach us how to take the Doraisas, make them applicable and sustainable in the real world. So when you see something like this, that if you go and disparage the Dirabbanan, they're going to burn and boil excrement in Gehenna. It's obviously a bit hyperbolic, but it's the idea of Chazal telling us there is no life without the Dirabbanan. And we see this. That any time you try to kill away the Rabbanans, from Jewish life. It's only a matter of time. It may take years or it may take a few generations. But at the end of the day, you absolutely lose your way. Maskeful, Rabbi Mixed Lag. Does it say lag, disparage? Lag. It meant lag. It was like, now, the way the Gemara was kind of interpreting the passage was, the word is lahad. The Gemara darshaned it as lahad, which means to disparage. The Gemara doesn't say lahad with an eye in disparage. It means lahad says lahad with a which means to learn. Hello, so beautiful. Right? What it means is, whoever engages in the study of Torah, specifically the studies of the Rabbanah, like the studies of Gemara, it's like you taste meat. What's the shot with that? That if you study Gemara, you study Dinei de Rabbanah, so it's like you're having your taste meat. Then the others and others are beautiful. This is just like when you eat meat. How do you feel after a good steak? How do you feel after a good steak? Satisfied. Satisfied. We'll say, how do you feel after a good black Gemara? Satisfied. Satisfied. You know what I'm saying? There are certain things in life, which give you a certain level of satisfaction. So this is an international level. A good meal, a good steak, you feel like you feel good after it. It says like the world is good. There's like, we'll say, if you have a good steak, it's amazing. A good steak and a glass of wine, and the cherries on over here. Right, but it's serious, but right, a good gaze and a good glass of wine, I was saying. So again, the universe is in equilibrium, right? Life is perfect. The only thing I'm missing in that moment is the Mashiach. Right? So I say, in all seriousness, where else do you replicate a feeling that? When do you have a feeling in life that like the world is good? The world is good and everything is perfect. After a good glass of wine. Like I was saying, no, you have a dot like this, you have a dot like this, you're gonna walk out. And there's going to be like a wave of satisfaction that sweeps over you when you have Torah like this. That's what Gemara says. La garbe yigios basa. When you learn a lot, when you learn a good piece of Torah, not like yigios basa. It's just like having a good steak. Just like a good satisfaction. It's just like a satisfaction of a good meal. So beautiful. We'll say, listen to this incredible story. Incredible story. Nice of Rabbi Akiva. We'll say, such a dramatic story. There was Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated in jail. But Daniel Yada again writes, we'll say, when was Rabbi Akiva in jail? This was the end of his life. This was Rabbi Akiva dies a brutal death at the hands of the Romans. His flesh is stripped from his body. This is the story. This is the story. In fact, it was like the Daniel Yada on the podcast. The Daniel Yada has an overwhelming insight. I'll fill in parts of it as we go on. Rabbi Akiva is incarcerated. Rabbi Yeshua Hagarsi, Misharso, Rabbi Yeshua Hagarsi was his attendant. Was like his shamus, was taking care of him. And I was like, what is Garsi? I was like, look at Rashi. Rashi says Garsi is Shem Makom. It's the name of his place. That's where he lived. That's where he lived. Otherwise, Rashi said, well, say, this is incredible. Listen, Shem Token Grisi. It doesn't grease him. He used to go ahead and grind lentils. What's that? I just want to point something out. I don't think to me, one of the most incredible things you find in the Gemara is you find these incredible Shadidim who had jobs. They had jobs. Not only did they have jobs that were the what, but they were laborers. Like there was a guy who ground up lentils. You know, say sometimes in life we think that the fact that I have to work for a living hatters me from becoming a tzaddik. It exempts me from becoming a Tam Chacham. You know, listen, to become a Tam Chacham or a tzaddik, that's the purview of like people who get to live their lives being called to this. I had to go out to work. So if I had to go out to work, I could be a good balabas. Like that's like the ceiling for me. That's true. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik, and everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik. Everybody has the capacity to be the greatest of the great. So you still hear who's the Mishayis of Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Yeshua Garsi, the guy who used to go a man who used to go ahead and grind lentils. That was his occupation. But despite the fact that he went to work every day grinding lentils, he still became a donut. Watch this. Every day, he was bringing Rabbi Akiva, he would bring Rabbi Akiva water. Now, Mayim Benita, I will say, means as follows. He would bring Rabbi Akiva enough water for Netilas Yadayim and for drinking. But if you don't have water, what happens? Yom Echad Matzah Beis Asurim. So we'll say one day Rabbi Shlomo is coming into the jail with water, and the guard sees him coming in. Amarlo, Hayom Meimecha Merubin. So the guard gets suspicious of Yeshua. He says, today it looks like you're bringing in a lot more water. Shema Lachta Beis Asurim Atar Tzara. So he's suspecting that what you're trying to do. And he was trying to tell Rabbi Akiva dig a tunnel, right? Because how do you dig a tunnel? Right? You pour water on the ground, loosens up the earth. So the guard suspected Rabbi Yeshua Garcia bringing in more water, so as the digger don't help Rabbi Akiva escape. So what did he do? Shafach Chatzam. The guard spilled out half of the water in the bucket. Rabbi Yeshua comes to Rabbi Akiva, thinks about Rabbi Akiva, Amarlo, Yeshua, in Ato Yodea Shezak, you don't need the time to ruin the Chayecha. So Rabbi Akiva sees the bucket, and the bucket is half full. Rabbi Akiva always has a bucket half full. But he said that Lamaisa, Yeshua, you know that I'm totally dependent on you. This water is my water for Mitzvah, that's my water for drinking. Now there's only half a bucket. So Rabbi Yeshua actually told Rabbi Akiva the whole story. So he said, okay, I'll use the water for hand washing. He said, Rabbi, there's barely enough water in there for you to drink. You think there's enough water in there for you to drink? Because that's also the Shagars who is telling Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi, please don't make Tzilas Yadayim today. Please just drink the water to drink. Let's say, he's going to point out that Ben Yehoyada points out that the way Rabbi Akiva was murdered is that every day the Romans would chop off some of his skin. It didn't all happen at once. Every day they tortured him a little bit. Every day. So it's key. Shut down please. Don't worry about Netilas Yadayim. Please just drink the water. They're torturing you in such unspeakable ways every single day. Just drink the water. Amarlo, Ma'aseh, Shechayoven Alein Nisa. Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do? What should I do? At the end of the day, to not wash my hands is a Chiyat Nisa. Mutov, I don't want to say I wasn't even Chiyat Nisa. Obviously, it's not literal as a Chiyat Nisa. Rabbi Akiva was saying, according to this idea, hold it together, Ashkanu Nafash. He who reaches the fence should be bitten by a snake. In order to rabbinic law has to be treated with such incredible severity. Mutov, Amos Nisas. Although ever al das Rabbi Akiva said, better for me to kill myself. Now, what it meant is, better for me that I shouldn't have something to drink. If I shouldn't have something to drink, then the Chas V'Shalom violate halachos of my friend. It's incredible. Amar, lo tam klum, at shehedi lo mayim, v'noto yadon. So Rabbi Akiva refused to eat anything until he had sufficient, until he was able to bring in more water, and he was able to go ahead and do Tzilas Yadayim. When the Chachamim heard this story, so they said, he's going to say that Rabbi Akiva is literally being tortured every single day by the Romans. Yet he won't go a day without Tzilas Yadayim. The Bible never comments on this again. He says, the moral of this story is not that you have to give your life for Tzilas Yadayim. That's not the moral of the story. The moral of the story is that we are here because ultimately we always need incredible overwhelming fidelity and allegiance to even the smallest details of the because it's not the devil that's in the details. It's the Rebbe that's in the details. And we're only here because of the Mesiras Nefesh Halacha. Because of the Mesiras Nefesh Torah. This is not modeling for us a halacha l'maisa. That's not what it's modeling for us. What it is modeling for us, I will say, is those of us who are privileged not to live in these. Rabbi Akiva was willing to give his life to Netilas Yadayim under dire circumstances. How careful we have to be with the details. When Baruch Hashem, we're not in dire circumstances. When they heard this, like Hashem from the devil, Omer, Ma b'siknu socha, v'yadusa alachas kam v'kam This is how Rabbi Akiva acted when he was old. Can you imagine his behavior when he was young? And this is how Rabbi Akiva conducted himself when he was in jail, when he was incarcerated. Can you imagine how he lived his life when he was so incredible? I'm Rabbi Yehuda Mishal, we'll be still in one. I'm going to read this one. The Shah Shatikim Shama Eredin and Mikilas Adayim. The Shana instituted Eredin and Mikilas Adayim. I will say, if you look at Rashi says something like Shlomo, Shlomo instituted Erubei Chaseros. The Gaza Shalom Lahotzi Mereshos HaYachal Mereshos HaYachal Chadeo Lasso Siyad Barachaka Le'Isur Torah Shelo Yovo Lahaka Mereshos HaYachal. So it's like Shlomo Melech was the person who instituted the concept of Eruv Chaseros. Remember, Midoraisa, the only thing you can't do is to go from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, and to go from one private domain to another private domain is biblically permitted. Shlomo Kimon, you say no, you can't even carry from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah without some type of Eruv Chaseros. That's what it means. Shlomo instituted Eruv. Also instituted Mikilas Adayim. I will say, Shlomo instituted Mikilas Adayim for the consumption of Kodshim. Shlomo said that you cannot eat anything consecrated without washing your hands. That later on evolves to washing your hands for bread. Shlomo was the first one to institute that you have to wash your hands before you partake of Kodshim. Yotzes Sabasko, the Amros Sabasko came out and said to me, in Chacham Libachal Yismach Libi. My son, if your heart is wise, my heart will rejoice down on me as well. But Omer, Chacham B'ni B'samach Libi, V'ashivi's heart feeds Davar. So let's just do one more line, then we'll stop. Dara Shrava Maid Ksiv L'chado Gi Mitzi HaSada, Nalina B'kfarim Nashkuma L'kramin, Nira in Parcha HaGefen, Pasach HaSmadar, Inatsu Harimomim, Sham Etin as Dodi, Sham Eta as Dodi. So we'll say, so what does it mean in the pasuk? What does it mean? L'chado di neitzi asad. What does it mean? Come, we'll just interpret each part of the pasuk. Come, my beloved, let's go out into the field. So we'll say, so remember again, this pasuk is from Shir HaShirim. So we'll say, Shir HaShirim. What makes Shir HaShirim sometimes a little bit complicated is it's not clear who is the man and who is the woman. You know, in Israelite, sometimes there's one who is Lutra, sometimes he's Nikra. Sometimes he's male, sometimes he's female. In Shir HaShirim, so the male and female personalities switch back and forth. So what does it mean when it says, L'chado di neitzi asad, come my beloved, let's go into the field. Amra Knesset Yisrael Nechal Parachim. Paul Yisrael says to Hashem, Moshe Olam, Al Tidinei Nikiyot Shikrachim. Do not judge us like those who dwell in the cities. Sheish Bam Gezel V'Arayis Shvua Shav Shvua Shaker. So let's see, in the cities is where you have all of the vices. Right? All of the vices exist in the city. There's theft, there's immorality, there's false oath, Shvua Shaker, vain oath. Rather, so don't think of us like city dwellers. Neitze HaSada, come out into the fields. And what will you see in the fields? You will see ultimately who learn Torah even in the midst of the kingdom. So again, so we're not like those who dwell in the cities, who engage in all type of terrible and immoral things, but rather come with us into the fields. We'll show you how we are. I'll show you. We'll learn Torah even when things are difficult. Nalina b'kfarim, let us sleep in the villages. Atikni b'kfarim, ela b'kofrim. Bo ve'erecha. Come back on this parasha, and I'll show you also shishpatam tova in kafrubucha. There are so many people upon whom you shower so much good, and yet they go ahead and fundamentally don't believe in you. But us, we believe in you at this point. Yashkuma the Kramin, go ahead and wake up early in the vineyards. What does that refer to? Come to the shuls, come to the Batei Medrash. Read Parcha Geffen, see if the Geffen is the vines have sprouted Ilu Ba'alim Nikya. So we'll say the Geffen refers to those who master Chumash. Pasach HaSmadar, the Smadar which represents each further stage of maturation. Those are Ba'ali Mishnah. Enotzu Harimonium, have the pomegranate sprouted. Elu Ba'ali Gemara. That refers to those who master Gemara. Sham Echen Es Godi, Leich Erich Godi Godi, Shava Banai Ibnosai. Ribana Shalom, do you want to see again? Leich Erich Godi, do you want to see my greatest covered? I'll show you my sons and my daughters. Because it was like the greatest
As
things we
always, join the
produce in life
Patreon, join the
are not
Reddit
ourselves.
Discord.
The greatest testament to our fidelity
This
and
week on
allegiance to
Patreon,
HaKadosh Baruch Hu and
we did an
Torah
extra
is
episode.
not the
where we
personalities
talked a lot
we build,
about,
but
we talked about
ultimately again the
self-inflammatory
children
things.
we
So if you want to
use.
see
We'll
that,
stop over here.
join the
We're
Patreon.
not finished. We're not
Maybe
finished.
you're
There's 2
gonna
more
look
minutes. We'll
towards
call down to
extra
continues into
episodes
tomorrow's down.
instead of stand-up specials because stand-up specials are killing us slowly.
All right, so we'll stay on Zoom. Everyone have a wonderful day.
So I think you guys probably, the people that are interested in Patreon, probably want to hear us talk more than just watching Nate Jackson talk about. I don't even remember what he said before. But anyways, that's not why they're here, right? No. They're here to watch Timothy. You're here.
Ahead of us today, I want to begin by thanking our sponsors, to thank Ed and Faith Wolf for being our Talmud sponsors for the month of Elul, in memory of beloved father, grandfather, great-grandfather Cyrus Wolf, Shalom ben Tzvi Hirsch, Zichron Livracha. We thank our Week of Learning sponsor, Joe and Dalia Berry, in honor of their 43rd anniversary, Baruch Hashem, and their successful Aliyah 3.5 years ago. We also thank Howard and Aileen Friedman for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Howard's father, Shalom ben Hillel Tzvi. We hope that in America our Talmud Torah also Shalom Rabbi and the families in the house. And with that, let us begin. It's a beautiful day ahead of us today. Today's daf is Chaf Aleph 21, and we are picking up in the bottom of Chaf on the base. And we are picking up at last 3 lines, the last 2 lines of the daf. On the Yitzchak Bar Ada. So Yitzchak Bar Ada says as follows. What's incredible Gemara. So just to first close out, but to fine-tune a little bit of the halachos of Hasididos. Remember again, as you can see at the beginning of the second paragraph, so Chazal included an incredible leniency regarding drawing water on Shabbos. So although the well itself is technically speaking categorized as a Rosh Hashanah, as it has requisite dimensions of 10 tefach in deep, 4 tefach in wide, and we're dealing with wells which are situated in Rosh Hashanah. As such, drawing water on Shabbos would constitute a significant issue. So Chazal instituted this concept of the Pasuk Yiros, or the Giyur Magis. These L-shaped posts should have 4 corners, so as to convert the area around the well into a Rosh Hashanah. Even under normal circumstances, such mechitzas, such enclosures, such walls were not really halachically significant. This was a special kula. We'll see in today's daf why such a kula was in fact necessary. We'll focus on that in just a little bit. So, as to how much space you can have in between the Yumagim. Is it 10 amas? Is it 13.5 amas? So the Gemara goes on to clarify this a little bit more. Rabbi Yisrael also, this is incredible. So it comes from Rabbi Yitzchak, and it says, by the way, why did Chazal institute this particular kula? So Rabbi Yitzchak says they only allowed it for the Ole Regalim. So we'll see what that means. And so the pashtus, what it means is as follows: that a person has to be Ole Regal, Pesach, Shavuos, and Sukkot. And so again, as you're traveling, obviously you require water. The person's going to be traveling over the course of Shabbos. So Rabbi Yitzchak makes it sound like that in order to make life a little bit easier for the Ole Regalim, they allow you to enclose a well with this inferior enclosure. The Gemara says, but 1 second. Elsewhere, again, the Raisa seems to indicate that the reason for the kula was not for individuals, but in fact was for animals. So which one is it? Is it for the Ole Regalim, or is it for animals? Which the Gemara says not a stila. My behema, behemas Ole Regalim. What does it mean when it says that Chazal instituted Pasei Biraos for behemas? It means for the animals of the Ole Regalim. Look at the last Rashi on the daf. Behemas Ole Regalim. אבל אדם אפילו עומי רגלו לא בutcher לבוש ולשתוס, שיכול להיכנס לפנים ולשתוס. We'll see that in just a moment. But again, what the Gemara is holding right now, we'll say, is as follows. When you come to the Ole Regel, so the pashtus is not just you, but you're coming along with your mishpacha, but you're also coming along with your livestock. Watering livestock, especially as you're traveling, is no small order. Therefore, Chazal understood that it's going to be a potential incredible hardship for the Ole Regel to water his flock. Therefore, to make life a little bit easier, Chazal relaxed the standards for regular mechitzos and allowed you to enclose a well so as to be able to water your animals on Shabbos. So this is a special takana made for the behemoths of holy regalim. The Gemara will say, well, watch this. Aval Adam, but amazingly enough, this kula was not made for people. This kula was not made for people. Because what should people do? This is wild. Aval Adam, top of Papalu. Aval Adam, mitapes, va'ola, mitapes, yed. We'll say she is another eitzah for a person. What's the eitzah for a person? Just go into the well. Just go into the well. Right? You could go ahead and lower yourself in the well, and you could drink from the well. We'll say, now again, obviously, if you go into the well, then of course there's no issue. There's no issue of any kind of rishuyos. Yeah. There's no issue of any kind of transfer of rishuyos because you're going into the well. So, look at Rashi. This is really wild. Top of Kafalif. Mitakes, Ochis beyond the Raglam, Fixalim, Benichnas, Yotzi Mitakes. What should you do if you want to drink water from the well? What do? You lower yourself into the well. And by the way, how do you lower yourself into the well? You go ahead and you just climb down the well. Right? You put your arms and your legs by the side of the well, go down and drink, come back up. Listen, this is incredible. So the Gemara saying over here that the header for Pasivirot, header for the London, was for the animals. But people, you don't need to rely on a cooler like this. Because rather, again, you can actually go into the well itself and drink. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yitzhak, but one second. Says the Gemara, sort of who is the name of Shmuel, that the heter of Pasiviros was only for a spring, a well that's a spring, that's a be'er mayim chayim. As opposed to, let's say, just a cistern, or something that just holds collected waters. But if you want to tell me that the heter of Pasiviros is only for animals, but not for people, mali chayim, mali misnimasim. What does it make a difference? What type of water it is? Again, I understand that the airline, if you're telling me that it has to be the airline kind, the heter of Pasiviros is for people, because then that's portable water, it's drinkable water. But when I say it's for animals, what does it make a difference? What type of water source it is? To which the Gemara says, you require something ultimately that is suitable for a person. So the idea being that although the heter Pasiviros was only for animals, nevertheless it only worked for a more chashuv water source. What's the definition of a chashuv water source? The type of water source that would be used by people as well. So the Gemara says, about other metapes, but all the metapes v'yorei. So what says we just said that the heter of Pasiviros was only for behemoths. But for people, if you need water, go into the well. The Gemara says, "Are you recovered?" But what if the well was very wide, so that a person couldn't successfully navigate in and out of the well? Then if the well is too wide, so that a person can't get in and out of it, then a person could go and use the heter for Pasiviros as well. Furthermore, a person should not go and fill up water and place it before his animal on Shabbos. If you're utilizing the Pasiviros, you should not go ahead and fill up a container and put it in front of you. To show faith with Nebehem, which you can fill up with a receptacle, you can pour it in front of the animal, to show and ultimately the animal could drink on its own. If that's the case, then how does the Takala Pasiviros help? What do you mean, how did it help? It helps us to draw water from the well. But I will say, if that's the case, then again, why does Chazal have to create a minimum size of the enclosure enough for the head of the majority of the body of the parah? I will say this just yesterday that on Rabbi, we're talking about a trough that is standing in the Sarabim, Gavoa Asara, 10 fucking high, Rochiv Arba'a, the Rosho Nichnas, the Din HaPasim. So we'll say, so again, that's the continuation, that's just the restating of yesterday's discussion. So we'll say, what comes out of here is something very important. So what comes out of this sugya is the Gemara telling us that the din of Pasiviros was dafka instituted for behemas only regard. But ideally, Pasiviros is not used for people. If you want to drink from the well, go into the well. go into the well.
I've been married to a Mexican.
Go into the well. However, you must indicate that if the well is too wide, but you can't navigate inside of the well, one could go ahead and utilize the well. One could go ahead and draw water for their own drinking purposes from Pasidi Roses. And I will say this is indeed how the Rambam teaches. So the Rambam says, this is what Shabbos has Zion. Halacha Lamed. Actually, no, it's fine. The truth is, when we read this Rambam, let's just do the next few lines. There's going to be a little more halacha because Rambam groups it all together. So listen to this. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, I'm going to be reading about Amaras. Listen, so just keep this in mind. Number one, we've seen that Pasidi Ra'os is primarily for animals. People, if they want to drink from the well, should go into the well, drink water from inside the well. But yet it seems to be that even a person could use the heter of Pasidi Ra'os if the well is too wide so that a person can't scale down the well. Let's say it's interesting. You see from here again, sometimes tools are good, but sometimes a person should try to avoid using tools. The use of a tula is important under extreme circumstances, but sometimes the use of too many tulas too often sometimes fundamentally undermine and erode a person's allegiance and fidelity to halacha. Like if you think about it, what a crazy thing. I want a drink of water on Shabbos in the well, so I'm going to scale a well. What's that? Can you imagine if you ever heard of something? Please don't do this kind of stuff. Have you ever heard of something like this? I'm going to scale the well. But you see over here that, again, if I need to use the kula, I'll use the kula. But if there's a way not to use the kula, better not use the kula. Not because the golden light is to be not here. But the golden light is to create a sensitivity and develop an allegiance to halacha. And sometimes, again, the use of too many kulas too often fundamentally undermines that relationship. So I'll say two more pieces, or two more qualifications. I'm going to be about Abba Amaras. Ein working in Belava. This is fascinating. Below Pasidi Ra'os B'chutzlar. So this is really fascinating. There's no deal of bargaining. So what's bargaining? Look at Rashi. Second of the shorter lines in Rashi. In bargaining the Baba, the waterfront. The Amar the case in the Irish, also this is a little bit later on. In how you bargaining, it's the Episode Ein Amar B'Shirayim. Mis'adin Imo Umodidin Shema Yemisham Bahal Ula Halon. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Now we know there's a lot of Chum. Chum says that you have 2,000 amis from the edge of the city. So 2,000 amis from the edge of habitation is described in both Ritavos. Remember again, Chum is not a din in carrying, it's not a din in Rosa. This is a din in traveling, mobility. So you have 2,000 amis from the edge of the city in which you are situated to travel on Shabbos. However, the din of bargaining says like this. If there is some type of basic domicile, even a hut, within 70 and 2/3 amis of the edge of the city, you can measure the tchum not from the edge of the city, but from the hut. So essentially, even a basic domicile, like a hut, within 70 and 2/3 amis of the edge of the city, allows you to count the tchum not from the edge of the primary city, but from the hut. That's bargaining. Or the Gemara says, bargaining. What is a bargaining? Sukkos, Shos, and Shomrei Hadiyot. So it's a sukkah, it's a hut that the watchman would often go ahead and set up. Ve'ino davar kavua. Listen, that the Kiddush over here is that this hut, as we're going to see, was something that was not really set in place. It was easily transportable. So I even though, again, it's not really like what we call like a binyan kavua. It's not a set structure. Nevertheless, halacha l'maisa, it still extends the tchum. So the Gemara says, "V'kamar b'yamia dahana forginin in babavel, klomar ve'im mis'arvin shama'ir debebavel ika bitki b'mayo, b'shartilu helcha chlocha shemidi." So we'll see that definition in just a moment. We'll see here's what Rabbi is saying. Number one, the din of bargaining does not apply in Babel, which means that in Babel, if you have a city, the tchum of that city is measured from the edge of the city, and even if you have a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, the tchum is not measured by the hut, but the tchum is measured by the edge of the city. Below, Pasidi Ra'os B'chutzlar. And I will say furthermore, there is no din of Pasidi Ra'os B'chutzlar. This is really fascinating. The din of Pasidi Ra'os of the Diyumadim is only in Eretz Yisrael, not in Chutzlar. So what's the logic?
So I text him.
Borgin in the Babalo. We'll say, why does the din of Borgin not apply in Babel?
He's like,
The Shlichi Bitki.
it's just a
Because
light, man.
Babel,
Like,
interestingly enough, apparently is subject to
I go,
flooding,
so
flash
I
flooding.
go up there and I'm
So
looking at
because
it,
of that,
and I
these
take
Borgin
it, and I take
will
a
often
ChatGPT
washed
picture
away.
of it.
So
I try and twist
because
it out,
it's
it's
not
got like weird
dependable
bumps
or
in
it's
it.
not reliable
And
that
you
the
gotta
Borgin is
pull
going
it
to be
out,
there,
ChatGPT
therefore it
says.
cannot
So
work
I
to
go
go
up
ahead
there,
and
and I
extend
pulled
this.
it
So
out,
we'll say,
and
look
I
at
said,
Rashi for just a
they
moment.
have the person
This is
find
really
this on
pretty
Amazon.
incredible. So Rashi skins that Rashi. He says, the Babel Ika Bitki Demayo to shut you. Babel was subject to flash flooding, and therefore halacha l'maisi, you can't rely that the Borgin is going to be there. Therefore, the din of Borgin doesn't apply in Babel. However, lo pasi di rose. Let's just start slow. So those shlichim is sifta. This is incredible. Why does the din of pasi di rose not apply in Chutzlaretz? Because literally there are no yeshivas there. Now what does that mean? Look at Rashi. Those shlichim is sifta. This is really quite amazing. Lios tamidim holkin l'ir lilmod Torah. So what's the thing that in Chutzlaretz, you didn't really have a situation of Talmidei Chacham going city to city to learn.
Long story short,
Pasei Bilaos, or which only the Golim, we all say behind Shahokan the divine mitzvahs. This is incredible. The din of Pasei Bilaos was a din that allowed you to draw water for your livestock, and it's under two circumstances for you when you were engaged in the divine mitzvah, like in a mitzvah journey. So the paradigmatic example of being engaged in divine mitzvah was only rebellion. If the idea was anytime you were traveling over the course of Shabbos with Soda and Mitzvah, Chazal allowed you to use these Hasibiros. So interestingly enough, in Chutzlaretz, I want to point something out. Chutzlaretz is outside of Eretz Yisrael and Bavel. Interestingly enough, in this country, Bavel was not called Chutzlaretz. You see that because Bavel is reckoned separately over here, which makes sense. Because in Bavel there were yeshivas. So in Eretz Yisrael and in Bavel, where you could potentially be traveling over the course of Shabbos for divine mitzvah, you could use Hasibiros. Outside of Eretz Yisrael and Bavel, where there were no yeshivas, you were not permitted to use Hasibiros. This is really incredible. About Itzcha Agmino. I will say, but the opposite, of course, the opposite is true. In other words, that halacha l'maisa, there are Hasibiros in Bavel, and the din of Borginin applies in Chutzlaretz. Because I will say, essentially, the din of Borginin will apply anywhere as long as there's no concern of flash flooding. And the din of Hasibiros will apply either in Eretz Yisrael because of Aliyah L'Regel, or the Maisa anywhere where you could travel to yeshivas. So the Gemara says, others explain, Amar Jami Amar Alma Amarav, Ein Borginin Upasibiros Lava Bava Chutzlaretz. So others have a different version of this. That both the din of Borginin and Hasibiros do not apply neither in Babel nor in Chutzlaretz. Borginin the Babel low is as we said before, Borginin don't apply in Babel. Why? Because of flash flooding. The Chutzlaretz Nami low is Shlichi Ganavi. This is fascinating. The din of Borginin doesn't apply in Chutzlaretz either. Why? Because of thieves. These would steal these huts. They would steal these huts. As Rashi said before, since they were not Kavua, they were not affixed to the ground, so they were stolen. So because they're stolen, obviously you can't rely on the Borginin to be there. So the Gemara says, Pasibiros the Babalo is Shlichi Mayo. So again, these Pasibiros, that temple was not allowed in Babel. Why? Because apparently water was an easy supply in Babel. So remember again, the din of Hasibiros is a din in Eretz Yisrael, says the Gemara, because water is harder to come by. But in Babel, where water was easy to come by, there was no need to rely on his kulas. B'chutzlaretz nami v'lo shlichim l'sifta. On Chutzlaretz also, there was no din of Hasibiros, because since they weren't yeshivas, therefore halacha l'maisa Hasibiros was only instituted in the situation of divine mitzvah, and there was no real traveling for divine mitzvah in Chutzlaretz. Amr Krista l'may Brei Rabbi, the Brei Rabbi Yom Abba Amri Asisu mi Barnash leBeiknishta b'Daniel Zahava Plasa Parsi b'Shabbat. The Gemara tells a story. So Krista said to Mari Brei Rabbi Yom Abba. He said to him, I heard that you went from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. You traveled from Barnash to the shul of Daniel, and that is a distance, Rashi says over here, on the Shamati, Sha'omim Aleichem, Sha'atem Bo'im Barnish, Lebe Krishna Dinariel Shabbos, Makam Haya Bababa, Shasham Haya Mispalo Daniel, Sir, the Chabin seasonally be lost. So this is so apparently there was a shul that was known as the Shul of Daniel. So you have a Krista telling Mari, I heard that you traveled on Shabbos from Barnish to the Shul of Daniel. And the problem is, that is a distance, the Habu, Lasa Parsi B'Shabsa. That's a distance of 3 parcels, more than Tchum. Hamai Sam Isu Abordini. So what did you rely on? What did you rely on to travel such a far distance more than the regular Tchum Shabbos? Abordini, did you rely on the presence of hearts to extend your Tchum? Ha'amar Abua, Ga'abua, Yishmei Rav, like your father, the father of your father, like your grandfather, said the name of Rav, Ain Bordin in Babel. That there's no dinner Bordin in Babel, right? Again, because of flash flooding. So how did you travel such a far distance on Shabbos? Nothing. Samar went out to Shabbos Krista. The Achvilei Hanur Misafta to Midwan Shivim B'Shirayim. Because he went out and he showed him that apparently, right outside of Barnish, within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city of Barnish, there were these ruins. There were these ruins that were there, but the walls of the ruins were still intact. So because the walls were still intact, they were bona fide mephisas. Because they're bona fide mephisas, they extended the tomb of the city, allowing Mar to travel from Barnish all the way to the shul of Dunya. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, Misafta Ayaros Karivos, Finish Aros Sham Mechitzas Min Habati, Va'amiran Hassan Barakit and Arvin, Nafashal Nipata, Gahanutas. It was a situation of the ruins, despite the fact that they were ruins, the walls of those ruins were still intact and allowed the tomb of the city to be extended past that. And that's how he was able to travel to the shul of Daniel. So we'll say so that's the end. We're going to get into some beautiful narrative. But before that, let me show you the Rambam. So the Rambam in Parachav Zayin, the Hilchot Shabbos, says as such. We're going to say a lot of fascinating ideas over here. Number one, when were Pasei B'Ros, who were Pasei B'Ros instituted for? Number two, where were they instituted for? Because the Gemara seems to indicate over here that this is a din Dafka in Eretz Yisrael and maybe Babel as well. So look at the Rambam writes as follows. This is Parachav Zayin, chapter 7, the Rambam Halacha Lamed. V'hitiru hapasim ha'elu ela Eretz Yisrael u'lebehimas oli regalim yod. So let's say, the Rambam actually paskins that the din of Pasei B'Ros is Dafka in Eretz Yisrael. This was only instituted in Eretz Yisrael and only instituted for the animals of the Oli Regalim. But who shiyeh be'er mayim chayim shel lad. And I will say, so again, 3 qualifications. Number one, only in Eretz Yisrael. Number two, only for the animals of Oli Regalim, the Bar Mitzvah. And number 3, only a be'er mayim chayim. A well, that's a well spring, because that's a more chashuv water source. Aval, b'shar aratos. I will say again, if let's say anywhere else outside of Eretz Yisrael, if you want to drink water on Shabbos, or you want to give your animals on Shabbos, what's the halacha? If you give yourself b'shar aratos, adam yored lebe'er b'yishter o ya'asen l'kitza mashketes lebe'er gavo asar talking yamod b'soka b'yidla b'yishter. Any other circumstance outside of Eretz Yisrael or anything else, if you want to draw water on Shabbos, if you draw water on Shabbos, you just have to what? Make regular basis. You have to make a regular partition. In Haya HaBe'er Rachav Harbei, but if the well was very wide, She'in Adam Yachol Leirei Lo Harei Yidla B'yishta Be'atas. So both the Rambam does ask him that halacha l'maisa, if the well is too wide, so that the person can't go down and get it, we're not going to rely on Pasei B'Ros. So what's that? If halacha l'maisa, the Rambam asks him that the din number one, din of Pasei B'Ros only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Number 2, only applies for behemoths, only regalim, not for a person. Unless, of course, the well is too wide that you can't scale it. Under those circumstances, you can rely on the Pasei B'Ros to draw water for personal consumption. Right? Then I'm going to go on with a couple of other fascinating ideas, but that's enough for our today. Good, let's go back. So let's say beautiful Gemara ahead of us. So the Gemara says as follows. Amr Chista, Dorish Mari Bar Amar. So it says, So Mori Barmar Darshan the following.
You'd be surprised. Most
It's in my Dixiv, B'chol Sichla Re'isi Kates, Rechava Mitzvah Sechamod. And so what's the meaning of the pasuk in together? Literally again, for every goal, B'chol Sichla, for every goal, for every conclusion, I've seen an end. Rechava Mitzvah Sechamod, but your mitzvahs are very expensive. So we'll say the precious. What David HaMelech is saying is like this. Everything else in the world is finite. Everything else in the world is finite. The mitzvahs like the Torah is infinite. So David is Amr David V'Lapirshi. So David HaMelech said this, but he didn't explain it. Amr Iyov V'Lapirshi. Iyov said it and he didn't explain it. Amr Yechezkel V'Lapirshi. Yechezkel said he didn't explain it. Ad Sheba Zechariah ben Ido Pirshi. So Zechariah ben Ido came along and he finally explained it. What does this mean? Amr David V'Lapirshi. David said it, but he didn't explain it. So again, David HaMelech says, for every goal, for every goal, I've seen an end, but your mitzvahs are very expensive. But I didn't explain what that meant. Amr Iyov V'Lapirshi. Iyov said it also. Arucha me'eretz midah, u'yachava minei. Literally again, it is longer than the earth, than the length of the earth, and wider than the width of the sea. So again, I'll say once again, Iyov is speaking to the expansiveness of Torah, but doesn't explain that concept. Amr Yechezkel V'Lapirshi B'Ksiv, what's the pasuk in Yechezkel? Vayikros osam lefanai, b'ksuva panim v'achar, v'kasav aleh kinim deheger dehi. We'll see what that means in just a moment. What is it supposed to say? So literally it means, Vayikros osam lefanai, he spread it open in front of him. V'ksuva panim v'achar. It is written on the back and on the front. The Kasav Elah, and it says in it, Kinim, which means Kinim is like Kinim, like Kinis, Lamentations, Vehega, rejoicing, Nehi, and woe. What does that mean? Kinim, Zuparos and Shal Tzadikim Olamazah. So Kinim means the misfortunes or the suffering of Tzadikim in this world. The Chinu Omer, Kino, Hi, the Konenu. Vehega, what does that mean? Zu Matan Scholan Shal Tzadikim Lasid Lava. That refers to the rejoicing of the Tzadikim in the world to come. Omer Alai Higayon B'Chilot. He Zoi Paranusa Sharasham La'asid Lava. He refers to the suffering of the wicked in the world to come. Omer helps the closer here the pasuk from Yechezkel. Hava al Hava Tavo. Ad Sheba Zechariah ben Ido Pirshi. So Zechariah ben Ido is the person who came along and explained this notion of the expansiveness of Torah. Also, we hear the pasuk from Yechezkel. Vayomer Elai Ma'at Horoah. So he said to me, what do you see? Va'omer, and I said, Ani roa Megillah Akka. I see a floating scroll. Arka Esther Ba'amal, Berachva Esther Ba'amal. Its length is 20 amos, its width is 10 amos. V'chi Pashat Talah, Habyalan Esrin Ve'esrin. And ultimately, again, when it was unfolded, it was Esrin Ve'esrin. It was 20 by 20. And it says that it was written on the front and on the back. And if you were to peel back, so also it was written on the front and the back. So what it's saying, the imagery is, it was written on the front and the back. If you were to peel apart the front and the back and place them side by side, how much would that be? Arba'in be'esrin, 40 amas by 20 amas. Siv, mima dad b'sha'al amayim b'shamayim b'zeres b'chim, nimtza, kala olam kula, afos, mishloshes alafim umasayim b'third. So we'll say, when you do all of the math, the Gemara says, it turns out that the world is 1/3200 of the size of the Torah. So we'll say, obviously, in the metaphorical point, we are trying to paint this image of this massive scroll that totally eclipses the size of the world, to highlight to us the dramatic expansiveness of Torah. When we speak about Torah, we see, okay, you could quantify Torah. Torah is Tanakh, Torah is Shabbat, Torah is Shabbat. So they say, Torah, remember how the Chazal referred to the Yam Shal Kamud, right? Referred to the sea of the Gemara. The metaphor, the imagery is an expansiveness. When you look, when you stand on the banks of the ocean, you look out into the ocean, it looks like it's Ein Shem Himself. It has no end. So the idea that the depth and profundity of Torah is so much that it even eclipses the size of the universe. That's the image that's highlighted over here. From Chisda, Zarish Mori Barmar, my Dichsev, Bine Shnei Duda'ei Te'inim, O'ad Mefnei Echal Hashem, So I'll say it's actually quite beautiful. You want to quote something from Yirmiyahu. So it says over here, that there were two literally baskets of figs prepared before the Heichal Hashem. Hadud ha'echad te'imim tovos. One of the baskets contained good figs, tovos modes. Kite'ini habacholos, like the early figs. Listen, just see something that's happening over here. If you have the Torah or in your Gemara, you can see what Gemara is actually doing over here is kind of splicing together two different pieces. Again, they're both from Yirmiyahu, Parachav Dalet Pasuk Aleph, speaking Aleph 2 days, but they're just taking different parts of it. So we'll say, so the image that Yirmiyahu Hanavi is highlighting over, it's really quite beautiful, is two baskets of figs. One basket is figs, Kavos Ma'od, Kite'ini Abachoros on the base, Vaslut Achot, and the second basket, Te'inim Ro'os Ma'od, are bad figs, Asher Lo Se'achelna Me'roa, that could not be eaten because they were so bad. So what's like, who did the two baskets of figs represent? This is really beautiful. Hatovos, Elu Tzadikim Gimur. The good figs, those represent Tzadikim Gimur. Te'inim Haro, bad figs, Elu L'Sha'im Gimur. This refers ultimately again to the Shem Gimurim. So look at this Gemara. So maybe you'll say the basket of bad figs represents Rishayim Gimurim. Shem HaKomar Abad Sidram Ubato Situyam. Maybe you'll say there's no hope. There's no hope. There is no possibility of redemption for the Shem Gimurim. Kamabomar Habidoim Nasin Leah. It says that both of the baskets of figs give forth a beautiful aroma. You also say, even the figs, which can't be consumed, right? Even the figs which were bad, right? Even if you're in rotten, still give forth a beautiful aroma. Both baskets of figs have the ability to give forth a beautiful aroma. Just understand the power of that Gemara. Just want to draw your attention to the washing. See, the Gemara says over here that the basket of good figs, tzadikim gimur. The Gemara doesn't just use lashon over here of tzadikim and rishayim, but use lashon of tzadikim gimurim, rishayim gimurim. The lashon of gimurim represents that person could be a rasha, could be like a recreational rasha, right? Just a rasha on the weekends. Like the Rabbi says, a gomer represents a lashon of finality and totality. Because sometimes I have different aspects of my identity. Gomer means this is the totality of my identity. You know what the Gemara is saying? You might have thought that the Rishayim Gimurim, Abad Sidram Ubato Sikuyam. You might have thought that a Rasha Gomer, that's it. A Rasha Gomer is down in that. Does anyone want to talk about a Rasha Gomer? No. Even the Rasha Gomer, we'll say it's incredible. Even Rasha Gomer, have you gotten next in the app? We'll say it was an incredible Gemara. Even if a person is a Rasha Gomer, the beautiful scent of holiness is always there. The beautiful scent of ruchnius never goes away. Even when you're nice, even when your identity is so fundamentally compromised, the scent of holiness never leaves. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes right there. Rara Shava, my Yisib, Hadudaim Nasnuleh. What does it mean when it says that the Hadudaim? What's it? That's interesting. The first time you see Hadudaim is, of course, inspired by Rachel. So there it's interesting that Hadudaim are translated as mandrakes. That's off of the English word that's given. Here in this context, it's interesting that it's actually translated as violence. Okay, so the Hadudaim Nasnuleh. So the Hadudaim gave their scent. We'll say who is so beautiful. Elu Bachure Yisrael Shalotamu Tanchit. We'll say so the violets that Hadudaim gave their scent. This refers to the young Jewish men who never tasted the taste of sin. So we'll say so what is that? So the Maharsha comments on this. The Maharsha says this is Dathko in the realm of Arias. The realm of Arias. It's referring. You'll see it makes sense from the context in just a little bit as well. This is talking about young men who are careful to guard themselves from immorality. No person, I will say no person could say that he never tasted the taste of sin. Everybody tastes the taste of sin. We all sin. But a person, especially a young person, when passions are strongest, he is careful to guard himself from immorality. That's the Dudain Nasnura. That ultimately, again, is the violet who emits such a beautiful scent. And at the entrance with all types of beautiful fruits. Who is that? Elu benos Yisrael. This refers to the Jewish women. Shemagidos pischehen leba'aleihen. So it's like literally, it says they tell their openings to their husbands. So Rashi points out over here, this refers, look at Rashi. Actually, not yet, we'll see. Rashi goes a little bit out of order over here. Shemagidos pischehen leba'aleihen means they tell their husbands when they become a nida. That the wife tells her husband she becomes a nida, that her husband shouldn't inadvertently transgress with her. You know another possibility? Literally, they close their openings only for their husbands. They say, the virtuousness of the Jewish woman, that she maintains her allegiance, right, and is only for her husband. So say, what does it mean again? Literally, new and old. My beloved, I await you. I looked out for you. This is so beautiful. So what I just want to point out, this notion, by the way, we've seen so much in the last couple of datim regarding the immorality and how a person is able to conquer immorality. It's the greatest taiva that a person has. And at the end of the day, the schar that awaits a person who's able to overcome these most innate wants and desires. So I want to point out this idea that the Gemara says that you don't enough to reach. So we'll say, what does it mean that the young person, right? We're all young. The young person is able to resist immorality. He emits the that the violet gives off its scent. So we'll say, the concept of scent. What does it mean that your scent is beautiful if you overcome immorality? Scent is something that just exists by itself. In other words, you don't do anything for scent. It's just a part of your being. Something has a beautiful, pleasing scent. It's just a part of their gestalt. It's a part of what they are. The idea being, I think what Chazal was saying is that when I'm able to overcome the desire for immorality, it's not just the pshat that I become a holy. It fundamentally changes who I am. I emit a different scent. I smell different. I am different. You see, there are certain things that I do that give me greater kiddusha, that give me greater holiness, and there are certain things that I do that just fundamentally change who I am. I emit like a reach nichoa. I emit a pleasing aroma. So if I muster up the inner courage to be able to overcome the pull towards immorality, it's not just the pshat that I'm holy, that I'm good, that I'm pleasant. My aroma is different. It's an incredible idea. I emit a different scent. So powerful. Oh, can I say so?
Today's guest is a comedian and an actor.
This is how beautiful this is. How big is Kedar Galatzini? Those sending man check Kedar Alai
Larry.
Paul says in his Baruch
His new movie is out
something
that's
is
right
Ribbon
now
Shalom.
in theaters.
You've
It's
made
called
many
Solo
laws. You've given me many laws. But I've legislated upon
it's
myself
great. If you want to go check
even
it out.
more
But right
laws
now,
than
let's get
you've
to know
given me.
Mr.
And I've kept all of them. That's probably what says in Baruch. You've given many mitzvahs. I've taken on even more mitzvahs and I've kept everything. I'm going to kiss my room and I got it. This is the one thing said to one of the Talmudic coming to base measures who was arranging a garden in his presence. Have you ever heard a drasha on this pasuk Hadoshim Gan Yishanim? What does it mean when it says the new things and also the old things? Amarle, Eila mitzvahs kalis, Eila mitzvahs chamulas. So the Talmud Chacham says here, which refers to the mitzvah, to the easy mitzvahs and the difficult mitzvahs. Amarle, Torah Ta'anayin Ta'amayin mitzvah, it was Torah given multiple times that it would say Hadoshim Gan Yishanim. It would sound like things that were given earlier, things that were given later. And Halal mi give Torah, halal mi give I think I would say the pasuk is Hadoshim Gan Yishanim. The word Yishanim refers to ultimately give Torah. Rishonim, the old halachos, the first of the halachos that the Rebbeinu Shalom gave us. But the Chadoshim refers to the new halachos that the Rabbanon which we legislate. Look at Rashi. Here's a Sofim Rashi says.
It makes sense.
The third of the chapter Rashi. Chadoshim kenikanshu b'chodar vadar ligdar geder b'siyad. Each generation legislates new laws. For what purpose? For the purpose of creating a protective fence around it. Yara Shava 96, Yosem Mehima Beni Yizar Asos Svarim Habe. What's the meaning of the pasuk in Koheles? When it says, and even more than these things, my son, be careful. Asos Svarim Harbe. Literally, what it sounds like in English. Make many Svarim. What does it mean? Beni Yizar B'Divrei Sovim Yosem B'Divrei Torah. Shlomo is saying, my son, be even more careful with Divrei Sofim, with rabbinic law, than with Divrei Torah. Divrei Torah, Yesh Panan Seva Lo Saseh, his Torah is comprised of positive commandments and prohibitions. Divrei Sofim, when it comes to the words of Chazal, Kala over al Divrei Sofim, and Chayim Nisa. Everybody, Divrei Sofim will say, Chayim Nisa. Take a look at Rashi. So Rashi says, Yesh Bohen She'im Nisa, about Divrei Sofim, Chayim Nisa, Al Kuvan Kibbutzi, Upolet Yadar Yishachem Nisa. There was a quote of the passage from Koheles that says, he who reaches the fence shall be bitten by the fish. So even though this kind of sounds counterintuitive, right? One would think to be more careful with Doraisas, because they're given by the Rebbe. Everything was going on, it was kind of wild. You were kind of free in this place that was caged, there was music, sometimes it was like pot in the air, there was people like shooting around, what's the idea? Rabbinic law is
you're a
the
little bit
glue
scared, but
that
you're
keeps
excited,
us together.
and then if you get
Rabbis of every
passes you
generation,
somewhere,
not
you
that
go
every
outside
generation,
or whatever,
every
they get
generation
lifted, and
has
now,
to legislate
one
new laws
time you ate something, I don't know what we had, or some,
so
caught
mamish
with us something,
Dini
and we might have
Dirabbanan
brought it with
that
us and lit
keeps
it
the
up, or
fabric
whatever
of
it was,
the
it got into us.
And if you don't go ahead and adhere to
I
the
couldn't
things,
see
if you don't
anymore,
adhere
and I
to
was
the
like, oh shit,
Dirabbanan,
but I
then
still
although
had
the
to do it.
Doraisas may still be in 100%
That's
of
one
the
thing I
time,
noticed, if
only
you
a matter
can't
of
see,
Kanachat
so
Shalom,
if you,
so the fabric of Klal Yisrael and Rabbah. That's why amazingly enough, that there's sometimes greater severity attached to Dini Dirabbanan than there are to Dini Doraisa. Shema Tamar, in Yesh Bohen Mamish,
I remember the direction of the back of
if
it,
Neymar
hands like this, right?
or maybe you'll say one second, if the Dini Dirabbanan are so important, then why didn't that be part of we just survived using the Torah? Or was like this thought crosses everyone's mind at some point. And if the rabbis and Chazal are really right, then why didn't that be part of we just included? So what really it is, Amar Kra, Asos Svarim Harbe increased. The Lord said at a certain point in time, you can keep writing Svarim and keep writing many Svarim, and there will be no.
Thanks for
coming. That Torah continues to evolve and Torah continues to go on. It would have been impossible to commit everything to writing in one sefer, and therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to be mechalik between a Torah Shebitzav and a Torah Shebapeh, between Dinei Doraisa and Dinei Dirabbanan. The law is Harbe Yegias Basar. That what's literally translated, what this means is much study causes weariness or tiredness of the flesh. It teaches us that what? Anyone who disparages rabbinic law will literally be judged in oily excrement in Olam Haba. Not good. Let's say the idea of being saved was to go ahead and say the rabbis are just adding on a layer of halakha that are not necessary. I'll keep the Doraisas, that's all I need. So you see Chazal coming along and saying, there is no Yiddishkeit without the Dirabbanan. There is no way of life without the Dirabbanan. The whole point of the Dirabbanan is the Dirabbanan teach us how to take the Doraisas make them applicable and sustainable in the real world. When you see something like this, that if you go and disparage the Drabanans, you're going to burn in one excrement in Gehenna, it's obviously hyperbolic, but it's the idea of Chazal telling us there is no life without the Drabanans. And we see this, that any time try to peel away the Rabbanans from Jewish life, it's only a matter of time. It may take years, it may take a few generations, but at the end of the day, absolutely lose your way. Basketball, Rabbi Mitzvah, Lahad, does it say Lahad, disparage? Lahad, against Lahad, we'll say, now, the way the Gemara was kind of interpreting the process was, the word is Lahad. The Gemara darshaned it as Lahad, which means to disparage. The Gemara doesn't say Lahad with an I in disparage, it means Lahad with A, which means to learn. Ella, this is so beautiful. Right? What it means is, whoever engages in the study of Torah, specifically the studies of the Rabbanah, like the studies of Gemara, it's like we'll say, what's the shot with that? That if you study Gemara, you study the Rabbanah, so it's like you have your tasting, and your others do something beautiful. It's just like when you eat, how do you feel after a good steak? How do you feel after a good steak? Satisfied. We'll say, how do you feel after a good black Gemara? Satisfied. There are certain things in life which give you a certain level of satisfaction. So the truth is, in a Gashmi level, a good meal, a good steak, gives you a distraction. You feel good after it. Like the world is good. It's like, we'll say, if you have a good steak, good steak and a glass of wine, enough cherries on it. Right, but it's right. A good case and a good glass of wine, I'll say. So again, the universe is in equilibrium, right? Life is hard. The only thing I'm missing in that moment is Mashiach. It makes me perfect like Mashiach. Right? So I'll say, in all seriousness, where else do you replicate feelings? When do you have a feeling in life that like the world is good, and everything is perfect? That's the black Gemara. That's what I'm saying. No, you have a daf like this. You have a daf like this. You're gonna walk out, and there's gonna be like a wave of satisfaction that sweeps over you when you have Torah like this. That's what the Gemara says. La garbe bigios basa. When you learn a lot and you learn a good piece of Torah, it's not just like bigios basa. It's just like having a good steak. Just like a good satisfaction. It's just like a satisfaction of a good meal. So beautiful. We'll say, listen to this incredible story. Nice of Rabbi Akiva. We'll say, such a dramatic story. There was a Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated in jail. So Yada again writes, we'll say, when was Rabbi Akiva in jail? This was the end of his life. This was Rabbi Akiva died a brutal death at the hands of the Romans. His flesh escaped from his body. This is the story. This is the story. In fact, we'll say, I'll tell you. I'll send it out on the WhatsApp. Has an overwhelming insight. I'll fill in parts of it as we go on. The Akiva was incarcerated. Rabbi Yeshua HaGarsi, Yesharso, Rabbi Yeshua HaGarsi was his attendant. It was like the Shabbos, was taking care of him. And I said, what does Garsi mean? Look at Rashi. Rashi says Garsi is Shem Makom. It's the name of his place. That's where he lived. That's where he lived. Otherwise, Rashi says, this is incredible. He used to go ahead and grind lentils. I just want to point something out. I don't know if it's to me, one of the most incredible things you find in Gemara is where you find these incredible tzaddikim who had jobs. They had jobs. Not only did they have jobs, but what? But they were laborers. Like he was a guy who ground up lentils. So sometimes in life we think that the fact that I have to work for a living happens me from becoming a tzaddik. It exempts me from becoming a Talmid Chacham. Listen, to become a Talmid Chacham or a tzaddik, that's the purview of like people who get to live their lives being close to this. I have to go to work. So if I have to go to work, I could be a good balabas. Like that's like the ceiling for me. Not true. Everybody has the capacity to be a scientist. Everybody has the capacity to be a doctor. Everybody has the capacity to be the greatest of the great. You see over here, who's the Mishrash of Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Shua Garci, a guy who used to go, a man who used to go ahead and grind lentils. That was his occupation. To fight the bacteria and went to work every day grinding lentils. He still became a grown up. Watch this. Every day, he would bring in Rabbi Akiva, he would bring Rabbi Akiva water. Now, Mayim B'Mita Rabosei means as follows. He would bring Rabbi Akiva enough water for Netilas Yadayim and for drinking. And here I have water. What happened? Yom Echad Matzushar Beis Asurin. So we'll say one day Rabbi Shua Garci is coming to the jail with water, and the guard sees him coming in. Amarlo, Hayom Neimecha Merubo. So the guard became suspicious of Yeshua Garci. He says, today it looks like you're bringing in a lot more water. Shema Lachtar Beis Asurin Atatzar. So he's suspecting now what was he trying to do? He was trying to tell Rabbi Akiva to dig a tunnel, right? Because how do you dig a tunnel? Right, you pour water on the ground, it loosens up the earth. So the guard suspected Rabbi Yeshua Garci of bringing in more water, so as to dig a tunnel to help Rabbi Akiva escape. So what did he do? Shafach Chatzam. The guard spilled out half of the water in the bucket. Rabbi Yeshua Garci comes to Rabbi Akiva. Kishibot Rabbi Akiva Amalo. Yeshua, in Akso Yodia Shazaki, only the time to win the Kayacha. So Rabbi Akiva sees the bucket, and the bucket is half full. Rabbi Akiva always has the bucket half full. So he said that Laraisa, Yeshua, you know that I'm totally dependent on you. This water is my water for it's my water for drinking. Now there's only half a bucket. So Rabbi Yeshua Garci told Rabbi Akiva the whole story. So he said, okay, I'll use the water for hand washing. He said, Rabbi, there's barely enough water in there for you to drink. Do you think there's enough water in there for you to drink? Because that's what the Shah Garci was telling Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi, please don't do Netilas Yadayim today. Please just drink the water to do it. But there's one point out that then Yehoyada points out that the way Rabbi Akiva was murdered was that every day the Romans would kill off some of these kids. It didn't all happen at once. Every day they tortured him by little kids. Every day. So Yeshua Garci saying Rabbi Akiva saying, don't worry about the lessons.
Yes, your back's very good and sick. But when I got there and I saw the image, I was like, oh, so
just drink the water.
yeah.
Ma'asa, Shechayavin Alein Misa. Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do? What should I do? At the end of the day, to not wash my hands is a Piyat Misa. Mutav, I don't want to say what it means. Obviously, it's not the most Piyat Misa. Rabbi Akiva was saying, what is this idea? Hold it together at 10 enough. He reaches the fence, he's taken by his snake. In other words, the rabbinic law has to be treated with such incredible severity. Mutav almost misas tzmi, v'lo e'avor al das hayim. Rabbi Akiva said, better for me to kill myself. Now, what it meant is, better for me that I shouldn't have something to drink. I shouldn't have something to drink, and the heart shall violate halachas of my friend. You see what I'm saying? It's incredible. Amar, lo tam klum, ad sheheli lo mayim, b'noto yadav. So Rabbi Akiva refused to eat anything until he had sufficient, until they were able to bring in more water, and he was able to go ahead and do Netilas Yadayim. Kishashanu Chachamim B'davar, when the Chachamim heard this story, I'm supposed to say, you hear this story? Yes, sir. Rabbi Akiva is literally being tortured every single day by the Romans. Yet he won't go a day without Netilas Yadayim. Then you'll never comments on this again. He says, the moral of this story is not that you have to give your life for the Netilas Yadayim. That's not the moral of the story. The moral of the story is that we are here because ultimately we always need to take care of myself and everything. It's like, because this is going to be a thing. Even the smallest detail. Because it's not the devil that's in the details.
In the right place to
It's
see
almost
these people, to
all
meet
of
these people, because
it.
now you're, I mean, it's
And we're
so,
only here because
so
we
famous
see
now,
that
it's like, it's a different take, you gotta be careful, right? So,
this is not modeling for us a halacha and a nice. That's not what it's modeling for us. What it is modeling for us, I will say, is those of us who Baruch Hashem are privileged not to live. And you see, Rabbi Akiva was willing to give his life to the Netilas Yadayim under dire circumstances. how careful we have to be with the details. When Baruch Hashem, we're not in dire circumstances. So they heard the such a Shemach from the Davar Amar. This is how Rabbi Akiva acted when he was old. Can you imagine his behavior when he was young? And this is how Rabbi Akiva conducted himself when he was in jail, when he was incarcerated. Can you imagine how he lived his life when he was free? So incredible. I'm Rabbi Yehuda wasn't still in run. I'm going to read this about the Shash and Tikei Shlomo Eruvin and Zerachadayim. The Shlomo constituted Eruvin and Zerachadayim. I will say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says like Shlomo constituted Eruvin Chatzero. Regardless, Shalom Lahotzi Roshos Hayachol Roshos Hayachol Chadeo, Lasso Siyad Ba'achaka Le'Isur Torah, Shelo Yovo Lahakem Roshos Hayachol Roshos Hayachol. So it's like Shlomo HaMelech was the person who instituted the concept of Eruvin Chatzero. Remember, Mid-Oraisa, the only thing you can't do is to go from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, to go from one private domain to another private domain is biblically permitted. Shlomo HaMelech came along and said, no, you can't even carry from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah without some type of Eruv Katzir. That's why everything Shlomo Eruv, those are interested in Tilas Dayim. I will say, Shlomo HaMelech instituted Tilas Dayim for the consumption of Kodshim. Shlomo said that you cannot eat anything consecrated without washing your hands. That later on evolved to washing your hands for bread. So Shlomo was the first one to introduce that you have to wash your hands before you partake of Kodshim. The other Sabbasko, the Amras Sabbasko came out from Sinfonim. In call from Yismach my son, if your heart rejoices, my heart will rejoice Gamani, and me as well. But Omer, Chacham, B'ni, B'samach Livi, V'ashivi, Chartzi, Dava. So let's just do one more line, then we'll stop. Doa Shrava, might be Sid, L'chazo, Dim, Nitsi, Aslada, Nalina, B'kore, Nashkimo, L'kram, Nira, in Harcha, HaGefen, Hasa, Hasmadar, Hinatsu, Harimoni, Sham, Eti, Asdodi, Sham, Eta, Asdodi. So what's this? What's the meaning of us? What does it mean? What does it mean? Come my, we'll just interpret this part of the passage. Come my beloved, let's go out into this field. So let's remember again, this concept is from Shia Shir. We'll say Shia Shir, what makes Shia Shir sometimes a little bit complicated. It's not clear who is the man and who is the woman. You know, in Zara, sometimes it's Lutra, sometimes it's Lutra, sometimes it's male, sometimes it's Shia Shir. So the male and female personalities switch back and forth. So what does it mean when it says, L'chado Dinitya, so it's come my beloved, let's go into the field. Omra Kinesi Sod Yachai Baruch. Kalisa says to Hashem, Yibon Shalom, how Dineni Kiyoshi Kraken? Do not judge us like those who dwell in the cities. Sheshvan Gezel, Ra'arayis, Shua Shabbat, Shua Shaker. So let's see, in the cities, you have all of the vices. Right? All of the vices exist in the city. There's theft, there's immorality, there's false oath, Shua Shaker, vain oath. Rather, so don't think of us like city dwellers. Neitze HaSoda, come out into the fields. And what will you see in the fields? Vol ve'erech tamidei chachamim she'oskim b'torah mitzvot. You will see ultimately Muhammad who learn Torah even in the midst of mitzvah. So again, so we're not like those who dwell in the cities, who engage in all type of terrible and immoral things, but rather come with us into the field. We'll show you how we are. I'm sure you can learn Torah even when things are difficult. Galina Bikfarim, let us sleep in the villages. Altikli Bikfarim, Ella Bikhofrim. Come back on this part, and I'll show you also Shishpatam Tova in Kafrucha. There are so many people upon whom you shower so much good, and yet they go ahead and fundamentally don't believe in you. But us, we believe in us. Rashtumah is coming, go ahead and wake up early in the vineyards. What does that refer to? Come to the schools, come to the Bate Medrash. You and Parka, Geffen, see if the Geffen of the vines have sprouted Elu Ka'arim Mikya. So we'll say the Geffen refers to those who master Chumash. Pasach HaSmadar, the Smadar which represents the further stage of maturation, those about the Mishnah. Enotzu Harimonim have the pomegranate sprouted Elu Ba'alei Gemara. That refers to those who master Gemara. Sam FNS Godi, Leif Erich Godi Godi, Shama Vanai Ibnosai. Ribono Shalom, you want to see again Leif Erich Godi, you want to see my greatest covet? I'll show you my sons and my daughters. Because the greatest things we produce in life are not ourselves. The greatest testament to our fidelity and allegiance to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and His Torah is not the personalities we build, but ultimately again the children we raise. We're not finished. We're not finished. There's still more minutes in the beautiful Agadol. Tomorrow's down.
Time to put your experience to work.
All right, so we'll send Zoom. Everyone have a wonderful day.
Blower motor's failing. But Grainger's easy-to-search website quickly helps you find what you need to keep the office and their HVAC running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Through improv or just right into stand-up?
Just got into stand-up. I was just like, I think the first, Mark Gross, I think, was the first comedian maybe I ever saw. Bring him up.
What year did you start?
I started in 2005.
Oh, my goodness. That is so great.
Yeah. I saw this guy perform, and I'd seen, like, Chris Rock's my favorite comedian growing up. I'd seen, like, I'd seen comedy, but I'd never seen it live.
Right.
And we went to college where it was like, at LSU, they'd call you and be like, you got 30 free tickets tonight.
Right,
like,
right.
What? Because there's paper in the room, but you'd be so excited.
Yeah, you just get a gift. Then,
yes.
Yeah, so you go.
And I went and I saw him, and I was like...
It changed you.
Yes, I was like, oh, this can really be like a thing.
That you wanted to do right away, or you thought...
I don't think I knew I wanted to do it, but I liked being funny, and then I was like, oh, this can... Like, this is a real path. I just never connected the dots. I need, like, dot to dot to dot. I need dots between the dots to connect them, And yeah, so that made me, like, start to, I think, have the bug. And then I got to LA, and then I started just going up,
Dude, I was in Vegas when I saw you and heard about you. You know how I heard about you, or saw you? Your face was the whole side of the hotel.
Oh, yeah.
You remember, did you see that? That was,
I did.
It was bad. So I was like, who's this? I was like, my goodness.
I know.
Check you out, dude. That was awesome. That's really cool, man.
That's crazy.
That's it.
Just to think that you saw that.
Stone.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
I was like, whoa, I don't get that. I never got that. That was big, man. No. I'm serious. That was cool.
Some of that stuff is pretty cool. It's like impossible to live up to that kind of height.
It is, but it's still, man, that's cool.
Yeah, stuff like that's kind of interesting sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, there it is. See, it is.
Yeah.
Look at that, man. That's exactly what I saw. And I was like, whoa, this guy looks like Salomio. Hey, look at that look, right? That's a hero.
I'm looking for the shooter from that shooting they had a few years ago.
That's right. That was right.
Yeah, that was a surprise. Anyway, I forgot to really ruin that compliment. But thank you.
It's true. It's true. I remember seeing that being there in Vegas. I was like, wow. It's an instant bit of like, who's this guy? Like a little bit of fear. So I was always like, oh my gosh, this new guy. I'm trying to fill this room all the way through tonight, and this guy's got the side of a building. I'm like, good for him.
Because we needed that much advertisement.
It's true.
We started small. We started on dimples.
It's just anything about guitar picks.
That's a great idea. This episode is brought to you by Pepsi, and we actually got their Super Bowl commercial that premiered last night. Let's take a look at it right here. Oh, blind taste test. The whole life's a blind taste test. This bear's in therapy or therapy, I think they call it. I don't even know. Whatever this is about, I'm in. Cheap furniture. Oh, yeah. Mother longing. Is this me? Staring at women through windows. Yeah. Oh, that's sweet. That's nice. Let's go there. Your lady at a concert. That's a pretty cool play right there. Me and this bear are really similar. Drinking games, therapy, cheap furniture, and longing for a woman through a pane of glass. Gaping Tommy, we call it. But I guess in the animal kingdom, it's more like a acceptable pastime. All right, moving on. But actually, kind of staying right here. Some of my friends bug me that I choose Pepsi over Coke. But there's actually been blind taste tests that prove that Pepsi Zero Sugar tastes better than Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. There's even a name for it. It's called the Pepsi Paradox. It's the idea that once bias and labels disappear, cola drinkers prefer the taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar. Yep. Pepsi first showed this 50 years ago with their iconic Pepsi Challenge, when they had people try Coke and Pepsi without the labels, and the results were clear. When you take labels out of the equation and you just focus on taste, people choose Pepsi. I mean, that's what the Super Bowl commercial was showing. There's a blindfolded, cola-loving polar bear, and he chooses Pepsi Zero Sugar. Dude, my freaking blind cousin chooses Pepsi. He just emailed me. How can he email? If he can Pepsi for a second, hey, quiet down, bad joke. It's the question that Pepsi's putting out there. Is your cola choice actually about taste? Because they redid the Pepsi Challenge in 2025. Guess what? 66% of people chose Pepsi Zero Sugar over Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. And it just makes you think, if nobody told you what you were supposed to like, what would you actually choose? The public has spoken, and Pepsi Zero Sugar tastes better than Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. If you're curious, go try Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide. When your company first started, was it just something you wanted to do? Did you know it? I know it's such a old question, but you don't really know each other.
I didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew it when I got out of college. I left college. I didn't finish. I went home for the summer, and my brother started doing improv. And I was bouncing at the time, and I didn't know what I wanted to do. But I didn't want to do this. I just wanted to try something, and I always followed him into other things. So he'd be like, you're coming to, whatever it is, So I ended up doing a small community theater play. And I said, then I started doing an improv group with him and their buddies. And I fell in love with it. And then it just progressed into stand-up. And I did my first stand-up. The first night was in 1989, July 26, 1989. That's how long I've been doing it. And I loved it. I mean, and I crushed the first night I ever did it, which I'm thankful for. Because the second night, I ate it so bad with the same material, and I didn't know, and if I would have ate it first, I think I never would have done it again. But, so I'm thankful that I did okay. And then, I love it, man. I love it. And then,
Is your brother weird about it that you came in and liked his thing?
No, you know what? I gotta say, he was really cool. He actually, he would tell me, you want to do this? Okay, if you want to do this, come and do it. And I would start to do it. Back then we would buy these calendars completely empty. And I was working at Granger, and it was like my last day job. I was like, I wanted to get into the equipment. Yes, that's what it was in the back. It was hot as could be, and I had to fill orders. And I hated everything about it because it was miserable. I was just trying to work my way up to the air conditioning.
It's Eloise.
There's everything in there. So I'm just driving a forklift, and I'm working hard, and I'm trying to fill my calendar with these stand-up dates, and it would just be like once a week or whatever it is. And then my brother called me one night, and he goes, what are you doing tonight? And I go, I'm staying home. He's like, why? Because you have to sign up for open mic thing.
You got some months in advance, and I went there to get there early.
I go, he's like, why aren't you at the club tonight? And I go, I didn't get a spot. He's like, that doesn't matter. So what? Why don't you go out and make it some happen? Go look. Hey, somebody falls out, or you meet somebody or talk to somebody. And I'm like, all right. And I went that night, and I met somebody, and I became like my first agent. And so he was right, man. He helped me, a lot. And that he was cool with helping me out.
And he was the funny one, you said?
Yes, he was. I mean, we're all funny. The whole family was funny. He was the first one to start it, get going that direction.
Because it's interesting how it happens. I'm like, my brother was a funny guy, and so I think that's why, why I wanted to be like that. I think he was trying to,
did your brother do stand-up?
No, he was just like, probably just desperate for attention like me, but he was also, he was a funny guy.
Right. There are a lot of funny guys in school that were
like, get a stand-up. Oh, dude.
Right, that would be, I'm like, I'm glad you didn't eat it. Right?
I'm so glad you didn't do it. Oh, dude, my friend Scott was like the funniest kid to me, and I'm like, and some of the people are like, dude, you're funny. I'm like, dude, there's so many people who just never really just went and did it.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, being funny when you're coming and making that leap to doing it in front of people and developing, it is a different thing. It's like you've got to create it and kind of get used to. It's a different animal, right? When you're, because I know my buddies are so funny. I got a buddy who's so funny, but when he does it, I go do that impression in front of someone else. He can't do it. He falls like a house. Oh yeah, it's rough. It's rough, and I look bad.
Oh, dude, the worst is when sometimes you do look bad because of other people. I remember this. I dated this girl. She didn't know how to stand out of the way where people were walking.
See, that would drive me. That would drive me nuts.
I would have to go hide after her.
No, that's.
We'd be talking. She would like take a step back. I'm like, this is where all the people are walking, and it was like, and people bump into her, and then guys were like, and then it just like.
I dated a girl who would take 5 seconds before she would realize that a waiter is there asking her for like something, and every time I'd have to go. He's looking at me, and she'd just be like this in a daze every time, 5 seconds, and then she'd come out of it, and I'm like, I can't go on. I couldn't. So it's like I just know you're sweeping.
It's the little things. And I dated a girl that I was in love with, and then we were like canoodling or snuggling, whatever they used to call it. I think they don't call it that, or canoodling, I guess now it's called. And then, but her head was really small. She had big hair, and her head was so small.
Yeah.
And I was like,
did you like that though? It was a point where you go, I want to help her and be with her, or is it like that small, or like like how small though?
It was just
Boy pen, or are we talking like?
You know what that day when you only knew about baseball, and then one day at PE and they show you softball.
Yes. Okay.
You know, maybe like a baseball with like intestine lynchings or whatever.
Right. It's a baseball with inflammation.
Yes, it's a baseball that has not had proper dieting.
My heart melts for people. The physical things more. But I dated a girl once who would just say the phrase "rattle your cage" every time. She's like, hey, and I'm like, what are you doing? And she's like, I'm just going to rattle your cage. And I'm like, I can't go on. It's a buddy of mine joking. So,
it is.
It happened to a buddy of mine, but that is a thing that I would let me get out of.
Yeah,
So wouldn't that be something like that? Hey, just going to rattle your cage.
I would
rattle
my phone against the wall. I would rattle my freaking head off the balcony. Dude, yes, I would also. I dated a girl. We would be sleeping. She'd get up in the night. Have some chocolate in her mouth. Come right back into my bed. And she said, like, sometimes I can't fall back asleep unless there's chocolate in my mouth. And I was like, that's crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with that.
But that was crazy, dude. I had a girl make me roll her up in a blanket so she could go to bed at night. Like, or like the Lupia. Yeah.
No way. It was like the Lupia.
Yeah, I had a girl I didn't even realize that until just now.
Did you have to roll her in the morning? Or you just left it? No. You were just sleeping for her.
Look, dude, I didn't even know that.
You can't get out.
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't have claustrophobic issues, so you know that. So if you ever start in an elevator with her, she's the one you want to be with.
She's dying. Yeah, you're right. I need to look at the other side of the coin.
Yes.
Like, definitely.
There's always a bright side.
Yeah. I saw it. And I'm like, I know it's brighter over there, but
yes.
maybe all around over here.
Yeah.
In the shadows.
Look at both. I mean, Little Head, Burrito Girl, all these things can be there is a positive side to it, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude, I mean, that was a lot for me. But then also, I'm like, I don't know. But there's a lot of things that I think have probably kept me kind of single over the years. You know?
Yeah.
Did you ever come on those matchmaking services or no? Because I get approached by those all the time.
I was before them, I think. I don't know if they existed, but I was before them. I think the internet went crap. I got married in 2000. Was it 3 or 4? What was going on? 2004, I got married. Was that what was around then? I didn't know if anything was around, but I never used them anyway.
Yeah, when you meet people ordering or whatever.
Yeah, it was. We tried. I met my wife on a blind date. Someone set me up because Leah Remini was on my show with me, the King of Queens.
Yeah.
She saw that I had nobody, and she set me up with.
No, so it was one of her good friends.
No, it wasn't her. She set me up. She set me up with a girl. She did over the years. She tried to, but she set me up with a house decorator because she came to my when we had the King of Queens. I got my first place, and she saw how it was decorated, and it was terrible. I had like prawn lamps and posters. Like I was living with my brother, and it was like she's like, no, you can't do this. You can't decorate a house. So she got a decorator for me, which I never knew about or anything like that. And this decorator came into my life. She was a horrible decorator, but she sent me, and she really was. She wasn't great. I didn't like it, but she saw that I was lonely, like I had nobody, and she set me up with somebody she knew, and then it was like it was amazing.
Did it change like that for you when you kind of realize like this is something? Because it's funny how people go from a moment. I have a friend, she's a comedian. She was like, I don't know what's gonna happen. You know, I'm gonna sell my eggs, or I'm gonna bury them over here, or whatever. You know, and then out of the blue, one day I called her, said, "Yep, I'm moving to Florida. We're getting married." And just like
You can turn on a dime.
that's the thing.
You can.
That's the thing you gotta remember.
And by the way, I think most of the time it does when you're not trying, right? I mean, the things when you're not
That's what they say.
right? I don't know. I think for me, it did. I was just kind of lost. She was like trying, and I was like, I'll give it a shot. Never thinking anything would come of it. And then I never left her. That was it.
Were you kind of a romantic guy? Are you kind of like that guy?
I don't think so. I had to fake. Like she wanted to go out, and we went to a sushi restaurant the first night, and I never ate sushi, you know? So she's like, you eat sushi? I go, yeah. I lied right out of the gate, just because, you know, I wanted to make things smooth. And we got there, and it was just a rough. It was everything you don't want to eat at a sushi restaurant made an appearance. You know, it was rough, and I had to fake it and get through it. But I drank a lot of beer to get through it and kind of take it. I was taking it like a pill, you know, like I would take the sushi like a pill.
Yes.
And I got through that night. But I was lying about everything. She's like, "Do you jog in the morning?" I jog every morning. I never jogged. We started jogging. I was like, I gotta keep it up. And finally, we're close enough. I gotta tell you some things here. I don't do a lot of the stuff we've been doing. You know, I sit a lot more than we have been sitting. And I was like, and she, you know, I was in enough of the relationship though there where she was like, good, you know what I'm saying, like we knew each other. So she's like, okay. And then the active things kind of fell off. And it was fun.
That's cool.
Yeah. You gotta, I mean, you know, how hard are you looking right now?
Right now, I'm actually trying to.
I need to get back into it again. I know you know what.
I'm actually just trying to take a step back right now, and I'm just gonna like spend a little bit of time with myself and see what's kind of going on.
You're working out. You taking care of yourself.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm fasting today, actually.
You fast? I fasted yesterday.
Did you?
Yes.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, I fasted today. I fasted. Let me see. I did like 3 days last week. I just got into it this year, and so it's been interesting. I feel super dehydrated today, but it's like some days that happens.
That's the biggest thing. You gotta replace the water. And by the way, if you do fast, the next day you don't go to Nashville. Nashville, I just went to the deli here and crushed it. It was great. Well, that's the thing. Like I bounce back and forth. I can do a day fasting, and then the next day you should just kind of be good on your body because it's like it digests it. Like it feels good. You can't put the crap back in. So I gotta stop doing that. It's obviously the battle for me, the food, but that's awesome that you fast.
Yeah, I like it.
What do you fast for? You lose weight, so you're fasting for?
Just for health reasons, just because they say like autophagy your body gets into, and then it helps find the cancer cells and things like that. Like your body starts taking care of itself. And because my brain gets clear, I have noticed. It's funny, I just noticed this the other day. I think I'm having dreams that seem more relevant to like direction in my life and like some sort of like information, not all the time, but a little bit more than just like dreaming that I'm like attacking somebody with a knife, like I'm, fighting a neighbor, regular shit, or waiting in line or whatever.
Yes.
But
that dream's waiting in line.
Oh yeah, dude. Lou Ferrigno was in a lot of them. Yeah.
You and Lou Ferrigno are waiting in a line.
Yeah, at the post office, and his wife's mad at him.
No, at him or
at him.
Are you in front of him or behind him?
Behind him.
Yes.
Yeah, and I
So you see it going on.
Yeah.
You see the relationship. And then is the lady behind the counter going like, next, or you will never get there. Never get there. Never. Dude, that is the greatest dream of all time.
Dude, I've probably had it 300 times where I finally was able. You ever had a dream so many times, you're just on the edge, you wake up, you're like, what?
Yeah.
I've had it so many times. What is it? You know? And you're like, it's horse matters.
Yes.
Dude, yeah, that's one of a big one for me. But recently I've just been getting a little more information. Anyway, I just think I feel clearer in a lot of ways. It's helping me feel a little bit more inspired. I think to take care of myself because I think it starts to show me that I'm willing to make some sacrifices, even in little ways.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Have you done it?
I did fasting. I do it every once in a while. I'll do it, but I did a really long one, and it was great. I got fat again. I did 41 and a half days, just water, but honestly, I didn't rid myself of, I was doing it for different spirituals, I wanted to clear out everything, and because the whole journey, I was watching food, pictures of food, and going, this is what I'm going to eat when I'm done. I can't wait to get back to it. I never really broke the habit of going, I don't eat food, doesn't matter. I would feed, I would cook food for my kids, and the smell of food, I'd be like, hey, can I make you a sandwich? Because I was living through that, and I wouldn't eat it, and I was fine with that, but I need to see the food and hold it, and smell it, and I hand it off. And I didn't break the real bind, the cord of being detached from stuff, and that's what I got to do in my life with everything.
But again, understand what this is. When you're alive,
I'll just be like, I gotta cut it off.
whenever and
I think that's what
whatever
I'm trying to do with dating right now. It's just let me take a break from if I put myself in a moment over here, and I've been getting this over here, and then I'm going on maybe a date that I'm not interested in, but maybe over here somebody I am interested in, but now I don't have time, so I'm kind of dividing it up, and then I'm like, let me just see what's going on. You're in the factory,
Yeah. By the way, I had a dream that I was on the ledge of a building, and I'm falling. I've had this one a few times. I'm falling, but I never leave the ledge. I'm just yelling the whole time like I'm falling down. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, but I never jumped. And I'm looking, and then I wake up. That one comes back anyway. I just want to throw that in there.
I'd be so pissed off now. I'm like, what? Look at this poser.
Yes, exactly. You're looking like he's doing it. It's just, he's giving all, he's got all the accoutrement, but no fall.
Dude, the weird guy at a suicide dump, this guy's just waiting down there for the guy to jump.
Yes, just like this guy doing anything.
Yeah.
That's what you should do, because this guy's not either helping or pushing. Either one. He's not doing anything. He either run upstairs, do something, make a move, but he's just waiting. These are the people in life we don't need.
Eating the guy that's eating.
If you get nachos and you're pulling up and you're waiting for a guy to jump, I can't.
Give me 30 seconds on the ground. There's no ledge. To dream of standing on a ledge represents being on the verge of something.
Is it?
Yeah, someone else may be very close to finally making a big decision, maybe feeling tense or experiencing anxiety about a difficult change. Alternatively, a ledge may reflect how close you or someone else is close to going in a far section.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's okay. It doesn't make, because you know what? It still kind of hits the area. You know what I'm saying? I kind of got the gist of it.
Yeah, bro, it's crazy. You've been on this show before?
I did a show. I've been doing for gotta be 35, more than 35 years. I think.
Wow.
What's 1990? No, maybe 34. What is it? 1990s. 36 years, right? 26.
That's so wild.
Yeah. He's the one who got me. I mean, really, with my manager, and he's just, he's always been the guy that's just like, go follow your own path. And, he was the one who got me out of, he got me out of.
And he always seems so confident.
Yeah, he did. He just did. He was, the one who got me out of, I was the stand-up comedian behind the mic with the sleeves pushed up and the bolo tie. I don't know if you remember these comics. These comics with the jackets, the funny jackets, the color. And he just wasn't that guy. He was just a half-backwards guy. Just go out there. He always tell me, I was always, so desperate to get laughs and trying so hard. And he was like, don't get your jokes on the flat. He was one to tell me, basically, make them comfortable. And knowing that whatever you say, it's funny. And if they don't know, they got to catch up. part of it.
Right, don't make it about the jokes, make it be you.
Yes. He was such an influence on us.
So did other people see him? Because now people see him. I mean, and I certainly do. Like as a, I don't know if it's a pioneer as much, but like, I mean, he's the best in his space. Like in podcasting, his stand-up is just. I mean, he's just a killer. Like
he's always been.
Was he always? He just was like
he's super intense in anything he did. Like once he locks on doing it, I think
just seems tough.
I told him. I think like when I think God's going to make him one of the greatest saints of the 21st century. I really do. I think this guy, and I keep saying, because God's going to use him. He's like, I don't know. He just goes and he seeks truth. And he's a guy that is just like, when he seeks it, he knows it's true. He's like, he just doesn't stop. And it's like, that's what, like, he'll go social media. He's crazy. So, like, I knew it was martial arts, jiu-jitsu. We started jiu-jitsu together, by the way. I'm a blue belt. 30-some years. He's crazy black belt. He's
dark black belt.
Dude, he's
Cafe de Negro.
He is badass. He is the real deal. He really is. And he was getting into the internet before anybody and just searching these things and truth. And I mean, he was crazy about it. I was just I'm always behind the curve. Way behind it.
We need sleep, I think. He's like the kind of guy, it's like, I don't know, he always just seems to me like he's so... And he and I know each other pretty well now. But he's always going. He's so curious, and he remembers everything. That's the craziest thing. You can't lie because he remembers everything.
Yes.
So you're about to lie, you're like, oh shit.
No, and he'll call you, and that's what I love about him. Like, even doing his podcast, it's like, you gotta be careful. Because he'll be like, what do you mean? And it's like a dog, it's a dog that caught you, and you're like, you gotta come, but I love that, because there's such an innocence behind that. He just wants to know the truth. He's like, that's not true. You didn't say that, or you didn't do it. So you gotta be
He's
careful.
kind of an oracle. Like, I don't know if it's an oracle, but he's kind of like a mirror of something, you know what I'm saying? There is something about that. I think it's super. I totally believe it. Some people give him a hard time, whatever, but to me, he's always very altruistic. It's just who he is, or trying to be the best of who he is.
That's it. That's how everybody falls, everybody makes mistakes, he does things wrong, but I know this guy is searching for truth, and he's always just calling it out. And
he's an astronaut, man.
He's everything.
Dude, I was at the UFC the other day, and he brings these big bags of beef snacks, and it's just beef and salt that's dried out beef. And he brings,
because he wants to get down from 2% to 1% body fat.
He's doing something. He's always over there, drinking fucking bad saliva or something, doing something, trying to get an upper. But anyway, he entered his carnivore snacks. So he has 3 bags, and he had one at Daniel Cormier. And then Daniel traded in one of his, and
traded for what?
I had a Taco Papa. And he couldn't keep away from it.
Oh, I love it.
He's like, man, just keep saying it. Yeah, but anyway, that was pretty great, dude. But I got to eat a whole bag of those beef snacks.
How were they?
You know what? They're really good. They're not too salty, so you don't get like chip fatigue,
Yeah.
So chip fatigue.
Well, someone's like you're chewing on the top of a shoe. And it's just tiring. It's exhausting for the teeth.
And it's not like jerky to me. Some of it is it seems like, what are we doing?
Yes, it's a give up. You give up.
Yeah, but this is nothing like that.
It's cool.
Yeah, and it feels kind of carnivorous, I guess, in a sense. I enjoyed it.
Right.
But it's fun just seeing them over there. They're snacking with someone. You'll see Daniel Cormier over there. They live with the summer sauce.
Yeah.
And it's freaking February.
He dips.
And he's over there just slicing it off,
I love it. He's a good man. He's like me. And then he loves his food. He golfs. Like golf. Yeah.
So you golf with him?
I did golf with him and Chris Wyman. Chris Wyman loves him too, by the way.
Chris Wyman's a cool guy.
Yeah. I know Chris from Long Island guy. So he's the guy. Yeah. And
so whenever you were training, was he training too?
Always training with him. And they're Ray Long going over there.
Dude, that's cool.
Yeah, they're fun. They're a fun group. Long Island are tough guys, man. There's a lot of good guys came out of Long Island.
Yeah.
So, no, but it's fun. Him and DC, we all went out and golfed and had a blast. And both the same next to Wyman. Yeah, well,
Wyman is hilarious, dude. He's got the best energy, bro.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's incredible, and
They have a great show now that they do too.
yes, he was just telling me that they're doing more and more with him. And I said, man, I'm so happy that he stopped fighting. I don't want him all to stop fighting because I don't want him to get hurt. Like, you get to know all these guys. Like, please don't fight. I can't. That's why I stopped watching. I don't go anymore. I used to go all the time. Dude, there was no. I would go to these fights before anybody was even there. I would hear, the stomping on the canvas. There'd be nobody there. They would be waiting. Yes, I love that.
I go.
It's quiet. You hear a crack of a fist into a jaw or something, and I loved every moment of it. But I just couldn't do it anymore because I would get to know these fighters, and I was like, I couldn't. Randy Couture and Chuck Liddell, those fights.
I saw Chuck Liddell after he passed away, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, no, I couldn't. Look at you. You are there early.
Dude, I go early.
Dude, I love that.
Last time I got there too early.
I love that, man. So you're not showing up at the main event going in there saying,
I think this is amazing. These are like these people that are doing the thing that they love the most.
Right.
And some of them in the earliest, they're coming out for the first time into this UFC, and they come out and nobody's there. It's like, but dude, did you see some of the best fights early?
Yeah,
I love it, dude.
good for you. Yeah, that was it. And then I would start to know these fighters, and I couldn't watch them anymore. I was there with Rich Franklin when he got knocked out by Anderson Silva, and I was there with his wife, watching this, and just stunned. And I'm like, I can't do this anymore. So I stopped going. I couldn't do it. I don't want to see these guys in there. And I was telling them that. I want to get Chris out of fighting because I was like, he's had so many surgeries, broken leg, all these things, and it's like, he's a good-looking guy, man. Get on TV and he's funny and personable. So I'm glad to see he's doing TV stuff.
There's a lot of great guys over there. Angry Girls has been funny. Being associated with that whole thing, man. They're so excited just to get to go watch it.
Do you train?
No, I trained for a little while, and then I just kept getting hurt.
It's
Like
tough.
my ribs, and I'd be having some fucking huge guy who'd be rolling over or something, and just it was a lot. So I think I'll do it again whenever I don't have so much responsibility.
I got to do it when they work out the smell. You know what I'm saying? The smell of the room.
Oh yeah.
I can't do it not at 60. Like when I was younger, I'd say, hey, you gotta be, it doesn't matter where it is. At 60, you go, I don't need to smell this anymore.
You're at 60?
Yeah, at 60.
No, not at all.
Yes. You're a baby. I'm telling you, I've been around a long time. So what I'm saying is, I don't need the smell of a jiu-jitsu room anymore.
Yeah.
I'll do it privately. I'll do it like that way for a while. And once, because a wet gi, I don't think there's much worse than that going up against a guy with a wet, right? And you're in there, and he's got your face, and he's cranking it, and all you got is like wet gi and chest hair. And
That's past gay. It's past like a gay feeling. It's gay feeling.
It's not even.
It's beyond romance.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's a control thing. And it's just, and I'm out of good. Yeah, it's just not good.
And he got wet, and they got cold and wet.
Yes.
That's the thing. If somebody's warm and wet, it makes you
it's actually a bath. Yeah, that feels like a little bit more like a bath would feel. Cold and wet is just bad.
Yeah, that's tough stuff, dude. Not my favorite.
No.
We've got another segment now brought to you by Pepsi. You saw the bear, the myth, the legend in the Super Bowl commercial where he chose Pepsi Zero Sugar, and now you've got him in studio here. What's up, Bear? First off, thanks for coming. I don't know how you got here. Well, actually, we just had a huge freeze here, so you can't talk. Okay. I think what would be easiest to get to know you, I think, is if I ask you questions and you just use these paddles, this or that. Does that make sense to you? Let's get started. Okay, I gotta ask you out the gate, big dog. This female polar bears or that thick raccoons? Female polar bears, huh? Okay. But if you get one of those snow racks going and show it in, okay, let's keep it moving. This Polar Express or that Tokyo Drift? Tokyo Drift, really? But Tom Hanks narrated Polar Express. Yeah, you're right, kind of. This is just for me. Have you ever had penguin? How is it? I know it. They won't let us have it. What's your stripper name, you think? What do you mean? You live at the North Pole. It's the biggest pole in the world. You never even thought about your stripper name? It's the last thing you ate in the street you grew up on. Yeah, I think so. You're probably like Snow Way, Zero Sugar. Go to the main glacier. I like it. Zero sugar. That's what I'm talking about. Get that sugar out of here, boy. Don't be crazy around me with that sugar. I don't want no sugar bear. I want my bear to be sugar free. Sugar free. Sorry, something took over me. Okay, that's not edible. Or you can, I don't care. I think we have another one. So this, the first sip, or that, the last sip. All six. Alright, this last one. This is a big one. This, Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, or that, Pepsi Zero Sugar. It's the truth. Pepsi Zero Sugar tastes better than Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. That's his take. That's my take. But let your taste decide. Yeah. Where are you going? Oh, wherever you want, I guess. Where does a polar bear sit? Wherever he wants. Was it hard for you to adapt to married life once you got married?
No, once I found her, it was like, I remember I went away, I was with her for a while, you know, it's like, this is it, I knew this was it, and it wasn't because, I gotta get married or anything like that. I could tell, because I just didn't want to be away from her, and I had to do, I think a couple gigs or whatever, I was on the road for a while, she couldn't go, and I just hated being away from her, it was going hard, and I was like, wow, I gotta get back there, you know, and
Have you had that feeling in a long time?
I had, you know, not with, you know, I was dating and going out with, so no, it wasn't. It was totally different. You just click on so many different levels, and it's like, it just becomes apparent, like, man, I need this person in my life. This is, you know, they make me better too. You know, you know what I'm saying? They were like, yeah, that's it. So she's amazing that way. So that was it. I was like, I'm done. I'm happy. Gosh.
Oh, that's a great thing to say.
Yeah, no, I am. It's amazing.
Yeah, when you get excited, when you see your wife, you get excited, you give her a hug.
It's yeah, I'll give her a hug. I love it, but sometimes, you know, it's also not, you know, all the time. It's not crazy romantic all the time. You know, it's life. You know, you're tired. It's like, you know, you just pass each other. Sometimes it's, you know, it's a fist bump. It's like, all right, get out of it, whatever it is. But I miss her this morning. She left this morning. You know, we were out last night, and then I was like, wow, you know, it's you know, you're gonna have all those feelings. It's, you know, all the emotions and everything, and all the cooking or this, that, the things that you love them so much about. It's a balance of them all. It's everything. It's the good. It's the bad, and you just realize overall, it's like I never want to be without them. You know, even in the worst moments, it's like, so you know that it's real.
You think you can fall in like a different type of love when you're like in your late 30s, or as you get older than you can when you're younger, you think?
For me, I think I've matured. I'm still not that mature. You know, I'm 60. You know, it's like, so I still think I'm a kid, like an idiot. So for me, I'm glad it happened later. You know, some people are able to know what they want when they're younger and much more mature. I was not there. You know.
Yeah, I think your career might not have happened the same.
Yeah, that's for sure. I needed to be kind of by myself and get it going, and
You would have left your family all the time to go where it would have just been really different.
It would have been rough for sure. Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad I got the grind down. Now I take them with me if I'm going to move. I'm never away from them for that long, which is good.
Do you miss some of those days, like the road days back in the day? Like, do you ever, are there any of them that you kind of romanticize a little bit?
I still do. It's like the days.
I mean, like Club Tim Horty, just like, kind of talking about, like,
The condo and all that stuff.
yeah. Like, did you ever stay in Mishawaka? Oh, yeah, dude. You ever stay in Mishawaka?
Where's that?
Indiana, like right outside of Notre Dame, it's right there.
No, but it's crazy, crappy condos and stuff like that. But it was exciting. It was me, my brother, a couple other guys, comedians that we, broken, but never went on the road broken. Yeah, it was great. It was fun. You stay in the casino, I used to play the Tropicana in Vegas, and I never gambled. I never been to Vegas, and I remember losing my week. You go there for a week, you do 2 shows a night for 7 days, man.
Downstairs,
Yes, exactly. It's back.
no food, and they're asking you for food.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's rough, but you're excited to be there. It was like 103 degrees. This is what I remember when when they were chasing OJ. I was in Vegas at the Tropicana, and we were drinking. We got to stay in your hotel. Maybe, I don't know how much money you get, but I lost. In the first night, I've lost my entire week's worth of money. I'm not kidding. So we got a case of Bud Light Ice, which was the beer that was so good and frosty at a gas station.
Do you remember that? They discontinued it.
Yes,
I liked it.
I did too. Bud Light Ice. And can you please something what it looked like?
And they had there was some dog at the same time. Another
Red Dog.
Red Dog.
Yes. I love that. You know,
Especially for like disabled.
Bud Light Ice. There you go. We got a case of that. We sat in my hotel room and we just pounded it, and it was like still 103 degrees at night. I remember that. OJ was being chased or whatever. It was just crazy.
Dude, I remember I would be in my hotel. I remember this one hotel I stayed at. I think it was outside of Syracuse, in like Liberty, New York, or something. And they gave you a cup of water. And it was filled up when I got in there. It was like a cup of water. I was like, it wasn't even like a bottle of water. And I was like,
Well, that was for your hotel, yeah.
like, if you're thirsty, we poured you a cup of water.
Did you stay in some rough places?
Yeah, just places where you like would have to walk on the interstate to get there, or like the highway to get there. Just some places that were a little bit like, what is going on?
I drove 8 hours to a gig that I had. One gig was one night. I was making like no money. I get there early before the gig, and it's a crappy motel type thing. I pull up the bed next to, because I'm tired. You drove 8 hours. Gonna take a nap before the show. There's a roach in the blanket. I mean, I don't even know. It was this big. I literally just put the blanket back. I went to the show. Just sat in my car in the parking lot until the thing was ready. Did the show. Drove home 8 hours. Man, not staying with a roach. Couldn't do it. There's some miserable places.
Yeah, dude, I remember we would just save like $100. You'd fly into a city that was like 4 hours of like, you couldn't figure out the map.
Drive here, ride.
Then you're like, I'll just finish the show. I'll drive and catch a flight out of Indianapolis at 5 a.m. Just like everything was like.
Did you have a buddy, like a comic buddy that you go with, or you by yourself?
I did. I was out there, and I'd always pee in the bed. I'd always pee on my cell phone once it came out. So I'd miss certain calls or wake up alarms.
Back that up. Wait a second. What did you say?
I would wet the bed.
You would wet the bed?
Yeah, I wet the bed. And then we drinking.
Let's start with this one first, and then we'll back it in. Why is your cell phone in the bed?
I would use it again.
No.
I'd fall
On the
asleep.
counter. That's not that close. You should have that close anyway. Put that on there. By the way, you would pee on it then. But why are you wetting the bed?
I was wetting the bed.
Drunk, or just letting it
I
go?
was drunk, and I wet the bed till I wet the bed for a long time.
Okay.
I was in it.
Just because you got used to it when you were younger, you're like, let's just keep going with
I
this.
can't remember, dude. I just was always so nervous. And whenever I was asleep, at some point, finally, I wasn't nervous. And my body's like, well, this is what we gotta urinate, you know?
You seem like a guy that operates from a place of fear, right? Everything. I feel like I'm that way. I don't know about you, but I get worried about everything. Or you're not worried about it.
Oh, I would get worried. Like, if I'm with a girl, there's like a moment of silence. It makes me so fucking.
You gotta feel that.
I get so scared.
Yeah.
I'm like, I just don't want to give her room not to. Like, it was almost like, if there's any space here, she'll not like.
That's exactly what you room not to. So you would fill that space up.
Yeah.
And I would do it with one word for the next. So it's okay. If we were talking like, yeah, well, I went to the game with my brother. It was a lot of fun. And then it gets quiet, and I would go because, and I would say because, and yes, but I don't know what I'm saying. And she's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, because, and I'm like, in my head, I'm like, hey, because it has to follow. You gotta follow with something. If you say because, so it's like, because, you know, we just like the team that was playing or something, and then it's like dead again. And I'm like, I do not know. So it's just those little words like, just shut up, man. Sit in the pocket. I can't sit in the pocket.
I can't sit in the pocket. Dude, it's the same with baseball. I would get up there, I would swing 3 times, and I would go sit down.
Yeah,
They just come up with it.
I love it.
Going up.
I like
My mom would sit in the desk and she would be in the van, and she would hold. She's like, if you don't hit it, we're fucking leaving. I never hit it.
Dude, I love that.
I never hit it. But yeah, there's something about that moment where it's like, I just can't. And like, especially if it's like looking at a woman in the eyes too. That's always been like super tough. It's just like something. It's like, yeah, I just always had a tough time with that. But I can't let there be a thing.
Well, I could. If the woman didn't let, like, in high school or even beyond, I had to know the girl. Like, she had to come over to me. Like, I could never be one of those guys go up. I'd be like, ask my friend. She's like, should I just go talk to her? You know, I might couldn't talk to her. I
Walk
walk up.
around her in a big circle.
Oh, gosh, yes, that's funny. That's great. That's, yes.
That's insane.
That's marketing territory. You're trying to go in. You know how to do it. Yeah, I would need her to come over. And I would need confirmation of, yes, I like you, yes, let's go out. You know, I couldn't, like, are you sure? I give her every outlet, but I'm, yeah, go out.
Are you okay? That's what I'm. If he hangs out with me a lot, I'm always like, are you okay?
Yeah.
There's a thing I don't even do it on purpose. There's a part of me that just asks that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's a sweetness, man, but it's a word that you're not good enough, right? I mean,
I'm sure, and I think it's not even on the front of my thoughts anymore, but it's still just this old thing that just built in me, you know? But then looking in the eyes, like, yeah, I couldn't look them in the eye, just like, I don't know what it is if I don't know what I'm afraid they're gonna see, you know? They're just gonna see that something's wrong with me, probably, or something, or I'm gonna see them. Here's what I think it is too. I'm gonna see them see that something's wrong.
Right. You look for signs. She showed me just like she knows I'm weak.
Right. I'll know the look in her eyes.
Yes.
I'll know the look in her eyes, but she sees it when she realizes that there's something wrong with me. So I don't know. So I don't want to lock eyes, something like that. I don't know what it is. Anyway, sorry.
You don't want. No, I know it's the truth. I'm the same way. You don't want to give yourself the possibility of failing. So it's like you kill it before it happens.
Yeah.
You go out self and kill it before, and it didn't fail. It just went down.
Yeah. Then life gets along. You're like, what theme park am I living in here with myself?
Let me tell you, get out of it. I'm out of it now. I'm coming out of it. I really am. I don't let those things that scare me anymore. Like, I don't care anymore. I do it, and that's it's been helping a lot.
Yeah. Just do it. Yeah.
Figure it out. Go, I don't care. She said no. This one, whatever. I don't get this. This doesn't do well. I don't care. Moving on. What's next? Let's go. We know what we got. God is good. Go.
It's some sort of think inside.
Yeah. You gotta get out of your own way. I'm the same way.
Yeah. That's interesting, dude. But yeah, that would be a lot of it.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of it. But yeah, that thing, I'll be like, what else is going on? I'll say that all the time.
Yeah.
If things get real quiet, that's a weird thing, but I think that's what makes you. Your brain is like, we gotta come up with something. What are we doing here, boys? You know?
Yes. Yeah. And I'm telling you, you look calm outside, but inside it's like there's a fire. What do we do next? Like, she's not right. I remember it all. It's over. It's cortisol shooting out of your face. You know, it's like, I don't know what to do. I can't control myself.
When you think back on it, it's so insane, isn't it, dude? A lot of nothing. It meant nothing. Don't worry, just calm down. Spade does a good job of that.
He's always been that guy, right? He's just very cool. And, yeah.
Yeah, my friend was the cool guy.
Yeah. The older friends were the cool guy. Like, I was never that guy.
But even at times when I thought I was that guy, I was like, oh, it doesn't say anything about that. You know, because it just doesn't fit.
Right. Nah. Yeah, I don't know. And it worked for me to not be that guy. And it's like, when you admit,
Once you realize, oh, nah, once you're not trying to be something,
it feels better, right? And it's like, it's all right. That's why it happened.
it makes everything a little bit better. Did you feel like a little bit of like your character, Matt Taylor, that's the guy's name? Which is so funny because I knew 3 Matt Taylor, but everybody does, but that's why they picked the name. How many are there? Bring that up. How many Matt Taylors are there?
What do they accomplish? What do you accomplish?
I know 3.
Minimizing
There's got to be 14 or more.
So whether you want to do that by
I bet there's 140,000. Oh, sorry. There's no precise global count for any Matt Taylor conference worldwide. Name database do not exist. Estimates can be derived from available national data and name frequency tools.
So they're probably going around 3,700 times. That's it.
What happens if you have that?
Yeah, there's no way to figure it out.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
What happens in the next one?
Matt, as a first name alone, has an estimated living population of 207,000.
Then you go ahead and
I bet it's more than that. 207,000 Matts. There was a Kyle meetup in Texas. Do you see that?
I did not.
Bring that up. All the Kyles met up.
Really?
Yeah, bro.
If we were to branch out now and like go and try to figure out how many Matt Taylors there are currently living in the world, what is the first step? Like the first step is do I go, okay, like if we just decided right now we're doing it, but do I, like, would I say to my guy, like, all right, call his agent, like, we're going to do this thing, like, what is the first step? Do we go down, do we say we're going to talk about it, or do we need a first meeting of how we're going to go about it? You think, is that it?
The first step will be agreeing that we're going to do it together.
Right. That would take some time to write, because we'd be like, oh, we're going to do this. And then it's like, well, we're going to talk it out, this thing, and the logistics of it, like, how would we do it? Okay, so then
Getting uniforms, too.
searching for Matt Taylor uniforms every man. That would be sick. Would it be a jumpsuit or is it like 2 pieces?
Matt Taylor, I think it's a one piece like a Carhartt. It's Harvard.
Yes.
You know how many Matt Taylors are Harvard? 207,000.
I love it.
Searching for the like the best Matt Taylor.
So the uniform would be probably the first thing we're working on.
What are we looking for? There's going to be some mail for it.
Yeah, just something like, just to give them a pat on the back for being Matt Taylor, like being part of the team.
Yeah, being in the army, that's a militia, that it is. Bring up that meeting of the Kyles again. What they do, too. Somebody said that,
That's cool. They're all Kyles.
yeah, those were all Kyles. And Sugar Ray performed the herd.
Oh, I love it.
Over here,
706 people named Kyle got together in Texas, but it wasn't.
Enough for a world record. Oh, how sad is that? First of all, let me say something. These guys put together 706 of these people had the dream of becoming a world record breaker with the most Kyles in a certain area, and they missed it. Look at that. By the way, as bad as we feel about everything that happened in our lives, if I had that one, that would tip it.
It'd be tough to
Come on. No, you're second place for most Kyles.
Second place was Kyles. The crown is currently held by a town in Bosnia. They got 235 people named Ivan. 2017.
So it's any name. It's not just Kyles. Like, so it's like just a certain name.
But this is, I think, one of the largest groupings. What did it say about Kyle? Did it say anything else? Go back to the original article.
How does that start? Where's that first meeting?
Oh, Kyle. Well, it's right here. It's not the first time the Kyles have come gunning for the Ivans. Last year, the official count at what has become known as the Gathering of the Kyles clocked in at 1490 in the fast-growing Texas city that is about 37 miles from Austin. Oh, the city's called Kyle.
So
They did it in Kyle, Texas.
but are they named Kyle?
They're all named Kyle. That's got to be crazy, dude. When you see all the other freaking Kyles around the farm. And
You still go door to door and you're knocking and going,
I'm sure they met up. I'm sure there was something online that announced it.
okay.
And then they all showed up. I guess you have to register.
Yeah, that would seem a lot more efficient.
Oh, dude, that'd be so crazy. You look around and everybody's a Kyle. And you see something like, whoa. Or they put one person out there that's not a Kyle. And the whole
Do
day.
you think there's anybody in that group of 706 that's not a Kyle? Really? That's like Kyle was his nickname. It wasn't even his real name, and he knows it. He's there. It's not on his birth certificate, and he's kind of like getting around, like not wanting to get caught. And people are looking around, and other Kyles know if you're not a Kyle, so they're just kind of like, and you're like, what's your name? And you're like, I'm Kyle too. And they're like, I don't know if you bleed. And they're like, hey, they're going to get his buddy. Like, I want to check you out. And he leaves. And like, I get some more back, look back, and he's just goes to different areas of the field. It's so stupid.
It's so crazy. I love it, man. To be a fake Kyle there, just to fit in.
People have nothing to do. Look at what they're doing.
They're just trying, man.
I love it.
Desperate for connection.
Yes.
This is how it's getting.
But this is beautiful to me.
But the worst part is, though, imagine what's all dude. You go there hoping you can meet a chick. There's some chicks named Kyle.
Oh, do you think so? Is it?
There's a couple. Met a couple.
Okay.
I met a couple for sure.
Who performed?
Who performed? I think Sugar Ray.
That's a missed opportunity. Shouldn't they get a Kyle? Isn't there a Kyle performer?
Kyle Kinane could have.
Yeah. That's a missed opportunity, man.
They won't try to break the same name gathering record this year. Guys took Kyle's out.
Oh, because they're switching names. By the way, why don't you go with a Bob or something? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Because the city of Kyle, Texas put it on it.
All right, we'll find a better name.
The city has been hosting the gathering since 2017. When you look back at this movie, what was different about making this movie than some of the others? Did you find that it's easier? You have a different ownership of this film?
It was something that it came together really quick, but it's the first movie that like I'm really proud of it. With everybody who worked on it was just amazing, and it was just different than any other movie I've done. And the story's not that it's not even that crazy different or anything like that. It's not. But it's a classic. We hit every mark that we wanted to hit in doing this in a different way. I hired we got the best cast, the best crew. And again, it's not me, it was them, and it was everything coming together in Italy that just made it. I just couldn't believe how great it came out. And I was like, I think, honestly, for the rest of my life, this is probably the best movie for me. And it's the best I've done so far. Yes, without
the best you've done, even in your acting, you think?
Yeah. Because most real, you do different movies for different reasons, right? Like, when I did Mall Cop, I'm doing it for families and kids, and you're being goofy and broad and this and that, and a lot of stuff you're getting that, that's your kind of what they expect from you. But this was one where I was able to still comedy, but I don't hold comedy as much as Kim Coates, Jonathan Movie, these guys, and Allison Hannigan.
Jonathan was great.
Which allowed me to kind of play more of a real guy, which is fun for me to do.
Jules, what was that guy's name?
Kim Coates, Sons of Anarchy. I've known him for 35 years. I did a movie with him and Ray Romano, called Grilled. Yeah, and it never went anywhere with our meat salesman. And I met him, and he is the greatest. He's an insanely intense actor. I don't even know what he's going to do. But that's what I wanted for comedy. He looks at you, and he's just going to go a certain way, and you're going to go with him. And he was the perfect guy to play that role.
Yeah, it was great, dude. He was really, he was a good,
Nice.
He has comments right on.
He's incredible. He crushes it.
Whenever you made, what's another favorite, just take me through one more favorite film that you, an experience that you had.
Hitch, all, the stuff with Sandler, that stuff. No, it's like doing stuff with Sandler is the best always.
What about a Hitch reboot today? Would that work, you think?
I don't know how you do it with me, but I guess you could do it. I think so. I think it was great. Well, that was my first movie, so I was thankful for that one. That started out like I had one line or something. That was a very small part, and then Will and I just connected, and he was so nice and giving me, some freedom to be funny and kind of try different things, and it made everything for me. So I was really excited.
There's a lot of pressure when you just had that much of a part to try to make it perfect in some way.
I'm coming in, what was a massive, movie star, and movie stars are different than it was just the theaters. It was they were special. You didn't see them much. I remember we were doing big TV people read in New York, and he walked in with his group, and I'm like, whoa, my eyes like, whoa, that's him. It's like one of those things, and just happy to be there, trying to pitch things, but, don't want to get thrown out of the room, trying, timing and stuff like that. But he was great. Like, we would write after in his trailer, come back, and we'd work on some material and rewrite it as we were doing it. And I was just in it. It was a dream. It was really great. And it had that special feeling that I had in this movie, honestly, where you feel things are coming together. Because I've done a ton of movies where you go, man, this is just not working. Or, it's hard. This one felt so real to me. And it was just so much fun to be a part of.
Do you have other projects that you already have on the docket?
Yes. We're working on one with Jelly Roll. It's actually a drama, country music drama that we're working together. And
you see the video of him the other night, the Grammys video?
Yeah, no, I wasn't there. He is amazing. Yeah, he's just, I got a shirt, I put a shirt in at Walmart before coming here, and I already steamed it up a little bit, but yeah, let's go, Jelly.
He sent me a pair of those shoes. They're like half, I don't know what they're called.
Oh, yes, his the ones that he wears.
Yeah, they're something like that,
Yeah, they're great. He's an amazing human being, man. I'm so proud of him, and so excited to do this. And in this drama, here's the thing. He goes, hey, if we're going to do this, we got to get into, like, prison shape. Because we go to prison. We're both in prison in the movie. And it's real.
Where at? What city?
In Nashville.
Oh, nice.
So, it's a whole thing about getting to the Opry. And it's a cool story. And there's a lot of drama in it. And it's exciting. But we said, okay, we're going to commit now to doing this. And he went out and lost like 300 pounds. And
all right,
I am upset.
This morning we have a beautiful guy.
Yes, he's down like 300. I'm upset.
Want to begin by thanking our sponsors for thanking our fellow sponsors, Eddie Shoot, Working Family for dedicating years, memory of love, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, Cyrus,
I know I can. I'm going to do it right now. I'm literally
dedicated by Jack Bennett, in memory of
shutting down from everything else, and I'm going into training mode.
leading regime in Lebanon, varying music and unrepresented social, all of the seven graduate programs from learning. We did have Dr. Football in memory of Molesco Walter, our Jackson sponsors, Jeff and Sherry Bennett, and Stephen Holly Bennett, in memory of their father, Herman Bennett, Keller Yisrael, the Rubens and the Ruffalo, hope they're in merit. All the things that happen on you. The families will come on, all the way young men and women going through it. So,
not swimming. I'm not a swimmer.
Successful.
But just getting in
And
a
also,
pool
the
and
fact that
stretching
let us
and
be
moving a
really
little bit.
incredible
If you can
devices.
do
The
that,
beginning
you
of the
have access to that.
is your
But it's
best.
also like a
You're
lot of
picking up,
calories, and it's
you're
therapeutic
picking up on your
because
diet on the
the
days
water
of
holds you.
17
So it's like
degrees.
your body feels good stretching and moving. So doing a lot of that, and I gotta get on it though.
You can go ahead and make Hustling sport because Hustling
Train
well.
else
So actually, this is the first Rashi says over here. So this is our wells situated in the public domain. The reloads are going to say up. The most thing that wells pose a fascinating issue for Gabi Shabbos. Why? A well itself has the dimensions, often has the dimensions of a Rishayah. Namely, it has an opening of 4 tefachim and a depth of 10 tefachim, which makes the well itself a Rishayah. The individual dwelling water is standing in Rishayah, public domain. So how do you draw water from a well on Shabbos? Those is one of the points how it brings from the even though the well itself belongs to the public. Like the well we're talking about over here is public property. But again, even though something is public property, if it has the dimension of the private university, it becomes a Rishus Hayok. It says that so also passing below services around below happening here. So looking at that, and Yaakov Malalo said that also passing a loop, the Hakim and Hekir, she passing Halalu, also at Sevilos Habar,
it's scary.
It's something in the, so let's say this is you go ahead and introducing this idea, and we're going to see why this is so. But the introduce the idea that in order to draw water on Shabbos, you can essentially make inferior nucleus. So as we just finished off the sligness of the defects of right uterus, so inferior types of enclosures. So the paradigmatic example of an inferior enclosure is going to be used to enclose well. What do you need in order to enclose a well on top? So essentially what I'm doing is I want to make the area around the well an enclosed area which is electric. Therefore, I have the ability to go ahead and draw the water. So how do I do that? You make 4 you make 5 of them going to see these are 4 double panels. Essentially, panels arranged at right angles at all 4 corners around the well. We're going to see the word for the mother as contraction of fluids. Two panels. So here it look like 2. Because there's 2 panels, you can imagine 2 panels arranged at right angles at each corner around the well. That encloses the well to the appearance of quote-unquote 2 walls. Rabbi Meir Omer, Shmona Nimiki Shnemasas. So it says the voice of Rabbi Meir holds that no, you need the 4 corner panels. So again, the 4 that are like 2. So the 4 panels at the corners that are right angles, but according to Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Meir, you need an additional panel on each side as well. So you can imagine, in the middle of each of the double panels, you require an additional single panel. For a total of, we will call it 2 panels that look like 12. So the Gemara says, I brought you money, but I brought you. Open, I start talking. The rope so we'll say the halacha is, no one has started talking. The height of these panels, is going to be 10 talking, and their widths are 6 talking. What will go talking? It's like thickness, any amount. So again, I need a height of 10 talking, I need a width of 4 talking, and a thickness of any amount. I will say how much space can be between each of these panels. I will say this is really going to see so we'll say, according to Rabbi Yehuda, all that you need in order to enclose a well area are what we call 4 mothers. So at each corner, I need one of these double panels arranged at a right angle. So we'll say an L-shaped panel. So it closes the corner. I need 4 of these types of L-shaped double panels arranged at each corner. Fine, the height of the panel has to be 10 talking, the width has to be 4 talking, and the thickness any amount. The shaila now is how much space can you have in between each of these panels. So the Gemara says, "Ubenehem kimalishtei levakos shalosh bakos b'levinei." Meir says there can be enough space to have 2 teams of cattle with 3 cattle each. So you can have enough space in between each of these L-shaped panels for 6 cattle to walk in. 2 teams, 3 pairs of cattle each. And the Rudomer Shalava, Shilos Lomikaros. So the Rudomer says no, it's actually 2 teams of 4 cattle each. And not only that, but they have to be tied, not loose. So that means these Shilos means that they're a little tighter together, as opposed to if they're untied, it takes up more space. One group going in, one group coming out. Again, this is however, actually referring to is 10 hours. 10 hours. Why do you have to say this is what we'll see in the Gemara? The Gemara says, after the Mutter and the Hakiv of the air, the Rabbi says, Paralosha, the Ruba, the Im, the Shosa. The Rabbi says, now, he's just established the maximum amount of space in between the panels is the amount for either for 2 teams of cattle, 2 teams of cattle, either made up of 2 cattle, 3 cattle each, or 4 cattle each, going in, tied together, one going in one direction, one going in the other direction. What about in terms of if you want to make a very small enclosure? What's the smallest amount of area around the well that you can enclose? So the Gemara says, Mutter HaHakim Shulabe'er, U'B'Lvad Shekei Paralosha Ruba B'Zmin Shosa. There has to be at least enough space inside of the enclosure for a cow to have its head and the majority of its body inside in order to drink. So I will say, what are we concerned about? Why is that going on here? If you look at last week, that's not going to דעת פרישות ובלבד שכהי נשפך הבאר עד בין הפוסים כדי לא שבלו בשופרו, אבל בצמא הרכילו וממשיך אחר פרוסו ומופק לדב לא חוץ ומחיצו וכמה כתנו שזה יכול לשלם. So what's it look as follows. If the area of the enclosure is less than the amount of area necessary for the majority of the cows to be inside of the roof, we're continuing to end up drawing water and taking it outside of the enclosure in order to water your animals. Look at the hierarchy, top of your chest, look at the hierarchy, culture rule, over that you can make the enclosure as big as you want, as large as you want, and I will say provided that you add additional panels. In other words, remember, what we just established is that halacha l'maisa, the maximum amount of space in between the L-shaped double panels is 10 ounces. That's the maximum amount of space. So if you want to enlarge the space, you can do that. What would you have to do? You'd have to add in intermediate panels. You'd have to add in additional panels in between the double L-shaped panels in order to ensure that there's never more than 10 ounces of space in between the panels. Rabbi says the maximum amount of space that you could enclose around the well is 2 days saw. They said back to Rabbi Yehuda, that's not true. The maximum space of 2 days was only given regarding a dino, which is regarding a carpet. Now we'll see what this means. Look at actually the dino carpet. Shena Shifa Lugila. So look at these areas which are not enclosed for residential purposes. The carpet, like the gazal, which the ear lahachel shapis from the osa. So we'll say dino and carpet are large areas which are not typically used for residential purposes. That's when you have the 2 saw maximum. But if you have a deer, those that actually says deer is ultimately again look at actually about higher deer. Now the the Sados Hayom, and Hayom can to the Rizado, the Gully, this is like a movable pen. You have a movable pen, or a star, actually says over here is a pen that was used in a more permanent fashion for animals, or a pater, or muksa, actually says is an area like a backyard, an area behind your home, which was used for certain activities of daily living, or a pater, I feel the base Hamishas Koren, I feel the base Asara Koren Mutter. So we'll say, interestingly enough, what the Mishnah is getting into over here is the notion that the 2 base maximum may be only limited to areas used for non-residential purposes. But for areas used for residential purposes, halacha l'maisa, you can enclose even a much larger area. Well, what do I have to close to? Therefore, again, in more residential areas for residential purposes, you can enclose as much of an area as you want, as long as you keep on adding additional work. So we'll say, what we are introduced over here in this dictionary is an incredible idea, which is an incredible leniency of Chazal in terms of enclosing a well. Because we need water now, we'll discuss when exactly Chazal made this takana and for whom they made this. Because this is a major kula based on everything we've learned. Because it's up to the mother. Because it's you can enclose a well with a series of double posts. So all you need is 4 L-shaped posts at 4 corners. That encloses the well, allows you to draw water from the well, which is a Rishus Hayachid, into an area which was formerly a Rishus Harabi. The only parameters of this is that the L-shaped posts themselves must be 10 tefachim high, must be 4 tefachim wide. Must be better than say 4 tefachim wide. 4 tefachim in width refers to each section of the L. Right, so each section of the L itself must be 10 tefachim high, 4 tefachim wide. There can only be a maximum of 10 amos in between each of the L-shaped posts. You can make the area as large as you want. According to what it says, Rabbi Yehuda, you can make the area as large as you want, as long as you keep adding intermediate posts. In other words, there can never be moved. So you have to make sure that there's never more than 10 tefachim. So if you want to enclose a larger area, you must include additional posts in between the L-shaped posts, so as to minimize the amount of open space. Good. Says the Gemara. So what's our Mishnah does not reflect the view of Hananiah. Why not? Yisanya, Osin passing the bar, v'chaval l'shayara. You must listen to this because we learned in a Raisa you can make pasin. I both say pasin are boards, which the Pashtus is what our Mishnah is referring to over here. Now, right, our Mishnah uses a lot of pasin, of boards. We only call it Yumadin later on. So the Raisa says you can make pasin for a bar, v'chaval l'shayara, but for a caravan you have to use ropes. I will say this is what we spoke about in the last parak, right? About using ropes that are situated less than 3 tefachim from each other to create a lavud type of mechitza, right? Lavud says anything within 3 tefachim of each other is considered to be attached. Salach always had to make first share. Hananya says chabalun lebar avalo pasim. So also listen to this. Now we're going to switch gears a little bit over here to a bar versus a be'er. So remember again, a be'er is a well. So a well, we assume, is something that constantly replenishes itself. It's like an underground spring, as opposed to a bar. If you look at Rashi, it actually says bar. Mayim mechunasin ba'abidi depaski. So I'll say, what's a bar? A bar is a system. So essentially, a bar is a hole in the ground which collects rainwater. That's what happens. So again, there's no underground spring that's doing that. It's just simply, again, water is falling into it from rains. So it collects there. Then we'll say, look at Rashi. Rashi bar. So often, again, a bar can often go dry. Well, how does a bar go dry? It doesn't rain. It doesn't rain. It's just, I have no water in the bar. So actually, Shumaki Asar Hananya, the Zimni, the Paski Maya, Upaki, Mechitzas, Halahuchu Pasibiraus, Ella Mitneme Mayan, Shabahimas, Holy Regalim. We'll say, listen to this. So interestingly enough, Hananya comes along and says that the leniency of what we call the diyumad, the person, was only a din by be'er, not by bar. Because boros often dry up, right? They're not a reliable water source. Ultimately, again, Chazal said if you want to draw water from a bar, you need regular mechitzas, or at least have all of these ropes. But the mud and the pasim only work for a bear. Although Rashi over here, Rashi is really very important. Rashi over here highlights that why did Chazal institute this leniency? Because of the Behemoth's holy regalim. We'll see this in greater depth in coming days, but the notion that when people would be Ola Regal, people would come to Yerushalayim, Pesach, Shavuot, Sukkot, so they would often bring their animals with them. You needed a water source for animals. So there were public wells that were open, but the problem is if you were camping somewhere for Shabbos and you needed water for your animals, to have to erect regular mechitzas was an incredible hardship. So Chazal instituted this for those who are only like. Again, we'll see this in greater depth. So the Mishnah clearly doesn't reflect the view of Hananya, because Hananya holds that ultimately, again, pasim don't work for a bar. To which the Gemara says, no. No. Our Mishnah can reflect the view of Hananya. Why? Because they will say Hananya is only talking about by a bar. He says by a bar, pasim don't work, but by a be'er, which is what the Mishnah is talking about, pasim, these double boards do work. Others see like this. From the fact that Hananya didn't say that you have to use ropes for a bar and pasim for a be'er, Nichlav Hananya loshna bar loshna be'er. Chavalim in pasim lo. So we'll say others say no. From a simple reading of Hananya does not distinguish between a bar and a be'er, and therefore it could very well be that Hananya holds that just like a bar needs chavalim, ropes to create a lavud mechitza, so too a be'er requires ropes to create a lavud mechitza, and pasim boards or yumadim do not work. To which the Gemara says, "Leimas is no Hananya." Our Mishnah then would clearly not reflect the view of Hananya. To which the Gemara says, Hananya. Let's say it's possible not. When Hananya is commenting in the Raisa, Hananya only comments on the bar. Ultimately, again, because that was what the Tanakama was talking about. But you don't see from the Raisa what Hananya's position would be Lagabe Be'er. Okay, Lema Maslis and those Rabbi Akiva. Our Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Akiva. How so? This lands Echad Be'er Harabim or Bar Harabim or Be'er Hayachid. Also, and pasim about bar hayachid also machitza Gavo Asar Tlachim Din Rabbi Akiva. We will say, because remember, Rabbi Akiva is on record as saying as follows: whether you have a be'er that belongs to the public, or a bar that belongs to the public, or a be'er that belongs to an individual, for all of those cases, you can use pasim, you can use the boards. However, a bar, which is just the system, just the hole to collect rainwater, that belongs to an individual, that requires a regular mechitza. These are very good. The Ilahaki Katani, the Biros, yet our Mishnah, was like only speaks about the ability to use boards for a be'er. You can only use pasim or diyumadin, right? The L-shaped enclosure. You can only use it for a be'er. The be'eros in the boros low. Rabbi Akiva. No, I'm not sure even like the real Rabbi Akiva. How so? The Gemara says, be'er na'im kaim, the psikale, loshna, the rabim, loshna, yachid katani. So I'll say, when it comes to a be'er, right, which has which has a spring, a be'er na'im kaim, where the halacha is decisive, that's ultimately, again, where we make no distinction between a be'er owned by the public or a be'er owned by the individual. Everyone agrees in those circumstances that halacha l'maisa, you can use the pasim, you can use the boards to impose it. Or, if we don't sing, the low pasika, when it comes to halachas of a bar, which I will say does not stem from a spring, rather it's just collected water, the low pasika, but the halacha is not agreed upon, low katani, ultimately again is not included in the Mishnah. Very much look at you doing Baba. We'll say Mishnah doesn't have to be already doing Baba. Baba. How so? This time that you doing Baba Omer ain't Osim Pasim El Lebe Er Harabin Yovad. Because what Yehuda ben Baba said, you can only use the boards to enclose of the air that belongs to the public. If you look at our Mishnah does not seem to make a distinction between a be'er owned by the public or a be'er owned by the individual. Mishnah seems to indicate that any be'er can be enclosed by the person. Which the ones that do the payment at Yehuda ben Baba, my biros da'alma. Also, you could say the Mishnah doesn't follow the Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba. What's Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba? Say what is biros? What are wells? General wells. So general wells, and I will say general wells, we assume in this context means what? Public wells. Public wells, also meaning a partial meaning of the Mishnah is that the wells that we are talking about are not individually owned wells in someone's Rishus Hayahid, but rather again general wells which were public wells. Fine, so I'll say so bottom line, we try to highlight the Mishnah does not reflect the view of these three different opinions. But in fact, that's not the case. In fact, again, it may reflect all of these views. My Diyumadin, what is the word Diyumadin? Or Rabbi ben Elazar, they always say the Diyumadin are the L-shaped boards, two colors, contraction. But, so the Gemara goes back, I will say here, so this incredibly beautiful Gemara. Shnar Hausa, and Yehuda Omer, so we'll say, so you can point out from this, so far, nothing's changed in our understanding of the Mishnah. Right? The concept that we outlined in the Mishnah still is solid. It could be these views. Do agree with the Mishnah, don't agree with the Mishnah, fine. So we'll say, see, interesting enough, switching gears a little bit over here. Rashi says, Shisin, Mine Te'enem Ra'os, Kidam Seches Brachas, Turminat Mai. To those in the Fasale Amar Zeshna, this is interesting halacha. The concept of Demai means that it was a takana of Chazal that if you buy produce from an Amoretz, you must go ahead and tithe it. Why? Because we're not sure if Amei Haaretz took proper tithes or not. And interestingly enough, the Gemara seems to indicate over here. Let's say, what's the concern? Why wouldn't an Am Haaretz go ahead and tithe his produce? So one possibility is he doesn't know the halachas. Okay. Interesting enough, the Gemara doesn't even seem to feel that's the issue. The issue the Gemara seems to feel is that over here is that the Amaretz doesn't want to lose money. Remember again, tithing costs you produce. The Amaretz doesn't want to lose money. So because he doesn't want to lose money, therefore he doesn't go ahead and tithe. So the Gemara says something very interesting. She's about their inferior figs. So because they are inferior figs, we assume the Amaretz does tithe. Why? Because since they're inferior, he doesn't feel like you're losing anything by tithing them. Chutz min ha'diyufra, with the exception of diyufra, because apparently diyufra was a better type of thing, so that the Amaris would be a bit more reluctant to tithe. So the Gemara says, my diyufra, what's diyufra? Amar Ula, Ilan ha'used diyo peros bashana. So Ula said this is the type of fig where the tree produces 2 crops a year. So diyo means, which is supposed to, the reason this is being brought down is because diyu madin means 2, right? Two boards, 2 planks. But we're using other examples of other things that have this diyo identity. So diyufra is a type of fig where the tree produces figs twice a year. I'm Rabbi Yom and Elazar. So let's listen to this. Now the Gemara is going to get into some beautiful agarata. Some beautiful agarata. So I'm Rabbi Yom and Elazar. Diyo pirtz upanim. Hayilolo Adam Rishon. Adam Rishon was created with literally two faces. The Adam Rishon was created, well, see, Shnei Amar, Achar Bekedem Sartan. This is the Gemara quotes the pasuk. Quotes the pasuk from Hilim down. Literally, again, from the front, from the back, you have created. Ksiv, Vayiben Hashem, so says, Ksiv, Vayiben Hashem Satzala. So before you go on, the Gemara is going to create the image over here that the first human being, Adam Rishon, was created with two parts. In the front, or one part was man, and the back was, or the other part, the other side was woman, and then after Mishparim split the two into 2 beings. Ksiv, that the pasuk says, "Vayiben Hashem Satzala." But the pasuk also says that Hashem built up the rib, which sounds like, again, Chava, woman, comes from the rib of man. Rabbi Shmuel Chad Amar, Pirtzuf Chad Amar Zara. So one says Mahogis Rabbi Shmuel. One says that ultimately, again, woman was already built into man. Pirtzuf also means that there was an image. So the first human being, the first person, was a 2-sided being. On one side, it looked like man. On the other side, it looked like woman. But they were all one entity. And the Mishparim went ahead and subsequently split them off from each other. The other opinion says that Adam was born with a tail. And I will say, tail doesn't literally mean tail. Tail just means perhaps some type of additional appendage that was then removed from Adam and built up into woman, built up into Chava. So according to the opinion that says that there was literally an additional, call it facade, right? That there was an additional, that woman was an actual side of the first human being. That makes sense because David HaMelech says, you have formed me on the front and on the back. But according to the opinion that says that it was a tail, my what's the meaning of that phrase? You have formed me from the front and the back. It means man was the last part of creation, yet the first to be punished. So the Gemara says, so I understand that man was the last thing to be formed because he wasn't created until Erev Shabbos. But what does it mean that he was the first, ultimately again to be punished? Right? What does that mean he was the first to be punished? So the Gemara says, if we say ultimately again, it's because the person was the first entity, the first being to be cursed in the aftermath of the hate of the eating from the Eitz Das Dobarat. That's not true. The Gemara says, I'm sorry. Aha betchila niskala nachash, ulebasof niskala lechava, ulebasof niskala adam. It's not true. When it came to punishment, first the snake was cursed, then Chava was cursed, and in fact Adam is only cursed all the way at the end. Rather, when it says he was the first to be punished, it meant for the Mabul. That by the Mabul Hashem erased everything that was on the earth from man until animal. So man was the first thing to be punished by the Mabul. So also according to the opinion who says that the first human being was really able to say, if you could imagine, it's hard to imagine, if you could imagine that it was two beings essentially fused into one. One side man, one side woman, and then HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately again splits them off to be two independent beings. So according to the opinion, it says that's how this first human being looked. It makes sense. That's why it says the word Vayitzer, that Hashem fashioned Adam with two yuds. The two yuds really representing two different aspects of creation. And within that first human being, there are base tzuros, Rashi says. There are two beings in one. So this is incredible. A whole shas is worth for this next line. But according to the opinion who says that it was just an additional appendage that Adam was created with, and that appendage was then removed and built up into Chava. Why two yuds? Kidler Shim Ben Pazi. Oili mi yitzri, oili mi yotzri. Shem Pazi says, it will say, it is one mantra that captures the entirety of the struggle of life. Oili mi yitzri, woe to me because of my yetzer, because of my inclination, because of my wants, my desires, my proclivities. Oili mi yotzri. And woe to me because of my creator. I will say, we are locked in a constant struggle between the yetzer and the yotzer, between the inclination and the creator. My creator wants me to do one thing, and my yetzer wants me to do another thing. And if I make my yotzer, if I make my creator happy, then my yetzer is angry at me. And if I make my yetzer happy, then my yotzer is unhappy with me. I would say life is marked by this constant struggle between the yetzer and the yotzer. Look at Rashi. My yetzer makes me miserable if I try to fulfill the will of my creator. And woe to me for my creator if I fall prey or if I fulfill the will of my yetzer. I will say, isn't this incredible? Doesn't this sum up the entirety of the human condition? The double yuds are embedded in the very creation of Adam Harishon. Because from the moment that we are born is the moment the struggle begins. And it only ends when we take our last breath and leave this world. The struggle between the Yetzer and the Yotzer is the struggle of life. There was like one thing that says that there was a picture that literally again there was a full image of a woman and man in one body. This is what it means when it says Zachar Nekevam, that Hashem created us Zachar and Nekeva, male and female. But according to the opinion, it says there was an appendage that was then removed and built up into the Chava. So what does it mean to create them male and female? Look at Rabbi Rabbi Zachar Nekevam says on one hand that Hashem created them male and female. Also, so let's listen to this. The Tchila also Machshava, the Baros Shnayim. This is what it means to say is as follows. In the beginning, Hashem thought that, you know what, I will create two human beings simultaneously. I'll first create man, and I'll create man and woman together, right? Two separate beings simultaneously. But then Hashem decided to ultimately create them as one being. Whether that one being had two facades, two sides, or that one being had an extra appendage, let's say the idea of course and Hashkapit that who wanted to create for us is an incredible yesod and paradigm in marriage. This notion that husband and wife view themselves as one entity. The fact that Adam and Chava came from one body, it tells us that the yesod ultimately in the union between a man and woman is not two people coexisting, but rather it's two people. It's two people. Let's say to think about it. That's the right. That's the Torah frames marriage. Right? The they will become one entity. Why do husband and wife become one entity? Right? I ask you, get along as long as you coexist. No, because you'll say, what is all of marriage? All of marriage is striving to get back to that point of Adam and Chava before they were split. That's the essence of marriage. Getting back to what that original human being was. The Shmuel was creating a paradigm, where everything was created was a paradigm. Adam and Chava, husband and wife, as one entity, as one group. The Hayula Basar Echad, Mamish is Adam, is husband and wife, getting back to what marriage was supposed to be. It's an incredible. So according to the opinion, it says that it was a pirtzuf, another facade. That's why it says that after the Shmuel created Chava, he sealed off Adam's flesh. But if it was just an appendage, what does it mean when it says that he closed off the flesh underneath it? It means the Arab incision. Because Rabbi took a rib, means after he took the rib, he sealed off the wound. According to Rabbi says that it was an appendage. Arabic said Vayiven. That's why the pasuk says Vayiven, that Hashem built Chava. That lashon makes sense that there was a rib. He took a rib and he built the rest of Chava from that rib. So the Gemara says, "Oh, I know appeared of my Vayiven," but according to Rabbi, it says that it appeared of. There's a facade. What does it mean that he built it? The Chiddush of Shimon ben Asher. Notice this is how beautiful this is. The Darsh of Shimon ben Asher. Vayiven Hashem Elokim Asatzava. Hashem built the rib. So listen to how beautiful this is. Melami Shekila Kadosh Baruch Hu Lechava. Before Kadosh Baruch Hu brought Chava to Adam, what did he do? He braided her hair. He braided her hair. Ve'aviyah la'Adam Arishon. And then he brought her to Adam Arishon. She came to Krache Hayom Korin L'Kivilasa B'niyasa. Because in the distant land they call braiding building. So when it says that Hashem built her, it means he braided her. He wanted Chava to look beautiful when she first met Adam. So the Ribono Sha'olam braided her. Do you understand the imagery in that? What does it mean? She braided her hair. So, who normally braids the hair of a little girl? So the mother, maybe the father sometimes also. But the idea is how much love Hashem has for us. Because sometimes we look at the Baruch Hu as, Avinu Shabashamayim, the Melech Malchei Hamlochim, this great king who lives in the celestial sphere. What did the Baruch Hu do for this first woman? He braided her hair. Just like a loving father. The emotion loves us so much and cares for us and just wants to be with us and literally just wants to take care of us, just like a parent wants to take care of a child. So it's such an incredible imagery. Davar Achar, but even as one of him, Amra Christavar Amri Masisa Tanamalamed, Shabinach Lisfarku Lachav Lakibin. Both the other understandings to be in a more physiological sense. That a Kadosh Baruch Hu built Chava like a storehouse. What does this mean? Lachava Kibinyan Otzer on the days. Ma Otzer Zet Rachav Milamata. The Karta Milamala. Just like the storehouse is wider at the bottom and thinner at the top. Why? So the storehouse needs to store produce. So therefore the bottom is wider than the top. So it's the way Hakadosh Baruch Hu built woman, the way he structured woman, is that she is wider on the bottom and thinner at the top, so as to be able to conceive and to carry life. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Adam. This is how beautiful this is. That Hakadosh Baruch Hu brought Chava to Adam. It shows that Hakadosh Baruch Hu made all of the wedding arrangements for Adam. He was so what's that? Kiviyachol, the Ribono Sha'olam was Adam Arishon's best man. He was Arishon's best man. He brought Chava to the castle. Right? He took care of all the arrangements. He can. Legadosh Yases Shashlinos Lekafar. Va'al Yira. From here we see that the great sukkos in taking care of the wedding arrangements, even for someone who was at a lower station than you. The Baruch Hu took care of all the chasana arrangements for Adam Arishon. So from here you see if you have the ability to help someone out with their chasana, help them get married, help them have a beautiful celebration, even if they're quote unquote lower than you, it should not be something light in your eyes. According to your opinion, let's listen to this Gemara. According to your opinion, it says that Adam and Chava were two beings fused into one. One side Adam, one side Chava. Listen to this. Hey, Sagi Beresha. Who walked in front? An important child, right? Who was the front? Who was the back? It must be that the male side walked in front. Why? The both said why. A man should not walk behind a woman on the road, even if behind his own wife. Now what's the shot over here? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, the concern of walking behind a woman is a concern of pure avera, two pure thoughts. The man walks behind the woman, he may gaze at her. And again, now Rashi points out that it's interestingly enough that these concepts is Erva. It's interesting that he applies it to a married woman. Others actually understand this to be even in the context of a single woman. The idea is that a man should not do things that are going to bring him to an impure thought. Impure thoughts. So therefore, the Gemara, even one's own wife. First of all, not everybody knows who your wife is. That's number one. And number two, a person should just accustom himself to conduct himself in a moral fashion. So we'll say, isn't this incredible? So Rav Nachman says it must have been that the male side walked first, because for the female side to walk first, that would be kiviyachol, the male side would be walking behind her, and therefore again a man walking behind a woman by definition is a fundamental breach of tznius, a fundamental breach of morality. So the Gemara says, Nizdam lo ala gesher. What happens if a man is walking behind a woman on a bridge? We saw Kenel, it's doesn't. Ultimately, she tried to pass her. The idea being, so again, Chazal understood that one of the strongest drives we have is the drive for morality. One of the you see, it's Maisim B'chol Yom, that great people make terrible, terrible mistakes because of this desire, because of this taiva. So it might sound a little bit dramatic, because you can't walk behind a woman, your own wife. Chazal knew what they were talking about. And a lot of times when we think that we are not subject to the temptations that Chazal said we're subject to, is exactly those times that we get ourselves in an incredible amount of unnecessary trouble. So Chazal said, don't walk behind a woman. Don't walk behind a woman. It's not misogynistic. It's not because Chazal didn't like women. It's because Chazal understood how men work. And at the end of the day, something as seemingly innocuous as walking behind someone could spark your word, could spark lustful thoughts that could end up in a really bad place. Anyone who walks behind a woman in a river, someone say, what's happening in a river? Rashi says, because in a river, if a woman was crossing a river, she would often lift up her clothing in order that her clothing shouldn't get wet. So ultimately, again, if he's walking behind a woman crossing the river, he'll raise her clothing. A person like this has no portion in the world to come. That's a very dramatic statement. What is it? He has no. She has. So again, I will say, obviously, it's not literally saying that if you walk by a woman, it means that if this is the lifestyle you accustom yourself to, that you're not careful what you look at, and you're not careful with Shmiras Hainayim, and you're not careful where you are, that will lead you to do things which will deprive you of a portion in the world to come. And the act of walking behind the woman as she crosses the river is certainly not good, because that one act to deprive you of Olam Haba. No, I will say what Chazal is saying is like this: bad things, right? Sinful acts don't just appear from nowhere. They're often a culmination and the result of a series of smaller acts, smaller indiscretions that usually lead me to something much bigger. So if I'm not careful what I look at, if I'm not careful who I walk behind, at some point in time, unfortunately, that'll lead me down the road to the commission of a serious avera, which could deprive me of my olam haba. Gemara goes back and will say, so along the same thing, Tanrabanan. Hameratzem ma'os le'isham yado liyado, miyado liyado, o miyado liyado. Let's listen to this. If a person literally counts money, meaning a person engages in a financial transaction with a woman just in order to gaze upon her. So we'll say, so again, he's doing business, but again, he's doing something just with the intention because he wants to look at it. Now he's not doing anything else with her. He has the intention to gaze at her lustfully. After Moshe Rabbeinu shekiva Torah mehar Sinai. Let's say, do you hear this Gemara? So if a man goes in, he goes out of his way to intentionally look at a woman, even if he, and again, I'm using in a lustful fashion, even if he is as great as Moshe Rabbeinu, who received Torah from Har Sinai, he will not be saved from Gehenna. Same idea. Doesn't mean that this is sending you to Gehenna. No, what Chazal are teaching us, which I will say, is the little things we do. We'll say, what's wrong with gazing at a woman lustfully? Okay, so maybe it's okay, it could be it's a lot of daraisa. Is it a rayus? Is it we'll say, I'm just looking. Chazal understood things, a lifestyle that started, I'm just looking, usually ends up with something more severe. Life is all about creating a proper lifestyle that is conducive to Kedusha. Because so many times in your life, what you just try to figure out is, okay, it's simple. Is it mutter or is it asr? If it's not asr, then I'm going to do it. If it's right, so it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. A person has to structure a lifestyle of Kedusha. Because if my lifestyle is not filled with Kedusha, I'm going to end up in Gehenna. It's just the way that it is. It's not because God is angry. It's because if I don't structure the right kind of lifestyle, I'm going to end up in all the wrong places. Yad yad you're not doing your sugar. Manoach Amaretaya. Manoach, the father of Shimshon, wasn't Amaret. Shneimar, Vayakam Vayelech Manoach Hacharei Ishto. Manoach, so the pasuk says that Manoach walked behind his wife. The fact that Manoach walked behind his wife indicates that he was Amaret. Maslo Rakam Yitzchak on Neato. Rabbi Elkino Vayelech Elkino Hacharei Ishto. But it says that Elkino, the father of Shmuel, walked behind his wife Hannah. He's also Amaret. So Elkinami Gabi Elisha that says Vayakam Vayelech Hacharei. Yet the pasuk by Elisha also says that Elisha walked by the Isha Shunamis. They're also going to say Hakanami Elo Achari Devar Veitzasa. And they're both saying in those contexts what it means is that Elisha followed after the counsel of the Isha Shunamis, or that Elkanah followed the counsel of his wife Hannah. So the Gemara says Hakanami Achar Devar Veitzasa. So too by Noah, it need not mean that he actually walked behind her. Rather, it means that he followed her counsel on Mashu. And according to the beginning, it says that Manoach was really Amaretz. Filo Beirab, Namino Kala. The others, he didn't pay attention in Yeshiva when it started looking at Sid, Batakim Ritzah, Narosel, Bacher Kavna, Akare Hadmonim, Batilachna, Akare Haish, Olo Lefnei. So it's like in Pashas Chayisara. When Rivka's coming back to Yitzchak, what does the pasuk say? God as her meeting got up, went on the camels, and they followed the Ish, being Eliezer. They walked behind the Ish, and the Ish did not walk behind them. But they will finish with this. Amr Yochanan Achare Ari, Lo Achare Isha. Was there isn't how all this Gemara. It's better to walk behind the lion and not walk behind a woman. Which also means better to place yourself in physical danger than to place yourself in spiritual danger. Yet interesting, I should say, better to place yourself in physical danger than to place yourself in moral danger. But yet, better to place yourself in danger. But yet it is better. So we'll say, what are we concerned about? That if you walk behind the idol, you'll be pulled into idolatry. But better to walk behind an idol than to walk behind the shul at the time that they're davening. Because it will say to walk behind the shul at the time that they're davening and not to walk in looks like you're actively repudiating Avodas Hashem. So better to go ahead and walk behind the idol and run the risk of being pulled into idolatry. So we'll have to stop over here. It's beautiful. I got it for tomorrow as well. So I think tomorrow morning we're going to start at 5:45. We'll start. So we'll get a little bit of an overview head start on the dot. I'll put it down on the WhatsApp. Let's see. All right, so we'll say good morning. We have a beautiful, beautiful dot ahead of us today. The dot is science. We are kicking off on 17. We're kicking off on 10 silent days, 16 p.m. 2 dots. So the session 6 lines up. Well, that's the bottom. Sunday very much enjoy the shooting. Thank our sponsors, our co-sponsors, for Elo and People, and having memory of the father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, and Steve Bush. We can learn sponsors, Jack Bennett, and Leslie, Rakim, the guy, and Vermont members, Barry, and Rita Cooper, and I'm also so all of this will be like a great person. We got football, football, got Thomas Michael, Jeff Bennett, Stephen and Tommy Bennett, then we have Bob and I know you saw things moving Zachar, Dr. Moshe Kivan, on behalf of the whole Dr. Shabura, that you should each of the river before you. Let us begin. Beautiful, beautiful dance ahead of us. So we're picking up two dance on the days, Tes Zayin on the days 16. Let us begin. Darash of dance for Rabbi Shmuel. Yochid knows the most basic essentials. Never again. Topic of enough is if you go ahead and you are using these type of mechizas, which are less than ideal. Less than ideal mechizas. Either again, chesed poles, array poles, vertical, horizontal, whether it's castings that we spoke about molded mechizas, Chanel. Shimar says, so not number 12, but not said name of Rabbi Yochid for an individual knows the low base sasai. So also for an individual, the maximum space that you can close with these types of mechizas, these interior mechizas, is going to be an area of 2 base soft. Look at that. No spoon, 3 lines up in the bottom. No spoon, no base sasai. The mechizas is this type of mechizas. So remember, under normal circumstances, if you use regular mechizas in a closed area, there is no limit on the amount of area you can enclose. The discussion we are having is not going to use an interior type of mechizah. Therefore, Allah said the maximum area that you can close, so Nachman said name Rabbi Shmuel, is too soft, too big soft. So today, what if there are 2 people? No someone big sasai. So 1 person, 2 persons, 2 people still have the same exact maximum area of 2 sasai, 2 big soft. Gimel. Once you have 3 people, Na'asu Shayar. Those 3 people now become a caravan. And once you have a caravan, the no stimulant base sheish. And now a caravan should have 6 base of land. Says the Gemara, I understand Shashis Rabban about Abad Yossi Rayuda. The Gemara asks him of Nachman, how could it be that Allah you have left aside the position of the Rabban? Because the Rabban say that you can enclose as much area as you want. So how can it be that you left behind the position of the Rabban and taken up the position of Yossi Rayuda? Hadr of the Nachman Amor Ale. So there's a subsequent of Nachman in Kabul. This Nachman called Muslim. He Kabul this point. Darash, and he said, Barim Shamar Kulefechem Kaos B'Yad. That which I said to you before is in fact mistaken. Baram Kaf Amu, this is what Allah is. Yochid knows no base sasai. It's an individual to enclose an area with inferior mechizas. The maximum area he could enclose is 2 base of Shtayim knows no base sasai. Similarly again, 2 people are also limited to base sasai. But what happens? Shlosha Nasu Shayarav, the no still on also once you have 3 people become a caravan, and halacha l'maisa they can enclose as much space as they need, even with the use of interior. So this is the first view of the Rabban, half of these times. I don't understand that this part, which of the the safe Rabban. Are you then going to come with that? This first part of this reflects the view of Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yehuda, and the ending is going to be the Rabban. This is really last. Reish Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yehuda, so our Yochid basis as signing. The Rabban after the Yochid contract here. So this is what just happened up here. Nachman by Nachman, the name of Rabbi Shmuel, kind of adopted both positions. On one hand, when it came to 1 or 2 people, he took the position of Rabbi Yossi. He said that you are capped at enclosing an area of 2 bases off when using inferior mechizas. Yet, when it comes to Gimel, when it comes to 3 people who are now becoming Sayara, they can enclose as much as they want, like Sirabanan. So why would it be? Why would it be that the ratio of your husband Rabbi Yosef and the sake of the Rabbi was yes in you should deploy a more additional custom. You can actually you should because it literally again look at that Rabbi Yosef from Rabbi Yehuda getting those who are elevated sometime in the especially ultimately again most nobody that Rabbi Yehuda has the same and therefore again that's why Nachman chose to go ahead and so on. Therefore what Rav Nachman is coming out with is as follows. If it's one or two people enclosed in an area, they are limited to an area of 2 space saw. The same thing if it's 3 people, they become a shayara, they become a caravan, and they can use any maximum area they want, with even if they're however, listen, just has to tell you the halacha itself, it's not talking a little bit. It's actually quite interesting to see how we are mentally. We definitely made a distinction between that area between rules. With regular people, and what the Gemara is called those 2 rules. So Amarav, both of the Chamish Asurim, the Sheva Mukar. Most of that's the name of Rabbi. Sometimes you could have 3 people who enclose an area of 5 space saw, and yet they will be prohibited from carrying in that area. Yet the Sheva Mukar. Yet sometimes they will enclose an area of 7 base saw, and it will be Muslim. Sometimes 3 people can enclose an area of 5 base saw, and they can't use it. Sometimes it will be 7 days off, and they can't. What's this? Amrulay, they said to the people, Amarav Hachidi, Rabbi, this is what say. At first glance, it doesn't make all that much sense. It says, Amaru, who responded, Oraisa, Muhidi, Sidi, the Amarav Hachidi, swear by the Torah, by the Rabbi, by the Ksubim, and God says. Amarav, starts to say, my kasha, what's the big deal? Because they can remember. They couldn't imagine that Rabbi said this because at the end of the day it doesn't make all that much sense. So come on, Rabbi, we do my kasha, what's the big deal? Maybe this is what Rabbi really meant. Good for the shades, the Sheva, after the Sheva Mutarim. Let's say you have a group of people, and let's say what happened. They went ahead and they needed an area of 6 space saw. That's what they needed for their use on Shabbos. But they went ahead and they enclosed, again, I was with inferior mechitzos, they enclosed 7 base saw. So that will be mutter. That will be mutter. We'll say, why would that be mutter? The Gemara is making the assumption right now that maybe Rashi is as follows. As long as the area that you're using enclosed is necessary and is being used by the people occupying it, it's fine. As long as there are not 2 base saw which remain unused. So if you have a group of people who needed, let's say, 6 base saw for use on Shabbos, but instead they went ahead and they enclosed an area of 7 base saw. So there's 1 additional base saw that is unused. That's okay. That area will still work. However, the Gemara says to say, no, they keep the Shabbat, but if the group needed only 5 days off, but they enclosed an area of 7 days off, after the commission. Again, they will be asked to use even the first 5 wine, because there are 2 unused days off inside of those movies. Now the husband coming to watch for you based on time coverage. My law coming when the vice says that there can't be 2 days of that are unused. Open. Does that mean unused from people, or I should say totally or empty of people? No punning the kid. So that means empty from people. Okay, with Rabbi that is doing something fire safety. You must look like this. Halacha when I say, here's what the theories we have. If you're 1 or 2 people, the maximum area that you can go and enclose the interior of the just 2 lots is 2 base saw. If you're 3 people, you become a shayara caravan and you can enclose whatever area is necessary. What's the definition of necessary? What's the definition? So now what Rav is coming along and saying necessary is not just enough space for people like to sit, but we're assuming that if you're a caravan, if you're a group of people, you don't want to use space. If you're in the beaches, presumably you're traveling, you have stuff. So necessary means enough area for your stuff. But interestingly enough, it doesn't have to be exactly enough area for your stuff. As long as you do not have 2 base of unused area within your enclosure, so ultimately again your mosquitoes will work. But even if you have a shayara, but you have 2 base of unused area, the mosquitoes, the rows, these inferior mosquitoes will not work successfully. That's the question. We run the social is Echaman. Social is Echaman. Social, you step three people traveling together. And one of them died. Shnayim post and I'm going to say what happened here. Two people, and then the third one joins on. So what's here's happening over here? In both of these cases, we started Shabbos with one cohort, and the cohort changed over the course of Shabbos. So case number one, we started Shabbos with three people. That's the Shayara. What's the halacha with the Shayara in terms of the pizzas for those people doing the pizzas? You can impose what? As much as you need. As much as you need. And need being defined that as long as there are not two bases of unused space, your enclosure is good. So you start Shabbos with three, but then again, never someone died over Shabbos. Now you have two. Or you started Shabbos with two, and then a third one joins on Shabbos. So what's the answer? Halacha? The Gemara says, we're going to tell you, Rabbi Yitzchak has Amar Shabbos Goremes. The Chaz Amar Digu in garments, which is actually very interesting. So the Machloki Fatima and Rabbi Yitzchak. One of them said Shabbos Goremes. So what does that mean, Shabbos Goremes? Look at Rashi. Shabbos Goremes. Shlosh Unis Echad Mehem. Holy Otigo Remes. Shabbos Lahakir. Return at Matthew Vlad Yudah. Time before Yosef is a sign. Havadishnu Tosvalem. You're in Asuna Yudah. Sources to this. So the first one of them says Shabbos means the identity of this cohort, and I should say the identity of this enclosure, is determined at the onset of Shabbos. So, for example, if at the onset of Shabbos you have three people, you're a shayara, you're a caravan, you enclose an area of, 7 days stop, because that's the amount you need for the utensils brought by all these individuals. Even if someone dies over the course of Shabbos, that does not change the status of the cohort. Cohort identity is established at the onset of Shabbos, and that is the identity that remains, even if the cohort somehow changes. The second thing is no, the unit garment, that's not Shabbos doesn't go and concretize the identity of the cohort, but rather again, the identity of the cohort is determined by what? The makeup of the cohort. So if you start Shabbos with two, and then a third comes, then that's a Shayara. Or conversely, you start Shabbos with three and one dies, that's now individuals. And therefore, the permissibility of the enclosed area will absolutely change along with the circumstances of the inhabitants of the group. Look at actually just a moment. Here in Gari, Gimel Umeis Echad Mehen, the Batsi, you're Surim Ekipa Yosef is a sign. So what's the sign? So therefore, that means that's absolutely it's really fundamental focus, which does itself really actually seeing this come off in Shabbos. Does the onset of Shabbos solidify and concretize the identity of something, or is the identity fluid based on the circumstances governing the object, or in this case, the person? That's the fundamental focus. So this time got one of the other Shabbos. Also, the opinion is what it says. That Shabbos is no rest. But ultimately, at the end of the day, Shabbos is what solidifies and concretizes the identity of this group. And therefore, even should something change in the group, someone dies or someone joins, it doesn't change. Whatever the circumstances were at the onset of Shabbos, those are the circumstances that are embedded for the rest of the Shabbos. But Rafuna is the one who says that Shabbos is when Namaravo, Boy, Rafuna, Uboy, Rajuda, so for Ire, let's say, this piece of here, you may be able to do that. Actually, Ire, Jarab, Hapasa, are you based on zero to Pesach for name? So the piece of here, you have two courtyards, and there's an extra space between them. The Irbo, Jarab, Hapasa, and you may be able to join the two zeros through the doorway. Or how you based on New York, Pesach, your name. It will allow the Pesach. The action missed of the Shabbos should not take no apart. So say, here's the case. I joined two areas through an area. But ultimately, again, something happens, and the open that served to join the two areas is now closes up on Shabbos. So now, what's the halacha? He said, Shabbos. However, so again, and Rafuna said that Shabbos, once Shabbos permits something that permissive is good. So to see from here that it is Rafuna. In fact, who holds that halacha l'maisa, the identity of a particular thing is advertised and solidified at the onset. Meanwhile, Rafuna, Rabbi Yitzchak, and Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, so let's say that Rafuna and Rabbi Yitzchak had the same machlokes as Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda. This time, I will say the look at this machlokes. Usher, shenifritza mishteidu kosa. What happens if you have a usher which was breached on two sides? Different bias. Shenifritza mishteidu kosa. Or you have a home which is breached on two sides. Different mavui. Shenifla kolosa polakai. And a mavui whose lefty or whose Torah was taken away. So what happens over here? So the idea over here is that you had a chutzner, in this case a chutzner or a bayis or a mavui, which were properly adjusted at the onset of Shabbos. When Shabbos began, you could carry in this chutzner, you could carry in this home. The mavui had a lefty or a properly adjusted. Then what happens? Something changes over Shabbos. There's an additional breach of the wall of the chutzner, which technically speaking, the chutzner is now no longer enclosed. A breach in the home is no longer enclosed. The lefty of the chutzner is the mavui. So it's like, see what's happening? I started Shabbos one way, and when I started Shabbos, all of these areas were properly adjusted so as to allow for carrying inside of them. Something now changes over the course of Shabbos. Halacha l'maisa, how does that impact the areas? So the Gemara says, Shabbos, the says, you can carry in these areas for the duration of Shabbos, but halacha l'maisa, that only this Shabbos, the future Shabbos, you must properly readjust them again. Rabbi Yossi Omer in Mutarla also Shabbos, Mutarla also level. Rabbi Yossi says, if they are mutar for that Shabbos, then they are mutar for the future as well. I'm sorry, in mutar, don't read that again. Mutarla also Shabbos, Mutarla also level. Masrula also level, Asrula also Shabbos. Rabbi Yossi doesn't make any sense. If it's going to be usher for the future, it's usher now. And if it's going to be mutar for the future, it's mutar now. I was going to say, see what's happening over here? Rabbi Yehuda is in a peer that what's happening with it like this. Rabbi Yehuda is saying that halacha l'maisa, Shabbos koremes, the identity of a particular space is solidified and concretized at the onset of Shabbos. And even if something changes over the course of Shabbos, the identity of that makom does not change. Versus Rabbi Yossi, who is saying that no, we look at the Metzias, we have to look at the area. So let's just keep it simple. It's very nice that your mavui, that you had a Torah, or lefty, by your mavui at the onset of Shabbos, you permitted carrying inside of the mavui. If that lefty or Torah is gone, then that's it. There's no longer anything to see. What is there to talk about anymore? We're done. So also, you see what's happening over here? Let's go back. We're trying to link these two machlokes. So remember again, the machlokes we had beforehand. What happens if you start Shabbos with this? Keep it simple. You start Shabbos with 3 people. 3 people are a shayara, a caravan. A caravan is permitted to enclose how much area? As much as you need. Provided that there are not at least 2 bases upon each space. So we have Reuben, Shimon, and Levi, and Reuben dies over Shabbos. Now, what's the shayla? Now, let's say together they enclosed 7 bases saw. So that's 3 people that are allowed to do that. As 2 people, they will only be allowed 2 bases saw. So what's the status of the enclosed area over Shabbos? So Rav Huna is one who says Shabbos koremes. Nope. Once the identity of the cohort is established at the onset of Shabbos, and that's it. Versus Rabbi Yitzchak, who said that no, halacha l'maisa is the urine farming. So the Gemara wants to suggest, Lema, Rav Huna Rabbi Yehuda. So Rav Huna would say like Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Yitzchak would say like Rabbi Yossi. Rav Huna would say not necessarily. The truth is, my position can even go with Rabbi Yossi. Why is that? I've come from Rabbi Yossi as the lesson over the pizzas. In Rabbi Yossi's case, there are no pizzas. In Rabbi Yossi's case, what changed over here is the fundamental enclosure. Right? You have a chutzner that was breached. You have a mavui that the left ear quota was removed. So there's mechitzas missing. So you might say, okay, there's still mechitzas. But in my case, what changed? So the cohort does change, but the mechitzas remain the same. So Rabbi would say maybe the only time you say Shabbos Koremes is at least when the enclosure is the same, but the cohort changes. But if the enclosure changes, you can't ignore the reality that this area is no longer enclosed. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yitzchak would say, Rabbi Yitzchak would say the truth is my position. Even though when I use the household, I'm going to come and we got so the Yehuda says his position when there are people who dwell there, the residents remain the same. But in my case, the Yehuda says, well, let's say you started out with 3 and then 1 died, less than the Yehuda. Ultimately, again, there are not enough residents. So therefore, again, the Gemara just suggests that we try to pair off the Makotis of Rabuna and the Yitzchak with Rabbi Yehuda and the Yochid is not necessarily like that. The Chachamim Omer after Mishneh Dvarim. The Chachamim here will say that Halakha actually will say this is very interesting. The interesting Halakha Lamaisa in this is as follows. So first of all, in terms of a Yochid, so Yochid Yochid Shavas Bebekov. Heket Mechitos Dulos, below Shesi, below Ore below Shesi, Ashsa Sayim Mutra Kokobo. It's a sign that he left in the Muslim Bo, Ella Bedalim. The Hina Jin in Shnai. So we'll say, first of all, like really just like our Gemara. It says that you have an individual or 2 people who are using Mechitos Dulos, inferior partitions. So we're getting the inferior Mechitza, either you're using vertical poles, right, and again spacing them 3 fucking apart sectors rubber, or horizontal poles, 3 fucking apart sectors rubber. That's called a Mechitza Garua. You are capped at enclosing in the area of 2 base saw. I want to want to point out, although we told you yesterday that although the Gemara praises this, like in the context of someone who's traveling, a local advisor used to use the pieces to do anywhere you go. So let's say you live in there with no backyard, you want to enclose with no areas, you want to enclose your backyard, you can enclose your backyard with some pieces to do as long as a local advisor, you do not enclose more than 2 bases saw. Right? If you're 1 person or 2 people, that's what they can do. However, in a Gimel Yisraelim, Hashuv and Shah, there are 3 Jews, they have the status of a caravan, and Mutter with Kalka with Tula, people Harbe. Ubildad, Shalo Yakifu, Yosef, and Beit Sarkam, Shalo Yishar, Beit Sasayim, Kamu, Shikin, Zukin, Molokai. So it says, Allah says, really, the halacha follows that I have to ignore it. So 3 people are in caravans. Caravans are permitted to enclose as much area as they need. Need is defined by how much space you need for your stuff. So as long as there are not going to be 2 bases of unused area, you can go ahead and enclose as much as you want. So it's interesting enough. Halacha, you can enclose as much as you want. There's no limit, as long as the space that you are enclosing is utilized. Even if not all of it is utilized, as long as there's less than 2 bases of unutilized area, your enclosure works. Good. Fine. He gives a couple of other qualifications, and I love what I said. Another interesting. Okay, I almost said we'll leave that. There's actually another couple of interesting halachas here. Let's first do that. So the Gemara says as follows: Come when the Chum say after Mishneh Dvarim. Because remember again, the Chum said that the Chum said that halacha l'maisa that just to give you the context, the end of the mitzvah said. Come with the shin shall shasi v'arid in the mitzvah. Give you ideas for you. But if you say any mitzvah that is not shasi and vertical and horizontal, right? Crisscross. Ask that in the mitzvah. Any mitzvah is not shasi and mitzvah. The Chum say after Mishneh Dvarim. The Chum say no. Either one is okay, right? Whether you have an Erev made or a mitzvah made of shasi or a mitzvah may be okay. He says the Gemara highly kind of have. So I don't say if the Chum will say at the end of the Mishnah are pretty much saying the same thing as the Chum at the beginning of the Mishnah. So why do they have to restate their position? Oh, I spoil this little. I'm sorry. Most of the community between them is can an individual use a mechitza gerua when in an inhabited area? Tanakama Kamar Lo Gidu Bashar Ella Bahoba. Uli Olam Yakanani Mutter, Yakaduni Bashar, the Derek Lo Yishuv, Hold Yakalas, it's okay. So let's listen to this. The first opinion, Mishnah Tanakama, holds that halacha lemaisa, the license to use in the pizza gurua, you don't need to travel. You don't need to travel. There you're traveling, so obviously you're going to relax that up a little bit in the extenuating circumstances. If you're traveling, you can go ahead and use the pizza gurua. But if halacha lemaisa, you are being yishuv, you are in habitation, then halacha lemaisa, you are not going to go ahead and use the pizza gurua. Rabbi Basrai, I'm not sure if the Kamara, the Kamara, even the pizza, go with that for the Shava. I'm going to actually say the one, Osheti, or the pizza, Yakan Yakan Yakan, Ben Yakan, the second Rabbanon, the second, right, the second Rabbanon, the other stuff, all the Halakha Lamaisa, you can use a Mechitza Gerua even if you are in inhabited areas. Like I said, it's called the deal with it, because that's how he passed. That's how he passed. He passed like Rabbanon Basrai, the last thing he said in the Mishnah. Halakha Lamaisa, you can use a Mechitza Gerua, an inferior Mechitza, even if you are in inhabited area. It is not only a license to use such a Mechitza when traveling, but even in an inhabited area. Good, I will say you have a little bit of halakha lemaisa. Beautiful. Mishnah, we'll say this is a fascinating sugya. Our both Dvarim Patu Lamach. We'll say there are 4 things that Chazal said are not required when you have a Jewish army going out to war. That's the Machane. Jewish army going out to war, 4 things you don't have to do. Nevi'im Eitzim Mikamakum. You can go ahead and bring wood from anywhere you want. We'll say which is not that the soldiers don't have to be worried about theft. Not worried about theft. Again, we'll qualify this. They don't have to wash their hands. Now, which is the guy with something will have to see. They are also touching on dry. Let's remember again, deny is that was concerned with Ania Arets. Individuals ultimately, again, who are unlearned, who do not properly provide for their studies. And for halakha lemaisa, you have to kind that's called deny. So apparently soldiers do not have to be worried about deny. In order to soldiers have to make, well, see that she said, maybe an ilum katseros. They do not have to go ahead and worry about the areas in which they are. Let's say, incredible. And again, if you have a Jewish army that goes out, war ordered by a war waged for any other purpose, by territory, to repel an enemy. That's what comes to Shus. So the Gemara says, if you have a Jewish army going out to Shus, the term they get is they can go ahead and take dried wood. And the Yehuda and the Teva Omer, Afkonim B'Chomakom, is a Makom to never come back. This is what it says. They can also camp wherever they want. And wherever a soldier is killed, you can bury him right in that place. So we'll say, now another price that seems to go ahead and hold on this. So this price again, you're saying soldiers are permitted to take dry wood. I must understand, the reason dry wood versus moist wood, it's a bigger finish to say that you have to dry wood. Why? Dry wood obviously set aside for use. Like when you have dry wood, that becomes fuel, that becomes fire. Moist wood is really useless for any type of fuel or for any type of building. So the Kiddush over here is that even if the soldiers find dry wood, they can take it, they can requisition it. And furthermore, again, they can camp wherever they want, they can utilize personal property for the army to use. And ultimately, again, because we're assuming that the soldier is like a mason, well, he acquires the area where he's carried right now. Said to be our currently has what is mediation. I can't be a Yeshua. I don't understand. Once I did that, soldiers can go ahead and take dried wood. So that Yeshua ben Nun already instituted during the 14 years of the people's history, right? During the 14 years of conquest of Israel. Yomermar, a search on Yeshua. Yeshua made 10 conditions like 10 conditions when we went into Eretz Yisrael. And some of them were Marin Bakoshim, that you can allow your animals to graze in the forests of other people. So that's very interesting. That if I own forest land, sometimes people often don't harvest the stuff, don't cut down stuff in the forested land. So because of that, if I allow my animals to graze in the forested land, I'm not causing you any kind of harm. Right, so therefore, number one, our animals can graze in the covered forested areas. And ultimately, you can collect wood from their fields. So once you see that you're already instituted that workers can go out and take wood. Hassan, the hidden meaning. Once they feel sure instituted that they can take trees from bushes on this like low bushes. Talk about the shadows. So originally when you're sure instituted this, the soldier can essentially take of inferior trees or inferior growths. So the kind of the Mishnah is that soldiers can even take own trees. Inami Hassan and Bubaran Makabushi, when you also allowed the soldiers to take wood that was attached to the ground trees. But here the Mishnah allowed them to take even detached wood. Inami Hassan is the kind of Yeshua allowed them ultimately to take moist wood, which was not really set aside for anything just yet, versus the kind of Mishnah allowed them to go and take even dry wood, which is obviously set aside by the owner of the pretty amazing. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so the Yehuda said, soldiers can camp anywhere they want, and wherever they are told they are buried. Shutam, Meish Mitzvah. So you assume that a soldier killed in battle is a Meish Mitzvah, and a Meish Mitzvah is a Kalamakom. A Meish Mitzvah acquires his area. So what's the Kiddush over here? So by those things. So Tzricha, Afagav. And by the way, once you look at the last chapter of that 41 days, this is the kind of color. Echad Miyutana Shishim Yoshua. It's interesting enough, the idea that a mason is the kind of color. That if a person dies, and you make them defining this mission, is the moment a person dies, that they acquire the area where they die as their burial spot. That was one of the Sakharas that Yeshua said. What you see is something really incredible. What you see, the common feeling of the curse of Yeshua is as much as Eretz Yisrael, is divided up amongst the Shvat. And each Shevet has their own parcel. And therefore, again, there's definitely personal property in Eretz Yisrael. There's this underlying dynamic in Eretz Yisrael that is, we all own this land. We all own this land. Okay, let's say you think about it, although it didn't really work. Like, you think about the movement of like everyone living together, which is rooted in but like it's in the hashkafa that is beautiful. The actualization of it is probably problematic. But the base of this notion that although there's personal property in Eretz Yisrael, at the end of the day, every part of the land is shaykh to every single Jew. That's what Yeshua is trying to be master over here. So therefore, yeah, I can graze my land in your forest. I bet that's your forest. Okay, but you're not cutting it down. If you're logging the wood, that's something different. But assuming that you're just leaving it a forested area and it doesn't impact my animals graze there, that's going to be okay. Mitzvah Kalmakum, if someone dies on the earth of Eretz Yisrael, that they could be buried in the middle of my field. You know, if you were doing that. But the nice it shows the kind of level of connection that every Jew has to every little bit of space in Eretz Yisrael. It's quite dramatic. To which the Gemara says, I don't know what he's saying. If a soldier is killed, that he's buried where he is. He's a Meis Mitzvah. And a Meis Mitzvah Kalamakomo. Tzricha Afagav, our days, Afagav, the Eastern coast. Well, see, here's the difference. Even though the soldier who died has family. Don't say he has family, he could retrieve the body and bury the body elsewhere. This time, there is a Meis Mitzvah. Well, so what is a Meis Mitzvah? Kol she'en lo chutz. Well, see, a Meis Mitzvah is an individual who has no one buried. That's a Meis Mitzvah. Right, so basically, no one to help take care of the needs of the mace. So the quarterback here only knows that it's a Meis Mitzvah. But however, if you put out a call that Tony died, people will come and take the body and bury it. But of course, that's not a Meis Mitzvah, the Gemara says. So let's say, therefore, again, the Kiddush over here is as follows. When you have a soldier who dies in battle, the Gemara's sin, Mishnah saying is, he's coming to call you, bury him right where he died. why we're calling him a Mace Mitzvah, even though what? He's not really a Mace Mitzvah. Why is not really a Mace Mitzvah? Because halacha l'maisa, halacha is how you explain to your family. Halacha you have to understand. Halacha like this is also reflective of the Torah. So, which is that somebody dies in battle. What are you going to do with the body? What are you going to do with the body? There's no there's nothing. So what are you going to do? You're going to let the body sit until you go ahead and finish the war, come back home. Where's the battle being fought? Several also here from the Mishnah essentially says that we treat a soldier who dies in battle like a Mace Mitzvah, and that you can bury him ultimately wherever he dies. Even though in reality he does not conform to the true definition of Mace Mitzvah, which is someone who has no one to clean the body, no one to take care of the burial, no family. This soldier might have a very large family. Because of the realities of war, we treat them like a Mace Mitzvah. So you must say, Mace Mitzvah kind of come with that true, that a Mace Mitzvah acquires the spot where he died as his burial spot. So you must say, God, I'm also Mace Mitzvah, the Sracha. So let's say you go ahead and you find the corpse on a main road. The Faneo Yamin Asracha, all the small Asracha, so you don't bury him on the main road, wherever you can move to the right, you can move to the left. Sunday bar to stay here, we'll do to this. If ultimately, again, once you're living in this place, to bury him in, Sunday bar means also a field that was not plowed. A fallow field, or a field that was not plowed, or a plowed field, but on the Sunday bar. Bury him, so let's say he's burying him in a fallow field or in a plowed field, we bury him in a fallow field. Here, the Gemara says, Sunday near the sun is there. What happens if you have a plowed field and a planted field? The Panay on the Sunday near, you bury him in these plowed fields. How you stay and so let's say you see over here that when you have the place where you bury this mitzvah, you do so, you bury him in the place where you have the least impact on other individuals. So there's a difference between a fallow field and a plowed field, put it in a fallow field. The difference between a planted field and a plowed field, put it in a plowed field. What happens? How you stay in burrows. What happens if they're both plowed fields, both planted fields, or both fallow fields? You can put them wherever you want. So we'll say, so what is it? So again, this is what we just said. What did we just say? Mace Mitzvah. We'll say, what does Mace Mitzvah mean? What does it mean? Where do you bury him? Right where you find him. So I understand, by the way, in the case of where he dies on a main road, you can't put a grave on a main road simply because it will be an incredible stumbling block in that come. But here, the Bryce seems to indicate that you have some level of discretion as to where you put it, where you bury it. But if you see Mitzvah Konomakomo, then there should be no discretion. Wherever you find him is where you should bury him. We'll say, what are we talking about? We're talking about the mace that died in a way that his body was goes across, right? Goes across the width of the road. So his body actually, where he dies, actually goes across two different areas. With no summon. Technically speaking, you're right. Under normal circumstances, that love is basement of Karmakamo. So wherever he dies, that's going to be where his actual burial is going to be. Right? That's halacha. But in these types of situations where, let's say, the body straddles two areas, so then you're not going to bury the nation across two different areas. Once you're ready to move in, you can move into the place where it's going to be the least amount of impact. Let's say, for example, if he dies across the width, the body straddles a plowed field and a fallow field, you can put him in the fallow field. Once you're ready to move him, you can move him to an area that has the least impact upon the community. Incredible. We're supposed to come back from this, and therefore again, what you've seen so far is, although Yoshua is going to institute this, you can take them soldiers to take wood, either you're only allowed them to take moist wood, packed wood, and this is going to say you can even take dried out wood. And the finish of that is, when you have dried out wood, you might have to see people on fireplaces, they stack wood to dry it out. We'll say, so there, really, if I'm the owner of that wood, I cut it down, I'm drying it out, because I want to use it myself. That's what I'm doing. And yes, again, halacha l'maisa was saying that the time of Yeshua is the soldier to take that wood for their own use. That's number one. Number two, Even though a soldier may not normally satisfy the criteria of a real mitzvah, he may have a very large family, be happy to take care of his burial. Allah from when a soldier dies in battle, he requires that area that he died on as a burial spot. The only difference would be is if he dies in between two areas and you have to move the body anyway, move the body in a way that has the least amount of impact on the people. Yes. The pure mechitza today, they're patur, right? In the army, the soldiers are patur from the blessed day. What is that? All right, so Rabbi lo shalomai mishonis. Rabbi says, what are they patur from? They're patur from the Judas and then before they eat. Before they eat. They don't have to wash before they eat. Or my machronim chova. Incredible. So my machronim, they have to wash. My machronim is obligatory. Why is that? Amra Pia Bar Ashi Mishmei Ba Amru my machronim chova. Why is it that in general we said that my machronim ultimately is obligatory? If they shemel, my machronim referring to the small washing, the washing we do before breakfast and before that thing. If they shemelach domesli, shemsane sainai. There's no side. It was regarding sodomite salt. So melach domes, which apparently was very powerful, if a little bit gets into your eyes, it has to show them cause blindness. There was a concern that what would happen, and everybody always has salt on the table, right? You always have salt. Because again, salt halacha, you're supposed to have salt on the table because the table is something to stand. The pasuk says about cold carbon, cold package, it doesn't sit on top of carbon. Without salt, you always have salt on the table. Plus, of course, to make the pizza chametz more enjoyable, you have salt. So there's a concern that there be some of this melach stones that was mixed in with the salt, and halacha might actually cause blindness. So he goes from Rabbi and Mishnah, he cursed the Bukula. So, and Rabbi said, even in a whole pour is a very large number. In a whole pour of regular salt, you can find a little bit, just a kernel, of salamite salt, and that's enough to cause wine. See, melech stones in a very small amount could be kind of leached. So Chazal said, soldier, you're waging battle, you don't have to run a time before you eat, but you must wash my machronim because this is a din of sakon. This is a din in danger. What happens if one is weighing salt? Let's say one's not eating, but they're weighing out salt. You have to wash my machronim if you're weighing out salt. On a lay, if you're weighing salt, you also have to wash your hands after you finish. And both sides. Again, we just don't talk about salt in the context of a meal. But if you happen to be a salt merchant and you spend your day measuring out salt, you must absolutely wash after you finish your day. Or you have to end up putting some melach stones in your eyes. We'll take a look at that in Tosis in just a moment. But if you do my machronim chova, listen here, the Gemara is a very strong statement. The my machronim is obligatory. Says Tosis, but one side will say it's a problem. My machronim is obligatory. Why don't many people do my machronim today? Achshov, the Tosis says, Achtat Tosis, he's saying on the base, Achshov, Monogo my machronim, the ein melach stones matzui beinenu. You know, say, so again, Tosis says, the reason why many people don't do my machronim today is because melach stones is not really found amongst us. Inami, the teaching under the beginning of Kabbalah Tosim, and melach achat. What's the other possibility is that, remember, when they used to eat, they often with their hands. And salt, really, salt, not like a salt shaker, like we have today. You're a salt dish, and you dip your food into salt. So therefore, again, the concern about actually having salt on your fingers and going ahead and putting it in your eyes is much more acute. So Moses gives two answers as to why that many people don't do my machronim today. Either because A, we don't really have melach stones, or B, just our eating habits have changed. I will say the reason why many people still do my machronim today is because there's another reason for my machronim, which is Nikios. The idea is just to clean your hands. Should there be any schmutz, to clean your hands before Birkas Hamazon as a demonstration of coveted Birkas Hamazon. So therefore, even if there's no melech stones, there's still a very strong argument to be made for usage of my machronim today. Good, more of like this. We'll read Demai, and we'll say, Allah, the soldiers permitted to use Demai. The Sanya, Masir, Sanya, Demai. The Mishnah said you can go ahead and give 4 people. Well, first, Sanya will say in this context, doesn't mean visitors, it means soldiers who are quartered, right? So if you are housing soldiers, you are feeding soldiers, you can give them Demai. Sharon says you can't feed them Demai, but they still over Machina Sanim Demai, Shasat Sanim. So some of we pass the leg, and Allah you have so much of the ability to know. It doesn't make sense. The whole institutional that kind of denied is Jirabanon. And if a concern that maybe a male Arab didn't properly died, rabbis suspend that in times of war. Umila Ari, they don't have to make it Erev Hatzeros. About a Rubik Kumin Hayabis. They must make an Rubik Kumin. They don't have to enclose the area in which they are camping, like which the encampment is, but they must absolutely make it Erev if they need to extend their home. So the Gemara says, the Tanya Rabbi, looking out a Rubik Kumin Bakora, the Rabbi said, Erev Kumin Doraisa. Erev Chatzeros is the Rabbanon. So therefore the Rabbanon lifted their halachas, lifted their requirements in a time of war. But Erev Kumin is Doraisa. And Rabbi Chia looking at a Rubik Kumin Bakora, ask Rabbi Yonasan, if you looking at Sheba'al, 1 second, we'll say the love of Kumin is a great Seifish Kumin B'Yonah Shabbos. That's a person shall not leave the Samsal, which is the dwelling area, over the course of Shabbos. So the person believe give Malchus for a lamb that starts with Al, Maskir and Akaba Yaakov, Elohim Akim Sid, Al Tifnu Ela Obos Vel, you don't have time to go lucky, or that causes that you should not turn to the necromancers. Don't turn to the sorcerer, don't forget Al, and yet if you go at the saying, maybe only give Malchus for a lot that starts with Low, not with Al, but that's not true. Here it says you should not consult with people who deal with sorcery, consulting the dead, and you get Malchus if you do it. How can I be so lucky? You think you don't get Malchus there? This is what I'm going to say. Lav Shenitam as Harsh Mishan Bezdin. The call Lav Shenitam as Harsh Mishan Bezdin in Local. Mostly watch this very quickly. The Gemara says, I would have thought you don't get Malchus for this Al Yetzi issue coming on Shabbos. Why? Because the Gemara is assuming that Lav of Al Yetzi issue coming on Shabbos, not leave his domicile, is also the Lav that prohibits Mutzah, carrying item from one domain to another. And I will say, you carry item from one domain to another, and you get hasla, you get more than there are witnesses, this which means that Lav also serves as the Lav to ultimately warn me about that at the hands of the human court. And the general halacha is that once a Lav serves to go ahead and serve as a warning for a death penalty, it can also be used to administer malchus. So says the Gemara, Rashi makes Sibayotzi a Yetzi. So the Gemara says, essentially says, no. This Lav ultimately, again, does not teach us about himself. It does when we learn that elsewhere. Rather, this Lav simply teaches us about Kum. It tells us that Kum is when we're sitting over our Dara. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, when the Mishnah said that the soldiers are coming with Eruv, which Eruv we're talking about, Eruv Hatzeros. They don't have to enclose the area in which they are camped in order to carry, but Allah they would still be obligated to the Kumin. If they need to go past the 2,000 amas, they would need to go and make their own Eruv Kumin, which Gemara says because Eruv Kumin is the Islam. Hadrin Allah Mavoy was a Shvaya Mazutov, if you've already retired. Okay, so today's daf is daf Tes Zion, and we left off 7 lines from the bottom. So the topic that we were discussing is the question of if you have we've been talking about Omen Merubal apart, the part Merubal Omen, if you have more standing than open or more open than standing, and the particular question we're dealing with now is part Omen. What happens if if they're exactly even? The physical barriers are equal in size and space to the open areas. So what's the halacha there? We know that if it's part is Merubal Omen, if there's more open than it's puzzle, and if it's more Omen, more closed than open, it's kosher. But what if it's exactly even? And we said, our Papa said it's fine, that's a valid mechitza, and Rabbi Yeshua said it's not. Okay, and so now we're going back and forth with some proofs here. Says the Gemara, 7 lines up in the bottom. Tashma, Amakaras to Koso B'Shifudin Baruchas Hamita. So if someone covers his sukkah, where he just sukkah on sukkahs, talking about that he covers it with Shifudin are like spits, or Aruchas Hamita are the posts of a bed. And the problem with those are that there's something that's Makabal Tumah. So we know that a Keli that's capable of being Makabal Tumah is not eligible for Skach. So it says the Gemara, what's the halacha? So in Yesh Rabbi Beinan Kemoson, if there's enough open space between these invalid Kalim, between these bedposts, for example, so we say if there's enough open space, and in that open space, in that open space you put kosher Skach, then it's going to be Cherach. So that seems to be supporting. Because obviously the skach of a sukkah can, the halachas imply similar to a mechitza. It's a question of when do you see things as tossing it. In this case, instead of the open space, it's invalid skach. So we see that as long as there's enough equal space to put kosher skach as there is for the puzzle skach, it seems kosher, so that should tell us that the halacha like Rav, that parat's kalmid, if it's even, then it's okay. Gemara says no. This is the answer we're going to rely on a number of times here. What are we talking about here? That what it's saying is when it says even, it doesn't really mean even. It means if you have these bedposts, let's say, and then there's enough space that you can put an equivalent number of bedposts easily, where you can put it in and take it out. Right? But if you could do it easily, then that means that the open space that easily allows you to put an equal number is going to be a little bit bigger. Because if it was exact, it would be very tight. You'd have to squeeze it in. And for the fact that you don't, you can put it in easily, that's what it means by even, as Rashi says, and that makes sense because that is, he says, "Ain't derech with something makat." Rashi assumes, and we're going to see the question in the Gemara in a minute, but that's not how people work. In other words, we don't generally get the exact same thing. When it says even, it means that you're able to put it in relatively easily. But if you're able to put it in easily, it means that actually the open space is a little more than the puzzle skach. So therefore, that answers the Gemara. This is not a true case of paras ka'omei, where the standing is equal to the open, or in this case, the puzzle skach is equal to the kosher skach. The truth is, the kosher skach, because it's able to go in easily between the spits, is actually a little bit more than the puzzle skach, and so then you have a case of Omed Merubal Aparat, which is not a chiddush. So we're saying it's not a raya one way or another to this machlokas with Rav Papa. I asked the Gemara, but I have something. But wait a second. The Rashi, that's not the way to do it. It wasn't in derech with something because that's not how people do it. So it made sense to say that it's nechnas liyotzek. But the Gemara asked, but wait a second. The truth is, you could exactly do it. You could make the exact space that you have with these bedposts. You could put kosher skach, and Rashi says the kasha seems to be that it would appear if you can do that. So then we don't say in derech makat that it's not the way to do it exact. So it would seem that if the Gemara is asking if you can in fact precisely measure and have an equal amount of skach kosher to the shikutin, we're capable of doing that, and therefore we should do that. Which the Gemara says, Rabbi says, I disagree with the premise of your question. It doesn't matter whether people can or can't make an exact judgment. The reality is that when the Gemara says you have shikudim and you put an equal number, equal amount of schach, it means equal amount of schach that you can put in relatively easily, which means the schach portion is slightly larger than the bedpost portion, and therefore it's not relevant to the question of Paras Gomer. Rava says a different answer about why the schach is kosher, even if you have the exact, even if the open space is that's not occupied by bedposts is exactly the same as the space that is occupied by bedposts. But at the end of the day, there's going to be a lot more schach here because Rava says in Haya Nisunim Arev Nosno Shasi Nosno Arev. So what Rava is saying is when you're going to place the schach down, you're gonna have in other words, the schach has to rest on something. So as Rashi points out, it's going to rest on the Amr Avami Masnisim B'Loi Simson of Mother. I'm sorry. That's he says even if the open space is not larger than the closed space, because schach kasher tzvei. There's more schach kasher than there are bedposts. Why? The kiva the nasno aretz, because if the schach, let's say, is going this way, and I'm sorry, the bedposts are going this way, and the schach is going that way. How is it going to enter? If the bedposts are going this way, how is the schach going to go that way? Only if it rests on top of each of the spits, each of these bedposts. So therefore, you're going to have a scenario where even if the bedposts are exactly even to the open space, but the schach not only covers the open space, the schach has to rest on top of the shikudim in order to be suspended. So therefore, you're ending up with a scenario where while the spaces are even, there is substantially more schach than there is shikudim. So that's a different answer. So the first answer is saying, no, there's actually more open space with schach, and that's why it's kosher. And the second one is saying, even if it's equal space, but in this case, there's more actual schach. Forget the space, and therefore it's considered a kosher cook-up. But either way, it doesn't relate to this question that we're dealing with as far as it says the Gemara Tashma. If you had a caravan that was resting in a valley, we said this yesterday, that it's therefore it's a Carmelist, and they can't carry in a Carmelist. So what do they want to do? They want to establish a rudimentary Erev. They keep up with the Malin, so they surround themselves. This is similar to what we learned in the Mishnah. They surround themselves with with various things in order to make a machita. So they surround themselves with Malin, with donkeys, with saddles, Bitin, Rashi says that's a pillow that goes underneath the camel. Shlifin is matsuos. These are things you carry or bundles. Kanim, you have branches. Kochos, Rashi says those are the stalks of vegetables. So kind of whatever you got there, you kind of put it up to create this wall. The halacha is metaltal, but hopefully carry in it. As long as between each camel there is not a space equal to another camel. And between each saddle, you can't have the size of a saddle. Between each pillow, you cannot have something the size of a pillow. So the question is, it seems very clear that if you were to have a camel, and then you have the space that's equal to a camel, it would be puzzle. It's not a good machita for purposes of Shabbos. So that seems to be like we're going to bring Rabbi Yeshua. Which the Gemara answer is, no, when it says you can't have the space for a camel next to a camel, it means you can't have space where a camel could easily go in, which would be the Rabbi, where it would be the Madif, where we're talking about the fact that it can easily go in. If it can easily go in, then it means you have to be careful that you don't have a scenario where the opening that another camel could go is slightly larger than the space occupied by your current camel that's creating the pizza. But if in fact it would be exactly even, it would be okay. Says the Gemara, Tashma, 5 lines down on Tazayin Amid Aleph. So this is a halacha that we learn as conception and this is talking about the fact that we talked about this a little bit ago. The idea that Kloyin, you can't plant different kinds of seeds together, and you can't plant Kloyakar, and you can't plant grain, let's say, in a vineyard. But the halacha is there needs to be a certain amount of distance according to these halachas. About how much distance and working area, but what happens if you have a wall? So the halacha is if you have a wall there, you can go right up to the wall, and it's not considered quiet. And one of the chidushim of the fact that the Torah looks at it, if the Torah says the machita is a wall, then it's a wall no matter what, and therefore we're going to see later cases, and we've dealt with before, cases where it doesn't seem like a traditional wall, it's a halachic wall, but nonetheless it enables you to plant right up against this machitza. So we're going to deal with a series of cases about machitza. So says the Tosefta, we find that there are three measurements or three measurements that we have to make by machitza. So the first one is as follows. All of these should hopefully be familiar concepts to us at this point. Anytime that you have the open space is less than, where the filled space, the omed, the actual physical things that comprise your machitza are less than 3. So then, then you need to just make sure that the spaces between them are not greater than 3. That so that a little goat can't go in head first, meaning to go through. So basically, what is this saying? This is saying if your mechitza, your standing part, is less than gimel tefachim, no matter what size, it could be one tefach, it could be a half a tefach. If your standing space is less than 3 tefachim, so then you have to make sure that between each of those, you don't have any more than 3 tefachim. Why? Because if you have a half a tefach here, and then you have 2.5 tefachim will open, and a half a tefach of standing, you're fine. Even though you, in that scenario I just mentioned, you have 2.5 of open, and you have half plus half of closed, which is 1 tefach closed, but it's fine because you have lavud. So lavud works. So we treat it literally as if it's closed. So we don't count parrots. We don't count it as parrots if you're using lavud to close it. So it's basically saying, if you have omed that's less than 3, you need to just make sure that you can apply lavud. Up to 3, you're fine, even if the amudim are very thin. But as long as it's within 3 of the one next to it, so we say lavud. Continues the stuff. So koshu gimel. Anytime you have an omed, you have your mechitza that is 3 tefachim, umi gimel adalit, and anywhere up to 4, but not including 4, as Rashi says, that's why I have a file, that is anywhere from 3 to just under 4. So then we have to say as follows: you have to make sure that there isn't between your boards that range between 3 and just under 4 cannot have open space that's equivalent to it. So that it shouldn't appear like so you shouldn't have an equivalent amount of open space as you do closed space. Now obviously this is going to be the critical point initially in the Brisa. The Gemara is going to say, it seems to be saying that paritz k'omed does not work, because it says you have to make sure you don't have paritz k'omed. So we'll address that, but continues with Tosefta. Because if you would have paritz merubal omed, then af keneged omed aser, then what would happen? That once you have more paritz than omed, the whole mechitza is no good, right? So therefore, and that would therefore it would not close up. It would not close up the. It wouldn't consider them shafim, and therefore we would not have a valid mechitza here. Now, when it says af keneged omed aser, well, that'll make more sense in a second. So it continues this stuff. Once you reach dalet tefachim, from dalet tefachim all the way up to 10 amas, you have to make sure that you don't have open space that's equivalent to your closed space. So you don't have equivalent amount of open space and closed space. Again, seemingly saying like Rabbi that part of is no good. Continues the entire part of what would happen if in fact you had part of That's a problem, as we just said, because it would seem to be saying part of is a problem. So then the halakha would be as follows: keneged omed mutter, keneged a paritz aser. That opposite the omed it's mutter, and opposite the paritz is aser. So what this is saying is how this case is different than the case before it. Is in this case you have pieces of wall that are greater than 4 tefachim, 4 tefachim or more. Now 4 tefachim or more is already a substantial mechitza. So therefore, meaning it's a sufficient size that we're going to look at it not have, in other words, because we have parts homemade, and we'll see exactly what that means, but because we have at least the equal amount of open space as we have closed space, so therefore this entire thing is not considered a mechitza that you could carry in, or in this case, plant koyim everywhere. If you have more homemade than parrots, then we look at the entire mechitza as closed, you can plant everywhere. But in this case, we have parrots homemade, where we have the again, what we think is an equivalent amount of open space and closed space, and that's no good. So therefore, where can you plant koyim? Up to in front of the pieces that are 4 tefachim or greater, because those pieces themselves are meaningful, and therefore they constitute a mechitza. But they cannot combine with the others to allow you to plant across from the open space. So now the what we said before makes more sense. If we're dealing with pieces that are from 3 tefachim to just under 4, if you have more or seemingly equivalent parrots to omeid, then the halacha is nothing here is good. You cannot plant koyim anywhere because there's parrots equal to a merubal omeid, and therefore it's not a valid mechitza that's surrounding this area. And the actual pieces that are omeid independently do not qualify as a mechitza because they're less than 4 tefachim. So you can't plant anywhere. In the third scenario of the Brisa, it's saying if your pieces are 4 tefachim or greater, which are meaningful sized pieces, so if parrot is equal to a merubal omeid, so then we're not going to look at the entire wall as if the open parts are closed, so we're not going to treat the entire thing as a mechitza, including the open spots, but we will treat the individual boards that are 4 tefachim or greater because they constitute a mechitza on their own. So therefore, you'll have this scenario where you can plant up to the wall over here, then you're going to have to not plant up to the wall because there's open space, then you can again. Okay, continues the Tosefta. If your standing part is greater than your open part, this is what we just said. And Rashi points out this is a general rule. This is not going on that last case. So it's saying, in general, as I just said, if you're going to say, if you have omen merubal aparet, that makes it a mechitza. So then even though, let's just take this wall that you're trying to plant, it looks like closed, open, closed, open, closed, open. You can plant 2 even in front of the open part. Why? Because as long as it's open merubal aparet, that's a valid mechitza. Once it's a valid mechitza, you can plant up to it. Continues the Brisa. Let's say you do have omen merubal aparet, so you have enough standing things, but one of the openings is 10 amas or more, usher, then it becomes usher again. Rashi learns that the whole thing becomes usher, but you see the Mishar Shas brings in okay, brings it close to Yishanim that says no, only the parts that are open, that are not connected to mechitzas, but whatever. The point is, continues the Tosefta. We actually dealt with this case a little bit ago. We learned it on your Aleph and Beis that if you had these poles, the kranim just means that they come to a point, so you can stick these posts into the ground relatively easy. So you put in these posts. You put a vine that's a twisted vine on top, right? So basically, we talked about this in Yud that creates a Tzuras HaPesach. So if you have, because what do you have? You have 2 poles, and you have a vine going across the top. So that's a Tzuras HaPesach. So then even more than 10 is mutter. To us, that's not a tremendous goodness because we've learned that in our Mishnah, although there was an opinion that said not to learn the Mishnah the other way, but the way we learned the Mishnah was a Tzuras HaPesach helps for greater than 10 amas. So that works for koyim for sure. We talked about the fact whether it works for Shabbos, but the way our Mishnah, the way the Gersa we have in our Mishnah, that even for Shabbos it works, that as long as you have a Tzuras HaPesach, that is considered a closed mechitza even greater than 10 amas, and therefore you would be able to plant in this scenario all the way up to the wall, including the open area where the Tzuras HaPesach is, because the Tzuras HaPesach is considered a halachic mechitza. This is the case I was telling you before. If you have a very large opening here and you only have 2 small poles, nonetheless, we're treating that you can plant right up to the edge, and even though the plantings will come very close to each other, because since halachically there's a mechitza, we treat that for purposes of koyim as being 2 separate fields. Okay, so that's the conclusion of the Tosefta. Now we're going to analyze. Okay, so says the Gemara, Tani Mihas Reisha, we learned this is actually the second case. The first case was talking about be careful if you have less than 3 tefachim pieces to not have more than 3 tefachim because then you can apply lava. The second case says migimel via dalit, if from 3 tefachim up to just under dalit, it says as long as between these pieces that are between 3 tefachim and just under 4 tefachim, as long as you don't have between them open space that's equal to them, so then it's going to be something where we said that that's considered a valid mechitza, and you'll be able to plant up to it. So ask the Gemara, that means the spiritual papa, because it's saying that if you have equivalent open space to the standing space where lava doesn't apply, because we're talking where obviously the equivalent space of boards that are 3 or greater up to just under 4 means the space is going to be greater, 3 or greater. Therefore, lava doesn't apply, but omen mubal parts would apply. And here the Gemara the subject seems to be saying that if it's even, it's no good. So that's a tiyopis or a papa. So everyone, I hope, can guess the answer. I'm going to look for a papa. A papa will say to you, mind me, rule. What does it mean when it says equivalent open space to the board you have? That means nefesh yotzi, where it goes in and out easily, which means that the open space is actually a little bit bigger than the closed space. And if the open space is a little bit bigger than the closed space, then technically we're dealing with a case where it's parts merubal omed, where the open part is greater than the closed part, and then everyone knows that parts merubal omed is not a valid mechitza. Now continues the Gemara. We're going to turn it upside down on its head. We thought this was a kasha and a kappa, but now we're going to say that actually this explanation we just made, that when it says the merua means nefesh yotze, where it's a little bit bigger, actually makes sense. Hachnami mistav, it also makes sense. So let me just tell it to you outside, and then we'll see how the Gemara phrases it. But basically, if you look at the case, this is the about 8 lines down. We learned it. Oshu gimel v'adalit, anything from 3 to under 4. Sarah shelo yehi ben zel. You have to make sure it doesn't have equal amount of open space. Today shelo yehi paras kolmate, so it shouldn't be paras kolmate, right? So that seems to be saying, not like Rav Papa, although we just answered Rav Papa's nefesh yotzi, but then continues the Tosefta and says the imhaya paras merubal omed. But because if the paras would be more than the omed, then after I get an omed also, then even because these are non-4 tefachim pieces, then even against the omed it would be also, you can't plant anywhere. But if you notice, it says if the paras is more than the omed, so the implication would be that when is it a problem? When the paras is greater than the omed. The implication would be that if it's even, then it would be okay. So basically, what the Gemara is going to find here is it actually makes sense that to say, like Rav Papa said, that the first part where it says if it's even, it's a problem. It's talking about nefesh yotzi, because otherwise, within the very statement of the brisa, we have an inconsistency. On the one hand, it says even is a problem. On the other hand, it says if the paras is more than the omed, it's a problem, which seems to imply that if it would be even, it would be okay. So it says the Gemara, it actually makes sense how Rav Papa is answering. It's funny because we learned imhaya paras merubal omed, because after we finished saying even is a problem, we then said, and if the paras is more than the omed, af can I get omed also, then you can't plant anywhere against this wall, even against the standing portions, so they're not 4 tefachim. The implication would be haka omed mutter. That would seem to imply that if it's omed, it's mutter. So Shmamina, we in fact learned from there that it makes sense what we're saying with Rav Papa, because now the way we're explaining the brisa is as follows. It says that if you have pieces, standing pieces, that are from gimel tefachim to just under 4 tefachim, so the halakha is as follows. Make sure you don't have miluo, that you don't have open that is equal to it. But what does that equal mean? It means nefesh yotze. It means actually slightly more, not exactly equal. So therefore, make sure you don't have slightly more open space than closed space, and then continue the brisa, because if you were to have paras merubal omed, you were to have slightly more open space than closed space, then the entire area would be usher, both in the open area as well as across in the closed area, because those closed areas are less than 4 tefachim. So it's saying it makes sense to explain it like Rav Papa, that the beginning of this second scenario was talking about where it wasn't exactly even, but the open was slightly more, because otherwise, within this very statement, we have an inconsistency, because the beginning seems to say even is a a problem, whereas the end of the same statement seems to be saying, when is it a problem? Only if Paris is greater than Omid. But if Omid and Paris will be equal, it's not a problem. So therefore, the way Rav explains it is great, because in the beginning, when we say even is a problem, doesn't mean really even. It means if you have slightly more open space than closed space, that's a problem, as the Tosafta continues to say, because more open than closed would mean you wouldn't be able to plant anywhere here. So the Gemara says, good point. This, in fact, implies that Papa's answer is a good answer. So now, once we have the brisa that seems to have an internal inconsistency, and that internal inconsistency is best explained like what Papa did. We're saying, what does it mean when it's even? It means slightly more open space. So now let's turn it upside down and say, well, now this brisa, once it's been explained by Rav Papa, seems to support Rav Papa, and we said that the internal logic of it seems to support Rav Papa. So let's say that this Tosafta is a kasha on Rav Yeshua, who says that even is a problem, and we're saying here that even is a problem only if even means a little bit more open. So Rav Yeshua will tell you, he says, what, you think this Tosafta is so good for you? Well, it's Hameis, according to you. Ema Seifel, let's look at the end of the Tosafta, or the part, actually, the first thing that said after the three cases, which said, in Haya Omid Maruba Aparetz, that if you have a scenario, this is a general Mechitza halacha, that if Omid, if the standing part is greater than the open part, Av Keneged Aparetz Mutter. So then the entire wall, we said, is a mechitza, even the open parts, because you have omen merubal aparetz. But that's saying that when do we look at this as a valid mechitza? Only if the standing portion is greater than the open portion. Hakkat parets, but it would be even. The implication is usher. That the implication would be that doesn't work, and that's like Rahuna Brezer Yeshua. So therefore, Rahuna Brezer Yeshua is answering. You're telling me from the second case there was cases 1, 2, 3. Then there was then the set out a few rules. So you're telling me Rav Papa would say that case number 2 supports me. Rahuna Brezer Yeshua is saying, but that's okay because rule number 1 that comes after the 3 cases supports me. So says the Gemara, Seifa Kashla Rav Papa, that the Seifa. That the first rule, the first of the 3 rules is the Kasha Papa, Reisha Kasha Rahuna Brezer Yeshua, and the Reisha, meaning the second case of the 3 cases, is the Kasha Rahuna Brezer Yeshua. So therefore, Rahuna Brezer Yeshua says, don't be so fast to give this Tosefta as a Kasha on me. I can point out no part of the Kasha on you. So the Gemara can answer it up either way, and it's really the same answer, but just going in different directions. So it says the Gemara, last thin line. On Tef Zayin Nominal. So the fact that at the end that it said that if it's Omid Merubal Aparetz, that it's mutter, even Keneged Aparetz, and that implies even as a problem, he says that's not precise. I need to consider Aparetz Merubal Omid, since we heard Merubal Omid because that was his explanation of the case. When we said if it's even, it's a problem meant if it's slightly more. So therefore, he needs the ratio to say the case we're talking about is Parts Merubal Omed. So once he used that language, Parts Merubal Omed, so then on the Seifa, when we were learning the Seifa, we said Omed Merubal Aparetz, but really what it meant is whether it's Omed Merubal Aparetz or even Omed Tip Paretz, either way, it's going to be okay. So the couple would tell you that the ratio was precise, the one that supported him, and the Seifa, the first of the 3 rules, was phrased a little imprecisely because we wanted to have a symmetry in the language used between. Now, this we've encountered many times. The reason why Bryce says the Seftas might have a slight imprecision just to match the symmetry is because they used to do this. Everything was hard about that, so they had to give mechanisms to remember it well. Okay, so basically, Rav Papa says the Reisha is Dafka, the one that supports me, and the Seifa was a little loose with his language just to keep stylistic symmetry. Reisha, so we say now Reisha L'Rahuna Brezer Yeshua L'Kasha. Now, what about the fact that the Reisha, meaning the second of the 3 cases, seems to support Rav Papa and go against the L'Rahuna Brezer Yeshua? Since that's not a problem, the Reisha is not a problem. I need to buy limits in the Seifa. Since we wanted to learn the rule in the Seifa, and the Seifa was telling us that Omen Murubal Aparetz is mutter against the entire wall because it's a valid mechitza. So since the Seifa was correct, and we wanted to learn Omed Meruba al Paris. So therefore, Tana Reisha, in the Reisha, we learned Paris Meruba al Omed. We learned the similar language, but really, even if it would be, but if it would be even, so the Reisha said Paris Meruba al Omed is a problem. The implication would be that it's even, it's not a problem. This is the Kasha of the Rav Yeshua. The Rav Yeshua is going to say, no, that was imprecise. The Reisha was imprecise in its language. It also meant even if it's a problem, it only used that language of Paris Meruba al Omed, so it should have stylistic symmetry with the Seifa, which said the halacha that he wanted to say. So both of them have been able to answer up. They said that different parts of this brisa support each, and different another part of the brisa is a question on each. So they'll each say the part that supports me is right, and the part that supports my disputant is imprecise, and it was just done to create stylistic symmetry. So says the Gemara, this formula of Papa, Mishum Hachi lo Arav Lahu V'Tani Lahu. Okay, so let me just say this out and then we'll read it. The Gemara is going to ask an interesting question now. You see that the Gemara has dealt with three scenarios in its three cases. The first one was where your Omed pieces are less than 3 tefachim. That was case number 1. Case number 2 was 3 and up to just under 4. And then case number 3 was 4 and greater. So in this case, in the Tosefta's case, 3 was lumped together with greater than 3. Now the Gemara is going to ask as follows: if you learn like a Papa, and what is the first? The Reisha said that, and in other words, if you have pieces that are less than 3, make sure your gap is not 3 or greater, because then you don't have loving. So what he's saying is now as follows. According to Papa, it makes sense why 3 gets lumped with greater than 3. Because the Reisha is telling you less than 3, make sure you don't get up to 3, because 3 would be a problem. Once you get to 3, according to Papa, if the wall would be 3 and the opening would be 3, you'd be fine, because part of Talmud is mutter. So therefore, the Reisha which said if you reach Bakim, it's a problem. According to Papa, makes perfect sense why 3 is together is greater than 3, because according to him, 3, where it's equal to 3, would be fine. So therefore, he didn't want to put it in the Reisha, because the Reisha is saying you have a problem if it reaches 3. But so it says the Gemara, Papa, according to Papa, works well. That's why we didn't combine 3 in the first case. But according to Yeshua, why not make the first case say as follows: this shlosha, to include 3 in the first case, not in the second case. You need to make sure that there isn't a gap of 3. So in other words, if the halacha is the same, basically less than 3, you have to make sure you don't have 3, because otherwise, if you can't apply level, you're going to have hard to move on with. And even if you have 3, you also have to make sure that you don't have open space of 3, because according to Rabbi Yeshua, part of Talmud is usher. So you could have included 3 in the case of 3 in the Reisha, and then the halacha that says make sure you don't have a mechitza of 3 would be accurate. So according to Papa, makes sense like 3 ended up in the second case. But according to Rabbi Yeshua, 3 could have been in the first case. So the Gemara says, no, the reason it's not in the first case is we should tell me to the Reisha, to the Seifa. Because while it's true that the halacha is correct, that whether it's less than 3 or 3, you need to make sure that you don't have an opening of 3. The reason for that is different. The Reisha the reason the Reisha said make sure you don't have 3 is because the Reisha was talking about where you have these thin boards and less than 3 to the next thin board. So we said love it apply. But if you would allow there to be 3 spots in between them, that would be a gedi could go through, which destroys love it. So love it wouldn't work. So that's why if you reach an opening of 3, it would be a big problem for love it. Sula the Seifa, but the case of Shalosh, it's true that the halacha also is you cannot have an opening of 3, but the reason is different. Because we wanted to make sure that you don't have, in other words, when you have a opening, when you have a omed of 3, the reason it's telling you to make sure you don't have an opening of 3 is because if you do, then it's part of omed, and that's going to be other. So that the first one is a loved halakha. This is what Rav Yishu's answer is. The first case is a loved halakha. The second case is a machitza halakha, and therefore the case of 3 that I'm talking about, even though it's true that 3 needs to make sure it doesn't have 3 of opening, that's a machitza halakha, and therefore it belongs in the second case and not in the first case. I'm sorry if I didn't explain it well enough. We gotta move. Says the Gemara, Pachas Mishlosha money. Rabbanan he dami Pachas Mishlosha money. That's the Rabbanan. We've encountered that many times. The Rabbanan and Shimon Gamliel have it. So we say, so therefore, we use the number 3 because Rabbanan holds less than 3. They love it 3 or more, you don't say love. But Ema Sefer, look at the Sefer, because it's supposed to be out that if you have 3. And up until just under 4, on the base, the sun was Shimon Gamliel, that goes according to Shimon Gamliel, I'm talking to our beloved. Who says, I'll explain this in a second, who says that less than 4 is love. But the Rabbanan was supposed to be out Arba Kadu. That because if it was going like the Rabbanan, they would hold, why should you have a separate case of 3 to 4? 3 and 4 are the same. What's going on here? So the ratio which said, be careful you don't have a gap of 3 tefachim was because the Rabbanan, because love would we only say less than 3. But what the Gemara's kasha is the following. You see that the Gemara distinguishes between case number 2 and 3. What's the difference between case 2 and 3? Is just what's the size of the piece. In the first case, we say if it's 3 and just under 4, you cannot plant anywhere. The whole thing is other because there's no machitza here. If it's 4, but it's still part of Merubah Omei, so then you can plant across from the pieces that are 4, but not across from the pieces that are open, right? So the only distinction was less than 4 is not considered a machitza. More than 4 or more is considered a machitza. So therefore, there's a distinction in halacha. Ask the Gemara, who is it that would say that there's a difference between less than 4 and 4 in terms of being a machitza? That's from Shimon Gamliel, because Rabbanan would say that the important number is between less than 3 and 3. So they should say that anything that's across from 3, you should be able to plant. And why would 3 and 4 be? Why is there any distinction at all between 3 and 4 according to Rabbanan? According to Shimon Gamliel comes out well because he holds Dalet is kosher with its own machitza. So up to Dalet, you're going to say lavud. More than Dalet and more, you don't say lavud. But according to the Rabbanan, who it seems we're going like, why is there a distinction between 3.5 and 4? They're both kosher because once you cross 3, you go out of the category of lavud and you're into the category of machitza. So the Gemara seems to say. The Gemara says it seems that there's an inconsistency here. The ratio is the Rabbanan and the Sefer of Shimon Gamliel. The Gemara says, Rabbi and the ratio Rabbanan Sefer Nami Rabbanan. No, they're both going according to Rabbanan. Well, the Rabbanan, the whole will Mr. Connecto, you have a monk of my ball, low fashion. He's saying, you connecting, you're thinking that the Rabbanan holds that once it leaves the category of lavud, meaning once it hits 3 and there's no more lavud, it's automatically no monk from fashion that it's own machitza. Says the Gemara, says the Baya, no, it's those are 2 different halachas. Lavud goes up to 3, it's halakha l'mashim Sinai. When does something become a chashuv machitza that on its own is considered machitza? 4 tefachim. You try to link those walls and assume that once you get out of lavud and you reach 3 tefachim, that the Rabbanan would say now it's a chashuv machitza on its own. Those are 2 different halachas. One is lavud, one is machitza. One runs out at 3, the other starts at 4. That's why we needed the second Tosafta. Continues, Rabbi says, I'll give you an answer that says that it's all Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. It's the same Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, not Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. So maybe the whole thing is Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. So it makes sense why at 4 we switch to a chashuv machitza. So then the question is, well, wait a second, but then why don't we say lavud up to 4? Why did we say lavud only up to 3? So it says, Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, when did Rabbi Shimon Gamliel say that we say lavud even up to 4? So we were introduced to this concept before on Daf Yudal Amud Beis. The idea that when does Rav Shimon Gamliel say that lavud works even up to 4 is only by something that's not talking about reaching the ground. For example, if you had a korah and it was short of the wall, from one side it was attached, from one side it was short of the wall, we said if it's less than Daled Tefachim, that's okay because we're not worried about Gedim. The korah is up 10 tefachim or 5 amos, whatever it is. so we're not worried about a key walking through, but going through on the ground to go from a point 4 talking and down to say Lavud, even though theoretically Lavud should work, Shimon Gamliel agrees that we don't say Lavud going down because since Gedeon can go through, it destroys the ability to say Lavud, and so therefore, the case we're dealing with here is if we leave gaps. In other words, so the question was, why did we say Lavud? We have to make sure to keep the gap less than 3. Why not less than 4? Because we're going to say if it's less than 4, even though Lavud should apply according to Shimon Gamliel, the fact that Gedeon can just walk through destroys Lavud. So therefore, we're saying the entire thing is Shimon Gamliel, and that's why Mechitza becomes a Makul Chashav on its own only when it's 4 Tvachim. But so then why doesn't Lavud work up to 4 Tvachim? Because Rabbi Shimon Gamliel agrees that if we're dealing in a scenario where Gedeon could walk through, we only say up to 3. So the whole thing is Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. Says the Gemara. Tashma, first wide line. Defanas halalu. We had this case also before. Defanas halalu shirufim tachin halonos mutter. So we said if you have walls that are primarily composed of doors and windows, so what does that mean? That means it's parat. It would seem to say that has a lot of opening, a lot of parat. So we say it's mutter. So that says, and it's rubam tachin halonos. That tells us the majority of it is open. The majority is parat. It says mutter. And continues as long as the omid is more than the parat. So the Gemara says, how could it be? These are contradictory statements. You say if you have majority windows and doors, which means majority parat, we say it's mutter. But then we say as long as you don't have more parat than omid, in which case it'll be also. So which is it? So the Gemara says, Ella, you have to read it. It has a lot of windows and doors. Mutter, it's okay if you have a lot of openings in a wall, but as long as you don't have, as long as you have more standing parts than open parts. So it says lots of open parts are fine. We can still have a mechitza, we'll consider them stopping, as long as the omed is more than the part. But says the Gemara, if it says as long as the omed is more than the part, that implies hakka part. But if the omed will be equal to the part, we would say aser. So the implication of that is that it's aser. So we say tiyopto. So that's in fact a valid question or a papa because this seems very clear that it's only you need omed merubah parts. If it would be equal, it would be a problem. And continues with Gemara, help us about the papa, but the halacha follows the papa. That's the Gemara, as we dealt with this before the other day with the rice of the Tia. Says tiyopto the help us. You just finished telling me that you have a proof against her papa. Now you're saying the halacha follows him, and when it says in because our Mishnah implies like him. Now this is actually interesting because yesterday we learned the Gemara. The Gemara asked the kasha from our Mishnah. Rav Huna ben Rishua tried to answer it. They said kasha. It didn't make perfect sense. So the Gemara is now saying because our Mishnah implies, even though maybe Rav Huna ben Rishua had an answer, because our Mishnah implies like the papa, we're going to pass in that way even against the brisa. So even though you have to see from the brisa, we're going to rely more on our Mishnah. It's not because we learned Lo Yehei Tirsa Yitzeres our opinion. You have to make sure that the openings are not greater than the built-up part. Huck opinion, the implication would be, but if the open parts were equal to the built-up parts, mutter would be mutter. So therefore, our Mishnah implies like Rav Papa, and so then therefore we're going to pass like Rav Papa, even though there's a brisa that seems to imply not like Rav Papa, because if I have a choice between my Mishnah and the brisa, we'll take our Mishnah over the brisa. That's the Mishnah. Makifin Shlosha Kabalim Del Umayim Mizat, Zel Umayim Mizat, Ubavachli Heten Kabbalah Chaver Shlosha Shloshim. Here, I'm sorry. Okay, so what we're dealing with here is as follows. So I think I should send out the pictures. Thank you. So this is picture number 118. So the basic idea here is with 3 ropes, you can pretty much create a mechitza. What do? You stick up poles and you stick the bottom rope slightly above the ground, just under 3 tefachim. Then you do the next one just under 3 tefachim, and the next one just under 3 tefachim. So basically what you have is you have 3 panels of lavud, and it should add up to 10 tefachim. Now obviously, if I just told you less than 3 plus less than 3 plus less than 3 means a little less than 9, so we're not at 10 yet. So that's what the Mishnah says. Well, chavolin uvyon yasser tefach today shehei kol asar tefachim. So the ropes need to add up in the aggregate to a little bit more than a tefach. So you have a little less than 9 tefachim of lavud, and you have 1 tefach and a little bit of rope. And so in the aggregate, you end up with a mechitza. All you needed is 3 ropes and some poles, and you have a valid mechitza. Continue the Gemara, Makifim B'kanim. Similarly, this was talking about horizontal level. Now we're going to talk about vertical level. You could surround your camp with poles, branches. That as long as you don't have more than 3 tvachim between each of these poles, that would be okay. So that's the case that we're dealing with. It doesn't show the fixable. Okay, fine. But that's basically a vertical version. If you have a pole, as long as the next one is less than 3 tvachim, you can create a mechitza by just putting poles that are spaced less than 3 tvachim from each other. So now, with respect to who was this said, so we're going to read the Mishnah, but then the Gemara is going to change what this means. The Shiara Dibru, so Dibru Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda says, when do we allow people to rely on this kind of kula? Is only when we're dealing with a caravan, but not when we're dealing with an individual person or two. A caravan is 3 or more. So someone will come and say, well, Dibru Shiara no, they call it a Shiara because that's typically who would create these kind of mechitzas, because you're traveling on the way and they need to make a makeshift mechitzah, so it's easy for them to use poles and some ropes. But even if an individual is doing it, it would also be fine. Then that's the second opinion. So Rabbi Yehuda says only works with the Shara. Harun says it works by both. Now a third opinion. Rabbi Yehuda says, look, at the end of the day, the way we're going to initially understand it is at the end of the day, this is going horizontal or it's going vertical, but it's not doing both. That's not a valid mechitza. Either one. You could either have vertical or you could either have horizontal or vertical. Tomorrow, I'm going to deal with what's the difference between the two versions of Rosh Hashanah. But in any event, we have this machlokas. Hopefully today we'll get to the point to discuss it, although I'm not optimistic. Okay, says the Gemara, Amar Avuna, Amar Rav Hamnuna, Amar Rav. Rav Hamnuna said the name of Rav. Hare Amru, they said, Omen Meruba Aparit V'Shasi Have Omen. So they said that if you have Omen Meruba Aparit, that is going this way, vertical, that's Omen. So everyone, we've encountered that many times. And in fact, we had that in the Mishnah where it said if you put the okif apart from each other, as long as it's within 3, if you put the okif there, that as long as it's omed murubal paretz, or maybe even like a papa omed tip paretz, that works vertically. But what would be the halacha does? Now again, we know for sure that lavud works from like horizontally, from the bottom up. We just did a case in our Mishnah. From the bottom to the first rope is lavud, from the second rope is lavud, the third rope is lavud. The question here is to follow the question of omed merubal aparetz. Are we going to apply those same rules if the gap is in a horizontal opening? Why should that be any different? Because when it's vertical, we say that those openings in the wall that look like this, those are suction, those are doors. But if you have a wall and then there's an opening in the middle, that's not a pesach. So maybe the halacha is not the same. So that's what Rav Hamnuna was asking. The Gemara says, Rabbi, come here from our Mishnah. You hear from as follows. Our Mishnah said, he said you needed to create a scenario. If you wanted to create an Erev with 3 ropes and some poles, so now he says, if you can say Omen Merubal Aparetz works even horizontally, I don't need a case where the ropes have to be a tefach and a bit. I can do it even with pieces of thread, something much thinner. If it's true that you could say Omen Merubal Aparetz works horizontally, Lamali Yasar al Tefach, why do I need Yasar al Tefach? Why not do the following? The other Pachuk Mishosha B'Chevel Mashu, Pachuk Mishosha B'Chevel Mashu, Pachuk Me'arba B'Chevel Mashu. So he says as follows: what if you say Omen Merubal Aparetz works horizontally? Why do I need the case where it's 3, 3, and 3, and then the ropes need to add up to a fair amount? Why not say 3, 3, and 4? So the 2 3s become lavud. So now you have just under 6 tvachim of omed, and then you're going to have an opening of 4. So granted, lavud won't work, but at that point it's 6 to 4. There's more omed than paretz. So why not say it? So he says, from the fact that our Mishnah doesn't say it, would seem to imply that omed merubal aparetz does not work with a horizontal opening. The Gemara says in Tizbar, you think that makes sense? If you're telling me that our Mishnah could have done that, explain to me exactly where you were going to put that opening of Dalet. He says as follows: if you're going to say that it's going to be, and this is picture 119, if you're going to say that from the floor to the first rope is just under 4 tvachim, then three. The problem is that's a case of more than from the floor to the impediment, which is the rope, is going to be just on the fourth tefachim, but Gedim are going to be able to go under that, and we know that doesn't work. The mechitzas don't work if Gedim can go through it. Okay, so we can't put the opening of 4 on the bottom. Maybe we should put the opening of 4 on the top, which is picture 120. So then the problem is because now you have a scenario where you don't have lavud that would treat that as closed because it's fourth tefachim. So what do you have? You have open space between the top rope on one side, meaning you have open space above and beneath the top rope. Because in the scenario, in our Mishnah, we don't say because since the top third is closed with lavud, that's considered omed, not paras. But now that we're saying the top part is 4 tefachim, so there's no lavud. We're just trying to rely on omed merubah paras. But the problem is, as we learned in the case of the Mavoi, where he put the different pieces that asavir the hagis and the hagis of mavatale, so it doesn't work. So the Gemara says, so maybe you'll tell me that I'm going to have 3, an opening of 3, an opening of 4, opening of 3. So then what happens? I have it's as if it's omed for the bottom 3 and omed for the top 3. So then I have only the middle part is open, and I should say that omed merubah aparet. So the Gemara says, "Havalei omed merubah aparet mishtei ruchos." But that, in order to make the omed more than the parts, you're going to need to add together the 3 from the top and the 3 from the bottom. And we learned previously, so he says we should learn from there. Omed merubah aparet mishtei ruchos havei omed. So what you're trying to say that if you have to add up the 2 pieces, 3 plus 3 to get over 4, that is an omed. But we learned halacha that's not an omed. So therefore, we dealt with that machlokas previously. So therefore, he's saying this scenario, you thought maybe instead of doing 3, 3, and 3, and then I need 6 ropes, I could have done 3, 3, and 4, and used thin ropes and been able to make a valid mechitza with less, meaning with more space and less rope. So it says the Gemara, it doesn't work. Because wherever you put this opening of 4, it's not being closed. So if you put it at the bottom, the din can go through. If you put it at the middle, you require both the bottom and top to overrule it. And if you put it at the top, it doesn't hear the high use of the high use of a battle. The Elov, Rav Hamnuna, Haki coming boile. So rather, when Rav Hamnuna asked, is there horizontal? You know what? I will record from here to the 2 dots. I'm sorry that we didn't. The rest should be back tomorrow. Hey, good morning. To the top Teshuvah. I just want common first sponsor of the month for Elul, Edison Wolf family memory. Their beloved father, grandfather, and great grandfather, Cyrus Wolf, told them Herzl. Our Daf Yomi, the first part of Erevin, our sponsor is dedicated memory of my summer Bennett, Honey Self, and Ruben Self, but Jeffrey Cherry Bennett, and Stephen and Holly Bennett, permanent beloved husband, father, grandfather, great grandfather, and longtime pillar of our Tehillah, our collective learning serve as an aliyah for his Neshama. We also have the week of learning sponsored by Yehuda Bracha Football Fair in memory of Flores Football Fair, website June 6th of Elul. Okay, so we are going to pick up right at the top of the daf on daf Teshuvah. So it says the Gemara, Itmar. So we learned Lechi Omen Me'elav. So we're going to grapple with this case, which is the question of if you have a lechi that came to be there by itself. That you didn't prepare it specifically to be a lechi. So Baya Omer have a lechi. So Baya says it's a lechi, and Rav Omer lo have a lechi. That's not a lechi. We'll see later that was a long time dispute between them. Okay. So the Gemara is going to make an assumption now, and we'll see that a little bit later. We'll question this assumption. The Gemara assumes that if the way Rashi understands this means that if we did not, before Shabbos starts, intend that this lechi should serve as the lechi that's being matter the Torah, so then everyone will agree that that's not a lechi. The question is, though, keep pligi, when do they argue? Hey, for the Sankino Lameasmo, where Shabbos is going to start, and you're saying this is my lechi, but the reality is that lechi, you didn't construct it, you didn't put it there, it just happened to be there. We'll see later, for example, a case like a tree is planted right by the edge of the mavoi, and can you rely on something like that? So that's what they argue about. They argue where you intend to use it as your lechi, but you didn't put it up as your lechi. So by Amar, Havilechi, it's a lechi that something that you relied on it from yesterday. Rabbi Amar lo Havilechi, Rabbi says not a lechi to the Meikar, Lava Daiti the Hachi Aridi, since you didn't make it from the beginning, you didn't make it with this in mind. Lo Havilechi, it's not going to be a lechi. Now we'll see the Gemara later on will describe, we'll explain why they hold what they hold and why they have these opinions. But that's what we're taking from now. Just to look at the structure of the Gemara, the Gemara is going to give us a hint. The Gemara says, initially, the Gemara is going to think, the Gemara is going to make an assumption, which we will change, that just like they argue about a lechi, that if you have a lechi that you didn't actually construct for the purpose of a lechi, it's just there. Does that count? We assume that we have the same argument with Machitza. That's what the Gemara is going to do. Is it's going to go through a series of proofs to try and establish, like the Rabbi of Rabba, if in the case of Machitza, with the assumption that would also relate to lechi. Ultimately, the Gemara is going to decide that those are not necessarily the same case, and then we'll go through a series of cases to try and understand a series of cases relating not to Machitza, but relating to lechi itself, to see if we would bring a proof to a bio or Rabbi. Says the Gemara, Hashma. So again, we're going to look at some cases of Machitza with the thought that those would be informative for purposes of a lechi. Says the Gemara, that if someone makes a sukkah in an area where there are trees, the ilanos tepanos law, and those trees can serve as the walls, and he said that that's acceptable. You can have a sukkah whose walls are made of standing trees. So the text here that's kosher. So that seems to say one would imagine that these trees weren't planted for that purpose, and yet you see there are trees that happen to be in a shape that allows him to rely on those as walls of a sukkah. And it says it's kosher, so walls of a sukkah we know are a mitzvah. And it seems that even though it came to be there by itself, you didn't construct it for that purpose, it still constitutes a mitzvah. And where it says, what are we talking about here? That it could be that we're talking about a case where he planted those trees. He planted them close, people plant bushes to create a wall. He planted a tree or a bush for the purpose of making that a wall of the sukkah, but there's no proof as to what the halakha would be if he came along and found, trees there, could he use them for a sukkah? The Gemara says, okay, if you're going to tell me that he planted them for that purpose, so that's obvious. Like anything, if you construct walls, what difference does it make if you construct the walls out of a tree or anything else? What would be your thought? What would be the havamina that you cannot use that's not a valid machitza? And what it says, I might have thought, it says, as we know, Chazal were very particular and basically didn't let you do anything with a tree on Shabbos. You can't climb a tree, you can lean on a tree. Generally speaking, you can't use it. Why? Because Chazal were concerned that someone was going to come to pull a branch off the tree, and that would be problematic from the perspective of Hilchos Shabbos. So, therefore, I might have thought that even though he's planting the trees to be the wall of his sukkah, then maybe Chazal would say, no, that doesn't work because we don't want you. We don't want to come to a scenario where you might come to utilize this sukkah, or that by making them your walls, maybe that fits within the zera of not utilizing a tree. So therefore, says the Gemara, that was the point of the Mishnah, telling us that those walls are kosher, was in order to teach us that despite the fact that they are utilizing a tree, it doesn't matter, and nonetheless, that is a kosher, a kosher wall of a sukkah. Next case, tashma, hayasham, elon, ogeder, okita sakanim. If there happened to be, or if there was a tree or a fence, or pizza sakanim is basically a machitza of kanim of reeds, of branches, of sticks. So there's some kind of blockage there. Nida mishum diyumet. That it's judged to be a diyumet. Now what's diyumet? We've encountered this many times, but we haven't called it by that term in this chapter yet, I don't think. So a diyumet is those same things we talked about pasi biros, and you see there's a picture Rashi has pasi biros. We talked about where the ole regalim were going up, and we wanted to create a place in Rosh Hashanah where even on Shabbos they could draw water. So we rely on certain kulas, but we say these basically these four L-shaped machitzos are sufficient to create this Rishut HaYachid within what's otherwise a Rishut HaRabim, such that you should be able to draw water from the pit, which is Rishut HaYachid, up to the ground level, which you can only do at the ground level, also Rishut HaYachid. So we talked about that. That's Pasei Road. So the Pasei, we call them Pasim, boards of a bar. Now we're referring to them as Diomed, which comes from Dio Omed, that it's a double or it's two it's two Omed, something that's standing. Basically these L-shaped things. So it says in Gemara, so if you had a tree or a gate or this a branch fence, you could use Nidam Misham Diomed. So that seems to say that a diomed is a mefitza like any other. It's a mefitza that we apply kulos to, but it's a mefitza nonetheless. So you see that you have a tree there or a fence happens to be there, you can rely on it. So you see that even though you didn't build it for that purpose, nonetheless, it's a valid mefitza. So it's more here also, same answer, what are we talking about? That you made it for that purpose, that you, when you set up this fence or you set up this branch wall, it was for the purpose of making the diomed for Pasei Birot. And the Gemara says, "Yafi Ma'ikamasalan." So then, what's the chiddush? You stuck up this gate for purposes of being a diomed, so of course it works. And the Gemara says, "Ma'ikamasalan pizza bakanim." The chiddush here is the specific case of pizza bakanim, where you have a pizza of branches. And what's the case? Because we're relying on when you have a mefitza bakanim, you have branches put together. Those branches don't fit together perfectly and create a smooth surface. There's gaps, but we don't worry about those gaps generally speaking, because as we know, we apply the halakha of lavud. Anything less than 3 tefachim, presumably these are well less than 3 tefachim. But the thought would be that we're going to see later on that Abaya asked Rabbah this question, and the thought would be, presumably because we're dealing here with Pasei Birot. As we know, Pasei Birot is already a very big chiddush, because we're saying you can have a little wall on each corner, and we've discussed that allows somewhere between 10 and 13 amos of space. And as we'll talk later, we've spoken about that, we'll speak later today. So that if it's hard to move there's more open space than closed space. Generally speaking, that doesn't work. By Pasei Birot, Chazal said, no, we're going to make a special exception, and it does work. So therefore, I might think that lava doesn't apply. But that was the chiddush by telling me pizza zakanim. When you have these branches that are creating a pizza which have gaps in them, spaces, and you have to rely on lavud. So can I rely on lavud in the same case where I am relying on the kula, on the leniency of Pasei Birot, that even though there's more open space than closed space, nonetheless you can, and we see that later on, Abaya asked Rabbi this question, and Rabbi in fact points to this price of Pizza Bakanim as proving that you can use lavud even in conjunction with Pasei Birot. We'll see another example of this later. Lavud is different halacha than some of the other things. Lavud is literally looked at as, once you can apply lavud, it's literally looked at as if it's a wall. We'll see a little bit about that later. It says the Gemara, next case, Tashma. Elon HaMesach ala Aretz. This is a mission we're going to deal with later. That you have a tree that's spread over the land, over the ground. So you have a really, later, maybe it's a really, really big tree, but you have a big tree, and the branches, as Rashi points out, start from their source at the trunk of the tree, start higher than 10 tefachim, and it comes down and basically creates this overhang that creates a space that's covered by these leaves. Now, obviously, you're going to need, you'll see we're relying on this as a pizza, you need those leaves to be somewhat substantial, and in fact, they have to be a little more substantial than just blocking, because as we've discussed in the past, that in order to be valid pizza, it can't, flap around in the wind. So these are fairly substantial leaves that are coming down. So you have this overhang over the ground of the tree. So we say, as long as the leaves don't end higher than 3 tefachim on the ground, i.e., the leaves go down within 3 tefachim of the ground, and we know that is within 3 tefachim of the ground is considered part of the ground. So therefore, metaltal and tafta we can carry underneath it. So what do you have? You have a matitza. You have this canopy over here of tree, and it constitutes a matitza. And yet, presumably, you didn't plant the tree for that purpose. So the Marianne says no. We're talking about where you planted this in order to create this matitza. The Marianne says, then you should be able to carry, if this was a tree that was created to serve as a matitza, you should be able to carry under the entirety of this tree, of this canopy. And Allah Rav Yeshua, then why would the son of Rav Yeshua say, in the Talmud of base of science, that in such a case you cannot carry under this tree except for the area of base of science, which is base of science is the amount that each saw of wheat you would plant, which we've established is basically each saw is 50 by 50, so this would be an area of 100 by 50 amos, which is a huge area. I'm not saying you have such a big tree, but anyway, if you had such a big tree, they're saying you couldn't work if that tree, if the space that it covered is greater than base of science. And Rashi explains that we say that if the overhang of the tree would be more than the kata of the mishkan, which we know was 50 by 100, shear then nothing can come with full hektar from the sukkah. The full hektar from the sukkah meaning the sukkah called charcoal. He says anytime you have a matitza that is there, but it's not a perfect matitza. It's going a matitza shemba shasi va'arev b'hai pirka, because where you have a matitza that relies on lovers, but it doesn't have two directions. Shasi va'arev. If you have a matitza that's not set up for someone to reside in. Let's say, so if you hold, so now he's saying that so now if you have something that's omen me'elov, so if we're talking about a tree that happens to grow this big canopy, it would make perfect sense why we would apply this rule that you can only carry in base of sign, because base of sign, as Rashi just pointed out, is something that when you're dealing with a substandard matitza of some sort, it's not an ideal matitza. So Chazal were misaking that you can't use that matitza to cover an area greater than this 50 by 100 or 5,000 square amos, right? So if the tree was not planted for the purpose of matitza, it makes perfect sense, because you have this like somewhat substandard matitza, and it makes sense why Chazal say only 2 sa is the area you can carry. But ask the Gemara, if you're telling me that you just answered me that this was a tree planted for that purpose. So if so, why is this a substandard matitza? This was not just a tree that happened to be there. This was something you planted for that purpose. It should be a perfectly valid matitza. Where it says no, because even if you planted it for that purpose, you shouldn't have a hirish tashmish la'aver, but hirish tashmish la'aver ain't entitled to elevate the sign. The Gemara is going to say that this is not a substandard matitza in the traditional sense of the other ones, but there's a different reason why Chazal say you can't carry under this canopy greater than 2 sa. Why? Because it's a dira, it's a residence that's tashmish la'aver, that its purpose, its use is for the outside. What does that mean? So Rashi explains that we're dealing with when would someone be relying on the matitza of under a tree? is if they're out in the field or wherever it is, and they're watching over the field or they're watching over the animals, right? So Rashi says it's a case where Balkarko who guards them. It's against his will. In other words, when someone picks a house, they go to the city, they want to be on this block, that block, fine, you build yourself a dira, then that's a regular dira. But if you go out to the field where you have to watch those fields, you have to watch the animals, you didn't pick where you're going to be, circumstances pick for you. So dira is tashmisha la'avir, that its use is not so much for the inside as much as for why you're there, for the outside, for what it opens onto. So when you're dealing with, even though it could be valid machitzos, at the end of the day, Chazal are going to say, this is also like a substandard mechitza in the sense that since you didn't pick this place, you had to be there for some external purpose. Chazal says then you can only create mechitzas that cover a base of Zion, that cover that area of 5,000 square amos. Okay, so now it says the Gemara, where the first wide line on the bottom of Tashma, Shabbos, the tail, who may arba amas got base of Zion. We say as follows, that if we know that we have the halachas of kluk. So someone has basically the area they're in or the city they're in plus 2,000 amos in every direction. That's determined by where you are when Shabbos starts. That's where your Shabbat. That's where you have Shmita, and that's where your 2,000 amos will flow. Except that we know if you're in some broader area, for example, we're in the city, so then your 2,000 amos doesn't start from your house, it starts from the edge of the city. So now we're talking about if someone was resting, he had a shvisa, that's where he was at the beginning of Shabbos. He was on a tail. A tail is some kind of raised natural surface that is at least 10 tefachim tall, and when Rashi points out, once you have 10 tefachim of height, that we use good asics, and therefore if the walls go up, we're going to treat those as mechitza. And we're dealing with a case where it's arba amas until base of Zion. And Rashi explains why does it start from arba amas? Because if this tail is less than arba amas, it didn't help us at all for these purposes. Because even if I was sitting in the middle of a field, Rashi says, I have the daled amas around me. So that I get daled amas, my 2,000 amas start from 4 amas from me. I don't need to be on a tail for that purpose. That's anywhere. That's in a field. But if this tail helps me, because if the tail is 200 amas in each direction, then I rest there at the beginning of Shabbos. It means that my 2,000 amas start from the edge of the 200 amas of this tail. Okay, so we have this tail, this raised surface that has it's 10 tefachim tall, so it has the mechitzas, and it is you can rely on that tail to say this is that my shvisa, my 2,000 amas of tefillin will start from the edge of the tail as long as it's less than base of Zion. Continues the Gemara, but so too, if you have an indentation in the rock that is at least 10, you have a natural rock, you have bedrock, and there's at least 10 tefachim of depth to this indentation. And this is between 4 amos and 2 saw, the amount of space you need to plant 2 saw. Similarly, the kama, the tura, the shibolas, makito, so that if you have a kama kasura, if you have a wheat that was cut and it's presumably in some kind of piles or bundles, or shibolas, makipos, that you have grain that's still growing. So basically, either the mound of cut grain or the standing grain is creating a mechitza. Mahalach kula v'chutala by mamas. In all of these cases, we're going to consider that his shvisa is there on the entire tail, or in the entire indentation, or within the entire area of the field that's surrounded by either standing or cut grain. So we see that even though these mechitzas weren't made for this purpose, we're treating it as mechitza, that your shvisa covers that entire area, and your 2,000 amas only starts from the end of it. So you see that even though these things were not created to be a mechitza, nonetheless they're valid as a mechitza. So the Gemara says, wait, I've gotten the hang of this. You keep answering my questions by saying, well, no, it was created for that purpose. So now we ran out of that answer, because the Gemara says, if you're going to tell me how you're going to tell me that he created those things to be a mechitza. That's why they're valid mechitza. But says the Gemara that Bishlama kama lachai. So he says that okay, the case of the standing wheat or even the bundled wheat is okay. You might have chosen to cut the wheat in a way that created you a mechitza, or you might have bundled the wheat and created you a mechitza. But ela tail the neka ma'ikol neymar. But when we talk about this natural mound, this raised surface, or we talk about this indentation in the rock, clearly the guy didn't create the ground rock. He didn't create this raised ground surface. So you can no longer say you ran out of answers to say, maybe it was a bit of a stretch to say he planted a tree for that, he planted this, but you obviously can't create rock or raised ground surfaces. So therefore, as I said before, and as the Gemara presses by saying, so we're going to conclude Elav Mechitzos, Kuliamalo Pligi, Davin Mechitzos. So rather, we're going to say Mechitzos, we were trying to learn from Mechitzos to Lechi. Mechitzos are different than Lechi. Mechitza is a reality. If you have a Mechitza there, then it's halachic is going to be deemed a Mechitza. It doesn't matter whether you put it there, whether you planted it there, or whether it was there from the beginning. But that doesn't necessarily resolve our question between a Rabbi and a Rabbi about a Lechi Omen Me'elav. You have a Lechi that came there by itself. What's the halacha? Keep Ligi. When do they argue? Belechi. Abaya l'taimei. Now we're going to give the answers, as I said before, the explanations for why Abaya and Rabbi hold what they hold. Abaya l'taimei, the Mepharshim discussed where we saw that Abaya said this, and I'm going to get into right now. The Amar left Mishum Mechitza. Mechitza, Sume'ela, he Mechitza, Havi Mechitza. So we said, Abaya is of the opinion that the purpose of a Lechi, that what a Lechi serves as, is a Mechitza. And as we just established, a mechitza that's there by itself is going to be considered a valid mechitza. Rabbi goes according to his reasons, Amar Lechi Mishum Heker. The Lechi is Mishum Heker. So if you remember on Daf Yefei, the Rabbi, that we talked about the question, we said that Lechi is Mishum Mechitza, or Korah Mishum Heker, and Rabbi said that, and then we said, but Rabbi Amar Achazad Mishum Heker. Rabbi said that both Torah and Lechi, the purpose of them is Heker. So therefore, so Rabbi would say that if someone crafted a lechi for the purpose of being a lechi, then that's a valid lechi. The lo have a hecker, but it's not a hecker. Why? Because if someone, we actually were introduced to this concept earlier. We talked about it in our mouth law, which was the decorative thing on the top. So we said that if you use that kind of Torah, it has a coal. People hear about it. So too, a lechi, if you put up the lechi, the way Rabbi would understand, if you put up the lechi, people hear about it. Maybe not in the next town, but in the people carrying that mavli. So they know, oh, that thing's a lechi. So therefore, it is a hecker. But if you would just put up a lechi, then if the lechi would just be there by itself, people wouldn't know that it's there to function as that purpose. Like imagine, as I mentioned before, a case where there's a tree right by the edge of the mavli. Rabbi would say it doesn't help because if I didn't put it there, people don't realize that it's there to be a lechi. Whereas a buyer would say that it's a mechitza. So that it's a mechitza. So now the Mepharshim discuss a lot. Once we say it's a mechitza, a lechi omen me'elav is a mechitza according to Abaya. And then the question is, at the beginning, we said that both Abaya and Rabba agree that you require that it has to be something you're relying on it from before Shabbos. The Gemara asked, or the Mepharshim asked that if Abaya says the reason for a lechi is mishum mechitza, we just finished saying a mechitza doesn't need to be set up for that purpose, and who cares whether you had in mind to use it before Shabbos or you didn't. So the question goes different ways. The Kiveger says that even when you hold it to mechitza, there's still an element of heker there. The Meiri discusses the idea that the lechi is theoretically such an insubstantial item that it needs the added aspect of otherwise it might be considered something that's meaningless. So by having in mind that you're going to use it and relying on it, that invests it with the significance that we rely on it. So there's still some element that even though it's a mechitza, it's a little bit of a different mechitza, and therefore you require that kind of intention. Okay, so as I said before, the structure, the question we're dealing with is, if you have a lechi that stands by itself, it wasn't put there for this purpose, is that a valid lefty or is not a valid lefty? Abaye says a valid lefty, Rabbi says not a valid lefty. We tried to prove from a bunch of cases of Mechitza, and we answered most of them, but then we got to one that we couldn't answer, and we said, okay, clearly Abaye and Rabbi are not arguing by Mechitza because we saw this case where it couldn't be said that it was done on purpose. So now we're saying, okay, so therefore we're not going to learn from Mechitza, and we're left with just lefty. We want to know lefty on Me'ela, Abaye says it's good, Rabbi says not good. We're going to try and bring some proof. Says the Gemara. Tashma, we're about eight lines down in the Y line. Avnei Geder, Hayotos, Mina Geder, Mudala Zumizum, Papa Mishlosa, and Sarah Flashy Acher. So we say as follows. If you have the stones of a gate that come out from the gate, so we've described this before as Nefesh Yotze. We talked about it in the concept, but it's basically it's like this, that you have brickwork, and if you pull out some of the bricks, you're going to have like indentations every other one. So it's going to look like this, right? So that's Avnei Geder Yotzim Min Geder. That if the height of from one brick that's sticking out to the brick beneath it, if all of those have less than 3 tefachim of height, ain't tzarich lefi acher, then you don't need a different lefi. Why? Because Lavud would treat this entire vertical area that has these bricks coming out as if they're connected to each other. Once they're connected to each other, it's like a wall that's coming out into the edge of the mavui, and like any lefi, that's what a lefi is. But if the vertical height between the bricks is greater than 3, then they're not considered connected, and you don't have a wall sticking out. You don't have a lefi, so then tzarich lefi acher, then you need another one. So now the Gemara is assuming, presumably you didn't build the wall and stop in middle. Presumably that was there. You didn't do that for the purpose of a lefi. Who makes a lefi like that? You could stick up a little stick. The Gemara says no. You built this wall in the middle, and you left it that way where it had these bricks sticking out. The Gemara says so well, if so, then if you built a brick thing, even though you built a bunny sticking out every other brick, but that should for sure be Mechitza. Why do you need to tell it to me? Where it says, because I might have thought, now again, we're answering in Rabbi, we'll hold this in Hecker. So if you leave these bricks in every other one, in and out, so what does that look like? It looks like maybe I'm in the middle of building a wall, and I just haven't gone further in. But people aren't going to know that they should rely on it for lefi. Yes, it's a valid lefi because at the end of the day, it creates that lefi on the side. Tashma, coming here to tell you Rabbi learned as follows, taught as follows. So we dealt with this case before. So this means that a wall that was somewhat indented from its friend, and what happened from the other wall, and what happened? So a scenario would be that if you're going from the inside, and then you have a wall this big, and then the wall becomes narrower on the outside part. So if you're standing inside, you no longer see that narrow part that's sticking out because it's not in the same plane, because the wall basically took an indentation in. That would be a case where it's near you, from inside it looks like you don't see the lefi, but from outside when you're looking, you see that there's a piece that extends on the left width of this wall if you're facing the mavli. Or you have a mavli where from the outside it all looks flat, but the wall itself goes a little bit into the mavli, so there's kind of like a little indentation behind the wall that you can only see from inside and not outside. So we said if the wall happens to be built in this way, whether you see it from outside, but so now the question is, presumably I didn't build the wall to stick this way. It just happened to be that it covered the mavli at some level. The Gemara says no. That you did it on purpose for this. The Gemara says if you built the wall to be a lefi, of course it's a lefi. What's your point? The Gemara says no, this is the very point to tell you. As we've debated, the Gemara has debated on that test about whether if you have a lefi that you can only see from the outside, but from the inside you don't realize that it's a lefi. Is that a valid lefi? We had a machlokas. So the purpose of this brisa is to tell you Rabbi is coming to tell you his opinion that near Mimachas and Shamim Mapnim is Nidar Mishum Lechi. We dealt with that specifically to talk about Rabbi's opinion. Okay, says that was previously on that test. Says the Gemara, Tashma, the Rav. Now we're gonna. This is gonna be the end of the road almost. We say Tashma, the Rav of the Yasser Bahu Baya. Rav was sitting in a certain mavui. Avayativ Ravuna Kamei. Ravuna was sitting in front of Rav. Amr Leila Shamei. So Rav said to his servant, his person who was helping him, Yil Isi Likutu Maya, bring me a pitcher, a flask of water. At the Asa Nafal Lechia. But while the guy went to get the water, the lechi, that is what enabled you to carry in the mavui, fell down. So now you no longer have a lechi, so you can't carry anymore. So Rav saw the guy coming back with the flask of water, and he said, hold up. He showed him with his hand. So the guy was just standing there because he didn't want to carry anymore because the lechi was down. Or he didn't want to carry because Rav told him to stop. Maybe he knew, maybe he didn't. Ravuna, who was sitting in front of Rav, said, so Ravuna said to Rav, it's true that lechi fell down. But the truth is, there's a tree that's standing right next to the wall. That could serve as a lechi. So Rav said back to Ravuna, Amr, he said, this Rav over here is as if no one explained to him what's going on, what the discussion was. Did we rely on it from yesterday? It's true. It seems to be saying, that's what the Gemara is going to say in a second. A tree might be able to serve as a lechi. But as we said at the very beginning of our Gemara, that if people didn't rely on it, if you weren't planning when Shabbos came in to use it as a lechi, then everyone agreed that that's not going to be a valid lechi. So they said, what is Ravuna talking about? Because obviously you can't use a tree because when Shabbos started, people were planning to rely on the regular lechi. Then that lechi fell down on Shabbos. No one was planning to rely on the tree at the beginning of Shabbos. So therefore, Rav said, sorry, that doesn't work. But now, says tomorrow, time of the Losampinon. Rav's answer was, what was the problem with relying on the tree? Is that when Shabbos started, we didn't rely on this tree. But if we would have relied on the tree, had we relied on the tree before Shabbos, that would have been a valid lechi. So we see that the problem with this lechi was not that it wasn't planted or erected for this purpose. The problem was that when Shabbos started, we weren't relying on it. Seemingly, if next Shabbos they said, you know what, the other lechi fell, we'll rely on the tree, seemingly Rav would be fine with that. So what do you see? You see lechi omei, that a lechi that you didn't erect for that purpose, you didn't plant the tree for that purpose, could be a valid lechi. So ultimately, that's going to be the proof that we have that seems to support the opinion of Abaya. And in fact, the halacha is like Abaya, which is, as people would know, it stands out a little bit because normally Machlok is Rabbi and Abaya, the halacha is of Rabbi, but we know that the Yalak Yigam, the 6 cases that we've dealt with, 5 other places where they paskin like Abaya in place of Rabbi. Not all of the Rishonim agree. Rashi though does hold that this is one of the Yalak Yigam. So now, the Gemara just says, wait a second, maybe let's revisit an assumption we dealt with at the beginning of the Gemara. Because in the beginning, the Gemara said, we're assuming that if we didn't rely on this lechi at the beginning of Shabbos, everyone would agree it's not a valid lechi. But what just happened? We just had a story, and Ravuna had a thought that maybe you could rely on it. So now the Gemara says, maybe Abaya and Rabba only argue what you did not have in mind for it before. But maybe it's the opposite. Maybe everyone agrees that if before Shabbos you were planning to use this thing as your lechi, both Abaya and Rabba would say that that's a valid lechi, even though you didn't establish it for this purpose, the lechi on the me'elav. And maybe they only argue in the case where you didn't rely on it before Shabbos. That Abaya then would be saying, even if you didn't rely on it before Shabbos, the lechi on the me'elav is a lechi. And Rabba would be saying, no, it's not a lechi. Now what's interesting about that? Because if that's true, then what Rav asked him, where he told Ravuna no, Rav was saying in this case it doesn't work. So then he would be saying, instead of initially we said he was saying like Abaya, which is that it's only if you're stomach on it. And Abaya was saying it's good, but if Abaya is saying it even when you're not stomach on it, Rav was saying sorry, so Ravuna, you can't be stomach on it. So So then he would be saying like Rava and not like Abaya. So in other words, if we switch what Rava and Abaya are arguing about, it turns out that the story with Rav would now support Rava, because Rava is the one who says, yes, I agree that if you relied on it from yesterday, you can use it, but if you didn't rely on it, you can't use it. And in fact, Rav said, since we didn't rely on this tree, you can't use it. So now we would be, if we switch what Rav and Abaya are arguing about, it turns out that the story with Rav supports Rava instead of Abaya. This is why it says, you shouldn't think that that's what they're arguing about. Who Barka? There was a Barka, which Rashi says is a Yitzia, a porch, or something like a porch. The Havi Bey Bar Chavu, that there was this porch by Bey Chavu. Basically, the idea was the porch was held up by some kind of support, and that support was positioned in such a way that it could be used as the lefty of a neighboring area, which was a mavli. So you have a lefty on Me'elo, because it was built to hold up the porch. It wasn't built to be a lefty, but it could serve as a lefty. That Abaya and Rabbi, I said before, they argued for a long time. All of their years, they argued about this case. So what's the point? So clearly, this is a case of where even if you were so much on it, why? Because even if the first week that they figured this out was Shabbos, okay, so they said we didn't plan to use it, but the next week, right, they would say they planned to use it. So if Abaya or Rava agree that, if everyone agrees that if you plan to use it and you were so much on it, that makes it a valid lefty, then everyone would agree. Then Abaya and Rava would both agree that it's a valid lefty, and yet they argued all their years. So clearly they're arguing in a case where that clearly it's like we initially thought, that where you did not have in mind to use it, everyone would agree you cannot use it. And the question only is, if you had in mind to use it, can you use the lefty on the Me'ela? Abaya says yes, Rava says no, the halacha is like Abaya. Says the Gemara, the Mishnah, that lefty can be made of anything. It can even be a living animal. You can stick a living animal at the edge of, presumably you have to chain it there, at the edge of the mavoi to serve as your lefty. Rabbi Meir holds you cannot use a living being. And Rashi on Ramsey says because that a mechitza that relies on ruach chayim, like a living spirit, is not considered a valid mechitza. That's Rabbi Meir's opinion. Continues the Mishnah, that the Tanakama holds that if you have a living animal, you can use that as a golo. Rashi understands the golo to be the covering of a coffin, basically. Whatever you bury someone in, you would put the animal as the cover. The Rabbi Tam and others learn that it's talking about the matzeva, the gravestone. But in any event, the time of Golo, that a living animal, even though animals normally don't cause tumah, then in this case they're going to cause tumah with maga. With maga, with touching, and with ol. Closer to Shana Masa. Whatever the point is, you could have a living animal can make tumah if it's serving as the cover of a coffin or as a gravestone. Rabbi Meir Matire, and Rabbi Meir says no, it's not, because Rabbi Meir is of the opinion this is like a mechitza, and you cannot have a living being doing a mechitza. And the Tanakhama says, if you have a living animal, you could write a get for a woman on the animal and give her the animal, and that's going to be a valid get. Rabbi Yossi Aglili says, no, that doesn't work. Okay, says the Gemara, Tanya, we learned that in Bryce, Rabbi Meir says, that Rabbi Meir, as we just learned, he holds anything that has living, that's a living item. You can't make it a wall for a sukkah. You can't make it a lefty for a mavoi. You can't make it for the L-shaped brackets for Pasidi Rose. You can't make it as a cover for a coffin or as a gravestone. So all of those are there. So we already learned that at some level. And the name of Yosef Glilu, they said, you cannot write a get on an animal. To ask you more, my time is Rabbi Yosef Glilu. Why did Rabbi Yosef Glilu? Okay, so Rabbi Meir told us he holds a living being you can't rely on a living spirit to be a mechitza. But why can't you write a get on an animal? So my time is Rabbi Yosef Glilu. The Tanya, because we learned in the Bible as follows: Sefer. The Torah says by he writes for her a sefer of priestess. And Rashi proves from the Nevi'im that sefer means a cloth, a parchment. Ain't we a sefer? So I only know that you could write it on cloth. How do I know that I should be able to write a get on any surface? The cost of law that you write it for her. So as long as you write it, it doesn't matter what you write it on. Now, as many people know, and we just dealt with it recently, on Sabbath, the cost of law is where we know the Shema. The Tosfos points out there's two places where it says the cost of law. And this is one of them. So in Cain, Matam Alomer Sefer. So he says, okay, so if it's the cost of law tells you to write it any place, then why did it say Sefer, which seems to say only Klaf? The Lomer that comes to tell you, Ma Sefer, Davar Shein Bo Ruach Chaim, Ve'eno Ochel, that just like a Sefer, just like a Klaf is something that has no living spirit to it, and it's not food, that so too, forget, you can use anything that does not have living spirit and is not food, but you would not be able to use an animal. So that's why the Rabbi Yosef understands it says Sefer, even though subsequently it says the cost of law, which means you can write it anywhere, but it says Sefer in order to tell you that you cannot use a living animal for a get. The Rabbanan. So what do the Rabbanan do with the fact that it says Sefer? Why don't they learn out that you can't write a get on an animal? So Mixit Bas Sefer, he said, did it write the cost of law Trisus Bas Sefer, in which case it would clearly mean that you write it in a cloth. Sefer Ksiv, it just says Sefer Trisus. So that implies by the fact that it wrote Sefer Trisus instead of Trisus Bas Sefer, tells you the spirit that the point is Sefer Trisus just means a Sefer like a recounting or a retelling or a restating of the facts in written form. That's all it is. But I'm sorry, not in written form. Sefer Trisus is just saying you say the matters that you need in order to create the separation between husband and wife. It does not mean a cloth, and therefore I'm not stuck saying that you cannot write on an animal. Okay, we really needed the cost of law because he understood that Sefer you might think it's only on a cloth. How do I know you can write on anything else? So there are some courts have a cost of law in all cases. But since the Rabbanan don't rely on Sefer to say it needs to be like a cloth, they don't need the cost of law to expand it to other things. So what do they do with the cost of law? They needed the Simon Miskaretis, any Miskaretis for Kesef. That they needed it to say that it has to be a Sefer. The cost of law that has to be written because they didn't want you to think that you could. They wanted you to realize that you have to write a get. You can't just give money, for example, in order to become divorced. Now, why would you think that you could just give money to become divorced? Something like that. I might have thought, that since we compare in the pasuk where it talks about the woman leaving her husband's house and getting remarried. So, Ma Havaya the Ketef, just like getting married when she gets remarried with the first marriage, you could do it with money. After you see the Ketef, that's so too. When you end the marriage, you can do it with Ketef. Therefore, says the Rabbanan, I needed to write the cost of law to tell you that the manner in which you divorce a woman is by writing a get, not by giving her money. Rabbi Yosef Aglili, high svarim in LA. So okay, so if Rabbi Yosef Aglili can't use the cost of law because he uses it to say that you can write on anything, where does he know the idea that you have to divorce a woman in writing and not by giving her money? We say not to let me Sefer Krisus, Sefer Karsa, Vein Davar Acher Karsa. From the fact that the Torah chose to write Sefer and Krisus together, it tells you that even though we're using Sefer to tell you a cloth and the Machas of law to expand it, but the fact that it wrote Sefer next to Krisus tells you Sefer Karsa, Vein Davar Acher Karsa, it's the writing that he puts in this cloth, or as Machas of law tells you any other form of writing, that's what tells you that just like that the writing is what separates the marriage and nothing else. For example, money. Rabbanan high Sefer Krisus. What do they do with Sefer Krisus? So we say it's on earth because they're not using it to say they don't need it to say that you need a written form to divorce because they know that from the Chas of law. So what do they do with Sefer Krisus? That they needed to explain that a get needs to be something that actually definitively severs the relationship between husband and wife. Because it's something like we learned about that, right? So someone gives his wife a get and says, here, this is your get, but as long as you never drink wine or you never go to your father's house, or if you do either of those things retroactively, the get's going to be disqualified. So then she's basically attached to him for life because at any point, if she were to drink wine or go to her father's house, the get would be undone. So that doesn't separate them. But if he says for 30 days, so then it has the ability to end at a certain point, so then Harry the Krisus is a valid Krisus. That's what they learned from Sefer Krisus. So Rabbi Yosef Aglili, he uses Sefer Krisus to tell you that it needs to be written and not money. Where does he learn that it has to be something that separates them fully? Not blaming Kare's Krisus. He says because the puzzle could have written the puzzle was Sefer Kare, and instead of wrote Krisus. So therefore, I learned this added element that it needs to be something that actually divides, permanently divides. Rabbanon, Kares Krisus, so darshan. They don't darshan. They don't see there being a distinction between writing Kares and Krisus, so therefore they don't see that as a drasha. So we've now explained because of Yosef Glili needed the puzzle to tell me that you can't use an animal. Rabbanon didn't, and we walk through all of the sources. Says the Mishnah, Shiara Shekanta the Bika, the Kipua, Klebahima. So you had a caravan that was traveling, and then they got to some Bika, a valley, which is a Carmelist, and they wanted to rest there for Shabbos. So what did they do? They surrounded their camp with the clay behema, with saddles and stuff like that. So you can carry that. That's a valid machine. So as long as these things you put up are 10 tefachim tall, as we've been discussing, you can't have parts of the Rubal Omed. You can't have more space than you have standing things, these animal influence. So that any opening that is 10 amos or less is mutter because it's like a pesach, as Rashi points out, as long as in the aggregate you have omen merubal aparet, where you have more standing than, it's another good saying, up to 10 amos is not a problem, as long as in the aggregate you have omen merubal aparet. But yesterday, kind of, it's more than 10 amos utter, as Rashi points out, even if the entire rest of the area would be a solid wall, if you have an opening greater than 10 amos, that destroys the mechitza. Continues the Gemara. Itmar, Horetz Ba'omed. What would happen if you had the equal amount of animal implements with open space? So it's not part Muruba Omed, but it's not less than the Omed. It's equal. The Papa or Mutter, the Huna Break of Yishuam are Usher. Papa Mutter, the Papa or Mutter, the Papa says Mutter. Why? Because the whole thing of the pizza is Allah Moshe in Sinai. Hachi Agmer Rahman Moshe, the bonus one told Moshe, well, Tifrit Ruba, don't have the majority of a pizza be open air is the majority, right? So therefore, we would say that. So the Papa would say, but half and half. It would. The Rabbi Shalom told me don't have more than half, but half and half would be fine. The Rabbi Rabbi Yeshua says, it's Asher because Hachi Amar Rabbanan Rahman Moshe. When the Rabbi Shalom was teaching Moshe the Allah Moshe in Sinai, he said, Gedar Ruba, you should fence in the majority. What would that tell you? That if you do it even Steven, then you haven't fenced in the majority, and therefore that would not be a valid Mechitza. So ask the Gemara, Tanan, we learned in our Mishnah. Well, you Pirtos. There's our opinion that you can't have the openings be greater than the closed-in part. But that implies hak to binyan, but it will be even, it will be mutter. So that seems to imply, like Rav Papa, the Gemara says, well, tema hak to binyan mutter. Don't make that inference to say it will be like the binyan will be mutter. Ela ema in binyan yasser al appear to mutter. So there's a little bit of a funny. Normally we would say if you say the majority can't be parot, that would mean even is okay. But he's saying no. The opposite implication is when is it mutter if the majority of the built up part is greater than the pirta. So a little bit of a tough explanation, but that's how we would answer it. But if it would be, if it says in my well, let's say it would be perfectly equal, aser. So then it would be aser. So the Gemara says, if that's what you're telling me, if the Mishnah is trying to tell me that even, the couple would say, if you're trying to tell me that even is aser, if so, listening, lo yehei pirtus kabinyan, then why not say, instead of saying lo yehei pirtus yoser mi binyan, should be more than binyan, say the pirtus should not be like the binyan, which is telling you the case of even, which the Gemara says kasha. As we know from the Rashbam and Bava Basra, we talked about many times, kasha means there is an answer. It's a little bit of a tough answer. It doesn't necessarily tell us what the answer is, but we haven't yet disproven the opinion of Rav Huna Bar Yeshua, and so therefore we're going to pick up on this tomorrow with different sources to try and prove it. That Rav Papa says that if you have even, standing, and open, that is a valid mechitza. And Rav Huna Bar everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Dr. Yomi. Everything good, solid, God. So I hope you all can give us a nice welcome. Yeah. So we have a Talmud Torah sponsor for the month, the Eden Faith Wolf and family, in memory of their beloved father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, Wolf, Ellen Benson, Hertzfeld. Leah and Dr. Yomi, learning sponsor. She's an ancient which is the resident in Bentonville. Shabbos and Quick and Erevin are dedicated in memory of the summer spring in Bennett, Anna Israel Ben Reuben Gold by Jeffrey Cherry Bennett and Stephen and Holly Beck. Thank you very much for all of the sponsorships. And we're going to jump into everything with Dalla that was started at the Mishnah of your Gimel. And we're actually going to rewind 1 second because if you missed yesterday's daf that you really gave, Rabbi is placing the mitzvahs yesterday. Amazing daf, and it's worth checking out. If you missed it, please go to rabbisilver.com after the shir and check it out. It's amazing philosophical concepts that are very appropriate for Elul. And the conclusion we said yesterday was that Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel were arguing whether it's better that man was created or not. And they both concluded, you know, he would have been better off if he never existed. This is not some nihilistic sort of weird thing. This is before we came into this world, we were spiritual, we were neshamas. We have not been under Hashem's throne of glory. Now you're with Hashem, and you were this high level of perfection, naked with Hashem, and coming into the world is dangerous. It doesn't mean they voted and decided it's better than created. Some of us would say there are more mitzvahs, low passe, and also there are more negative commandments than positive commandments. There are more dangers coming into this world than there are opportunities to succeed. Dangerous things in this physical world. Of course, we notice them. They can accomplish great things. But there are also great things. The conclusion there was we should live raw, but now that we've made offshore, we should live raw, you hush-pesh for myself, I feel like hush-pesh for myself. So you should give hush-pesh. So